My grandfather sells explosives in the alley, and my uncle is imprisoned in Azkaban. What am I to do, being the child of poachers and having transferred schools thrice? If I do not strive, I shall inherit nothing but a castle, 30,000 acres of land, 2 dubious establishments, and a poaching gang, achieving naught. I am nothing. Chapter 1. My Uncle Ulysses. I apologize, Professor William. The door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom swung open, revealing Vice Principal Gilbert standing at the threshold. May I have a word with Mr. Rowell? As his voice fell, a congregation of young wizards in the classroom turned their heads to gaze at him. Professor William, who was demonstrating the heart-rending curse at the podium, paused, raising his wand to dispel the enchantment, momentarily sparing the little mouse trapped in the cage. Of course so, certainly. He turned, casting a puzzled glance at David Rowell, seated in the front row, who returned the look with an equally bewildered expression. As Rowell stood and made his way toward the classroom exit, Professor William reminded him, "Do hurry back, Rowell. I shall only explain the heart-rending curse once." David Rowell, evidently unwilling to miss the lesson, quickened his pace significantly. "Professor Gilbert, you. Please follow me, Mr. Rowell." Gilbert pursed his lips, scrutinizing him deeply, before turning to stride down the corridor. Rowell felt a twinge of confusion, but followed nonetheless. Ulysses, just as he rounded the corner of the staircase, he spotted a familiar figure pacing anxiously at the door. "Do not look so startled, David." Upon Rowell's appearance, the figure halted, forcing a charming smile, and said, "What if I have come to bring you good news?" Rowell shook his head slightly, skepticism etched on his face as he replied, "I hardly think so." He then turned to introduce his Uncle Ulysses to Professor Gilbert. "Thank you, we have already met." Gilbert nodded slightly, addressing Ulysses. "Mr. Rowell, I believe the matter at hand." Very well, cough." Ulysses awkwardly adjusted his cuffs, looking at his nephew, who wore a faint frown. "Regrettably, David, we must leave this place." "Leave this place? Where to?" David first glanced at Professor Gilbert, then inquired of his uncle, "I am still in class." Ulysses hesitated, saying, "In any case." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Rowell. I mean no offense," Professor Gilbert interjected suddenly. "While you possess your child's father's token, I must still caution you." He paused, speaking somewhat stiffly. "Frequent school transfers are not conducive to his future." "Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with this perspective, Professor Gilbert," Ulysses Rowell replied politely. "Durmstrang has always been the most esteemed school of magic for our family." "Very well." Gilbert observed him closely, ensuring he comprehended the implication before handing over the documents he held. Thank you, Professor Gilbert." Ulysses accepted them while expressing his gratitude, simultaneously winking at his nephew. Professor Gilbert turned to David, advising, "I believe you may now return to pack your belongings, Rowell. It is unfortunate. I apologize, but I may require your assistance." Ulysses glanced nervously outside the door. Grasping David's hand, he implored Professor Gilbert, "Please have my nephew's belongings sent to this address. Thank you." As he spoke, he handed a note to the professor, then hurriedly pulled David along outside. "What is happening? Why must I transfer schools?" "Ulysses." David glanced back at the astonished Professor Gilbert, reminding him, "I have only a few days until my final exams. There is no time for explanations, David." Ulysses anxiously surveyed their surroundings, but before they could exit the castle, they spotted several figures clad in black suits at the entrance, conversing with the doorman. "Go quickly. Let's find the back exit." David was tightly grasped by his uncle, retreating back into the castle's interior. As they passed Professor Gilbert, they could still see the absurd expression on his face. Ulysses had no time to display his noble demeanor. He merely nodded and propelled David toward the rear exit. But David, being tugged along, cast a glance toward the classroom, emphasizing, "I have yet to bid farewell to Shirley." "Who is Shirley?" "Your little girlfriend." Ulysses hurriedly navigated through Durmstrang's castle, maintaining his swift pace, his ears perked with curiosity. David, stubbornly, chose not to answer his uncle's question, but instead turned back to inquire, "What trouble have you stirred up this time?" "Ha ha ha." Ulysses seemed to recall something particularly amusing, bursting into laughter upon hearing his nephew's inquiry. By then, they had exited the castle and were racing toward the Great Lake. "Hurry, David. Although the Aurors from Sweden are as arrogant as those from France, I do not wish to engage in a bloody skirmish in a place of learning. Thank you for remembering this as a school." David, following closely behind, scoffed sarcastically, "Let's hope you have not forgotten that I am still a student." "Ha ha, what an exhilarating experience." Ulysses glanced back at the pursuing Aurors, having already heard the chaotic footsteps echoing within the castle. This is an adventure that ordinary young wizards can only dream of. Indeed, which young wizard would not relish the thrill of being chased by Aurors across the globe? David had no inclination to look back. He was well aware of who was pursuing him and knew that only the Aurors would chase after him. No, strictly speaking, He was innocent. He was merely a second-year wizard. The Aurors were pursuing his uncle, or perhaps his father, and, well, David had grown weary of expressing his exasperation. At this moment, he could hear the commotion behind them, demanding that they stop immediately. So, how do we escape? Even at Durmstrang, where combat magic is a core subject, he found himself slightly breathless from the tense sprint. Let us not forget, he was only 13, still a child. This way will not do. There are disapparition restrictions. Ulysses guided his nephew around the side of the Great Lake, plunging into the forest. They ran swiftly, scarcely pausing to admire the breathtaking vistas of the mountainous lake and the dark, ghostly ship moored upon its surface. As summer approaches, David delights in diving and foraging for fish alongside his classmates, although the season is fleeting. To be honest, he cherishes this place even more than Burbiton, for the young ladies here are refreshingly genuine and unpretentious. It's almost here. While observing his surroundings, you'll introduce his nephew, saying, "I recall that just ahead lies the boundary of the magical prohibition." He yearned to express that they were nearing the edge of the magical restriction, but the sudden appearance of an Auror completely disrupted his rhythm. Not only from the front, but a howling sound also emerged from behind, as the pursuers finally caught up with them. The wolfhound held by the Auror fixated on the uncle and nephew with a predatory gaze, its jaws agape and drool flying, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Chapter 2. Trapped without escape, alas. Ural. It seems we have reached a dead end. Emerging from the ranks of the Aurors ahead was a burly man with a black beard. Noticing that Ural stood his ground, clutching a child, he raised a hand to signal his colleagues to remain calm. At this juncture, escape was no longer an option for Ural, and he had no desire to provoke the ire of Durmstrang over an apprehension that was all but assured. The child, still clad in his school uniform, presented a compelling reason for negotiation. "I believe we can discuss this, can't we?" The burly man gestured with open palms, casually twirling his wand before stowing it away in his pocket. With his head held slightly high and hands clasped before his abdomen, he addressed Ural in a tone that bordered on earnestness. "Stand down. The child is innocent. You wouldn't want him to witness your disgrace at our hands, would you, Ural?" David glanced at the Aurors before surveying the surrounding area, realizing that this time, they truly were trapped without escape. In the distance, teachers from the school had arrived, their faces flushed with indignation. "Fisher, I care not for your purportedly urgent mission," roared Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, as he pointed an accusatory finger at the leading Auror. "You shall not wreak havoc on my grounds." "My apologies, Headmaster Karkaroff." Fisher feigned innocence, raising his hands in a placating gesture while indicating the ensnared Ural. "It is he, Ural Rowell, an internationally wanted criminal. We are here to apprehend him." Karkaroff, accompanied by several professors, including Vice Principal Gilbert and Professor William, stepped into the encirclement, all brandishing their wands. The headmaster cast a glance at Ural before shifting his gaze to David Rowell, who stood close by. Though he had long desired for this troublesome individual to vacate Durmstrang, he certainly did not wish for it to transpire in such a manner. David shrugged innocently, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. "I do not wish to hear your explanations, Fisher." Karkaroff disregarded David's innocence, turning to Fisher with a frown. "You cannot lay a hand on my student. Listen to me, Headmaster Karkaroff." Fisher clearly wished to avoid provoking Karkaroff further. With raised hands, he assured, "Our target is Ural. The child is of no concern to us." He gestured towards David, indicating that he was free to leave at any moment. At this point, Karkaroff and the others looked towards David, urging him to step away. Even within the confines of Durmstrang's grounds, they had no grounds to obstruct the Aurors in their pursuit of a wanted criminal. Bark! Bark! The sunlight filtering through the forest was scant, and the tense atmosphere hung heavily in the air. The Aurors' hounds, unable to contain themselves, began to bark furiously at Ural and his nephew. Seeing that Ural showed no signs of surrender, Fisher furrowed his brow and cautioned, "You cannot escape, Ural. Surrender, at least to preserve some semblance of dignity." David glanced at the headmaster and professors, then lifted his head to look at his uncle Ural. Remarkably unfazed by the encirclement, Ural appeared rather amused, as if he were a spectator at show. When all eyes turned to the uncle-nephew duo, he shrugged, lowered his head to David, winked with a mischievous grin, and asked, "Would you like to see something entertaining?" "Now is not the time for frivolity," David exclaimed, eager to remind his uncle that they were the ones ensnared, not the other way around. What kind of entertainment could possibly be in store? "Are you ready?" Ural disregarded his nephew's jest, slowly reaching into his robes. Amid the astonished and furious expressions of the Aurors, he casually tossed out several small pouches. The Aurors expected a wand to be drawn in resistance, but to their astonishment, he produced what appeared to be bags of fortune. They hesitated momentarily, but the instincts of seasoned fighters kicked in, and they unleashed their most potent spells at the incoming objects. Stop! No! How dare you! Fisher and Karkaroff shouted in unison, recognizing that these were no ordinary bags. However, it was too late. As magical attacks struck the airborne pouches, the Pandora's box was irrevocably opened. Vice Principal Gilbert's eyes widened in fury as he looked at Ural and shouted, "How dare you?" David, anticipating Gilbert's wrath and the professor's expressions of horror, could only shrug, signaling his own innocence. As the bags burst open, a plethora of magical creatures erupted forth, darkening the sky and creating chaos. Nifflers, auguries, and erumpents swarmed the area, and not merely creatures of the lower classifications. David even caught glimpses of a harpy and a troll. How on earth had they been crammed into those bags? He stood, awestruck by the sheer spectacle unfolding before him. Ural, evidently not content to merely toss the bags and stand back, sought to amplify the pandemonium. He produced several spherical bombs resembling dung balls and handed them to David, urging him to activate the mechanisms and toss them forth. David stared incredulously at his uncle, thinking, must we truly take it this far? Yet, seeing Ural's determination, he complied. As he hurled the explosive orbs, chaos ensued anew. Boom! 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 The thunderous explosions reverberated, and even David, the instigator, was momentarily taken aback. He gazed incredulous at his uncle, who continued to hurl alchemical bombs with abandon, muttering in disbelief, "Why do I feel their power has increased? Oh, I neglected to mention." Ural grinned wickedly as he tossed another bomb. "This is a modified thunderclap from Mary. It's my first time using it." After explaining, he snatched the last two from David's hands, aiming them at the weakest point of the explosion smoke. The alchemical bombs, a family legacy of the Rowell lineage, have been perfected under the deft hands of David's mother. The thunderclap was not supposed to produce such a cacophony. He had tested it before, and its smoke had never spread this far. As the first explosion echoed, the surrounding aurors were sent into a panic, collapsing to the ground in terror. Earning a mere 600 galleons a month, they had families to support and did not deem it worthwhile to risk their lives in such a manner. The professors within the encirclement were the most incensed, witnessing magical creatures darting past them while the smoke rendered their spells ineffective. They feared that once this ordeal concluded, the forest behind the school would inevitably be declared a forbidden zone. Fisher, the director of the Auror office, was beside himself with frustration, bellowing for his colleagues to rise and fight, while he charged into the fray in pursuit of Ural. Yet, as the smoke lingered and the magical creatures dispersed, the figures of the uncle and nephew had vanished from the center of the encirclement. Surrounding them were only a few deep craters created by alchemical bombs, along with the lifeless bodies of animals slain by aurors. "Stop the bao. You must take responsibility for this, Fisher." Karkaroff's face appeared as though it had been trampled by some fantastical beast, a visage so dreadful it was almost unrecognizable. He pointed an accusatory finger at Fisher's nose, chastising him. "You have subjected my school to the most perilous of attacks. Those dangerous creatures." Vice Principal Gilbert approached, echoing the rebuke. "This could have harmed the children. I never wished for such an outcome, you know." Fisher, glancing at the empty, tattered pockets strewn across the ground, felt a surge of frustration. He could not present such evidence to the Ministry of Magic. "I never anticipated that his nephew would be at Durmstrang." "What do you mean by that?" Karkaroff's expression darkened further, resembling the distant mountains, emerald green and obsidian black. "Very well, I shall handle this matter." Fisher understood that invoking a child at this juncture was utterly unbecoming. He gestured toward the pockets on the ground, explaining to the others, "I never thought they would be so generous. You understand, this oversight is not our fault." "Not your fault?" Karkaroff locked eyes with him, the muscles in his face twitching, as he enunciated each word with palpable anger. "I must insist, you should never have come to the school to execute any capture missions. I apologize, Igor. You know we had to do this." Although Fisher's tone was courteous, it remained resolute. As an Auror, it was his duty. Observing the chaos unfolding within the campus, with students in a frenzy and magical creatures scattering, he felt a wave of regret. "I will enlist my colleagues to assist in capturing those creatures immediately." Furthermore, Fisher looked seriously at Karkaroff, reminding him, "The adversary is an extremely dangerous individual, the third in command of the Grindelwald poaching syndicate. I have no reason to let him go." "Then you should have eliminated him before he set foot on the school grounds." Karkaroff spat venomously, rather than allowing danger to infiltrate Durmstrang. "No, I'm an Auror, not an executioner." Fisher fixed his gaze on Karkaroff, shaking his head slightly, adamantly stating, "My duty is to bring them to WizardingWorld for a just trial." How eloquently put. Karkaroff's lip twitched. He knew full well that allowing a living capture was intended to apprehend all members of the poaching crew, as resorting to lethal force would only incite their wrath. Aurors are human too, with families and friends, while those poachers have no moral compass. However, he was unwilling to entrench himself in conflict, as the incident had already transpired. "I care not who they are. I only know you have endangered my students." That child. Fisher paused momentarily before continuing. "It is highly probable that he is the son of the leader of the Grindelwald poaching syndicate, and we have the right to act against him. Are you all right?" In an unknown forest, David and his uncle Yule suddenly materialized. Oh. David was somewhat unaccustomed to the method of travel via port key, his reaction somewhat exaggerated. Yule gently patted his back, cautiously surveying the surroundings. While offering comforting words, "I sincerely apologize. Time was of the essence, and we had to prepare in such a manner." Seeing that David had calmed somewhat, he helped his nephew to his feet and smiled. "If it were up to me, I would have preferred to ride in a magical carriage to fetch you. My dear Lord Roland." "Forget it, who knows?" David, holding back his words, still felt a bit uneasy. Yule, finding the right direction, guided his nephew forward, playfully teasing, "You should have adapted to this mode of transportation much sooner. It is both safe and convenient." "Indeed, safe and convenient." David echoed his uncle's sentiments sarcastically. "Unfortunately, it is not sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. They are truly blind. They should have heeded your advice long ago. Do not complain, especially not in front of your mother. John's antics have already infuriated her." Yule pointed toward a stone house appearing in the distance. "We must hurry. You still need to catch your flight." "Ha, flight?" David gazed ahead at the desolate forest and the solitary stone house, offering a scathing compliment. "Wow. This airport is truly luxurious." Yule, all too familiar with his nephew's sharp tongue, explained nonchalantly, "It is not my fault you were so spoiled. I had to search high and low to find this secluded and secure dwelling with a fireplace." "Spoiled? Are you certain it is not out of fear of being tracked by a portkey?" David smirked, casting a glance at his uncle while eyeing the eerie little house, genuinely concerned about the possibility of a ghost emerging from within. Of course, if there were a ghost, it would be preferable if she were beautiful. He had no fondness for ugly specters. However, judging by his uncle's taste, even a beautiful ghost would likely not be his fortune. David shrugged and remarked, "It matters not. After all, my voice carries little weight. My life is always dictated by you all. I assure you, this time it is truly not my fault." Yule chuckled, wrapping his arm around his nephew's shoulder as they strolled. It was John's folly. Truly, he should never have entertained the thought of slaying that fire dragon. "I knew it." David, exasperated, drooped his head in complaint. He always manages to conjure some new mischief. "You have misjudged John." Yule arrived at the door of the stone house, inspecting the magical barriers he had set up. Seeing that no one had tampered with them, he led his nephew around to the back entrance. The stone house was merely a hunter's cabin, furnished with a bed, a table, and a modest fireplace, all covered in dust, regrettably devoid of any ghostly presence. It was Charles's idea. Upon safely arriving at their designated location, Yule's demeanor relaxed slightly. He cheerfully explained. Charles claimed that the Norwegian Ridgeback is a treasure trove. Capturing one would yield enough spoils for half a year. And the outcome? David scrutinized the diminutive fireplace, estimating that he could just barely fit himself inside. "Remember, it is to Ugly Witch Alley." Yule cleared the soot from the fireplace's base for his nephew, issuing a cautionary reminder before producing the already prepared flue powder. Continuing with a grin. As it turns out, that dragon had just laid eggs and was in a particularly irritable phase. It nearly killed John. Ha ha ha. At this point, he could not help but burst into laughter, shaking his head in regret. "It is a pity. Charles had intended to gift you a dragon egg for your birthday." David bent down into the fireplace, grabbing a handful of flue powder, smirking at his uncle as he said, "Your choice of destination leaves much to be desired. I'm not fond of the ugly. Also, please extend my gratitude to Uncle Charles. I have a fondness for dragons, but I am still young. Pursuing studies in prison is a bit premature." With that, without waiting for his uncle's response, he raised a flue powder in his hand and reluctantly intoned, "Ugly Witch Alley." Bang! The modest fireplace erupted with emerald flames, and in an instant, David's figure vanished. Yule, amused by his nephew's sardonic remarks, shrugged, grasped a handful of flue powder, and followed him into the fireplace. "I am not particularly fond of the name Ugly Woman's Lane." He shook his head, equally reluctant as he called out, "Ugly Woman's Lane." Bang! Chapter 4, Trapped in Despair. Norway, Oslo Airport. The morning flights were numerous, and the terminal was bustling with travelers. Yule could only escort David to the entrance of the terminal. His current identity was far too sensitive, even in the Muggle world. Fortunately, David's mother, Mary Rowell, appeared just in time before them. "Thank heavens, David. I'm fine, Mom. You needn't worry." David smiled reassuringly, comforting his mother, while turning back to wave goodbye to his Uncle Yule. Yule smiled and gave a charming gesture to the mother and son before disappearing into the crowd. Was the journey smooth? Mary was still angry with John, and her displeasure extended to Yule as well. Yet, her tone softened with concern for her son. Despite her tense expression, David shrugged off his hoodie, sweatpants, and sneakers, saying, "They're too big." "Careless of Yule," Mary muttered under her breath, then adjusted her son's clothing until it fit properly, before signaling towards the terminal. "Let us go. We're just in time." Following his mother into the hall, David asked no questions. There was no need to, as this was not the first time they faced such a situation. It was eerily similar to a year and a half ago, except this time, his school expulsion was from Bus Spartan, and they were pursued by French oars. By now, he had been expelled twice. In his first year at Bus Spartan, he had enjoyed the unique climate of the Pyrenees and the aristocratic education, only for calamity to strike at Christmas. John had stirred up a hornet's nest at the French Ministry of Magic by smuggling three-headed sphinxes to some snot-nosed Frenchmen. The French ministry was relentless, surrounding their home with over 20 oars. Fortunately, John was always cautious on the dark roads, ensuring the family wasn't fully compromised. However, this led to a wanted notice for the entire galleon poaching crew from the French ministry, though not including Mary and her son, but along with John, David's brother Yule. Sister Susan and brother-in-law Charles had to flee under cover of night. What could Mary do? She crafted the alchemical bombs and traps, and had no choice but to leave the home they had lived in for 6 years with her husband and son. John felt guilty, promising never to involve the family again. Thus, David began his second half year at Durmstrang in northern France. This summer marked the second half of his second year there. He truly believed he would graduate smoothly, even having found a girlfriend. Interestingly, he could not blame John for this. He had indeed refrained from any dealings in Sweden for the past year and a half. But the Romanian Ministry of Magic had established cooperative arrangements with the Swedish ministry and surrounding nations regarding oars. Indeed, John had kept his nose clean in Sweden, but he had not spared any other Nordic countries or regions. To put it bluntly, while a rabbit may not eat the grass near its burrow, he had stripped the entire meadow bare, leaving only a conspicuous tuft of grass by the burrow. In essence, if the Swedish ministry chose not to apprehend him, it would be tantamount to openly acknowledging their complicity. Regardless, staying in Sweden was no longer viable, and David was troubled about where he would go for his third year. Hogwarts? Ilvermorny? Castello Bruxo? Col de Storitz? Would he truly have to hop from school to school, completing his education on a piecemeal basis? Surely, John wouldn't he do that to his son. International boarding, VIP waiting area. The airport announcement for boarding had already been made, and just as David was about to rise, he noticed a few individuals in outdated suits approaching. He recognized one of them as the Swedish oarer, Fisher. How hauntingly persistent. To track him all the way from Sweden to Norway, confirming the whereabouts of the mother and son. David realized that his whereabouts might have been leaked, prompting their pursuit. The ministry typically extended a protective goodwill towards young wizards, yet this goodwill felt like unreasonable surveillance to him. What transgressions could a young wizard possibly commit? Clearly, they had also spotted him, as Fisher leaned towards his companion, muttering a few words before striding directly toward them. Without needing to turn around, Mary could sense the dire predicament they were in, but maintained her composure, concealing any hint of panic. "Apologies, ma'am. We are oarers from the Norwegian Ministry of Magic." A burly man, resembling a bear, followed Fisher and approached the mother and son, introducing himself. He glanced at David, confirming his target from Fisher's gaze. Then addressed Mary. "Please come with us." Mary calmly shot them a look, then turned her gaze to the window, stating, "I am not going anywhere. I must catch my flight home." "I'm afraid that's not possible, ma'am." The Norwegian oarer was polite yet firm. "You must cooperate with our investigation." "On what grounds?" Mary scoffed, questioning, "Or do you possess a warrant from the Norwegian Ministry of Magic?" She produced a document and 2 tickets from her handbag, looking at them with a formal demeanor. "I have completed the necessary procedures for international travel. No one has the right to interfere with my freedom of movement without cause." Perhaps it was her voice that carried enough weight, or perhaps the commotion had drawn the attention of the staff, who were now watching, ready to intervene. Fisher gritted his teeth, and seeing his colleague from Norway falter and unable to detain Mary, he could only nod slowly, stating, "The child is innocent. Parents should not behave this way." He adjusted his trousers and sat beside David, addressing Mary from across her son. "Have you considered the consequences of placing this child in such danger?" Mary ignored his incessant chatter, turning to glance at her son while holding his hand. David looked at his mother and then at Fisher, feeling utterly helpless, finding his frantic demeanor somewhat ludicrous. Fisher seemed to realize he was wasting his breath and retracted his pretentious facade, adopting a different tone. I believe answering a few questions will not detract from your travel plans, will it? He squinted at the unyielding Mary, opened his notebook, and spoke with a threatening undertone. Ma'am, you wouldn't want to do this in front of your child. Are you threatening us? David interjected suddenly. Or are you relying on your status as an auror to intimidate us? His voice, though somewhat youthful, was resolute. I believe using a child to threaten a mother is disgraceful in any country or region. Moreover, David squinted as he questioned Fisher. Perhaps the Swedish aurors have always maintained such a demeanor. Dirty and despicable. Chapter 5. The Magical Creatures Protection Expert. Sir, please ensure our travelers are not disturbed. The International Wizarding Flight Administrator approached, having noticed the escalating situation affecting the other guests in the lounge. He scrutinized Fisher and his companions, addressing the Norwegian auror. This is now the jurisdiction of the International Confederation of Wizards. The Norwegian auror cast a glance at Fisher, his expression a mixture of inquiry and caution. He realized his abilities were insufficient to apprehend the mother and son, nor could he employ coercive measures here. Fisher flashed a slight smile at the administrator. Raising his notebook to explain, just a few minor questions, it won't take long. Turning to David, he added earnestly, if you cooperate, I believe any misunderstandings can be avoided. We're the good guys. Just as the administrator accepted Fisher's explanation and prepared to turn away, David suddenly shouted something. The administrator frowned once more and, seeing the tension between the parties, stepped forward to stand between them. The International Flight Zone is not subject to the influence of regional magical departments, as stipulated by the Confidentiality Act of the International Confederation of Wizards. Seeing the administrator standing before them, Fisher had no choice but to temper his demeanor, struggling to suppress his anger as he remarked, You're lying, child. Who were you just with? My uncle, David boldly affirmed, unyielding in the face of Fisher's demeanor. Fisher raised an eyebrow in surprise, pressing on, And what are the professions of your father and uncle? You can't possibly be unaware. Of course I know. David lifted his chin with confidence, declaring, They are both magical creatures protection experts. Damn it. Fisher clenched his teeth, striving to resist the urge to curse. Faced with David's contorted expression, as well as the petrified looks of both the administrator and the Norwegian auror, David pursed his lips to emphasize, My dad said so. Mrs. Rowell. The auror lifted his gaze to Mary, narrowing his left eye slightly to gauge her reaction. However, Mary's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any response to his inquiries. Fisher gritted his teeth in frustration and nodded curtly, then pulled out a newspaper from his coat and opened it, pointing to a photograph of David, asking, Then please tell me, where are your father and uncle, the magical creatures protection experts? Mr. Rowell. The photograph in the newspaper was animated, showcasing the Durmstrang campus, with magical creatures running amok and aurors, professors, and students frantically engaged in a game of hide-and-seek. Haha. David spotted a Niffler cautiously reaching into Professor Gilbert's coat pocket and couldn't help but chuckle. Fisher could no longer tolerate the child's mischievous demeanor. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a colleague rushed in from the entrance. Director, there's been an incident. The accompanying auror leaned in to whisper in his ear. A colleague tracking you has been attacked and lost contact. Their fate is uncertain. Fisher was incensed. Not only were they unrepentant, but they also dared to assault an auror. He glared at David and his mother, yearning to take them back and forcefully extract John's whereabouts from them, then subject them to a cruciatus curse. David sensed the malice in his gaze and helplessly shrugged, replying, I don't know much more about my father than you do. I only know where he is from the newspaper. Fisher gripped the newspaper tightly, fearing he might not restrain himself from slapping the insolent child. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. What had he just said? Hadn't he claimed that both his father and uncle were experts in magical creature protection? But which publication would portray poachers in such a manner? May you be forever blessed with such luck. Fisher crumpled the newspaper in his hand and hurled it to the ground, rising with a scowl and striding swiftly towards the exit. David glanced at the departing Norwegian auror alongside Fisher and then at his mother. Mary was gazing at her son with a pained expression, smoothing his hair. Let us go home. All right, Mom. David responded with a smile, rising with his mother and bending down to pick up the crumpled newspaper. The unfolded newspaper was wrinkled, yet the headline was alarming. The Gilderoy poaching team strikes Durmstrang. Oh, Dad is back in the headlines again. He followed his mother towards the boarding gate while reading the article. Member of the World Dark Wizards Association. Member of the International Dark Wizards Alliance. Committee member of the Poachers Alliance. counselor of the British Dark Wizard Association, leader of the Gilderoy poaching team, and the #1 wanted criminal by the WizardingWorld. John Rowell's team has committed another grave offense. Earlier today, Yul Rowell, the third in command of the Gilderoy poaching team, abducted a second-year student at Armstrong School of Magic, causing chaos among magical creatures. However, reports indicate that the student, named David Rowell, is the sole son of John Rowell. David raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction upon reading this, feeling slighted. He was still a child, and such a portrayal would make it difficult for him to make friends. The truths he had just shared with Fisher were indeed accurate. He genuinely did not know his father's whereabouts, as John was either being pursued or on a path leading to trouble. Please provide your boarding passes. The airline staff, with a formulaic smile and tone, failed to capture David's attention. He turned to his mother and reminded her, Dad's title has gotten longer. Mary handed over 2 boarding passes to the staff, glancing back at David with a mix of concern and affection. Thank you. Please proceed this way. After checking their tickets, the staff gestured for the mother and son to head towards the jet bridge. Noticing his mother's concerned gaze, David smiled nonchalantly, signaling his accustomedness to such situations. Over the years, he had witnessed numerous horror investigations and seen his father's name in the headlines far too many times. Oh, and let us not forget about Aunt and Uncle. Uncle 3 has also made the news once, though not as the main character. This time, he is the star. He must be elated. In their seats, listening to the flight attendant's announcements, David folded the newspaper neatly and turned to his mother, asking, Is it warm in London now? It's still a bit chilly, Mary replied, glancing at her son and advising, You must wear your long coat, especially after sunset. It can get quite cold. All right. David tucked the folded newspaper into his travel bag. Collecting newspapers featuring headlines about his father or family members had become a small hobby of his. Naturally, he wouldn't bother with papers that didn't make the front page. After all, there were far too many of those, and he wasn't a scrap collector. Chapter 6. Thanks for the invitation, just landed. The most convenient means of international travel for wizards is, in fact, the portkey. However, this perspective is not universally accepted by various magical ministries, as portkeys are uncontrollable, unless it is a product jointly produced by the Ministry of Magic's Department of Transportation. All destinations are under their surveillance. Thus, for wizards wishing to traverse from one nation to another, the options are either by ship or by plane. Of course, should one find muggle modes of travel lacking in magic, one could opt to soar on a broomstick or glide upon a magic carpet. As long as one can endure the journey, remain unfazed by changing weather conditions, and evade detection and apprehension by aurors, it matters not. This was precisely how John and his companions conducted their transnational escapades, eventually crafting illegal portkeys, but they would never engage with the local Ministry of Magic. This explains why John and Yul chose to evade the aurors, while Mary had no such concerns. Her travel records were accessible and controllable, presenting no apparent issues on the surface. After all, she needed to provide her child, David, with a normal identity, ensuring he could receive a magical education. On the airplane, David gazed forlornly at the magazine in his hands, utterly disinterested in the trivialities and disturbances of the Muggle world. Mary, perceiving his discomfort, inquired with concern, Would you like to talk, dear? No, it's all right, Mother, David replied, pursing his lips as he looked at her. It's just that I haven't had the chance to pack my things. With a resigned sigh, he then asked, Where will I be attending school next year? Mary squeezed her son's hand and nodded reassuringly. Grandfather will arrange everything. Upon hearing this, David couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. Grandfather can hardly manage his own affairs. It will be fine, I assure you, Mary said with a comforting smile, ruffling his hair. With his mother's reassurance, David could only concede. All right, I hope so. Buzz. They watched the airplane soar overhead, fading into the distance. Standing upon the grass, John and his brother Yul exchanged glances and shrugged simultaneously. A glance at the several unconscious aurors at their feet elicited a shared sneer. Let us depart. Someone will come to tidy this up. He waved his hand at Yul, and the two of them vanished in succession. The young aurors were no match for them. For John, earning money was secondary. He could not afford to lose a duel. Despite knowing he was the one who struck first, these aurors not only failed to flee, but dared to pursue him. Did the presence of a troll embolden them? In London, England, on Charing Cross Road, David followed his mother as they alighted from a taxi and entered a nondescript tavern unnoticed by Muggles. Pushing open the unremarkable door, they were met with a row of dining tables, quaint yet antiquated in style. Beside the tables stood a massive fireplace, flames roaring beneath a Tudor arch. The tavern's decor mirrored the table's old-world charm. The interior walls were merely brushed with whitewash, and the exposed wooden beams loomed overhead, devoid of ceiling panels. The tall, Trefoil windows let in scant light, necessitating the use of candles for illumination in the afternoon. A wooden blackboard displayed the lunch menu in white chalk, featuring roasted piglet, game pie, and pickled eel. As the mother and son entered with their luggage, they instantly became the center of attention in the tavern. David marveled at the number of patrons in such a shabby bar. "What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do this afternoon?" he thought to himself, observing the dark, secretive faces and furtive glances. Clearly, Mary had no intention of dining here. As they traversed the narrow passage between the tables, a murmur of conversation rippled through the tavern. David strained to listen, but the sounds were indistinct, like a swarm of flies. The bartender, a hunchbacked, bald man draped in a grayish-black robe, bore a somewhat intimidating appearance. His smile was even more disconcerting. "Welcome back, Mrs. Rolfe." "Thank you, Tom," Mary replied curtly, her expression awkward as she struggled to conceal their disheveled state. In truth, David did not find the situation to be particularly dire. They had merely returned in haste. Yet, it was evident that his mother was overly concerned about their reception upon arriving in England, as well as the harsh and unfair treatment they had received at the Ministry of Magic. The tavern's atmosphere was evidently uncomfortable for her, and after signaling to Tom, she pulled her suitcase towards the back courtyard. Tom, attempting to muster a kind smile for David, only managed to appear somewhat unsettling. "Will you be having lunch here?" "Young Rolfe." "Thank you, but no," David replied, struggling to find a polite way to decline his offer, ultimately echoing his mother's gratitude. In truth, he wished to say, "Thank for the invitation, but having just disembarked from the plane, this bar is too shabby, the crowd too familiar, and it's all rather bothersome." In the courtyard, David followed his mother, glancing back as he muttered, "The quality of the British magical community certainly needs improvement." Mary raised an eyebrow at her son and replied, "You cannot expect everyone to hold you in high regard unless you make significant contributions." With a flick of her wand, she tapped the third brick above the rubbish bin and counted 2 bricks horizontally before tapping again. A small hole appeared in the grimy brick wall, gradually forming into a spacious archway. Listening to the increasingly raucous chatter emanating from the tavern behind them, David kicked at a brick as they passed. Wow! Through the archway, a bustling and vibrant street scene unfolded before David's eyes. He hardly noticed the archway narrowing behind him until it solidified into a sturdy brick wall. "Let's go. Susan is already waiting for us." Mary led the way with their luggage, while David's eyes eagerly scanned the shops along the route. To describe the area as a street felt somewhat exaggerated. It was more akin to a narrow alley or passageway. The shops lining the street were constructed haphazardly, their heights and sizes irregular, even leaning at odd angles, devoid of any architectural beauty. This, of course, reflected the nature of wizards, often careless, bold, and seldom astute. Yet, it possessed a certain charm, akin to a small sparrow with all its essential parts intact, featuring potion shops, tea rooms, robe boutiques, and various other establishments. David had visited magical markets in France and Sweden, which were far more spacious and lively, given the greater number of patrons there. However, the cramped alleyways exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere that David found quite appealing. The alley was not overly crowded. It was not a case of jostling shoulders, but one could not see from one end to the other. Following closely behind his mother, David's eyes brimmed with curiosity and surprise until they entered a desolate shop. "Oh, forgive me, Mary." A young woman clad in a purple wizarding robe emerged from the back of the store, her arms outstretched in joyful embrace for Mary. "I'm so sorry I didn't come to greet you." Chapter 7. The young master has lost weight. "Oh dear, how terribly rude of them." David's aunt Susan, while welcoming the mother and son, expressed her dissatisfaction regarding their experiences at the Ministry of Magic. David remained indifferent to his aunt's indignation, much like his lack of agency concerning his potential expulsion from school. Observing the emptied store, he speculated that his family likely did not wish for him to drop out, but rather intended for him to venture into entrepreneurship at an early age. What could he possibly sell? Noticing that her son was oblivious to their conversation, Mary quietly inquired of Susan about John. Susan, exercising caution, refrained from immediately answering Mary's question and instead led her towards the back, reminding David to keep an eye on the store. David shrugged, glancing around in confusion. With the store stripped bare, what was there for him to oversee? Surely, the most precious asset here was merely a 13-year-old wizard. Was the implication that he needed only to ensure he didn't get lost? As he watched Mary and Susan disappear through the wooden door, David idly turned around, ultimately standing by the window to gaze at the bustling street outside. He contemplated how it might be if this place were transformed into a magical creature emporium, selling creatures like the Diricol, the mooncalf, the augury, the Kneasel, the fire lizard, the demi-guise. and the Dragon, a self-sustaining enterprise where John and his associates would no longer need to fret over sales. While this notion seemed reckless, it was in fact decidedly illegal. Throughout his journey, he had only encountered shops selling owls and pets, but not a single establishment dedicated to the sale of dangerous magical creatures. What he perceived as an opportunity, others might see as a perilous pitfall. This alley appeared to have existed for quite some time, and the absence of certain shops did not necessarily imply a lack of interest in operating them. It was entirely possible that such enterprises were simply prohibited. David was no genius. He could not pull off an endeavor akin to a legendary hero. If he were truly to manage such a venture, David, what are you thinking? Mary and Susan had returned, unbeknownst to him. Susan affectionately ruffled her nephew's hair and asked, "Are you hungry?" David was not particularly fond of such intimate gestures, but he could easily tolerate them when it came to family. "I was pondering what I could manage here to sustain myself if I can't attend school." "Oh," David Susan, upon hearing her nephew's words, embraced him with a pang of sympathy, finally patting his shoulder and reassuring him, "Do not worry, we will not let you wander the streets." After that, she gestured towards the desolate shop, explaining John plans to open a pawn shop while also managing loans. David was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. It was indeed typical of John to consider such a lucrative venture. "Let's go." Mary picked up her luggage and signaled to David. "I'll take you back to your grandfather's house. Is it by flue powder or a plane?" David stood up, asking about their mode of transport with a tone devoid of expectation. Susan understandingly placed her arm around her nephew's shoulder, speaking with a tinge of regret. "See, it has truly been a tumultuous journey. Your grandfather must be quite worried." "No, neither." Mary led him outside, bidding farewell to Susan as they crossed to the opposite street. In contrast to the narrow, bustling alley they had just left, this street offered a spacious and tranquil environment. A four-wheeled carriage, devoid of horses, stood in the center of the street, exuding an antique elegance as if it had been transported from a museum. The coachman, clad in a black robe, approached as soon as he spotted the mother and son. "Madam, young sir, Barkley, thank you for your hard work." Mary nodded in acknowledgement while introducing David. "This is Mr. Barkley, the steward of the estate." "Hello, Mr. Barkley." David nodded back, his gaze lingering on the carriage, unable to fathom how they would board it to traverse the street. "Allow me." Barkley took the suitcase from Mary and secured it in the back of the carriage. Mary then helped David aboard the antique vehicle. The interior was surprisingly spacious, a stark contrast to its exterior appearance. David's momentary astonishment quickly gave way to the realization that the area had been enchanted with a stretching charm. Once Barkley took his place at the reins, he raised the whip and called out, "Huh!" David felt a slight jolt, reminiscent of the weightlessness experienced during an airplane's takeoff, and soon witnessed the scenery outside transform into a breathtaking aerial view. The lively narrow alley they had just occupied faded into the city's grandeur, rendering it unrecognizable, while the people below could no longer see the vanishing carriage. North of the elegant town of Great Yarmouth in Norfolk, they were less than 150 kilometers from London in a straight line. Although the carriage's flight speed was not particularly swift, it paled in comparison to that of a commercial aircraft. Yet, this allowed David the opportunity to observe the picturesque seaside town. Norfolk's terrain was generally low-lying, dotted with rivers and lakes, boasting a national park and numerous royal estates. Listening to Mary's descriptions, David couldn't discern the area as particularly idyllic or serene. Rather, he felt envy, jealousy, and resentment, wishing to curse the affluent lifestyle that seemed so unattainable. From his earliest memories, his family's standard of living fluctuated between periods of stability and upheaval. Each relocation signified a form of bankruptcy. Even with a new home, they seldom acquired valuable possessions. As the carriage soared over the city and landed before the towering gates of a castle perched atop a hill, David found himself utterly astounded. The castle gates dwarfed the carriage, necessitating one to look up to see the guardian beast. As the heavy iron gates swung open, the carriage advanced along a stone path flanked by vibrant flora. Confused, David turned to Mary and asked, "Does grandfather live in a hotel?" "What?" Mary, momentarily flustered and anxious, struggled to comprehend her son's sudden inquiry. David tilted his head, gesturing towards the lush and grandiose castle estate outside the carriage, and reiterated, "I sent this a hotel?" "Oh, no, it's not." Mary pressed her lips together, lifting her chin slightly as she spoke in a quivering voice. "This is your home, David, your grandfather's home." "My home?" David's mind was inundated with questions, as if he had heard the most absurd tale. In his recollection, he was merely the son of the captain of the Jindalan poaching team, referred to as young master by family and friends as a playful nod to his father's illustrious titles. Was there truly a young master in this world? Prepared to flee from his homeland? David began to suspect he had mistakenly wandered into the wrong narrative. The sudden appearance of a grandfather, a fugitive youth turned noble heir? The carriage halted before the castle, and at his mother's gesture, David disembarked first. Goodness, the entrance hall of this castle is taller than the roof of my previous home. Yet, the servants here seemed rather diminutive. Oh, my word, young Master Roland has returned. A diminutive house elf, standing at less than 3 feet tall, suddenly sprang forth from an unknown corner, with eyes as large as light bulbs. He approached David and exclaimed with a clasped hand, "Master, you've lost weight." Chapter 8. Unworthy Offspring. David shook his jowls, blinked in surprise, and wondered how he could have possibly noticed. "I am Bella, David." Just as David turned to assist his mother from the carriage, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Grandfather." David joyfully pivoted, arms outstretched, embracing the bearded gentleman with delight. "How have you been?" Of course. James Rowell, slightly sentimental, patted his grandson's back before turning his gaze to Mary, his eldest daughter-in-law. "Welcome home, my child." "Thank you, father, thank you." Mary pressed her lips together, tears shimmering in her eyes, uncertain of what to say at that moment. James understood his daughter-in-law's feelings well. He patted his grandson's hand and continued to introduce the house elf beside him. "This is Bella, whom you met when I visited you in France at the age of 9. "Yes, Bella." David smiled and nodded at Bella, affirming, "I remember fondly the teacups adorned with flowers in the restaurant." Oh, my goodness. Master Rowell remembers Bella." The house elf leapt about in excitement, overly exuberant, and somersaulted, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. He was overwhelmed with joy, albeit a touch bashful. James smiled and explained, "We also have Coco and Dora, though you may seldom see them. They are quite shy." "How delightful." David chuckled, addressing his grandfather. "I mean, your home boasts 7 house elves. It reminds me of that fairy tale." "Oh, indeed. I know which one you refer to." James nodded, then reminded David, "However, I must correct you. This is also your home, my child. You never mentioned you lived here." David glanced at his mother and then inquired of his grandfather, "Are you a noble here?" "I apologize, Father David." Mary pressed her son's shoulder, feeling somewhat apologetic as she attempted to explain to her father-in-law, only to be interrupted by James's nod. "No need for apologies, my child." James gestured towards the foyer, leading the two inside while speaking, seeing David, "I now comprehend your choices and decisions from past." He glanced back at his daughter-in-law, stating earnestly, "It seems you were right, Mary. David has been well educated." "Thank you, Father, but I still feel quite sorry." As they traversed the foyer, passing through a grand domed hall, the trio arrived at a cozy sitting room on the left. A table was already set with hot tea, showcasing the attentive and thoughtful service of the house elves. "Please, have a seat. You must be weary from your journey." James settled onto the sofa, gesturing for Mary and David to join him on the adjacent couch. David nestled beside his mother, his gaze wandering over the room's decor, which truly resembled a noble castle from the television, with even the empty picture frames on the walls gleaming in gold. Though born into a wizarding family, David had grown up in the Muggle community. His understanding of luxury was limited to the 2 school castles he had known. Everything here felt overwhelmingly sudden and striking to him. "I apologize, Father, for my mother's departure." "There's no need for such sentiments, my child. You have already expressed enough remorse." James raised his hand to interrupt Mary, then gestured toward the empty picture frames on the wall, saying, "Lita's departure was sudden even for me. Of course you are aware." He paused, seemingly resigned, and continued, "She never did like you, not even now. I understand completely. It was my fault." Mary lowered her head, gazing at her teacup as she remarked, "Had I chosen to stay in England with John, perhaps none of this would have transpired." "No, perhaps your choices were indeed the right ones, Mary." James, with his head slightly raised and hands clasped over his abdomen, reflected, "At least I have been able to witness John's maturation. He must learn to survive and think independently. You needn't blame yourself. Lita and I both concur on this point." On the very night John unexpectedly returned, she departed peacefully. His expression turned contemplative, as if recalling the past. And he spoke with a calm tone. "She no longer complained about you whisking away her son and taking her grandson, nor about how David was raised." James lowered his gaze slightly towards David, smiling as he said, "I take comfort in this. He represents the future and hope of the Rowell family. Now then," he pointed towards the grandfather clock in the corner, addressing Mary and David, "you must be hungry. The dining room is prepared with delicious fare. Go and indulge." David glanced at his grandfather and then at his mother, perplexed by their words. Since he could remember, he had not seen his grandmother, nor was he privy to the internal family conflicts. As he followed his mother out of the sitting room, he turned to glance back at his grandfather, suddenly noticing an elderly woman peering at him from the empty picture frame on the wall. The life of nobility is truly dull, he mused. Each morning, David awoke in a bed large enough for 5, growing weary of a life where everything was handed to him on a silver platter. The castle was vast, the estate even larger, rendering it all the more desolate and lonely. In the expansive space, there were times when he felt utterly alone. His mother had departed the day after bringing him back, busy with his aunt at the newly opened shop in Diagon Alley. The bustling street he had traversed after passing through a quaint tavern upon his return. Occasionally, his grandfather would join him for breakfast, but thereafter, he would not see him throughout the day. A week after his return, having explored every room and attic of the castle, he finally encountered another living soul. I thought I would only see you again when my mother took me to visit the prison. Do not be so harsh, David. You should know my capabilities. John removed his top hat and casually handed it to the suddenly appearing house elf. Not Bella, perhaps Coco, or Dora. He had yet to distinguish between the house elves, as they all appeared remarkably alike. Ulysses grinned and winked at David, inquiring, "How fares your life of nobility, master?" "Unremarkable. It is far too quiet here." David shook his head, fist-bumping his Uncle Charles Woolley, and reminded him, "If I'm a master, then you should be one too. No need to belittle me." "Once perhaps," Ulysses mused, surveying the familiar arrangements of the castle. He was a meticulous man, always impeccably dressed, even his beard meticulously groomed. At that moment, David became acutely aware of the distinctive aura that had always enveloped his father and uncle, as well as the stringent expectations his mother had placed upon his conduct. All of this stemmed from the family's lineage. Uncle Charles pointed at the crowded portraits adorning the wall, astonished as he inquired of the butler, Buckley, behind him, "Why is he present here?" "I came to see you, you ungrateful wretch." Chapter 9. The Fallen Aristocrat. As David followed his uncle into the lounge, he glanced back at the portrait that continued to hurl insults and asked, "Who is that?" "Hector Foley," Ulysses explained with a smile, "the grandfather of Charles's father, who served as Minister for Magic from 1925 to 1939. "Really? A Minister for Magic?" David turned to his approaching uncle, incredulity evident in his tone, tinged with a hint of mockery, for he was more familiar with the notoriety of the galloping plunderers. "That is not surprising at all, David." Charles forcefully shut the door, as if to keep his ancestor at bay. He turned to smooth his slightly disheveled hair and reminded David with a smile, "You have an ancestor who was also a Minister for Magic." "What?" David exclaimed, astonished, turning to his father with disbelief. "How did this come back to me?" John was engrossed in examining the portrait on the wall, where an elderly woman gazed at him with a loving expression. The silhouette of Charles's ancestor suddenly reappeared within the portrait, incessantly reprimanding the occupants of the room for their disgraceful complacency and lack of ambition, while simultaneously elucidating the shock of Roland. He had served as Minister for Magic from 1718 to 1726, an opponent of Muggles, and was one of the first to designate Azkaban as a prison. "Enough. You should rest." Charles interrupted his ancestor with a frown, while simultaneously signaling to the elderly woman in the portrait to don an angry expression, reminding, "You are a guest here. Show some decorum. Save it for when you return home, lad." Hector Foley seemed quite irate, and after Charles's harsh words, he vanished from the portrait. David had not yet recovered from the glory of his ancestor when his father and the others had already begun conversing. "No, not yet," John shook his head. "Even if Fudge is oblivious and incompetent, consumed by greed, he would never permit us to act openly. But the warrant has been rescinded, has it not?" Charles, seated to John's left, furrowed his brow slightly. "At least we are safe in Britain." "Not quite," Ulysses interjected from the other side, crossing his right leg. "The warrant has not been rescinded. It has merely been postponed. I can tell he is greedy, coveting everything in sight. The Ministry of Magic has always been this way." Charles, exasperated, leaned back on the sofa, lamenting despicable shameless. "No, it is not the Ministry of Magic that has fallen." John raised an eyebrow, looking down at the family signet ring on his finger, "but rather the position of Minister for Magic that is cursed. You certainly have a way of excusing him." Charles replied with a chuckle, spreading his hands. "But to be fair, Fudge was merely incompetent before. Isn't that a good thing?" Ulysses suddenly interjected, "Otherwise, do you think we would ever see the day we return home?" "Enough of that. It's not his merit." Charles gestured to David, indicating the liquor cabinet. "Could you fetch me a glass, David?" "Aunt will kill you," David teased, yet still moved towards the cabinet to pour him a drink. "It's all that damn doctor's fault, who decreed that one must abstain from alcohol upon having children." Charles grumbled, daring only to complain about the doctor, not even daring to mention Susan's name. He then turned to Ulysses, exclaiming, "It is not Fudge who has helped us return to Britain, but James." Accepting the glass of wine handed to him by David, he took a sip and nodded. "Thanks to James, it is his galleons that have been of assistance." Perhaps he had indeed inherited a bit from his ancestors. Charles was quite the talker in front of family, even a tad verbose. "If you truly appreciate me, you ought to maintain your health and have a child with Susan." Suddenly, James's voice echoed from the doorway, prompting everyone in the room to rise to greet him beside the sofa. David instinctively positioned himself beside his uncle, recognizing that he too was part of the family. "How long has it been since I have witnessed such a scene?" James entered the lounge, holding a narrow-brimmed top hat, his gaze sweeping across the room as he asked, "Are we holding a clandestine meeting of the plunderers? Should I take my leave?" Upon further assessing the group, he waved his hand, indicating, "Please, sit down, stars of the dark wizarding world." Ulysses chuckled heartily, and when David shot him a look, he merely winked and made a silly face. "I beg your pardon, father." Charles refrained from touching the glass on the table. Sitting upright and introducing James as he took his seat, we were discussing the warrant. "Ah, regaining our freedom. What good news," James remarked, nodding slowly as he surveyed his children. "The goblins of Gringotts are quite displeased with me, whispering that I am a spendthrift, and that our vault holds but a mere pittance of gold. They will never comprehend the human mindset. That is why they remain subjugated and tamed." He looked at his silent eldest son, saying, "Family comes first. Galleons will not sire little galleons, but the descendants will flourish. As long as the lineage continues, there will surely come a day of family revival." "David." James suddenly turned his gaze to his grandson, a hint of pity in his voice. "Our family is in dire straits. This is the only estate we have left. So you must strive." "Grandfather, are you serious?" David looked at the old man with disbelief, astonished that he could speak of their poverty in this seaside castle, a place of warmth and beauty. "Surely you jest. Are you attempting to remind John that after a decade of struggle and turmoil, his efforts still pale in comparison to the legacy of the family?" John clearly discerned the weight of his father's words and spoke up. "I will do my best, father." "Will you still be stealing dragons?" James turned to his eldest son, winking and nodding. "Those creatures are indeed quite valuable." He then turned to Charles and inquired, "I heard you managed to acquire a few dragon eggs. Are they Norwegian Ridgebacks?" "Huh? Yes, father," Charles stammered, his lips twitching as the family's characteristic sharp tongue made another appearance, a trait Susan had perfectly inherited. "You are quite impressive," James remarked earnestly, before turning to John. "I have left the alchemical goods shop in Knockturn Alley to Mary." After that, he looked past Ulysses to Charles and continued, "The shop in Diagon Alley is left to Susan." "Ahem." Ulysses gently cleared his throat, sitting up straight with a proper demeanor, eyes fixed ahead as he awaited his father's bequest. "What is the matter? Are you unwell?" James glanced at his youngest son with a concerned expression and, without waiting for a response, rose to his feet and declared, "Let us leave it at that." Chapter 10. The spokesperson of the werewolves' grandfather has retired. After distributing the family's meager assets, his presence became a constant in the castle. Meanwhile, John and the others vanished once more, supposedly to pursue their careers, a claim David found utterly unconvincing. The notorious Jindelin poaching team was a subject David knew well, particularly its less glamorous reality. They were impoverished. It is a given. Who would dare to confront the most ferocious magical creatures, if not for the lure of profit? Did you think John and his companions confined themselves to capturing mere mooncalves, puffskeins, or fire lizards? Certainly not. These creatures could be effortlessly acquired by any competent adult wizard. Moreover, what true value could such animals possess for poaching? Breeding farms churned out these creatures in droves, rendering any risk utterly unnecessary. The reason John and his team were wanted by multiple magical governments was not solely due to their theft of local magical fauna. On the contrary, the local magical authorities would prefer these perilous creatures to be removed. However, when John and his associates transported these hazardous animals to another locale, they invariably brought danger along with them. Thus, they faced local rejection and even criminal charges to prevent the entry of such threats. What was once a discreet yet perilous profession had been transformed into a celebrity endeavor by John and his companions, much to the amusement of the International Wizarding Poachers League and the Dark Wizards Council. John and his team were utterly ignorant of the rules governing their trade. They merely sought to amass wealth, which led to numerous debacles. Initially, they clutched a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them as their guide to prosperity, alongside the dangerous creatures catalog issued by various magical ministries as their operational manual. They were blissfully unaware of the proper orientation of the doors to the legal enforcement offices of these ministries, nor did they concern themselves with the horrors of their prisons. They truly embodied the principle of wherever the magical creatures are, that is where I shall go in their practical endeavors. Of course, John's combat prowess was remarkable, and his collaboration with family was seamless, rendering them elusive to capture by the ministry. However, once they gained notoriety, their monetary gains dwindled. Even as they gradually carved out a name for themselves in their circles, achieving a certain social status, poverty remained their constant companion. Were it not for Mary and Susan's frugality, they might have been compelled to seek financial assistance from James to reopen their shop. During his time spent with his grandfather in the castle, David also began to understand certain matters. When he was 3, John had a falling out with their grandfather over some issue and left with Mary and their son for distant shores. This misunderstanding led to his grandmother believing Mary had chosen to leave. Of course, Mary had her own conflicts with the family, not with the grandmother, but with the grandfather. Regarding his education, James had come to visit them when David was 6. Upon seeing David's living conditions, he proposed bringing his grandson back to England. However, Mary stubbornly insisted that David receive a Muggle education, fully aware of the shortcomings of wizarding education. James contended that sending the child to a Muggle school was a waste of time, believing that Muggles would not adequately educate him, asserting that he could teach David himself. But Mary would not acquiesce. Grandfather argued that if a child could not receive proper education in the magical world, they would be forced to attend schools like Oxford or Cambridge, which he deemed a dismal fate. Mary's character was quite assertive, particularly regarding her child's life and education, which was also the reason why grandmother Leda disapproved of her. She feared that John's actions would negatively impact the child, and was particularly concerned that James's disdain for Muggles might influence him. Thus, David completed his primary education at a Muggle school. Perhaps Mary regretted not allowing for more time between David and his grandparents, which had led to a certain degree of estrangement. In truth, David was not a stranger to his grandfather. The two interacted quite harmoniously. In James's retirement, he found himself with ample time to bond with his grandson, facilitating a growing mutual understanding. What was your profession before? Were you the Minister of Magic? David, clad in hunting attire with a shotgun slung over his arm, followed closely behind his grandfather as they prepared to ascend the mountain in search of wild boar. Indeed, they were not alone. 2 hunting dogs, one black and one white, accompanied them. James was not particularly old. At least his beard remained dark. Oh no, not the Minister of Magic, he replied, turning to smile at his grandson. That is a dangerous and foolish profession. But, David hesitated, Charles' ancestors mentioned that our family once had a Minister of Magic. Why the tone? James chuckled at his grandson, responding, from your expression, I would assume you were about to declare him a villain. However, indeed, he nodded slowly. Damocles Rowell did commit some foolish acts. He then emphasized to David, you must understand, no Minister of Magic is devoid of folly. It is not solely his fault. And you? David inquired, gazing at his grandfather. Were you a shopkeeper? Not quite. The shops in Knockturn Alley have always been managed by Barclay, and the shops in Diagon Alley have been rented out, James elaborated as they walked. I am an alchemist and a naturalist, often dabbling in various small inventions. However, I am fully retired now and finally have the time to truly enjoy life. He looked down the mountain with a sense of ease, as if a weight had been lifted. Alchemy? David fiddled with the shotgun in his hands, asking, do you concoct various magical potions? Oh, that is a subject that requires more time to discuss, James said, raising his binoculars to scout for today's target, softly adding, let us not forget our goal today is the Erumpent. Mr. Higgs, are you certain there are Erumpents here? Patience, young man. Betty Higgs held her wand aloft, scanning for their objective. You attend Hogwarts, correct, Mr. McLaggen? Indeed, I am in my 2nd year now, McLaggen emphasized, gripping his wand tightly. He nervously mimicked Higgs' scanning movements, as if the Erumpent might ambush him at any moment. I hear you are set to change your defense against the dark arts professor again? Higgs shook his head, clicking his tongue in sympathy. I truly feel for you, children. It's no matter, McLaggen grinned, saying, after all, we don't actually have to confront werewolves. Perhaps not, Mr. McLaggen, Higgs replied, narrowing his eyes and gesturing toward the castle atop the mountain. For there reside several werewolves, including a spokesperson for the pack. Higgs, be cautious with your words. Trailing not far behind, Tibellus reminded that individual still holds a seat in the Wizarding Council. He then turned to his earnest nephew, admonishing, Carmichael, you must not divulge today's conversation. Chapter 11. The Butler, Buckley. Never mind, Higgs replied, turning back to McLaggen with a smile of reassurance. Listen to me, child. This has become a public secret. He spoke nonchalantly. Look at the characters that have emerged from their family. It is quite disgraceful. Upon uttering this, he glanced at Tibellus. Adopting a mocking tone, Death Eaters, poachers, fugitives. Oh, the fallen, Sacred 28. What do you think, Rufus? No, I beg to differ, Rufus, bringing up the rear, responded. The centipede lives on, even when it is dead. It would be prudent for you to choose your words carefully. Moreover, he reminded, the Ministry of Magic has suspended the warrants for John Rowell and his ilk. You may not be aware of this news. Damn it, damn it, Higgs spat, seething. They always manage to find a way to escape Azkaban. Do not complain. I wish for nothing of the sort, Rufus remarked, parting the branches before him with his wand. His tone laced with discontent. Aurors have the power to execute, but not to decide. Speaking of which, Higgs turned to Rufus, inquiring with a meaningful glance. John Rowell was once your colleague, wasn't he? Watch out, Higgs. Just as Higgs conversed with Rufus, a boggart lunged from the underbrush, aiming straight for his legs. Had it not been for the warnings of Rufus, Skellinger, and Tibellus, the creature might have impaled Higgs with its sharp fangs. However, upon hearing their alerts, the duel-savvy Higgs spun around with extraordinary speed. Oh, initially intending to resolve the sudden threat with his wand, he inadvertently employed the one below. Ice freeze. Full speed repel. Rufus and Tibellus sprang into action. Yet despite their swift magic, they could not avert Higgs' injury. The boggart was flung aside, but Higgs collapsed in agony. Hiss! The wand had long slipped from Higgs' grasp, and now he lay on the ground, clutching his groin, writhing in pain, his face a deep shade of purple. McLaggen stood behind him, momentarily stunned by the unexpected chaos, now watching as Higgs' eyes bulged with pain, a chill emanating from his lower region. Stay alert, Carmichael, Tibellus urged. Pushing his nephew aside, there is more than one boggart. They always appear in packs. As he spoke, he rushed to kneel before Higgs. Concern etched on his face as he asked, Are you all right, Higgs? Higgs was in no condition to respond, only able to emit hoarse, raspy sounds. No, something is amiss. Rufus, wand at the ready, scanned the surroundings with vigilance, whispering, boggarts do not typically attack wizards. What if they are drawn to those who speak out of turn? His words had barely left his lips when a voice of skepticism echoed from the depths of the forest, startling the group. McLaggen, in his anxiety, failed to discern the source of the sound and cast a disarming spell. Calm down, Carmichael, Tibellus urged, slowly rising with his wand gripped tightly, tentatively asking, Is that you? James Rowell? Welcome to Norfolk, Tibellus. James emerged from the shadows of the woods, accompanied by his grandson David and 2 hounds, their tongues lolling as evidence of their recent exertions. Tibellus scrutinized the grandfather and grandson duo, squinting as he remarked, Your method of welcoming a colleague is hardly cordial. It lacks the refinement of nobility. Apologies, I do not comprehend what you are implying, James replied, feigning innocence as he gestured to the incapacitated Higgs. What has transpired? Do you require my assistance? No, thank you. Tibellus stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Higgs, eyeing James warily. We can manage this ourselves. How unfortunate, James remarked with a slight smile. I was eager to test the marvelous potion I just concocted. He then leaned down to wink at David. Let us pursue the boggart. I hope it hasn't fled too far. David, non-committal, tilted his head as he followed James along a diagonal path, casting a warning look at McLaggen, who pointed his wand at him. Startled by David's piercing gaze, McLaggen instinctively lowered his wand. Yet once the duo had passed, he remembered his resolve and stubbornly raised it again, though who would notice him now? Why? David sat on the ground, accepting the bread his grandfather offered, asking in confusion. They say there are many werewolves in the castle, and they say you are the werewolf spokesperson? Or master? James raised his eyebrows at David, tossing 2 large chunks of beef to the hounds, relishing the joy of hunting, which encompasses not only the harvest but also the picnic that follows. Do you know about werewolves, David? Of course, I enjoy the library. David shrugged, taking a bite of bread before continuing. I did not know werewolves had spokespersons or masters. No, that is their prejudice. James gazed at the towering castle in the distance. Speaking slowly, werewolves are also human. They are a group that suffers and is discriminated against. They are not inherently malevolent. I do not know. David shook his head, munching as he replied. I have never seen a werewolf, nor have I been to a werewolf school. No, David, you have seen one. James smiled at his grandson, nodding. Buckley is a werewolf. What? David stared at his grandfather in disbelief, confirming, Butler Buckley? Indeed, Butler Buckley. James took a sip from his goblet, leisurely stating, every group possesses a complex side. You cannot ascertain whether someone is good or evil, and you cannot even define such a notion. Understand. David smirked, like those people earlier, right? You are a clever child, James remarked appreciatively, his satisfaction with this heir of the family evident. David shared his last piece of bread with a white dog that had just chased off the boggart, inquiring again, "What is this about them calling you nobility?" He raised an eyebrow, asking, "Is there nobility in a magical realm?" "Oh, that is a tale from long ago." James nodded, explaining, "You should have studied magical history. Before the 17th century, we lived alongside Muggles, during which time the monarchy existed." Chapter 12. The Second Generation Dark Lord. Even the most destitute of families have relatives. On the third day, following David and his grandfather James's hunting expedition, a relative from his maternal lineage graced the castle with her presence. "You look well, Mary," proclaimed a stout, bald wizard as he embraced Mary in the hall, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Mary smiled gently in response. "You appear to be in good spirits as well, Heddock." Her gaze then shifted to the young girl beside her brother. "Pansy, do you not recognize me?" "Hello, Aunt Mary." Pansy beamed, embracing her aunt before her curiosity was drawn irresistibly to the handsome boy at her aunt's side. With golden locks, a prominent nose, and deep blue eyes that captivated her, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at his flawless complexion, devoid of even a hint of freckles. "Greetings, uncle." "Ah, David, oh David," Heddock mused, gazing at his nephew with a hint of wistfulness. "I am truly grateful those Muggles did not raise you to be a mute." "Heddock." Mary shot a warning glance at her brother, reminding him, "We agreed not to discuss such matters." All right. Heddock lifted his wand, tilting his head slightly at David as he emphasized, "Yet I remain in accord with your grandfather. Muggles are indeed unreliable. However, your mother is formidable. We all fear her, truly." He then patted his daughter Pansy on the shoulder, advising, "Engage with your cousin. You never know. You might become family one day." "I hope so." Mary observed her son and niece with satisfaction, as if a betrothal were imminent. She gestured for her brother to proceed to the sitting room, reminding him that James was awaiting them. "Oh, why is he here?" Heddock grumbled, pointing disdainfully at the portrait on the wall as he walked away. Mary reiterated her instruction to David to look after Pansy before following her brother to the sitting room. "That is Perseus Parkinson," Pansy revealed as David gazed curiously at the newly appeared figure in the portrait. "Parkinson?" David raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Your ancestor?" "Indeed, from long ago." Pansy circled around David, her gaze unabashedly scrutinizing her yet-to-meet cousin, explaining, "He served as Minister of Magic from 1726 to 1733. Yes, young man, I succeeded your dismal ancestor. He was quite abysmal." The portrait's elderly gentleman, dressed in a suit and white stockings, boasted to David. Pansy retorted without hesitation, "You were a failure too. At least now wizard-muggle marriages are permitted." With that, she took David's hand and dashed out of the castle, reaching a bench beneath a grand tree. "What a dreadful man. My father and I both dislike him." Pansy exhaled with relief and then voiced her complaint. David joined her on the bench, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at his rather charming cousin, asking, "Was he also a minister against Muggles?" "Perhaps. He is a bit of a fool," Pansy shrugged, swinging her legs. "According to my father, he was ousted from his position. Being Minister of Magic is a perilous and foolish endeavor." Leaning back against the bench, David surveyed the undulating landscape of the estate and explained that that's what James said. "I have never seen you before," Pansy remarked, uninterested in the minister, as she turned to assess David. "I only heard my father mention your family in France." "Did you attend a Muggle school?" "For the foundational education. Until I was 11, David smiled as he explained. "Then I went to Beauxbatons, followed by Durmstrang." At this point, he recalled his studies and could not help but sigh. "I have heard of Durmstrang," Pansy nodded slowly. "Draco says they teach dark arts there. How thrilling." Sensing her cousin's despondence, she blinked and added, "I will be starting school this year. A magic school." "Really? Where?" David looked at her, smiling as he inquired. "You're already 11? "Of course." Pansy proudly puffed out her chest, emphasizing Hogwarts, the only one in Britain. "Congratulations," David affirmed with a nod. "You won't have to go to Oxford or Cambridge. James says they are dreadful. And you? Will you return to Durmstrang after school starts?" Pansy leaned over the bench, gazing at her handsome cousin. "Not certain," David replied, staring pensively at the vast estate, filled with uncertainty about the future. If he did not attend school, he would simply return home to inherit the castle and thousands of acres of land. Handsome, yet accomplished in nothing, possessing nothing. "You could come to Hogwarts and attend school with me," Pansy offered eagerly. "Although they do not teach dark arts, I have heard their transfiguration and potions classes are quite excellent." And she nodded, introducing, "The headmaster of Hogwarts is Albus Dumbledore. You know him, right?" "Of course, Albus. Who doesn't know him?" David smiled affirmatively, He is regarded in the British magical community as the greatest wizard of our time, with an endless list of titles. What about abroad? I mean, Pansy blinked, looking at David. Who do the students at Durmstrang idolize? Is it also the headmaster? Many, I suppose. The world is not solely Albus, David pondered, glancing at her as he spoke. Some even remember Grindelwald, claiming he was also great. His mark still adorns the school's walls. How cool. The last Dark Lord. Pansy appeared somewhat rebellious, her taste leaning towards the unconventional, showing no aversion to the figures David mentioned. However, Hogwarts also produced a Dark Lord. Do you know who he is? Voldemort? David chuckled, observing Mary approaching from the castle's entrance as he spoke to Pansy. He is at best a mere creator of terror. The second Dark Lord is hardly deserving of the title. At least he never left Britain, did he? It seems you two are getting along splendidly. Mary approached the children seated on the bench beneath the tree, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she inquired, "What are you discussing that is so lively?" "Aunt," Pansy stammered, standing up, her gaze falling on her formidable cousin, uncertain how to explain his recent comments about the second Dark Lord. David also rose, smiling at his mother as he said, "Pansy invited me to attend a British magic school, claiming it too has a Dark Lord." "Oh, is that so?" Mary had mentally prepared herself for the peculiar topics of youth, yet her son's words still managed to astonish her. Chapter 13. School is still necessary. "I am utterly disenchanted with Hogwarts," Hedda grumbled, separating his steak with a knife and fork. "If he were still in Sweden, I would prefer to send Pansy to Durmstrang." He lifted his head towards Mary and remarked, "At least they admit pure-blood wizards." "I apologize, Hedda." Mary's lips curled slightly as she cast a glance at her father-in-law. "James," before deftly shifting the topic. "John has gone to Africa, hence he could not return." "It's quite all right, Mary." Hedda sipped his red wine and, with a faint smile directed at David, continued, "With David here, ISNT that right, my nephew?" He then gestured towards the steak on the plate, addressing James. "The steak here is truly delectable. No wonder the Queen visits annually." David nodded politely and signaled to the butler, Barkley, for an additional portion of steak. "The last time I saw you was just days before I departed for school at Busbatten." He inquired of Hedda, "Are you still in the antiques business?" "Indeed. I relish this vocation." Hedda replied with a smile, thanking Barkley as he served him the steak, then turned to his nephew. "You could perceive the soul pulsating within magical artifacts. That must be quite fascinating." David engaged his uncle in mundane, yet polite conversation, his demeanor charming and refined, which captivated his cousin Pansy, seated across from him. Though their discussion outside the castle had ventured into unconventional territory, it did not diminish Pansy's interest in him. After dinner, Hedda took a brief respite before preparing to depart with his daughter. David accompanied his mother to bid them farewell, during which his pure-blooded uncle particularly cautioned him not to trust house elves, with the exception of werewolves. He explained to David, house elves are governed by rules, while werewolves require wolfbane potion. David was uncertain how his uncle and James found common ground, as the two seemingly opposite personalities always managed to engage in conversation. As they parted ways, Hedda extended an invitation to the mother and son, insisting they must visit his home before David commenced his studies. Furthermore, he urged David, should he choose to attend Hogwarts, to ensure he was sorted into Slytherin, as it was more accommodating to pure-blood wizards. "Goodbye, cousin." Pansy, after embracing her Aunt Mary, boldly hugged David before joining her father in the carriage. David watched the ornate, classic four-wheeled carriage exit the estate and ascend into the sky, before turning to his mother and asking, "Do wizarding families favor traveling by carriage?" "No, not all families do." Mary, feeling a tinge of melancholy after her brother's departure, proactively explained to her son, if they're sufficiently ancient, they adhere to certain traditions. They may believe that traveling by fireplace would leave them covered in soot, lacking dignity, and that apparition is unsuitable for journeys and fraught with danger. A flying carpet could be an alternative. David shrugged as he walked back with his mother, remarking, "A flying carpet is quite comfortable, but in England, the use of flying carpets for travel is prohibited." Mary clarified, "Here, we adhere to the use of broomsticks or other means." Broomsticks are decidedly unfriendly to ladies, thus only those with particular circumstances might opt for a carriage. "Does my uncle's family also possess a castle and estate?" David inquired with interest. Pansy mentioned that the Parkinson family has produced a minister of magic. Hearing her son mention families, Mary pursed her lips and explained, "No, not all families possess castles and estates. This has no connection to the minister of magic. Moreover, after your aunt's passing, Hedda has grown increasingly averse to emptiness and solitude, which is why they reside in a wizarding village in Wiltshire, in the opposite direction from London." David nodded in understanding, saying, "Uncle is quite amiable, though he does talk excessively. You should introduce him to a young lady. A man in love tends to become more charming." On the final day of June, David received his belongings, which his uncle had forwarded after he had left them at Durmstrang. Glancing at the books, uniform, along with foul socks and leather shoes within the trunk, he set aside the unique wand from Durmstrang and picked up the neatly bundled letters on top, all from Shirley. David found it unbearable to confront these letters, nor could he provide her with a reasonable explanation. Returning to Durmstrang was no longer an option, and his girlfriend had transformed into an ex. Today was yet another sorrowful day. Just as he finished organizing the chaotic contents of his trunk, his grandfather knocked and entered. "Are you well, David?" James asked, observing the trunk on the floor with concern. "I heard you skip breakfast?" "I lost track of time." David raised the book titled Standard Spells and casually tucked it in the bookshelf. This was David's study, adjacent to his bedroom, forming part of a suite along with the bathroom, wardrobe, and storage room. James seemed to perceive his grandson's thoughts, slowly nodding. "This can be entrusted to Dora and the others, but you should change into appropriate attire. We're to meet an old friend shortly." "Out now?" David looked up at his grandfather, recalling that since his return over a month ago, aside from the initial week of his absence, James had taken him hunting, fishing, to the seaside, and even to the nearby Muggle town. Their magical abilities allowed them to explore the surrounding sites in no time. David did not dislike being here. He merely felt a sense of loneliness and confusion. The only outsiders he had encountered these days were a few from the mountain, along with his uncle and cousin. James could discern the surprise and delight in his grandson's eyes, smiling as he nodded. "Of course, that depends on your pace, David. Give me 15 minutes. David chuckled, rising to stride toward the wardrobe, where his grandfather had arranged an array of clothing upon his return. "Remember to have breakfast. The house elf has prepared another meal for you." After reminding his grandson, James exited the study. Being a grandparent could indeed be quite demanding. "Hogsmeade?" David read the signpost at the village entrance through the carriage window, glancing curiously at his grandfather seated opposite him. James nodded and turned his gaze to the window, explaining, "This is a wizarding village, and the old friend we are to meet resides here. He certainly lives quite far." David assessed the shops lining the street, casually remarking, "The carriage ride from the castle to this location took over an hour, and thankfully, he had the habit of bringing books along. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to endure the journey." As the carriage traversed the street, crossed a wooden bridge, and halted before a dilapidated stone house at the village's edge, David was somewhat taken aback. Surely, the friend his grandfather spoke of, who owned a castle and estate, should possess a more respectable residence, even if it lacked those grand features. Even more astonishing to David was the discovery that it was a tavern. Who would frequent such a filthy, decrepit place for a drink? Pigs? Yet, when he looked up, he saw the tavern's sign, the Hogshead Inn. Chapter 14. Hogwarts. What brings you here? Upon pushing open the tavern's wooden door, he found the interior to be lacking in excitement, yet surprisingly populated. David could hardly fathom the type of individuals who would choose to imbibe and socialize in such a venue. Nonetheless, it was evident that affluent patrons would not frequent this establishment, as the attire of both him and his grandfather starkly contrasted with the surroundings. The demeanor of the bartender was far from welcoming. Rather, it resembled that of someone intent on collecting debts. Ignoring the bartender's unpleasant remarks, James surveyed the crowd within the establishment before taking a seat at the bar alongside David. "Is this how you greet old friends, Aberforth?" "Who said we're friends?" "Spare me the theatrics." The bartender, using a grimy rag, polished a glass and placed it before James. "Frankly, I have no desire to serve you. A nobleman of your stature would be better suited to the Three Broomsticks. Madame Rosmerta is more your type. But you can't expel me, can you?" James disregarded David's curious gaze and rapped the bar beside his glass, saying, "One flaming whiskey, please." Aberforth scrutinized James for a considerable duration before reluctantly retrieving a bottle of whiskey from the shelf behind him and pouring it for James. "You'd best drink quickly and depart, so as not to disturb my patrons." "Here?" James turned to survey the motley crowd of the tavern, chuckling softly as he asked Aberforth, "Do they also have a taste for goats? I swear you won't bring this up again." Aberforth, in a fit of anger, clamped his hand over the glass in James's grasp, glaring at him and seething. "What exactly do you want?" "No need to be tense, Aberforth." James released his grip on the glass and pointed to his grandson, who was examining a mummified head. "This is my grandson, David. He hopes to transfer to Hogwarts for his 3rd year. However, as you know, I am not particularly acquainted with Headmaster Dumbledore. Regrettably, I cannot assist you." Aberforth released the glass, standing upright as he declared, "Neither am I well acquainted with him. Do not threaten me with that matter again." Observing that James was about to speak, he leaned in closer, narrowing his eyes as he hissed, "You know well that I have no relations with him." "All right, I understand. James chose not to pursue the topic further, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill. "It is still a pleasure to see you, Aberforth." He rose, beckoning to David, and proceeded toward the exit. David followed closely behind his grandfather, oblivious to the bartender's watchful and scrutinizing gaze. At the entrance of the bar, David glanced back at the grimy sign before stepping into the carriage. "He doesn't welcome you." "No, he is merely shy." James peered out the window, which faced the direction of the Hog's Head Inn. David pursed his lips, inquiring once more, "How is Hogwarts? How does it compare to Durmstrang?" You'll have to experience that for yourself once you start school." James smiled, retracting his gaze to focus on David. "For now, let us enjoy a drink at the Three Broomsticks, which offers a far superior atmosphere." Throughout the entirety of July, the castle was home to just the two of them, grandfather and grandson. Yet, David did not experience solitude, as he was granted access to his grandfather's study to peruse books. While not as expansive as the school library, it was substantial enough to reveal the depth of a magical lineage to David. Beyond reading, David, much like a street urchin, accompanied his grandfather as they mingled within the magical community. They ventured into Diagon Alley, Knockturn Alley, and wizarding villages reminiscent of Hogsmeade. Whether visiting taverns or friends, or partaking in outings and formal banquets, the British magical world proved to be quite lively, provided one was willing to integrate into its circle. A month of socializing and visits allowed David to recognize that the daily life of wizards encompassed more than mere magic. If a wizard possesses a genuine passion for life, their existence can be filled with boundless joy. Hence, conflict is not the perpetual theme here. Many wizards even lack proficiency in dueling magic. Disputes within taverns often resolve in a muggle manner, with a punch here and a kick there, followed by both parties returning to their drinks, sporting black eyes. James's social standing fluctuated, yet he was never turned away. After all, who would refuse a retired gentleman who, in his boredom, sought to share his familial joys? On the final day of July, the butler, Barkley, delivered a letter sent by Owl. "For me, Pansy?" David received the envelope with a hint of surprise, presuming it to be correspondence from his cousin Pansy, as only a few knew his contact address. Barkley shook his head slightly, reminding him, "It is a letter from Hogwarts." "Master, is that so?" "Thank you, Barkley." After expressing his gratitude to the butler, David tore open the envelope and began to read the letter. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot, dear Mr. David Rawle, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your owl in response by July 31st. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Is it a letter from Hogwarts?" James, having appeared in the study at some point, chuckled as he observed David's expression. David nodded, lifting the letter to display it. "So, the Hog's Head is Hogwarts admissions office?" "No. David, you are misunderstanding." James grinned as he took the letter from David's hands, perusing it before nodding slowly. "It seems you will require some new attire." Peering through the letter, he added, "such as robes. It appears we need to find a professional to assist you in procuring them." "I can wait at home." David felt he had spent enough time out lately and wished for some solitude. For instance, to respond to this address. He pointed to the top of the acceptance letter, adding, or perhaps to investigate why the headmaster has so many titles. "If you wish, you could peruse this book, The Great Wizards of the 20th Century." James paid no heed to David's reluctance, raising his hand to summon a thick, ornate book from the shelf. Flipping it open to find a section on Dumbledore. Barnabas Finkley Award for Exemplary Spellcasting, British Youth Representative at the Cairo International Alchemy Conference for Pioneering Contributions, Gold Medal. Alchemy? Following his grandfather's finger, David spotted the mention of Dumbledore's accolades and suddenly recalled his grandfather's earlier professions. "You were an alchemist. Did you also receive this award?" Chapter 15, I haven't done that in ages. What have you done to provoke your grandfather? Yule led David through winding streets to the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. David did not respond to the question, instead pointing to the sign above their heads. "They don't sell robes here." "Of course. We'll grab a drink first and perhaps meet a friend." Yule casually draped an arm over David's shoulder as they entered the dilapidated tavern, a place David had visited before. "Good evening, Tom. A glass of brandy, please." Euler greeted the hunchbacked, bald bartender with a familiarity that was palpable, eliciting a bright smile in return. "Oh, by the way, this is David, my nephew. Could you serve him a butterbeer?" "We've met before, Mr. Rowell." Tom waved his hand dismissively, placing a frothy glass of beer before David, followed by another glass of brandy for Euler. David glanced at the lip print on the beer glass, raised an eyebrow at Tom, and remarked, "This tavern has indeed enjoyed a stroke of luck to remain in business this long." "Don't be like that, David," Euler replied with an apologetic smile towards Tom, then turned to David and cautioned, "Being too unconventional may cost you friends." David respected the customs of the establishment, but declined to partake in them. He pushed the beer aside and pulled out magical landmarks from his bag to peruse. "I'll stick to this. You go ahead. What is this? Reading for amusement?" Euler shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. "Isn't a man's joy found in drinking, causing mischief, and charming women? Huh? Tina," he managed to utter before realizing that the date he had arranged had just arrived at the tavern door. David cast a glance. She was a sweet-looking witch, adorned in a shimmering dress, quite fashionable. Euler, 6 years younger than John and David's uncle, bore the family's admirable genetic traits, earning him the moniker of the heartthrob of the magical realm. His character and proclivities had just been mentioned, to seize joy in a moment and live extravagantly. "Who is this dashing young man?" "David, my nephew." Euler introduced Tina with a smile, then pulled her close and whispered softly in her ear. David, disinterested in their exchange, thought it unnecessary to remember the names of Euler's companions, as they were ever-changing, forgotten faster than they could be recalled. The tavern buzzed with whispers due to Tina's appearance, but soon returned to its relatively tranquil state. A few elderly witches sat in a corner, sipping sherry from small glasses while wisps of white smoke curled from their long pipes. 3 middle-aged wizards gathered around a round table, seemingly engaged in a card game, possibly gambling. Of course, there were also wizards like David, sipping drinks while engrossed in books, such as the peculiar figure wrapped in a headscarf. Tranquility is always relative until the door swung open once more. "Oh my goodness," a witch exclaimed, astonished as a towering figure entered. To call him merely tall was an understatement. He was more accurately described as a giant. The small boy accompanying him appeared delicate and dainty, almost like an ornament. "Ah, Hagrid. Hagrid, you frightened Selena." Laughter erupted in the tavern, which had fallen silent for a moment, quickly returning to its lively chaos. As the giant was well-liked, bartender Tom set a cup on the bar and cheerfully inquired, "The usual, Hagrid?" "Oh, no." The giant's refusal seemed somewhat forced, his gaze lingering hesitantly on the cup. Euler appeared to know him as well, waving across Tina to greet him. "What brings you here? Come for a drink?" "No, not today. I'm here on Hogwarts business." Hagrid raised a massive hand to pat the bartender's shoulder, nearly toppling Tom. Yet, seeing Euler, he leaned in, lowering his voice, which he believed to be small, and asked, "Do you still have that fluffy you sold me last time?" "Hey, lower your voice." Euler shot a nervous glance at Hagrid, scanning the surroundings before continuing, "I haven't been in that business for ages." Hagrid straightened up, spreading his hands as he asked, "What are you doing here?" "This is my nephew, David." Euler patiently reiterated, "I brought him to purchase his school supplies for Hogwarts." After emphasizing this, he embraced the witch beside him and introduced, "This is Tina, and this is Hagrid." After exchanging greetings with the witch, who looked at him as if he were a gorilla, Hagrid remarked, "You always have this charm about you. A new student at Hogwarts?" Hagrid scrutinized David, then inquired of Euler, "Also from Greece?" No, transferring to Hogwarts," Euler explained vaguely. "It's already been arranged with Dumbledore." Tina, upon hearing Hagrid's words, furrowed her brow, questioning him about Greece. This was all a fabrication of Euler's, and only Hagrid would believe his tall tales. To divert the conversation, he pointed to the small boy beside Hagrid and asked, "Is this your official business?" "Oh, I nearly forgot." Hagrid pushed the small boy forward with a hearty gesture, introducing, "Harry Potter, this year's new student at Hogwarts." "My goodness, Harry Potter." Tom had been observing the boy, and upon Hagrid's introduction, exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that he is?" The bartender's surprise rendered the tavern momentarily silent, all eyes fixated on the somewhat timid boy. "Oh dear, what honor." Tom dashed out from behind the bar, grasping the boy's hand, overwhelmed with excitement. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back." The boy, feeling somewhat embarrassed, looked at the bartender, who was eagerly shaking hands with everyone in the room. "I can hardly believe it. I finally get to meet you. Mr. Potter, it is such an honor." The tavern erupted in jubilation, as though celebrating a grand festival. David found himself pushed from his original spot at the bar to beside Tina, while Euler and the others gazed at the boy. "Is this the savior of the British magical community?" "What?" Tina asked, surprised, retracting her gaze and looking at David as if he were curiosity. Euler, speaking across her to David, explained, "He's been missing for 11 years, probably hidden away for protection, which is why he seems somewhat." He pursed his lips, shrugging to indicate that David was merely witnessing the surface. However, at that moment, the boy who had survived great peril appeared rather disheveled. His already worn clothes looked even more crumpled in the crowd. David, undeterred by Tina's peculiar expression, frowned and remarked, "Clearly, the British magical community has not done enough for the orphan child of parents who fell in the magical war." He gestured towards the boy and added, "They view him more as a symbol of victory or a yearning for peace rather than as a child who requires care and assistance." "What is Fluffy? Your thoughts are quite novel." Tina raised an eyebrow, her interest in the charming young man apparent. "Do you have any idea how wealthy the Potter family is?" "No, I don't need to know." David shook his head, resuming his reading from the book in his hands, replying, "I only know he lost his parents at a young age. Galleons can heal everything." Tina seemed to be competing with David, placing her hand on the book, her gemstone ring sparkling. Stubbornly, she stated, "Without parents, one can still make friends. You should give it a try. Who knows? You might just become friends with Potter." "No, money is not everything." David lifted his gaze to the rebellious young lady and remarked, "I never consider a friend's wealth. For no amount of riches can compare to the fortune of the Rowell family." His audacity to voice such a sentiment stemmed not solely from the courage imparted by the castle and estates, but also from the experiences shared in Diagon Alley with James. How could one explain that John and Ulysses had been deceived by James? The decline of a lineage that had thrived for centuries is not so easily wrought. "The foolish sons of the landowner," Ulysses exclaimed, "I require a reasonable explanation." Tina, witnessing David's arrogance, turned to Ulysses and inquired, "Did you not claim to despise wealth and to venerate freedom and wandering?" "Tina, allow me to explain." Ulysses shot David a glare before hastily adding, "I have never held an affinity for money. I am truly indifferent to it." His words were indeed sincere. David, stoking the fire, interjected, "Grandfather has not bequeathed him even a single estate. He truly is destined to roam the streets." "Scoundrel! Fraud!" Tina exclaimed, shoving Ulysses aside as she stood, directing her ire at David. "You little rogue." "Oof." With that, she turned and stormed out of the tavern, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. David, feigning innocence, spread his hands and looked at Ulysses, asking, "Whom have I wronged? You caused me to lose my love, David." Ulysses shot a disgruntled glance at his nephew. The tavern had returned to its tranquil state, and the boy and the giant had vanished. "Come on, let us procure your gear. I owe you that much. It is about time. My time is precious." David closed the book and stuffed it into his backpack, casually inquiring, "Whose daughter is Tina?" "No, she is not from a family, but she is quite affluent." Ulysses turned to him and asked, "Are you familiar with Satina Warbeck?" "Tina is her granddaughter." Upon seeing the blank look on David's face, Ulysses shook his head in exasperation and explained, "She is a renowned singer in the British magical community. Celebrated for her hits. A cauldron of fiery love and UVE cast a spell on my heart." "So what?" David shrugged and asked, "You have no shortage of wealth. Why feign poverty? Just engage in a normal courtship." "What do you know?" Ulysses, with an air of superiority, replied, "The pinnacle of wooing is to spend no coin, yet receive all her affection. Do you understand, young sir?" "I understand. You are indeed a rogue." David nodded gravely, affirming his comprehension. He procured 3 sets of black robes from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, 2 black pointed hats for daytime wear, a pair of dragonhide protective gloves, and a black winter cloak with silver clasps. Ulysses had informed Madame Malkin of David's identity. Therefore, each item bore his name tag. From Flourish and Blots, he acquired textbooks such as Standard Spells, A History of Magic, Magical Theory, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Magical Potions and Elixirs, Where to Find Magical Creatures, and Dark Magic, a self-defense guide. Do not inquire why he purchased the entire collection. This was Britain, and his previous textbooks were not in English. However, he had sufficient funds remaining for supplies like cauldrons, glass potion bottles, telescopes, and brass scales, all of which were readily available at home. Ulysses, clutching the list, muttered about acquiring a pet for David and asked what he desired. "Can I have Fong?" "No, you cannot." Ulysses pointed to the list of permitted pets, stating, "You may have an owl, a cat, or a toad." "What is Fong, then?" David tilted his head, unwilling to let Ulysses off the hook, fully aware that both his uncle and his uncle's husband shared a penchant for collecting dangerous magical creatures. Ulysses glared at David for a moment, and when he saw no sign of retreat, he resignedly lowered his head and whispered, "It's a 3-headed dog. I brought it back from Africa with John. That foolish giant traded me a massive bag of unicorn tail hair for it." He spread his arms to illustrate the size of the parcel, then laughed, "A huge bag, enough to keep me in brandy for 20 years. David listened to his exaggerated description, rolling his eyes and asking, "Didn't you tell grandfather you were done with that?" Ulysses raised an eyebrow in defense, saying, "I truly have stopped, but who doesn't have a side hustle?" You make a compelling argument. David nodded in agreement before threateningly stating, then I want a three-headed dog too. I want Fong. Of course. You could even have a three-headed dragon, young sir. Ulysses shrugged and replied, but you must wait until you come of age and become the minister for magic, who allows wizards to keep such creatures. Just wait, Ulysses. David angrily dismissed his uncle's suggestion to buy him a cat or an owl, as he could hardly be bothered to care for himself. Passing by the Quidditch shop, David saw a group of young boys pointing at the window, enviously shouting, that's the new Nimbus 2000, the fastest broom. Is it expensive? Of course. Hearing the foolish question from behind, one of the shouting boys turned to David and yelled, it costs 500 galleons. 500 galleons. It's a competition broom. All right, 500 galleons, right? David turned back to Ulysses with a slight smile, saying, Uncle, I like Quidditch. At his declaration, the surrounding children fell silent, watching him with quiet curiosity, knowing they had used similar tactics on their parents. Who wouldn't he want such a broom? Enough of that, David. You're fond of your aunt, aren't you? Ulysses, noticing his nephew's mischievous grin, gritted his teeth and confirmed, are you serious? Perhaps, who knows, I might end up liking her. David stood still, tilting his head toward the broom in the window, along with the price tag displayed beneath it. Ulysses approached, seething, and after a glance at the display, turned back to David, asking, would a Nimbus 2000 make you forget about Fawn? Perhaps, maybe while playing I would forget, I'm still a child. David wore an expression that conveyed, buy it if you wish. If not, I shall tell grandfather. If bought, the response would be, thank you, uncle. Wow. Amidst the astonished and envious exclamations of the boys outside, David emerged from the shop clutching a Nimbus 2000. Ulysses lamented, 5 years of brandy down the drain. Chapter 17, Sent to Azkaban. Mary, keep an eye on your son. Ulysses burst through the door of the Galleon Loan and Mortgage shop, laden with parcels. Not even considering the customers in the waiting room, he began to complain, he has emptied my pockets. Politeness, Ulysses. Mary transferred her customer to Susan and stepped out from the back room. Upon seeing the broom in David's hands, she frowned and asked, where did you acquire that money? What good question, Ulysses exclaimed, momentarily stumped, before gesturing for David to explain. David shrugged and earnestly clarified to his mother, I acquired it through my uncle selling his charms. Puffed. The guest sipping tea in the parlor was so taken aback by his words that the liquid sprayed from his mouth. Oh, my apologies, how rude of me. The unfortunate guest, indeed, found himself in a rather ludicrous situation. To visit a pawn shop was already a sorrowful affair, and now it had turned into a comical predicament. David, my apologies, Mr. Bach. Mary nodded apologetically to the guest in the parlor and promptly pulled David aside, whispering a caution. Such words should not be uttered. Very well, David acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Let us say my uncle exchanged his youth for drinking money. I truly appreciate your kindness, David. You'll gritted his teeth, forcing a grateful smile. Then gestured to Mary, saying, David is in your hands now. My task has been satisfactorily completed. As he approached the door, he turned back to David and declared, let Buck come to fetch you. I do not wish to see you again for a week. I want to go home now, Yule. David called out as he hurried after him, inquiring, where are you going? Leave me be, David, I beg you. Yule retorted, pulling open the door. I'm going to pursue Tina. David glanced outside and shouted, ISNT, she ignoring you. You and T understand, lad, nothing is ever final. Yule's voice trailed off, becoming indistinct, and David turned back to see his mother, tilting her head in curiosity. It's that wealthy heiress, quite affluent, he explained. His mother had issued a prohibition against him spending time alone with Yule, fearing he might be led astray. It's all your Uncle S's fault. He earnestly attempted to explain to James. I told him I disliked brooms, yet he insisted on buying one for me. I certainly believe you, David. James nodded in understanding as he regarded the warning letter from the Ministry of Magic, adding, Yule often stirs trouble. He is not a good influence, is he? Am I going to be sent to Azkaban? David looked up at his grandfather, saying, Pansy mentioned that it's the prison of the British Ministry of Magic. Certainly not, David. James reassured him as he carefully restowed the letter, explaining, being seen riding a flying broomstick by muggles is hardly a grave offense. However, it might frighten those poor muggles. Wouldn't he it? Very well. I shall ensure they do not see me again. David nodded, acknowledging his mistake and making the appropriate promise. It appears you require some new knowledge to cultivate a fundamental reverence for magic. After a moment as contemplation, James led him to the study. With a bit of thought, he summoned 2 hefty tomes from the shelf, their weight evident. In 3rd grade, you'll have elective courses. He placed the volumes on the desk and addressed David. I recommend you take Ancient Runes. It is foundational for studying alchemy. David approached the desk, peering at the titles, and inquired, the Book of Hieroglyphs? The Book of Abraham? Indeed, these are introductory texts on alchemy, James informed him. In school, you will study a beginner's guide to ancient runes. You will also utilize reference works such as the Runes Dictionary, Magical Symbols Compendium, Magical Phonetics and Advanced Runes Translation. As he introduced each title, the corresponding books flew forth, neatly arranging themselves on the desk. I must learn all of this. David gazed in astonishment at the plethora of hefty tomes, pondering how long it would take, even though he enjoyed reading. James nodded slightly. You have ample time to absorb this knowledge, provided you have a genuine passion for alchemy. I don't quite understand. David reached out to touch the books on the desk, feeling a sense of reverence. Of course, you are only in second grade. I cannot expect you to possess innate knowledge. James settled comfortably, ready to initiate his grandson into the mysteries of alchemy. Alchemy is a significant branch of magic, an ancient science that studies the composition, structure, and magical properties of the four fundamental elements, as well as the transmutation of matter. David sat across from the desk, perusing the books while listening to his grandfather's lecture. Ancient alchemists believed that all things in the world were composed of four elements: air, water, earth, and fire. Each element represented a combination of two of the four basic qualities: dryness, wetness, coldness, and heat. With a wave of his hand, James summoned a quill, which began to inscribe words and symbols onto the parchment laid out before them. Earth is dry and cold. Water is wet and cold. Air is wet and hot. Fire is dry and hot. He elaborated. The foundational concept of alchemy is understanding, decomposing, and reconstructing. If a seed is introduced during the transformation process, the corresponding construction can be achieved. For instance, in the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, we require a seed of gold to facilitate this transformation. The Philosopher's Stone? Nicholas Flamel? David's eyes widened slightly at the familiar name. There are legends of him at Beauxbatons. Indeed, Nicholas Flamel. He successfully crafted the Philosopher's Stone. James nodded, his tone tinged with admiration. That is the allure of alchemy, is it not? Why don't you create one yourself? David inquired, tapping the books on the desk. Doesn't the book provide a method for its creation? Ahem. James sidestepped David's question with a light cough. Alchemy encompasses more than just the Philosopher's Stone. There are other delights, such as? David remained intrigued by the Philosopher's Stone, having heard that Nicholas Flamel had become wealthy and achieved greatness because of it. For example, the creation of mandrakes is a product of alchemy, James illustrated, by taking the last convulsion of a male hangman, burying it for a week, and casting a spell. One can witness a creature with a human head and a spider's body emerge. David gaped in shock, feeling a wave of revulsion rather than enchantment at the prospect of alchemy. James continued, alchemy is fundamentally divided into three categories: elements, explosive reactions, and control. Seeing David's bewilderment, he clarified, the Philosopher's Stone pertains to elements, while lightning is an explosive reaction. The magical traps used by John and others to capture fantastic beasts are control-type magic traps, like the Devil's Snare variant. David nodded in comprehension. So, my father excels in alchemy. No, it is Mary. James corrected him, feeling somewhat defeated by his grandson's misunderstanding. Your father possesses no talent. It is your mother who is gifted. Chapter 18. Strikingly handsome. If the Devil's Snare is meticulously cultivated to achieve a relatively stable state and then refined, along with the right temptations and triggering structures, what would result? Wow, cousin, you're amazing, Pansy exclaimed from behind David, watching in awe as the ghoul ensnared by the Devil's Snare writhed and twisted. Behind her, a blond boy relaxed, shedding his tension and fear, a smirk of disdain dancing on his lips. What is so impressive about that? It's just a ghoul. We have a white peacock at home. Very well, Draco. David rose to his feet, drawing his wand in preparation to deal with the ghoul, while addressing Draco with a casual remark. We'll be catching a white peacock at your house later. How could that be? Draco Malfoy hastily approached, endeavoring to clarify. The white peacocks don't need to be caught. They reside within my family's estate. Flames blazed fiercely as David flicked his wand, igniting the Devil's Snare that ensnared the ghoul. The alchemical creation, which James had taught him to cultivate interest and practice, served as a binding trap. James had explained that alchemy stimulated and altered the internal structure of the Devil's Snare, enabling it to burn rapidly with life, thereby extending and ensnaring its target without fear of light. As the ghoul, engulfed in flames, broke free from its confines, it was naturally intent on retaliating against the mischievous little rascals. Draco, who had been boasting to David, was suddenly startled and fell to the ground as the creature charged towards him. Pansy, standing behind him, let out a piercing scream, nearly fainting from fright. Fall back at full speed. David remained unfazed by their panic, shifting his stance to redirect the ghoul's attack while delivering a blow. As the spell struck the ghoul, sending it staggering backward, David swiftly cast an ice spell. Freeze! The ghoul's body became ensconced in a blue frost that swiftly spread, rendering it rigid. At that moment, David shrugged at the two wide-eyed onlookers, raising his wand and casually intoning, "Shatter," with a resounding bang. It was as if colossal ice blocks harvested from a river in winter plummeted from the sky, shattering upon impact. Scattered among the crushed ice were remnants of the ghoul's corporeal form, creating a rather macabre spectacle. "Isn't that amusing?" David smiled softly at the pair, remarking, "The most popular game at Durmstrang, though typically, one can only remove the blindfold a second after the target is released, testing one's adaptability. Quite delightful." Draco's complexion paled, his lips trembling. Once the danger had subsided, he forced himself to speak defiantly. He had never won a fight, but he never lost a war of words. Pansy, emboldened by the thrill, approached and kicked at the rapidly melting ice, exclaiming to David, "That is truly impressive. This is the art of dueling. What's so special about it?" Draco rose from the ground, eager to salvage his pride, retorting indignantly, "Once I'm back at school, I'll be able to do the same in under a year." "Of course, I have no doubt," David replied with a smile, acknowledging Draco's assertion, before urging, "Now, let's go catch that white peacock at your house." "No, that's not happening." David was visiting his uncle's home with his mother, a reciprocal visit. The Parkinson family lineage was not extensive, lacking any close branches, perhaps due to their reverence for pure blood. Pansy, who had grown up in solitude, was not about to let go of such a dashing cousin. They had maintained correspondence since their last meeting. In mid-August, when his aunt brought her cousin over for a visit, she had extended an invitation to keep him around for a few days. Mary and Hedrick were pleased to see the two bonding, especially Mary, who held a fondness for her niece. David, at his mother's behest, remained in Wiltshire, perhaps because Mary believed the magical creatures at Rowell Manor also deserved a holiday. Though his uncle's place lacked a grand estate, it featured a villa surrounded by hills and woods, with Malfoy Manor just beyond the mountains. The two families were on good terms, and Draco often visited, sometimes accompanied by his two lackeys. My father originally intended to send me to Durmstrang, in the villa's living room, with only the three of them present, Hedrick often being away. Draco tossed a sweet bean into the air and caught it with his mouth, swaying as he chewed. "But my mother thinks it's too far." "What a pity," David said, reclining on the sofa and scratching his head over his alchemical notes. "The climate in Sweden is especially conducive to cultivating combat resolve." Draco, interpreting this as a jab at his recent embarrassment on the mountain, wore a sullen expression, unwilling to engage. Pansy, wishing to avoid discord between Draco and her cousin, proactively interjected, "Where exactly is Durmstrang located in Switzerland?" "Unlocatable," David replied, closing his notebook and rubbing his temples. "It is enchanted, making its precise location impossible to mark on a map. Much like Hogwarts." Unable to resist the urge to display his knowledge, Draco piped up, "That place is also under such a charm. Muggles can only see ruins there, according to my mother." "Cousin, does Durmstrang truly teach dark magic?" Pansy jumped off the sofa and circled around to massage Draco's temples, clearly impressed by her cousin's studiousness. "Does it need saying?" Draco tossed another sweet bean, catching it perfectly, and bragged, "My father says they place greater emphasis on dueling and dark magic, as well as combat magic. Quite cool." Pansy rested her elbows on the back of the sofa, gazing down at her cousin's striking profile, her hand unconsciously sliding down to pinch David's baby fat. Smack! David swatted her hand away and gestured for her to continue. Pansy stifled a giggle, asking, "Why didn't you use dark magic earlier, and why were you moving while casting?" That question stumped even the well-educated Malfoy, who also awaited David's response. "Dark magic requires a substantial magical power as a foundation. I'm only in my second year," David replied, eyes closed as he relished his cousin's gentle touch, speaking in a voice that suggested he was nearly dozing off. "Is your magical power insufficient?" Draco, now intrigued by the art of dueling, leaned closer, asking, "So you needed multiple spells to defeat the ghoul, right?" "Clever. You possess a knack for dueling," David remarked, squinting at Draco as if he were a laboratory mouse. "Never presume you can defeat an opponent in one strike. The clever application of combined spells can yield unexpected results." Chapter 19, Platform 9. "I do not concur with their admission criteria. Do you, David?" Draco reclined against the armrest of the sofa, speaking haughtily. "Those outsiders have never received the same education as us and remain oblivious to our world. Just think about it." He straightened up, addressing David. "Some of them hadn't even heard of Hogwarts before receiving their acceptance letters. What a pity that Dumbledore has grown senile. Draco, somewhat irate, slammed his hand against the armrest and stood up, declaring, the school should only admit students from ancient wizarding families. Are you a proponent of pureblood supremacy? David languidly reclined on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Draco with a smirk. I do not share your views. Are you a supporter of blood mixing? Draco's expression darkened as he stated, the Rowell family has never produced a pureblood traitor. I thought you would be akin to us if you could gain admission to Durmstrang. No, I do not endorse blood purity. David straightened himself, refuting Draco's judgment along with his subsequent remarks. The Rowell family has never held blood purity in high regard, and neither does Durmstrang. What? Draco exclaimed, as if he had heard the most absurd of tales, his eyes wide in disbelief. You are speaking nonsense. After that outburst, he narrowed his eyes and sneered. No wonder your grandfather became the Queen's lover. Draco Malfoy. Pansy interjected angrily, then nervously turned to her cousin to explain, he is spouting rubbish. She feared her cousin might become enraged and retaliate against Draco, as she had just done with the ghoul. First and foremost, the Rowell family venerates magic, yet their creed places family above all else. David did not brandish his wand. After all, Draco was merely a spoiled child, lacking a proper magical education, and engaging him would only diminish his own worth. He calmly remarked, Durmstrang enrolls students from pureblood families primarily for the geographical advantage they provide. Such students are often steeped in magical power from a young age, thus possessing greater willpower and combat prowess. Strength has little to do with blood purity. David rose to his feet, inclining his head slightly to regard Malfoy, and added, regarding the Queen, allow me to remind you that your great-grandfather, Lucius Malfoy, was a suitor of Elizabeth I, albeit unsuccessfully. I refuse to believe it. Malfoy retorted, infuriated, retreating to the door and glaring at David with malice. Just you wait. We shall see each other at school. Very well. I await your arrival. David chuckled, saying, I shall defeat you 8 times in one day. The camaraderie among children is fleeting, akin to the summer vacations of childhood memories. Upon returning from his uncle's house, David dedicated his thoughts entirely to his 3rd-grade textbooks and the alchemical notes his grandfather had bestowed upon him. Durmstrang also offered instruction in dueling techniques and agile movements, with exceptional staff training. Although the castle boasted animated suits of armor, their movements were rather cumbersome. Each morning, David would practice swordsmanship against them, treating it merely as physical exercise. Wizards, much like muggles, vary in their need for combat skills. Some require them not at all, focusing instead on daily life and work. Human energy is finite, and this holds true for wizards as well. Learning in excess of spells without frequent application is a sheer waste. In times of peace, with decades devoid of war, what utility does mastering dark magic serve? Will dark wizards break into their homes for a few galleons? Nonsense. They would be met with dire consequences. James had once told David that no matter how formidable one's combat prowess, it would not yield castles or estates, yet alchemy could. John and his companions were a testament to this, having turned the perilous profession of poaching into a farce, illustrating the paramount importance of intellect. David held a different perspective. He desired galleons and the capacity to protect them as well. He intended to excel in both realms, since the alchemical legacy bequeathed by his ancestors promised a life of comfort. Why should he toil in pursuit of further endeavors? Thus, he did not resist the life path his grandfather had chosen for him. Rather, he opted to redouble his efforts in his studies. Yet he harbored his own aspirations. John was not a failure in David's eyes, for he was strong enough to live freely, unperturbed by the future. On the final day of August, the entire family gathered at the castle to share one last dinner with David before his return to school. The principle of family supremacy was not mere rhetoric. It was evident in James's attitude towards his children and in John's dynamics with his father and offspring. Naturally, in matters of life choices and careers, John and others had their own ambitions and goals, which James wished to discuss but held back. Having opted for retirement, he entrusted both shops entirely to his children, occasionally visiting but refraining from meddling. This mutual respect was fundamentally why they could enjoy each other's company. Which platform? Platform 9. Stop spouting nonsense, Vernon retorted. There is no such thing as Platform 9. Harry glanced at the ticket in his hand, emphasizing, it says so right here on my train ticket. Just as their argument escalated, a momentary silence fell at the platform. A golden-haired boy dressed in an expensive, casual suit strode past them, gripping a hand wand, his suave demeanor capturing the attention of many women present. Following closely behind was a similarly attired servant pushing a luggage cart laden with a suitcase over a meter long, stacked with additional bags. clearly a noble student rushing to catch a train. Vernon squinted at them, intimidated by their presence, and cautiously stepped aside. Only after the two figures vanished around a corner did the crowd return to their senses, quickly forgetting the encounter. Yet Harry did not forget. He felt a sense of familiarity with that golden-haired boy and noticed the magical emblem on the suitcase. Without further ado, he hastened to follow, knowing the boy must also be a student at Hogwarts. However, the latter moved too swiftly and in the blink of an eye, vanished from view. Harry looked up to see a large plastic sign emblazoned with the number 9 on one platform, while another displayed the number 10, with nothing in between. Wishing you a successful semester. Vernon's mocking laughter dripped with malice. Harry felt a pang of anxiety, and after enduring the platform attendant's complaints, it wasn't until he spotted the sign once more that he felt a flicker of hope. King's Cross Station, Platform 9. The red steam engine rested on the tracks, emitting a thunderous roar that warned the young wizards on the platform that the train was about to depart. Meanwhile, the wizards who had come to bid farewell were captivated by the two figures that had just appeared. Whispers abounded, speculating about the origins of this noble young gentleman. However, one wizard discerned the significance of the ring on his hand and the family crest on his luggage. Is that the Rowell family? I thought they had fallen from grace. Chapter 20, The Dangerous Family. Have a pleasant journey, young Master Rowell. Thank you, Barkley. Casually selecting an empty compartment to stow his belongings, David bid farewell to Barkley at the train door. The two stood at the threshold, David extending his hand in gratitude. Barkley, adhering to the ceremonial traditions of the early century, exchanged farewells with David. Watching Barkley depart, David disregarded the prying eyes and murmurs on the platform. Turning back into the compartment, he removed his hat, stowed his wand, and retrieved a copy of the Daily Prophet from his bag for leisure reading. James had introduced it as a paper filled with nonsense, yet at least 10 of its content was deemed worthwhile. To assimilate into British magical society more swiftly, David knew he must acquire a window into the wizarding world. Clearly, visiting taverns or Diagon Alley was not a prudent choice. Thus, the newspaper became his source of amusement during his leisure time. Excuse me, may I join you? As David perused his newspaper, the carriage door swung open, revealing two boys of similar age at the threshold. Finding available seats in the sparse carriage proved to be a challenge. Of course you may, David replied with a courteous smile, nodding to indicate they could make themselves comfortable. The boys had evidently just boarded the train, oblivious to the discussions that had transpired on the platform. After stowing their luggage, they noticed David engrossed in his reading, prompting an awkward self-introduction. Hello, I am Hugo Scott, a third year from Hufflepuff. I am Stephen Hall, also in third year from Ravenclaw. Greetings, David acknowledged, lifting his gaze with a smile, introducing himself as David Rowell, a third year. Though I am yet to determine my house. Rowell? The Rowell family, exclaimed the dark-haired Hugo in surprise, quickly covering his mouth with his hand in a shy gesture. Glancing at Stephen, Stephen, too, wore a look of astonishment, his lips quivering as he stammered. You mean the Rowell family? Is there something wrong with the Rowell family? David asked, narrowing his eyes, his polite smile fading. No. Stephen turned to Hugo, blinking rapidly as he inquired. Hugo, we are searching for Cedric, right? Yes. Hugo Scott nodded vigorously, his gaze earnest as he conveyed their intent to David. Watching the two boys hastily vacate the carriage as if fleeing, David felt a twinge of exasperation. With a flick of his wand, the carriage door closed automatically, muffling the external clamor. This train was evidently quite antiquated, and while David sought solitude, whispers regarding him persisted from outside. A young wizard appeared to be searching for a seat, but was redirected by a familiar friend who cautioned him about the presence of a member of the Rowell family. Even after the train departed, David remained alone in the carriage, with even Pansy not making an appearance. Rumors circulated aboard the train that two notable figures were traveling this year. The savior, the boy who lived, Harry Potter, and the heir of the dangerous Rowell family. David Rowell. While Harry Potter was a household name, many remained unaware of David Rowell, leading to hushed discussions about the Rowell family's notoriety. Tales of the family's defiance of the Ministry of Magic, their association with the Dark Lord's Death Eaters, and their status as international fugitives filled the air, coalescing into a foreboding cloud of Rowell-related dread that loomed over the young wizards. The Rowell family's reputation was undeniably vast. As for his father, John, it could be said that fame is a double-edged sword, with both good and bad connotations. David had resigned himself to the misunderstandings and prejudices that accompanied his lineage, devising better means to counteract them. As the steam train gradually rolled to a stop at the platform, the cacophony resumed within the carriage. Following the announcement, David donned his school robes and organized his belongings on the seat. Throughout the journey from noon until evening, the young wizards had not paused for even a moment. It seemed that the 3-month summer break had been excessively long for them, as even adversaries greeted each other with surprising warmth. David's carriage maintained an air of tranquility, with him as its sole occupant, quietly engrossed in his book. During this time, an elderly lady pushing a snack cart opened the door to inquire if he desired any refreshments. However, upon noticing the exquisite pastries and fruits laid out on David's table, she politely closed the door once more. First-year students, over here. Harry, come this way, how are you? David once again spotted the giant with the bushy beard. Hagrid, who had purchased Norbert the dragon. He stood there holding a lamp like a beacon, dispelling the chill in the hearts of the first-year students and beckoning them homeward. David did not heed his call, for he was not a first year. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the station was small and dilapidated, though a few buildings glimmered with light. The dim moonlight failed to illuminate the distant mountains, which loomed ominously, suggesting that the school was situated in a remote mountainous region. It was indeed a sight blessed with scenic beauty, surrounded by forests and echoing with the howls of beasts, yet it was hardly a place for the faint-hearted. You, yes, you, the new student. David turned to see the giant Hagrid bellowing at him, surrounded by a gaggle of young wizards who curiously regarded David like chicks around a hen. Yes, you. I'm talking about you. As David, bewildered, pointed to himself, Hagrid nodded, his lamp swaying in response. You must be David Rowell. I remember you. You are a new student, in a sense. Noticing Hagrid's emphasis, David glanced at the carriages by the forest's edge, resignedly returning to the giant's side. Keep close. I never miss a new student, Hagrid declared, swinging his lamp as the light illuminated the young wizards beside him, who instinctively moved closer as they ambled along the path. The young wizards seemed to have recognized David, as furtive glances were exchanged, with several tripping over themselves in the process. Observing their muddy, tear-streaked faces, David felt an inexplicable urge to smile. At the end of the downhill path, a vast dark lake emerged, and on the opposing shore, a magnificent castle towered atop a steep hill, its spires reaching toward the sky, the twinkling lights in its windows mirroring the stars above. Oh! Gasped the young wizards in awe as Hagrid distributed a boat for every 4 of them. Ignoring his cousin Pansy's beckoning, David chose a boat unoccupied by others, stepping aboard without hesitation. Noticing the mud on his shoes and the state of disarray of his clothing, David drew his wand and performed a cleansing charm on himself. A splendid cleaning charm, exclaimed a girl with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth before proudly announcing, I can do that too. She then cast the same spell on herself and the chubby boy beside her. David watched her quietly until Hagrid called for them to set sail, at which point he asked, if you do not wish to board, may I go ahead? Chapter 21. Do more, speak less. E.M. Neville. The chubby boy said cautiously as he stepped into the boat under David's scrutiny, involuntarily introducing himself, Neville Longbottom. The girl with the prominent teeth reassured him with a pat on the back that there was no need to be afraid. Once the last boy boarded, Hagrid signaled for their departure, and she quietly whispered something to Neville, leaning against the bow of the boat. David chose not to gaze back at the castle, but instead scrutinized the chubby boy more closely. The more he examined him, the more nervous Neville appeared, inching away as if to distance himself from David. Be careful not to lean too far over the edge. You might fall in and feed the mermaids, David warned, pointing at the dark depths of the lake to frighten him. Neville, startled, edged back further, causing the boat to wobble slightly. Do not believe him. There are no piranhas in the lake. The girl with prominent front teeth corrected him, asserting, there are mermaids and octopuses here. I have read about them in books. She glared at David, insisting, Hogwarts, a history. You cannot deceive me. With a smirk, David shifted his gaze to her face, scrutinizing her for a moment before retorting. You are not charming in the slightest. Thank you, neither are you. She shot back, evidently undeterred by his remark. They exchanged glances for several seconds, ultimately turning away from each other, unwilling to meet the other's gaze. Under Hagrid's guidance, the young wizards traversed the lake, finally arriving at the castle. A tall witch clad in a vibrant green robe provided an overview of the school and the 4 houses, emphasizing the importance of credits and the prestigious house cup. She then called out David's name, reminding him of an upcoming interview before instructing the young wizards to maintain silence while awaiting the sorting ceremony. Who is he? Someone exclaimed loudly. You do not know? He is the impoverished scion of the Rowell family, came the explanation, as David followed Professor McGonagall out. He glanced back to discover it was that Draco Malfoy, slandered beyond measure. I tell you, this was the place. Professor McGonagall led David a short distance to what appeared to be a lounge reserved for professors. He politely nodded at her, before stepping into the room. "I have brought the boy," she announced as she entered, introducing him to the three individuals present. "This is David Rowell." "Third year?" she inquired, scrutinizing him closely. "Yes, Professor." "Third year," David confirmed, casting a glance around the peculiar gathering. "He is the grandson of James, recommended to me by Albus, who insisted I must admit him." An elderly man with a white beard stated, nodding slowly with a teasing tone while peering at David through his crescent-shaped glasses. "Oh, forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster. This is Professor Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin, and Argus Filch, the caretaker." Professor McGonagall seemed to remember that she needed to introduce David to his interviewers. "And I," she concluded, gesturing to herself, "am Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration Professor." "Good day, Professor," David replied with confidence and courtesy, smiling as he added, "We have corresponded. Thank you for the acceptance letter you sent me." "You are most welcome, Mr. Rowell." McGonagall nodded before looking to Dumbledore, indicating, "Shall I begin? I have to prepare for the sorting ceremony shortly." With the headmaster's approval, she turned back to David and formally inquired, "So, you have completed the first and second year courses at Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, correct?" "Indeed, Professor," David affirmed, retrieving his wand in preparation for the examination. McGonagall regarded him with surprise as she noted the wand in his hand, asking, "Do you have a fondness for Transfiguration?" "I absolutely adore it. I have learned about you," David replied, understanding the implication behind her words, likely due to the pearwood wand with a thunderbird tail, feather core. "My grandfather spoke highly of you as an exceptional Transfiguration master, urging me to learn diligently from you." He had not anticipated that his wand would enhance his chances in the interview. A delightful surprise. "You flatter me, Mr. Rowell," McGonagall replied, slightly lifting her neck as she assessed him once more. Then, pointing to a quill on the desk, she said, "Now, transform it into a teacup. The more exquisite, the better. Ved averto." David did not hesitate. He waved his wand gracefully while reciting the incantation. The quill swiftly morphed into an elegant English teacup, adorned on the side with a white feather. Just as McGonagall appeared mildly astonished and seemed poised to express her approval, David waved his wand once more, transforming the teacup into a French afternoon teacup with floral patterns, the feathers now blossoming into radiant jasmine flowers. "Pardon me, Professor," David said, putting away his wand and looking up at McGonagall with a smile. "I believe the jasmine complements your elegance far better." "Ahem." McGonagall scrutinized David for a moment before turning her attention to Dumbledore, indicating, "I have no further queries, Headmaster. Allow me to ask him." Professor Snape stretched his dark robes and approached David, squinting slightly as he quietly queried, "What are the components of the Confundus potion and its effects?" "Badger root, Angelica, and Sneezewort. Its effect induces irritability and recklessness, but this is not part of the first or second year curriculum, Professor." David answered fully, while also questioning the appropriateness of the inquiry. Snape, however, coldly replied, "I am the one asking you. You may choose not to respond." He swiftly continued, "If someone spills the expansion potion while brewing, how should it be handled?" With a decongestant, "Professor," David promptly replied, "and you must remind them to focus on their work and speak less." "Humph." McGonagall nearly chuckled, unable to suppress herself, as she turned away from Snape's stiff expression. "I see you have a penchant for verbosity. All right, even if you are intrigued, you must be mindful of the time." Dumbledore suddenly interjected, seemingly addressing McGonagall rather than Snape. "Minerva, if you do not prepare soon, we shall not complete the sorting ceremony on time, and the children will go hungry." "Very well, Headmaster. I shall attend to it." McGonagall nodded and turned to leave, casting a look of approval at David as she passed him. Chapter 22. Be careful. "Very well, Mr. Rowell. Let us proceed." Dumbledore took the initiative for the interview, stating, "I must assess your proficiency in spellcasting." He stood tall, gesturing to David. "Use the spell you consider yourself most adept at to attack me. Right here." "Are you certain?" David furrowed his brow, slightly skeptical. What spell was he not proficient in? "I am certain. This is part of the interview." Dumbledore seemed to regard David not as a formidable opponent, but maintained the respect due. He retrieved his old wand. David nodded, casually waving his wand, seemingly with little effort, before casting a summoning charm. "Accio birds." Bang, bang, bang. Dumbledore stood there composed, as the flock of birds summoned by David flew towards him. As they neared, he flicked his wand, causing one, then another, to vanish into thin air. Yet, this was not David's final maneuver. As Dumbledore effortlessly dispatched the bird, a dense cloud of smoke coalesced within the lounge. After uttering the incantation for the smoke spell, David shifted his stance and swiftly cast the summoning charm and the freezing charm. Perhaps to compliment David's efforts or to test his true prowess, Dumbledore indeed flew towards him. However, the freezing spell merely manifested as a thin layer of frost upon his form before dissipating. Undeterred by the smoke, David continued to maneuver, consecutively casting the severing charm and disarming charm, and as he leapt from the haze, he unleashed a thunderous explosion. The resounding crashes within the fog caused Filch, who stood nearby, to furrow his brow in agitation. Meanwhile, Snape squinted at David, lost in his own contemplations. This was certainly not the conclusion. David harbored no illusion of defeating Dumbledore. His mind was devoid of any notions of grandeur. With unwavering resolve, he focused intently on his target and unleashed his most formidable spell, the heart-piercing curse. A thunderous boom echoed, and the smoke instantaneously shattered, revealing Dumbledore squinting in the center of the lounge. He raised his wand as if to retaliate, but David first cast a shield charm upon himself before swiftly rolling aside to evade the incoming attack. The disarming charm missed its mark, likely a deliberate choice by Dumbledore. David's evasion of Dumbledore's spell failed to astonish the other two occupants of the room, but the heart-piercing curse certainly did. "How dare you?" Filch seethed, turning to the headmaster to assert. "This child hails from the perilous Rowell family. Even his father is a fugitive. He should not be eligible for admission. Furthermore," he turned back to David with a fierce glare, declaring, "he is a dark wizard. He ought to be sent to Azkaban. No, Argus, Dumbledore replied, still regarding David and shaking his head in response to Filch's concerns. "The ministry has suspended charges against John. Moreover," he added, nodding slowly, "did you learn that from Durmstrang?" "Which one? The heart-piercing curse?" David, retracting his wand and pursing his lips, replied, "Second year applied dark magic, a core subject that necessitates comprehension. Impressive dueling skills and commendable knowledge of charms." Dumbledore acknowledged David's combat abilities with a nod, refraining from elaborating further on the course. "You may prepare for the sorting ceremony now, Mr. David Rowell. I wish you the best of luck." With that, he nodded at the other two individuals in the room and strode out. "I remain skeptical," Filch warned, fixing David with a shadowy gaze. "Be cautious. Do not engage in nefarious deeds. I am watching you." David glanced at him and remarked, "I shall relay your words verbatim to my father. You are reminding him to be cautious and to refrain from wrongdoing, correct?" As Filch bristled at his retort, David continued, "Oh, by the way, will you go by? You ought to maintain proper respect for the faculty at this school, David Rowell." Snape interjected, stepping in front of Filch and towering over David, believing the boy's gaze to be excessively piercing. "Ah, yes." Just as Dumbledore was leaving, he reappeared at the door, addressing the standoff in the room. "David, you are aware that both Hogwarts and the British Ministry exercise caution regarding dark magic, are you not?" "Undoubtedly." Without question, David turned to face the headmaster earnestly, stating, "I am merely a student, and I heed the professor's counsel." "Excellent. I believe you," Dumbledore replied, observing him with a nod. "The sorting ceremony has commenced. I trust you shall not miss it, David." With that, he vanished once more through the door, seemingly having returned solely to remind David of this. Watching Filch storm out in a huff, David squinted, lifting his gaze to Professor Snape and inquired, "Are you my head of house?" Snape lowered his gaze to meet his, responding solemnly, "I hope not." With that, he flicked his cloak and departed swiftly like a black bat. Buzzing with anticipation, David made his way back to the Great Hall amidst the curious murmurs and gazes of the students, approaching the dwindling line of first-year witches and wizards awaiting sorting. As he passed by the older students, David pointed at Professor Snape at the staff table and asked, "Which house does Professor Snape lead?" Slytherin house," replied the upperclassman, who seemed to recognize David but did not regard him with the same trepidation as the younger students. Rather, there was a hint of curiosity and surprise. David nodded in understanding and politely extended his hand for a shake, smiling as he introduced himself. "David Rowell, 3rd year. "Kenneth Stoller, 7th year," the other replied, evidently taken aback by the composure and poise exhibited by a member of the reputed Bad Egg family. Watching David depart with grace, he turned to his companions and remarked in hushed awe, "He truly possesses charm, like a gentleman. Indeed, a rogue gentleman." His companion, Herman, raised an eyebrow in caution. "You best be wary. He can maintain that smile even while pummeling you." And the last one, a transfer student from Durmstrang, murmurs arose anew. When the sorting hat declared Blaise Zabini to be sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall glanced at David, holding a parchment, and gestured, "David Rowell, please come forward." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," David said as he stepped forward, calmly taking a seat on the three-legged stool. It had been quite some time since Hogwarts had seen a transfer student, and the sorting hat had not encountered such a situation in ages. It seemed eager to sing. Professor McGonagall offered David a slight smile, saying, "Good luck." With that, a tattered, patched, and quite worn, yet chattering hat was placed atop David's head. Chapter 23. You will be expelled. Let me see you. The sorting hat enveloped David's eyes, chattering incessantly. Oh, quite talented. My goodness. Dark magic. What a rich history you possess. David winced at its incessant noise, fearing the hat might probe his mind, and interjected, just sort me into Slytherin. That gang will suffice. House. The sorting hat retorted indignantly, bouncing slightly as it admonished. Do not command me. I am a sorting hat. Just put me in Slytherin. David insisted loudly, disregarding the hat's feelings. At the staff table, Snape, who had been intently watching Harry Potter, suddenly turned to David, his expression darkening. Is this your form of revenge, boy? This year's first years are truly difficult to please. The sorting hat, listening to David's obstinacy, shook its brim, stating, one does not wish to go to Slytherin, while the other insists on Slytherin. Very well. When David impatiently attempted to remove it, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly, of course Slytherin it is. You are a naughty boy. After the sorting ceremony, other first-year students are greeted with enthusiastic applause and cheers from their respective houses. However, David finds himself in a different situation. No, it is not that he is met with silence. Rather, while the other three houses celebrate as if Christmas has come, Slytherin remains eerily quiet. David, feeling a sense of honor, nods and pretends to approach the three tables, causing their expressions to shift to one of unease. At this moment, Slytherin finally reacts, with upperclassmen applauding David's mischievous antics and some even letting out derisive snickers. Hello, Draco. David grins wickedly as he strides to the Slytherin table, deliberately choosing a seat opposite the little blonde. Blaise, seated there, hesitates momentarily, as he was there first, but upon meeting David's gaze, he quickly relinquishes his seat, disregarding any semblance of pride. This is school. You can't do anything to me, Malfoy retorts, grasping his fork with a facade of bravado. David, however, nonchalantly takes his seat, gesturing towards Malfoy's two cronies and inquiring, do you expect them to protect you? I'll tell my father. Malfoy, completely oblivious to what Dumbledore has just said on stage, finds himself suddenly confronted with an array of sumptuous food after the applause dies down. Cousin, your favorite beef. Pansy, bustling over with her plate, squeezes beside David, causing yet another young wizard to vacate his seat. She eagerly serves David a generous portion of roast beef, then busies herself with sausages and lamb chops. Thank you, Pansy. You look lovely tonight. David smiles gently at his cousin, not holding her self-preservation against her. It is simply human nature. Oh, by the way, your father is a governor. He continues with a mischievous grin directed at Malfoy across the table. Pansy mentioned it. Of course. He certainly is. Malfoy, thinking David is intimidated by the mention of his father, prepares to boast, but is interrupted by David's expression, which suddenly shifts. What are you going to do? Nothing, just enjoy your meal, David replies, elegantly savoring the roast beef while casually stating, later, I'll inquire about the consequences of assaulting the governor's son. You'll be expelled. Malfoy finds the dinner tasteless, barely eating a few bites as he frets over David's potential punishment. He is so absorbed in his worries that he fails to notice the presence of the ghostly figures like Bloody Baron flitting around the hall. Nor does he pay heed to the headmaster's subsequent speech. David, on the other hand, enjoys his meal thoroughly, assisted by Pansy, and finds the food quite satisfactory. Engaging in discussions with the young wizards beside him and chatting with Pansy about the summer, he also hears the headmaster uttering some nonsensical remarks. The Forbidden Forest? Corridors? What do they have to do with one another? After a chaotic rendition of the school song, David follows the prefect back to the dormitory. He is, in a sense, a first-year student. The Slytherin common room lies underground, and as he exits the Great Hall, he parts ways with students from other houses. Descending the right side of the marble staircase from the first floor, he traverses the dimly lit corridors until he stands before a wall. Pure blood. The prefect calls out with a somewhat melodramatic incantation, causing serpents to slither on the wall, revealing the entrance to the common room. Upon entering, David discovers the space adorned in shades of green, with walls made of solid stone, and instead of moonlight, the view outside reveals the depths of the lake. Despite the flickering flames in the fireplace, the room retains a damp chill. After giving a few reminders, the prefect gestures towards the dormitory entrances, explaining, boys to the left, girls to the right. Boys are not allowed in the girls' dormitory. Now, go find your rooms. Your names are on the doors. Cousin, I can come find you. Pansy cheerfully calls out as she follows David, before dashing off with Daphne, whom she met on the train, toward the girls' dormitory passage. David, with a slight grimace, resolves to write a letter tomorrow, requesting Mary to send him a door lock. Under Malfoy's watchful gaze, David enters the boys' dormitory passage and quickly locates his room. To his surprise, the door bears only his name and is a single room. Indeed, it would be inconvenient for him to share accommodations with first-year students. And since there were no available beds in the third-year dormitory, he enjoys the privileges of a professor. This place is vast, especially for a single occupant. The fireplace is already lit, making the room significantly warmer than the common area. The furnishings, a bed, a bench, a desk, a bookshelf, a wardrobe, a shoe rack, and a washroom, are all present and well-equipped. The traditional four-poster bed is draped with green silk curtains, adorned with silver thread embroidery. Silver lanterns hang from the ceiling. Though not overly bright, they provide ample illumination. David's belongings are neatly arranged at the foot of the bed, and he must tidy them up himself. Just as he hangs his Firebolt 2000 on the equipment rack, a large tentacle sweeps past the window. A luxurious single suite beneath the depths of the lake. How splendid! Cloak, gloves, wizard hat, school uniform, suit, sportswear, leather shoes, slippers, sneakers, broomstick, wand, notebooks, scales, potion bottles, telescope, textbooks, books, parchment pestle, mortar, silver dagger, cauldron, ink, quills. If the luggage hadn't been sufficiently large, and if someone hadn't assisted him, David would have had no choice but to reconsider his decision to enroll. He wonders how much tuition James has paid. Judging by the dormitory's environment, it must be substantial. Fortunately, his family is well-to-do, as evidenced by the quality of the supplies he prepared for school. The cauldron is not made of tin, but of brass. The potion bottles are crystal rather than glass. And there is an entire box of parchment and a complete set of quills that can automatically record notes. Once he has everything organized, he indulges in a hot bath, then lies on his bed, listening to the gentle waves from the lake lap against the window, and gradually drifts into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 24. A Love of Annihilation Cousin. I had no idea you were here. Pansy beams as she approaches the table and sits next to David, taking a few breakfast items and explaining, I just visited your dormitory, worried you might sleep in. Yes, I woke up early for training, David replies, sipping his milk while perusing the alchemy notes, an assignment from his grandfather. Seeing him engrossed, Pansy can't help but ask quietly, would you like to take a walk by the lake later? The older students say it's quite enjoyable. I just returned from a workout there. David turns to glance at her, smiling. The scenery by the lake is indeed lovely. Oh, then shall we go to the bridge? Pansy proposes again. The upperclassman said the view of the snowy mountains from the bridge is breathtaking. Morning? Don't you have any classes? David casually flips through his notes and responds. We wouldn't make it back in time. We'd be late. Then let us explore the castle. Pansy, determined not to relent, looks at her cousin and insists. I heard that the staircases in the castle move on their own. I'm terribly sorry, Pansy, but I find this castle rather unappealing. It is both ancient and dilapidated, David remarked, sipping his milk while his gaze remained fixed on his notebook, casually lamenting, the breakfast here is quite lackluster, far inferior to last night's offerings. It lacks the charm of Burbage's and is nowhere near Armstrong's distinctiveness. After muttering for a while, without hearing Pansy respond, David lifted his head to find her staring at him with her big, watery eyes, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, resembling a small frog. I apologize, Pansy. It is indeed my fault. Noticing that she was on the verge of tears, David closed his notebook and earnestly inquired, what is it that you wish to do? Feel free to tell me directly. A date. Pansy emphasized with a tone of grievance. Aunt said so. When did she say that? David looked at her in confusion. If my mother sold me, surely I would be aware. Oh, at my house, right? He slapped his forehead and explained helplessly. Mary deceived you. We are cousins. And it is not permissible for us to date. No, it is. I have inquired. Pansy seemed genuinely resolute, asserting loudly. Neither the Muggle world nor the Wizarding world prohibits it. The Black family often does. Incorrect. It is the Gunner family that does. David corrected her. The Black family has produced only a pair of fools. The fools he spoke of were named Ogin and Walburga, both of whom were cousins and bore the surname Black. In a bid to preserve their pure bloodline, they opted for consanguineous marriages, resulting in 2 pure-blood sons who became Death Eaters. Can anyone of sound mind become a Death Eater? This had already been the second mention in the Prophet this month, poking fun at the Black and Gunner families. Naturally, they dared not mock pure blood, but they relished in ridiculing the fact that both families were devoid of members. David elucidated to Pansy the perils of blood curses and recounted the tragic history of the Gunter family's downfall, which he asserted was a tale of madness. Pansy, with wide eyes, retorted, but the Dark Lord is also from the Gunter family. Therefore, he is mad. David scoffed. Who would desire to establish a society of pure-blood wizards, if they were sane? It takes a complete fool, A monumental fool. He looked at Pansy and earnestly questioned, "Surely, you do not wish for our future children to suffer, do you, Pansy?" Well, then, Pansy hesitated for a moment, gazing at her cousin's handsome face, and proposed. "Then we simply shan't have children. You." David was astounded, and it took him a while to exclaim, "Pansy, you are quite the formidable one." The other Slytherins, sharing the breakfast table, were utterly taken aback by the conversation between the cousins. Was this what they called a catastrophic romance? Moreover, was the Dark Lord their household servant? Such casual banter and mockery. If he were to discover this, would he not rise from the depths of hell to give them both a resounding slap? Slytherin champions pure blood, yet this time, the little snakes truly began to doubt whether they possessed any of that poison in their veins. Why had no one previously researched the dangers of consanguineous marriages? The downfall of the Gunner family was now merely a jest. Pansy, unwavering in her conviction of her cousin, eventually proclaimed in a loud voice that she would rather let him father a child elsewhere and bring it back to raise than be apart from him. David was left in a daze. Surely this girl's views on love were far too mature. "Pansy," David collected his thoughts and reassured her, "we are still quite young. These matters can be discussed later. For now, we should focus on our studies while we have the time." "Well said, Mr. Rowell." Professor McGonagall appeared behind them unannounced, perhaps having overheard their conversation, and nodded slightly. "I find your viewpoint surprising, yet I cannot help but agree." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Good morning." David stood to greet the professor, noticing the pretty girl beside her. "Hello, I am David Rowell." "How shy," Pansy scoffed, muttering in discontent. "Just a moment ago, you claimed to be quite young, and now you turn around with a hello." "Umph." The girl smiled in response, but did not introduce herself. Instead, she turned to Professor McGonagall. The professor explained, according to Hogwarts tradition, each transfer student is paired with a mentor, typically a fifth-year student. She gestured toward the girl beside her, introducing, "This is Hufflepuff fifth-year student, Catherine Morgan. She is willing to guide you and assist you in acclimating to life and studies at Hogwarts. She will also help you catch up on the courses you may have missed in your first and second years. I have reviewed your transcript. It is impressive, yet there is still room for improvement." Professor McGonagall stated with a hint of pride, "Hogwarts offers a far richer curriculum than the other two schools, and the castle is significantly larger. You will undoubtedly thrive here, Mr. Rowell." "Thank you, Professor. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments, and I am grateful for the school's support." David smiled. "I am eager to learn more about Hogwarts, including this magnificent castle." He sighed with a sense of wonder. "You know, it is truly enchanting. I have heard that the staircases move on their own, and I am keen to see it." Pansy, well then, Professor McGonagall appeared satisfied with David's attitude, pursing her lips and nodding, signaling to Catherine Morgan, "Miss Morgan, the next steps are yours." After issuing her instructions, she bid farewell to the two and departed. Catherine handed David a form, explaining, "This is your class schedule, 2 elective courses, an astute choice." "Thank you. I was contemplating my classes." David shrugged with a smile, then gestured toward the dining table. "Would you care to join me?" "I have already eaten, thank you." Catherine nodded, then pointed to the schedule in David's hand. "You have no classes during the first 2 periods this morning. You can find me in the library shortly." "Certainly, I shall be there." David nodded and smiled. "Library. See you soon." Until then, Catherine beamed, elegantly waving goodbye as she departed with her bag. David watched her retreating figure until she vanished through the door, then returned to the table, affirming to Pansy, "I am beginning to like this school." "Huh, is it the school you like?" Chapter 25, Animagus. Third-year elective courses at Hogwarts include arithmancy, divination, Muggle studies, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures. David chose only the latter 2. And do not inquire why. It's simply a continuation of family tradition. The academic load for third year is rather intense. Monday mornings consist of 1 class of Transfiguration followed by ancient runes. In the afternoon, there is 1 class of care of magical creatures and 1 of potions, with astronomy scheduled for the evening. Of course, not every day is as demanding as Monday. Astronomy only occurs on Monday evenings. The least demanding day, Tuesday morning, hosts only 1 Transfiguration class, followed by 2 elective courses in the afternoon. Each course has different attributes, hence varying durations. Ordinary classes last 45 minutes, while longer ones extend to an hour and a half. David glanced at his schedule, noting that his earliest Transfiguration class commenced at 10:15. He hastily concluded his breakfast, organized his notes, and, with his backpack in hand, set off toward the library. Pansy? What about Pansy? What is up with her? "Hi, Senior." The library was easily located by following the map printed on the back of his schedule. "Thank you for the map. It's quite helpful." David found Casey by a desk next to a bookshelf beneath a tall window and greeted her with a smile. Casey motioned for him to sit while subtly indicating the approaching librarian. That was Ms. Pants, known for her stern demeanor. She blinked, reminding them, "Please do not soil or damage the books here. Otherwise, cough cough." Just as she was explaining, the lean, vulture-like Ms. Pants had approached them. "You must maintain silence. No loud talking or disturbances, including the use of magic." "Of course, thank you for the reminder," David affirmed with a nod. "Such rules are standard in any library." "Just so you know," Ms. Pants scrutinized him cautiously before turning to leave. "Hee." Casey smirked, making a peculiar face at David. He chuckled in response, finding his senior quite amusing. "I reviewed your transcript. Regarding charms, you still need to learn 2 spells compared to Hogwarts." Casey unfurled a document detailing personal qualifications and grades, the one Professor Gilbert had given to Yule upon his departure. She pointed to the courses listed and explained, "The unlocking charm you learn differs from what is taught here. You may need to relearn it for the exams." "That's manageable. I have ample time," David replied, placing his hand on the schedule while inquiring, "Where shall we begin our studies?" "Actually, there's quite a bit to cover." Casey moved his hand aside and continued. "The defense against the dark arts classes you attended at those 2 schools differ significantly from those offered here. Moreover, you'll need to revisit the history of magic." She regarded him cautiously. "This academic year may prove quite taxing for you. While learning can indeed be arduous, it can also be immensely enjoyable." "I relish the process of learning," David declared earnestly. "You can trust me. I can handle it." Hee. Casey bit her lip, assessing her junior before nodding. "Very well then. I will assist you with the missing courses on Saturdays and Sundays. And of course, if you encounter any issues in life, feel free to seek my guidance at any time." She emphasized, "Next weekend, there will be Quidditch tryouts. Should you wish to participate and make the team, we'll need to adjust the tutoring schedule." "Thank you. I truly enjoy sports," David asserted confidently. Life encompasses not only studies, but also Quidditch and romance. Giggles erupted from Casey as she stifled her laughter with her hand. With her stylishly coiffed golden hair and charmingly handsome appearance, complemented by a hint of baby fat, she was both adorable and dashing. Who wouldn't adore such a junior? "Open your Transfiguration textbooks." Professor McGonagall stood with a serious expression beside the podium, her gaze sweeping across the classroom of young wizards through her glasses. "Today, we shall delve into animagi, a perilous and intricate form of transfiguration." With a flick of her wand, the expansive blackboard displayed the material just discussed. "Don't you enjoy chocolate frogs?" Professor McGonagall tilted her head slightly, continuing, "Mirabella Prunk was born in 1839 and at some point vacationed at Loch Lomond, where she fell in love with a mermaid." Laughter erupted from the young witches, some familiar with the tale, others not. Yet all found the notion of a wizard falling for a mermaid somewhat ludicrous, especially since the third years knew there were merfolk residing in the school as Blacklake, whose appearances left much to be desired. Unperturbed, Professor McGonagall proceeded, "Mirabella's family opposed her marriage to a mermaid, prompting her to transform into a black cod and subsequently vanish." Oh, a soft gasp arose from the girls in the classroom, their sensitivity to matters of love palpable. As a result of this incident, Mirabella made her way onto the chocolate frog cards. Concluding her story, Professor McGonagall officially commenced the lesson. An animagus is a wizard capable of transforming into a specific animal while retaining their magical abilities. Possibilities include stags, wild boars, swans, eagles, and even charming cats. Professor McGonagall demonstrated personally, earning admiration from all the young wizards present. If you believe you can become an eagle or bird and soar through the skies, be prepared for the possibility of remaining a bird forever. She cautioned, transfiguration may grant you the head of an eagle, but you might forget who you truly are. Therefore, becoming an animagus is exceedingly dangerous and must be registered with the Ministry of Magic. After the transfiguration class concluded, the students streamed out, books in hand, still engaged in discussions about the amusing anecdotes from class, despite the considerable homework assigned by their professor. In the bustling corridor, throngs of students moved in various directions, given the differing houses and classrooms. "Cousin, David." Pansy spotted David and jogged over, inquiring, "Where are you off to?" "Elective class, care of magical creatures." David glanced back at his cousin, asking, "No more classes for you?" "Nope, we're going to explore the castle and then wait for you to have lunch together." 2 Slytherin girls stood beside Pansy, evidently just finished with their lessons. David remarked, "The Sorting Hat doesn't allocate houses, it assigns gangs." The 2 girls curiously scrutinized David, clearly intrigued by Pansy's cousin. "Huh, care of magical creatures." A passing upperclassman suddenly scoffed. The son of a poacher attending a care of magical creatures class? How ironic. He exaggeratedly questioned Draco Malfoy behind him. How could Dumbledore allow such a person to enroll? Of course, he can, David replied nonchalantly. After all, even the offspring of Death Eaters are permitted. Malfoy, I didn't provoke you. Crabbe, I didn't say anything. Goyle, I felt offended. Chapter 26. Care to duel? Draco, is this your backup? Pansy narrowed her eyes at the opposing group, sneering. Don't provoke David. He won't truly hit you, provided you're weaker than he is. That's Marcus Flint, the captain of the Quidditch team. Daphne whispered to Pansy. He is in 6th year and quite fierce. Regardless of your year. Pansy glanced at her departing cousin before turning to Marcus, boldly warning. The Rowell family has been running an exploding potion shop for generations. Go ahead. Provoke him if you dare. After delivering her warning, she scanned the corridor, giving Draco and the surrounding crowd a similar cautionary glance before dragging Daphne to chase after her cousin. The once lively corridor fell into an abrupt silence, as the young wizards were taken aback by her words. Generations of tradition, alchemical bombs? Cousin. Pansy hurriedly chased after David, wearing an expression that seemed to plead for compliments, and exclaimed in a sweet voice, I warned them. Thank you, Pansy. David gestured around him, continuing as he walked. Your assistance appears to have tarnished my reputation even further. Pansy stifled a giggle, defending herself. I did all this for your benefit. Is that so? David halted. Pointing at the two girls nearby who were casting him peculiar and timid glances, he questioned skeptically. Does this mean no one will like me anymore? Noticing Pansy pouting in silence, he realized that his cousin had no intention of abandoning her perilous scheme. At that moment, a group of Gryffindor wizards approached, and David recognized a familiar face. He turned to the brown-haired girl walking past and suddenly asked, Hey, would you like to be my girlfriend? Huh? Hermione had already spotted David, the transfer student who had journeyed with her, and claimed he was not charming. The unexpected confession from the handsome boy left her momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. But before she could utter a word, David had turned back, flashing a triumphant smile at Pansy before sauntering away with his backpack. Giggles erupted in the corridor, all astir with surprise and gossip over David's recent declaration. Hermione's cheeks flushed. She understood that he was merely teasing her, and the confession lacked sincerity. Yet, why did her heart race so wildly? What's wrong with you? Don't be angry. Ron observed her changing demeanor and turned to Harry, saying, Look, her face is all red. Mind your own business. Hermione clutched her books and quickly dashed away. It was her first experience of being confessed to. Pansy looked at her retreating figure with a cold smirk. A mudblood. Humph. She would never consider Katerina a rival, for the latter was too much older. 2 years older than David. However, she remained wary of the girls in her own year, as stated in Witch Weekly. Men always prefer those younger than themselves. The professors at Hogwarts are quite eccentric. After a week, David finally grasped this reality. The history of magic was taught by a ghost, while he himself had become part of magical history. The potions professor was a stern man, speaking in a rather peculiar manner. The charms professor was a half-giant who stood on a ladder during lessons. The defense against the dark arts teacher was a stammering figure shrouded in a garlic scarf. Can you believe it? And that is not even the strangest. The most peculiar was the professor of care of magical creatures, who had only one arm and half a leg. Given such circumstances, one ought to prioritize self-care, lest one ends up in a class titled Protecting Magical Professors. It is said that Professor Katerina experienced at least 62 probationary periods during her tenure at the school. Her resilience was remarkable, the kind that disregards others' fates. Of course, one cannot judge a person's capabilities solely based on appearances. While the professors may be eccentric, they indeed possessed genuine talent and knowledge. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lessons captivated David as he began to delve into the enchanting skill of animagus transformation. Although the professor emphasized the dangers and complexities of human transformation, the advantages were equally pronounced. Consequently, David devoted his entire week of free time to the library or secluded himself in his dormitory, engrossed in relevant literature. On Saturday, while the young wizards indulged in sleep, David was already sprinting out of the castle, greeted by the morning dew, just beside the herbology greenhouse, crossing a patch of vegetable fields and climbing over a wall. He encountered a rather temperamental creature, the Whomping Willow. Professor Sprout had introduced it in class, warning that it was fierce and should not be underestimated. Yet, David had discovered one of its uses, practicing swordsmanship. Early morning was perfect for fencing. Hello there, shall we duel? After greeting the Whomping Willow, David drew his one-handed sword and announced, Here I come. The Whomping Willow was thoroughly annoyed by this little wizard, as for an entire week. David had been prodding it with his sword every morning. Given its temperament, one could hardly expect it to tolerate such provocation. Swish! The branches came crashing down, aimed directly at the young wizard's face, as if to cleave him in two. David gracefully sidestepped the descending limb and used his sword to deflect the blow. Come on! Swish! This time, two branches struck from different directions, equally swift. David leapt to evade, slashing with his sword to fend off the branches before thrusting forward, hitting the trunk. Weakling again. Creak! Provoked, the whomping willow bent its trunk, gathering strength for a barrage of branches aimed at David, leaving him little room to escape. Hey, you're cheating! David tumbled clumsily to evade, pointing his sword at the whomping willow and exclaiming, I said no more than 3. Creak, creak. The trunk of the whomping willow reverted to its original state, the vibrations seeming to mock David, questioning who the real weakling was. You're up early, exercising? When Katerina, clutching her books, appeared in the great hall, David was already seated at the table engrossed in reading. They had arranged to meet on weekend mornings for breakfast before attending supplementary classes. However, David had not adhered to this agreement, opting instead to have breakfast with the older students each morning. The Hufflepuff students were at a loss regarding this fellow who disregarded the unspoken rules of interhouse relations. Everyone knew he came from a family that operated an alchemical bomb shop. Indeed, fencing is my passion. David smiled brightly, completely unfazed by the odd looks from his fellow badgers. Katerina had grown accustomed to David waiting for her every morning, and her interest in this bookish yet athletic junior had evolved. Ancient runes? Your homework? Glancing at the book beside David, she took a seat across from him and said, if time permits, no extracurricular reading, knowledge expansion. David handed her a syrupy fruit pie, explaining, classroom time is limited, and there's much I need to learn. Thank you, I can manage on my own. Katerina felt touched that David had remembered her favorite food so soon. Is the curriculum at Durmstrang that rigorous? Or is it just your personal study habits? David suddenly chuckled, replying, the learning environment here is quite enjoyable. I prefer it. Katerina bit her lip, then chuckled lightly. You certainly know how to charm someone. Chapter 27 Himph. Who's afraid of whom? So, is the teaching at Durmstrang divided into 3 types? Upon hearing David's explanation, Katerina expressed her astonishment. Not only self-study, but also an understanding of the dark arts? She shook her head slightly. How fascinating. Each situation is different, with its own merits. David ordered oatmeal and ham, accompanied by a glass of milk, sufficient for the morning's exertions. He harbored a disdain for sweets, deeming them mere purveyors of illusory joy, leaving behind the torment of unwanted adiposity. The institution in question exclusively admitted offspring from pure-blood wizarding families, thereby circumventing the need for foundational education. David elucidated. Many young wizards had already mastered the art of magical study prior to enrollment, with instructors merely providing guidance and direction. It is hard to fathom. In truth, you are quite remarkable, Katrina remarked as she gazed at him. Numerous subjects on your transcript are not offered at Hogwarts, yet I perceive them as invaluable. Thank you. Perhaps this place is not so bad after all. David responded with a smile. Had I not come to Hogwarts, I would never have had the fortune of meeting you. Would I? Katrina smiled coyly, her cheeks flushing as she cast a glance at David, saying, do tell me about the combat magic of Durmstrang. I find myself rather curious. Certainly, that would be my pleasure. As David partook of his breakfast, he regaled his senior with tales of his former school. Not far off, at the Slytherin table, Pansy was on the verge of shattering her fork, while Daphne nibbled her bread cautiously, fearful of provoking her. My cousin would hardly take a liking to her. She is but a fleeting amusement. Yes, yes, yes. Daphne nodded vigorously in agreement and offered Pansy a serving of fries, which she devoured with audible crunches. The animosity between rivals is indeed genuine. I have finished my meal. You may carry on. Upon witnessing her cousin engaged in jovial conversation with Katrina, Pansy rose to her feet. Where are you off to? Did we not agree to study together? Daphne called after Pansy, who strode toward the exit without a backward glance. However, upon spotting David's figure at the door, she chose to remain silent. Pansy had lost her senses, consumed by infatuation. Good morning, cousin, Pansy greeted David with a smile, while casting a wary and challenging glance at Katrina beside him. Good morning, Pansy, David responded with a grin. Have you had your breakfast? Pansy was vexed. She had been seated directly behind him and had greeted him upon her arrival. Of course, I had breakfast with Daphne. She bore no resentment. For the clever witch who captures a wizard's heart knows 101 ways to deal with men, save for being unreasonable. Pansy wrapped her arm around David's and inquired, where are you headed? May I accompany you? I find myself rather bored. Aren't you with friends? David gestured behind him, stating, we are off to attend supplementary classes, tedious and tiresome as they may be. She has other plans, and I find myself alone. Pansy clung to his arm, unwavering, emphasizing, I too wish to acquire more knowledge. It can be considered a prelude. Right, senior? She flashed a sweet smile at Katrina. This is my cousin, Pansy Parkinson. David introduced, a first-year student from Slytherin, rather clingy. No matter, let us proceed together. Katrina smiled and nodded at Pansy before leading the way to the classroom. David cast a resigned glance at Pansy, quietly asking, Are you certain? You enjoy studying? Of course. I relish learning. Pansy tightened her grip around his arm, a look of determination on her face that suggested he could not possibly abandon her. You shall regret this, Pansy. David tapped her forehead, saying, Your mind is cluttered with a jumble of thoughts. There is scarcely any room for learning. Yet Pansy paid him no mind, continuing to accompany her cousin to the classroom, teasingly quipping, How can you claim to be a disarray? David, such a trial. Katrina presented her rigorous tutoring schedule, 2 hours of history of magic on Saturday morning, followed by 2 hours of transfiguration, 2 hours of herbology, and 2 hours of potions in the afternoon. The evening would see an additional 2 hours of astronomy. On Sunday, there would be 2 hours of charms and 2 hours of defense against the dark arts, with the afternoon reserved for rest and homework. Upon hearing of the evening classes, Pansy was resolute in her decision to accompany her cousin. She feared her cousin's solitary return to the dormitory in the dark. David expressed his gratitude, yet remarked, We had merely agreed on a prelude. What of your sleeping? The curricula of the two institutions bore similarities, yet the instructional content varied in depth. David required a comprehensive review of all foundational subjects, but according to Katrina's plan, he could catch up to the current academic pace within a single academic year. The textbooks for the first and second years were indeed her old editions, adorned with her meticulous notes. Her explanations were coherent and enlightening, fulfilling the needs of his review while simultaneously enriching David's academic interests. David had inquired and learned that Katrina's examination results consistently placed her at the top of her class, a veritable academic prodigy. Naturally, had she not possessed such prowess, she would not have been selected to guide David through his transition. Her role in assisting David to adapt to his new school would be duly noted in her educational record, attesting to her talents and capabilities in particular areas. This distinction, akin to academic ranking, positions such as head girl or student council president and captain of the Quidditch team, carried a unique significance. Following the conclusion of the morning's Transfiguration Review class, David roused the sleeping Pansy, inquiring if she would return in the afternoon. Pansy rubbed her eyes, yawned, and stubbornly nodded, declaring she would indeed return, for she found slumber here to be most restful. David was unperturbed by her potential role as a third wheel, confident that if she truly had the patience, she would not be able to endure the monotony. He had long acclimatized to the tediousness of study. Yet could the young girl, in the bloom of youth, withstand the solitude? Unlikely. Thus, following lunch, after a brief respite, when they returned to the classroom, Pansy was discovered with a stack of magazines in hand. Who's afraid of whom? She shot a defiant glare at her cousin, signaling to David to focus on his studies as she flipped through the magazines. She was prepared for a protracted battle, resolutely defending her claim over her cousin's attention. Not a single class could be missed. Herbology and potions were intricately linked, and the school had provided Katrina with some basic teaching materials, including herb seeds, nutrient-rich soil, tools, and ingredients for potion making. David examined these items and proposed that they could conduct their lessons in his dormitory, which was spacious enough for him to observe the growth of the herbs and the brewing of potions at any time. Upon hearing her cousin mention the dormitory, Pansy immediately perked up, yet she voiced no objections. Not only was opposition futile, but she also found the suggestion agreeable, as it would allow her to supervise them from a position of comfort. Katrina hesitated momentarily, but upon learning that David resided in a single dormitory, she acquiesced. As they entered the Slytherin common room alongside David, Katrina felt as though she had stepped into a zoo. No, she was the one being observed. Chapter 28. Who are you two guarding against? Is this the boys' dormitory? It is remarkably tidy. Katrina surveyed David's quarters with wide-eyed curiosity, utterly contradicting her preconceived notions of male carelessness. David arranged the teaching materials on his desk and replied, This is all thanks to the diligent efforts of the house elf. Would you care for something to drink? He gestured toward the shelves lined with various fruit, wines, and beverages, inquiring of Katrina. Ah, you truly know how to relish life. Caitlin remarked with a smile. I never anticipated preparing so many things in the dormitory. Such is the advantage of living alone. David casually tapped Pansy's calf, signaling her to avoid dirtying the bed linens with her shoes. Upon entering the room, Pansy immediately reclined on the bed, staking her claim. Hearing her cousin's words, She rose again to pour herself a glass of butterbeer. She had visited this place numerous times, becoming more familiar with it than her own dormitory. Although the Great Hall provided 3 meals a day, it did not serve any special beers or beverages to the students. This was sent from Diagon Alley. Mary had received his letter, declined to assist him in purchasing a lock that Pansy could not open, and had mailed him a considerable amount of snacks and drinks to ensure they got along well. Naturally, David would not mention anything about obstructing anyone in his letter. Yet Pansy had also written to her aunt, "Is butterbeer acceptable? I had it once at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade, and the proprietress was quite hospitable. Thank you." "It must be Madame Rosmerta," Caitlin replied, accepting the goblet with a nod. "At least 2 weekends each term. Students in their 3rd year and above are permitted to visit Hogsmeade, and you are welcome to join." "Indeed, I saw it on the notice board." David opened his textbook and remarked, "That village is quite expansive. However, I've only been to the Leaky Cauldron and the Three Broomsticks. The Leaky Cauldron is not particularly suited for young witches and wizards." Caitlin seated herself at the desk, took up a quill, and prepared to study, reminding, in truth, "Hogsmeade also poses dangers. Do not venture alone, and do not linger unnecessarily." "All right, I understand," David replied with a slight smile. "Then, we shall go together. So I want tea forget to return." Ahem. As soon as he finished speaking, Pansy, leaning against the bed, expressed her discontent. "Who are you 2 guarding against? Have you heard?" "What?" "1 boy, 2 girls. 1 large, 1 small." The weekend's tutoring sessions were both fulfilling and arduous. Even a studious student like David found it somewhat overwhelming. After their defense against the dark arts class on Sunday morning, the trio enjoyed lunch before parting ways. They were not concerned about the rumors circulating among classmates, but rather eager to return to their rest as they were utterly exhausted. Ever since hearing that David and Caitlin were going on a date, Pansy had refrained from sleeping during tutoring sessions, fearing the 2 would sneak away behind her back. However, this level of study seemed to her merely a torment and a waste, leaving her feeling drowsy. Fortunately, the class had sufficiently exhausted their curiosity and interest in one another. So during the afternoon break, David did not seek out Caitlin, but instead strolled around the castle with his cousin. Of course, rumors about him spending the afternoon in the dormitory with 2 girls, 1 larger and 1 smaller, spread like wildfire. Even during Monday's breakfast, the Daily Prophet delivered by Owl contained rumors about the burgeoning romance among young witches and wizards. Was there truly no semblance of normality in the magical world? Observing a first-year girl preparing breakfast for David while he frowned at the newspaper, the little snakes were left in astonishment. Where had this love guru come from? Perhaps influenced by the rumors, Caitlin did not appear for breakfast. At least David did not see her. "It's all fine. I do not mind." "What? What do you not mind?" David's gaze shifted from the newspaper to Pansy, looking puzzled. "About those rumors." Pansy handed him breakfast with a slight smile, saying, "You need not concern yourself. They are mere fabrications, right? You and Caitlin, yes?" "Oh, you mean that," David replied, enlightenment dawning upon him as he nodded. "Certainly. Rest assured, once I formally confess, such misunderstandings will cease." Cousin." Pansy suddenly covered her face, standing shyly and teasingly exclaiming, "How could you?" Before she could finish her sentence, she scampered away, leaving David utterly bewildered. What was that about? He pointed in the direction Pansy had exited, inquiring of Daphne. Daphne merely smirked, giving him a look of helplessness and self-preservation. "Your family really is, I'm saying." She had intended to strike up a conversation with David, but felt it presumptuous halfway through, hastily covering up as David looked her way. "Are you reading the newspaper?" "What else?" David shrugged, sipping his milk and casually replying, keeping abreast of magical affairs, staying informed. "Are you aiming to become the Minister of Magic?" Daphne laughed at David, her tone laced with surprise and incredulity. David shook his head slightly, his eyes not leaving the newspaper as he scoffed. "No, that's a perilous and foolish profession." Having perused the newspaper, he found nothing worthy of attention aside from the theft at Gringotts. He turned to open a letter from home, continuing to read. A commotion erupted at the Gryffindor table. As it turned out, Neville Longbottom had made another blunder. His grandmother had sent him a memory ball via Owl, inciting waves of laughter from the young witches and wizards. "I always seem to forget something." Neville grasped the memory ball, watching the smoke inside turn red as he pondered what he had forgotten. "Perhaps you forgot how you blew up your cauldron in potions class, right?" Malfoy, seated at the Slytherin table, smirked, raising an eyebrow at Neville while flaunting the sweet scent from home. During potions class, Professor Snape was furious. Noticing David's apparent interest in the scene, Daphne volunteered an explanation. When brewing the boil cure, he didn't take the cauldron off the fire before adding the porcupine quills. Puffed. Hiss. Nearby, Malfoy had evidently overheard her explanation, mimicking the classroom explosion sounds and arching an eyebrow in critique. Gryffindor's klutz, what a fool. Ignore him. He's an insufferable nuisance, Ron said, patting the silent Neville on the back, glaring at Malfoy before turning to Harry, declaring, once we get to flying class, I'll make sure he pays for it. Flying class? Oh dear, I almost forgot, Hermione exclaimed, pulling a book from her bag and slapping it on the table, biting her lip nervously. I think it might provide me with some guidance. The magical Quidditch ball? Ron gaped in amazement. You're not thinking of learning to fly from it, are you? Books can teach us everything. Hermione shot Ron a glare, emphasizing more than boasting and showing off. I'm not, Ron retorted, glaring back, insisting what I said is true. Charlie can vouch for me. Charlie? Who is that? Neville appeared perplexed by the name, thinking he must have forgotten a classmate. Ron's brother. He mentioned it himself. Harry explained to him that once, while riding Charlie's battered broom, he nearly collided with a hang glider. Just as Ron was about to recount yet another of his flying mishaps, mocking laughter erupted from the adjacent table. Malfoy seemed intent on overshadowing Ron's moment, loudly lamenting why first-year students were ineligible to join the house Quidditch team. I possess ample flying experience, once upon a time. His boastful and verbose declarations left the first-year wizards around him awestruck, eliciting gasps of admiration. What an exhilarating adventure it must have been. Malfoy glanced across the table, exhaling as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity, sighing, I dodged a muggle helicopter. Oh, despite having heard it countless times before, Goyle and Crabbe still applauded, astonished and cheering him on. Such sycophants even made David wish for a pair. Even if he couldn't engage in the sport, at least chanting praises would suffice. What'd I say helicopter anyway? Retorted a lion cub sporting a dog-chewed hairstyle and missing a portion of his eyebrows. I could fly on a broom at 3, owned a flying broom by 5, and even chased after a muggle passenger plane at 9. Oh, his words once again sparked admiration and cheers from Gryffindor, as though they were competing to see who could boast more extravagantly. David shook his head slightly, no longer reading the letter in his hand, keenly observing their bluster. Daphne, having appeared beside him at some point, inquired with a smile, is that even possible? What? Oh, David chuckled, glancing back at her with a shrug. You'll find out on Thursday. Pushing aside his plate, he stood up, choosing not to indulge in their banter any longer, as he had assignments to attend to. Behind him, the Gryffindors erupted into their own commotion, with Thomas introducing football from the Muggle world, claiming it was more interesting than Quidditch. Ron scoffed, questioning the sense in 20 people vying for a single ball that couldn't even fly. During the morning transfiguration class, a paper David submitted caught Professor McGonagall's attention. The application and techniques of animagi in duels. Professor McGonagall peered at David through her glasses, asking, You seem quite interested in animagi, Mr. All. Of course. Who would T want to learn? Just like you, meow. David replied with a playful grin before earnestly explaining. I believe I grasp your intentions and fully understand the dangers and drawbacks of human transfiguration. Yet, every situation has its pros and cons, does it not? He introduced his thesis. I contend that animagi should not merely be viewed as a secondary form characteristic for wizards, but rather as an active application of magical skill. It seemed he had not fully comprehended the previous lesson. Professor McGonagall discerned the perilous nature of his thoughts solely from his response. You ought to focus on the dangers inherent in human transfiguration. That is the crux of my course. She marked his paper with a P, returning it to him. Mr. Rawl, you still have time to rectify it. I hope to see it before class on Wednesday. Very well, as you wish. David did not appear overly disheartened, merely lifting his gaze to accept the assignment with a nonchalant demeanor, which only served to further furrow Professor McGonagall's brow. Stubbornness can be seen as an instinct, as persistence, yet may also denote obstinacy. David's reckless tendencies did not tarnish his image in Professor McGonagall's eyes. A clever, unconventional, and audacious young wizard, he certainly belonged in Gryffindor. She had voiced her grievances about the sorting hat more than once. Hogwarts did not discriminate against students of Muggle descent, yet professors naturally favored ambitious children, with a prestigious lineage in potions and a wealth of magical knowledge, coupled with a daring spirit for exploration and an inquisitive outlook on life. Who could resist such a student? Except for Professor Snape. What are you reading for? Look at the cauldron. What are you looking at the cauldron for? Look at me. What are you looking at me for? Do I have words on my face? The potions class was always rife with sarcasm, sometimes whispered, sometimes a tempest. The professor resembled a madman. David was fixated on the flames beneath his cauldron, skillfully handling the rat's spleen, as they were to learn to concoct a confusion potion in this practical lesson. Jordan, I trust you no longer need to brew it. Professor Snape suddenly materialized behind David, scolding with a hint of mockery, because you're already chaotic. Careless. I'm so sorry, Professor. A flustered Lee Jordan stammered, trembling hands clutching his silver knife. I meant to break it open, truly. David glanced at his cauldron, which should have contained a cerulean potion, but was now erupting with crimson, bubbling froth. What are you staring at, Rawl? Professor Snape glared at David, ominously warning, mind your own business. All right, Professor, but I must say this. David nodded before narrowing his eyes at Jordan, warning, if you dare to detonate it and hurt me, I will stuff that rat's spleen into your mouth. With that, he disregarded the terrified Jordan and the pale-faced George Weasley beside him, returning to his ingredients. Snape scrutinized David for a considerable time before delivering a sharp slap to Jordan's nape and decisively ordering, redo it. Immediately. Of course, Professor. Jordan grimaced, as he and George hastily removed the flames, rising to fetch ingredients from the side cabinet. George shot David a glance before following suit. Hey, are you all right? He gently nudged Jordan with his shoulder, whispering, don't take it to heart. He.S. just a bully, purely trying to intimidate you. Of course, I know that. Jordan looked back at the focused David, feeling somewhat dejected, but I can't measure up to him. He must have learned it long ago. Certainly. Have a bit of confidence. I'll help you. George and Fred, often playful, were nonetheless quite gifted academically. After gathering the ingredients for Jordan, as he returned to the workstation, he deliberately bumped into David's table. Oh, I didn't mean to. George's apology came just in time, nearly coinciding with the potion splattering onto the table. However, David's retaliation was equally timely, ensuring that not a single drop of the remaining potion was wasted, drenching George's face instead. If apologies were effective, then I certainly didn't mean to. Chapter 30, Impulsive Punishment. Another mishap occurred in potions class, and chaos ensued in the Great Hall during dinner. The heir of the dangerous Rawl family had finally made his move. The initial version was that George, standing up for Jordan, provoked David, only to be doused with potion from a cauldron, landing him straight in the hospital wing. By the 10th version, it had morphed into George indignantly confronting Slytherin, facing humiliation. By the 20th version, it transformed into a tale of George's love turning to hatred as his beloved's affections lay with David, leading to a brawl in potions class. How brutal. Terrence Higgs, narrating the special episode George's Outcry for Justice. David strikes when necessary, shook his head in disbelief. He was seated directly across from David, witnessing the unfolding events firsthand. As George approached, I sensed impending trouble and felt an urgent need to intervene, but alas, it was too late. Higgs, ever the storyteller, never missed an opportunity to insert himself into the narrative, now recounting the 21st version. With a heavy heart, he lamented he should not have provoked David. Truly, George, why did you instigate this? Alas, where is David? He has been taken away by Professor Snape. And Fred? The same goes for Percy. Where are you headed, Percy? Oh look, it's the Weasley brothers. They are out for revenge against David. The young wizards, engrossed in conversation, were drawn to Percy, who had rushed in and dashed out in a flurry. Particularly, Ron Weasley, following closely behind his brother, who had just shouted angrily. He was accompanied by Potter and Hermione, along with a gaggle of curious onlookers. Compared to the lavish dinner, no one wished to miss this spectacle, especially Malfoy. He despised the Weasleys and loathed David even more. Now that the Weasleys were confronting David, he was practically bursting with excitement. Hurry, don't eat Goyle. He shoved two of his lackeys aside and hastened to join the front lines. Professor Snape's office was situated in the damp, dark, and cramped underground. David and his companions found themselves facing the professor's wrath, equally cold and forbidding. I do not wish to know the reasons behind your altercation. I only wish to know how you dared. Snape's lips twitched as he fixed his gaze on David, demanding David Rowell. I apologize, Professor. It was not my intention. David replied, flashing a grin that revealed his small white teeth. Like Jordan and George, we merely had a tremor. It was a misunderstanding. He lies. Professor, Jordan shouted. I trembled while dissecting a rat's spleen, yet you managed to topple a cauldron. It was deliberate. I witnessed it. Fred stood nearby, glaring at David. You vile creature. Enough. I have spoken. Snape interrupted sternly. Now listen carefully. Should there be a next time, you will all be expelled from this school. This is not a battleground. That is not fair, Professor. Jordan protested. He struck first. He must be punished. So you believe that give you the right to defy a professor? Snape glared at him, swiftly adding, if it weren't for your troublemaking, Gryffindor would lose 20 points. And you, Fred Weasley, he turned to chastise as punishment for your impulsiveness. 20 points will be deducted from you as well. Just as David toppled George's cauldron, Fred retaliated, rushing forward to kick David. Now, Rowell, you remain. The rest of you, get out of my office. Snape pointed to the door, commanding, immediately, at once. Oof. Jordan shot a furious glare at David before exiting the office alongside Fred, who was still fuming. The corridor in the basement was already crowded with onlookers, and their appearance was met with gasps of astonishment. Inside the office, Snape turned to examine the tools on the workbench, seemingly deliberating whether to use a silver knife or pliers to concoct something for David. Unperturbed, David surveyed the office with casual interest. "If you dare touch my belongings." Snape didn't even need to turn around to know that David was reckless and audacious. David withdrew his hand from reaching for the dragon liver, smirking. "Who cares? I have some home too. You would do well to show some respect, Raoul. This is not your home." Snape turned, gesturing toward the workbench now. "Prepare a potion of confusion." "Oh, right. My assignment." David suddenly remembered, realizing that the potion from class had splattered all over George's face, leaving his work unfinished. "Hands with a knife." "Attention." Snape stood by, gripping a slender iron ruler, ready to strike if David's technique faltered. "Hiss. Oh, it hurts." As David emerged from the office, the assembled young wizards cast him sympathetic glances. He shouted so loudly. Surely he must have been reprimanded by the professor. "PS out." Someone cried out, and before David could discern who was at the door, he was pushed against the wall. "I warn you, if anything happens to George." Fred burst out amidst the gasps of the crowd, gripping David's collar tightly as he growled. "I will make you pay." "Oh, look. A fight is about to break out." "Well done, Fred. Good job. Beat him up." "Fred, stop." Percy rushed over, seizing his brother's arm, casting a wary glance at David. "This is a school." "Oomph." David suddenly laughed, his wand pressed against Fred's chest, raising an eyebrow. "What did you just say?" "I couldn't hear you." "Speak up." Fred gritted his teeth, holding on to David tightly, but he could already feel the hardness of the pearwood wand. Percy pushed past Ron, who had rushed up to join the fray, and shouted at David. He said, "If anything happens to George, we will make you pay. Then you might as well pray for his safety." David shot back fiercely, pushing his wand forward, forcing Fred to retreat. "Draw your wands or retreat to inform your brothers that standing up for others comes with the risk of retribution." Fred's retreat exposed David's wand, causing another round of gasps from the onlookers. "He dares to draw his wand. This isn't school. What a dangerous fellow." The murmurs grew louder, and Percy firmly grasped his brother's arm, ceasing to threaten David and urged them to leave. "We'll check on George first, then seek Professor McGonagall. Let us go." "Oh, how thrilling." Malfoy mocked Ron, who had attempted to charge forward but was thwarted by Percy. "Look, this is the Weasley family." "Shut up, Malfoy," Hermione retorted, shooting a disdainful look at David. Ignoring her, Malfoy began cheering for David alongside Goyle. "Oh, David, you're so impressive. Oh, David, you're so cool. Get lost." David, emerging from the parted crowd, did not accept their praise and instead slapped Malfoy across the face. Smack! Malfoy stood stunned, watching David's retreating figure as he whimpered. "P.S. Such a bully." Chapter 31. You really should lose some weight. The conflict on Monday did not affect David. He remained indifferent to the gossip. In the common class with Gryffindor, George, who had returned healed from the hospital wing, no longer provoked him, nor did Jordan. They had not won at that moment, and seeking retribution afterward was even more humiliating. George must have received Professor McGonagall's warning. At the very least, David was aware, as he too had incurred some demerits. As he made his way to class or the dining hall, very few dared to approach him, and even eye contact was rare. Aside from his cousin Pansy and her entourage, the young girls exhibited an excessive admiration for him. Of course, during a few coincidental encounters with the upperclassmen, Cassandra's demeanor remained unchanged, merely cautioning him to be careful when alone. Alone? Shouldn't it be the other way around? "I require a workstation, Professor." David once again stood before Snape, gesturing, "I only need to see yours." "This is not a wishing well, Raoul." Snape coldly directed him towards the door, barking, "Get out." "Leave? Very well. May I be permitted to procure one myself? I need to catch up on my studies, particularly potions." David raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "The desk in my dormitory is inadequate, as you know." Snape's eyelids twitched, leaning down to glare at him, enunciating each word with precision. "Leave." Bang! As he gazed at the firmly shut door, David smirked and called out, "When you agree, of course." Not all Hogwarts staff were as impolite as Professor Snape. Some are quite amiable, such as Professor Sprout. From her, David acquired several flower pots and nutrient-rich soil, having expressed his intention to utilize his spare time to study herbology. The professor even gifted him numerous plant seeds. He would have to wait until the upperclassmen attended class to plant them together, which he found delightful. Before that, he needed to gather some materials, a workbench, and a grow light. For wizards, there is nothing that a few galleons cannot resolve. If there is, It merely indicates that one does not possess enough galleons. Mary had mailed him the necessary materials and the magical lamp. But she also reminded David in her letter that frugality is the root of all virtues. David always took his mother's words to heart. Life at home had never been affluent, and it was time to awaken from the dream of a wealthy heir. James's wealth merely proved the importance of knowledge, which had no bearing on him at present. Thus, on Thursday, after finishing breakfast, David picked up his broom and exited the common room. He had to craft a workstation himself. The passing young wizards turned their heads, not only because he was David, but also due to the broom he held. Wait, is that a Firebolt 2000? My goodness, look, a Firebolt 2000. How does he have a Firebolt 2000? David ignored the chatter surrounding him, stepping out into the entrance hall and raising his hand to gauge the sunlight. Ah, what a splendid day for mischief. Whoosh! Before the young wizards trailing behind could comprehend, David had already mounted his broom and soared into the sky. Oh wow, one must admit, a racing broom does indeed possess remarkable speed and stability. David swiftly oriented himself towards the forbidden forest, pressing the broom forward at a rapid pace. The wood necessary for constructing a workstation could only be found in the forbidden forest. Thus, he had no choice but to venture there. Therefore, it made perfect sense. As for the school regulations, David firmly believed that as long as he flew high and fast, the rules would not catch up to him. As David recklessly soared, he suddenly spotted a small, plump figure blocking his path. It was Neville, wobbling on his broom with a wild expression. What an audacious young wizard. Not only did he obstruct David's way, but he also dared to make faces at him, truly infuriating. Ignoring him, David focused on the task at hand. He had a workstation to build, and 2 classes still remained before noon. Help me. Just as David maneuvered around Neville to continue flying, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Wait, wasn't he just making faces? David executed a vertical ascent and then veered his broom towards the plummeting Neville. He deftly avoided Neville's tattered broom and managed to catch the plump boy just a few meters above the ground. Oh, you really should consider losing some weight. David firmly grasped the shaken Neville as they descended slowly to the cheers of the surrounding young wizards on the lawn. The flying instructor, however, was truly rattled. Her wand was drawn, but she had forgotten which spell to use. By the time Madame Hooch regained her composure, David and Neville had already been encircled by the young snakes and lions. She hurried over, pushing through the crowd of young wizards to look at the fallen Neville. He had fainted, David helplessly explained while holding onto his broom. Seizing the moment while she examined Neville, David pushed past the onlookers and took to the sky once more. Which house do you belong to? Madame Hooch called out to the ascending David as she cradled Neville in her arms, hearing the students exclaim, "Don't chase the broom. It's dangerous." She assumed David was pursuing the broom that had just flung Neville off. David, surprised by the teacher's concern, quickly turned back and declared with righteous fervor, "Trust me, Professor, that is school property." Without waiting for further protest, he accelerated away. What a good child, but it's unnecessary. Madame Hooch seemed unfazed by the broken broom. After all, if the bad ones don't leave, the new ones can't come. And even good children can sometimes be a hindrance. He is not a good child. That David Rowell was the one who fought in potions class on Monday. Ron indignantly reminded them. He violated school rules. Young wizards are not permitted in the Forbidden Forest. Why does he have a Firebolt 2000? Madame Hooch disregarded his outburst. The young wizards chattered away, and she couldn't hear them clearly as she needed to take Neville to the hospital wing. After issuing a series of instructions, she watched as Madame Hooch carried Neville away, and the young wizards dispersed. Didn't the Rowell family go bankrupt? Ron glared at Malfoy, who had been slandering David lately. Feeling betrayed, Malfoy, unaware of David's prized broom, stammered in response to the accusation. Perhaps he stole it, or maybe it was taken. After all, it is the Rowell family. Shut up, Malfoy. Quiet down, Ron. Pansy and Hermione simultaneously interjected, chastising the two who spoke ill of David. They both recognized their unspoken camaraderie, but quickly turned away to avoid eye contact. You just saved Neville. Hermione admonished Ron. You shouldn't speak of him that way. He has a bad egg. Ron fumed. He got George sent to the hospital wing. That's a fact. Afterward, he suspiciously asked Hermione, "Do you like him?" Smack. Ron received a slap, prompting Malfoy to instinctively cover his face. That's done a bit. Chapter 32, The Hunt. David was unaware of what transpired on the flying lesson grounds afterward, but he did know that the Forbidden Forest was indeed vast. He had not pursued that broom at all. It had long since vanished from sight. Choosing a wooded area far from the school, he descended upon a large tree. Surveying his surroundings, David found himself enveloped in an eerie tranquility. The thick underbrush and towering trees obscured the sunlight, casting a shadowy gloom. Is anyone there? Is someone present? He called out theatrically, followed by a couple of coughs. With a flourish of his wand, he began to cast the severing charm at the dense foliage. Splitting apart. He circled a great tree, clearing a necessary patch of land before turning his attention to the branches. He only required the trunk. The rest would inevitably be discarded, and the severing charm proved highly effective. Once the tree stood bare, he prepared to unleash another, severing charm at its roots. Who is there? Who goes there? David's wand abruptly pointed towards the thicket, having caught sight of a fleeting shadow. Flames erupted. Without pausing to ascertain the nature of the intruder, David ignited the recently cleared brush and branches. Ow! Stimulated by the flames, the previously vanished shadow re-emerged. But this time it was not alone. A pack of wolves materialized. While one does not expect fortune to fall from the sky, delectable little witches certainly do come tumbling down. Several ferocious wolves prowled around David, who stood resolutely against the blaze, growling as they sought an opportunity to pounce. Their eyes glinted with hunger, drooling at the prospect of a savory meal. David, observing their ravenous gaze, felt a thrill at the thought of their sleek pelts. They shared mutual gratitude for nature's bounteous gifts. The wolves lunged, yet David would not languish in waiting for their assault. He initiated the hunt with a flying charm. Freeze them solid. Repel at full speed. He ensnared one wolf with an icy charm, then turned to deliver a repelling charm to the others charging towards him. Splitting apart, he swiftly dispatched the first wolf, then took a moment to cast an iron armor charm upon himself. Armor, protect me. A wolf leapt through the flames, crashing against his enchanted armor, and was sent tumbling to the ground. David unleashed a severing charm, cleanly decapitating it, blood spraying across the earth. This gruesome display further enraged the pack, which regrouped for another charge. David could only manage one wolf at a time, so he rotated through control spells, slowing charms, stunning charms, freezing charms. Yet each wolf ultimately met the fate of the severing charm, the kind that resulted in decapitation. Perhaps it was the slaughter of their comrade or their inability to best the small wizard, but the pack retreated after 3 determined assaults. David cast a few flickering sparks into the forest, and once he noted the absence of wolves, he turned his gaze to the bodies left behind. Oh, how generous! Thank you, wolves. He smiled as he waved his wand, expertly employing the skinning charm to collect pelts and fangs. No wonder Hagrid called it the hunting grounds. What was that? A coffin? No, a spider. It was a large box, at the edge of the forbidden forest. A couple's romantic stroll was abruptly interrupted by the sight of 9 enormous spiders hauling a large wooden crate towards the castle. A scene more chilling than any ghost story. Pardon me, make way. My parcel has arrived. Thank you. David appeared behind the onlookers, broom in hand, pushing past the couples to get inside. Wingardium Leviosa. He pointed his wand at the box, causing it to levitate, while the spiders regained their normal size and scurried back into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, David floated the large crate towards the castle, much to the astonishment of the young witches and wizards around him. Isn't he remarkable? Remarkable? Perhaps Filch is already waiting for him. Humph. Filch did not obstruct David, as his cat refused to traverse the path he had taken. Successfully delivering the box to the dormitory, he inevitably attracted the attention of his fellow students. However, his reputation had grown so formidable that no one dared question his actions, not even the prefect. Cousin, what is that? Pansy appeared at the door, gasping at the sight of the large box, mistakenly believing it to be a coffin. David grabbed his bag from the table, and while heading out said, "Don't touch it. There is no time. What is the rush?" "Cousin," Pansy called as she chased him into the corridor. But David's figure had already vanished around the corner, mysterious and elusive. She muttered to herself as she circled the box twice in curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat. The younger witches and wizards are often compelled to touch that which is forbidden. Ugh. As soon as she lifted the lid, she was overwhelmed by the stench of blood that burst forth, making her nauseous. The box was filled to the brim with wolf pelts and entrails. Even though David had cleaned them, they remained gruesomely bloody. Bang! Pansy struggled to close the lid, rolling her eyes and covering her mouth as she rushed out of the dormitory. This expedition into the forbidden forest had indeed borne fruit. Not only did he acquire the needed timber, but the wolves also graciously provided him with some rather unexpected gifts. David felt immense gratitude, having also gathered a plethora of other valuable items from the woods. Alas, time was short, and he could only carry away a portion of his haul. The rest would have to wait until evening. The morning consisted of a charms class and a potions lesson, during which he reviewed the newly learned happiness charm and acquired knowledge about several extraordinary herbs. Charms class was not solely theoretical, nor was potions class purely practical. The theory of magic stems from practice, serving as a distillation and elevation of practical experiences. Conversely, magical practice requires theoretical guidance. Practice without theory is blind. Professor Snape continued to cast a disapproving glare at David. Naturally, he failed to inquire about the state of David's workbench, likely a lapse of memory. At lunch, David noted Pansy's absence and was surprised until Daphne approached him with news of her condition. Nausea, vomiting, lethargy. Are you sure you're talking about Pansy? David queried, regarding her with suspicion. Such symptoms seemed more befitting a pregnant woman. Upon returning to the dormitory, he soon understood Pansy's distress, for the box still bore crack. Ugh! The air inside was so foul that even David found it intolerable. The stench of blood had intensified throughout the morning. Scourgify. Cleanse it thoroughly. After employing 2 spells in succession, the air in the dormitory finally became fresh, though the common room had suffered the consequences. What is that smell? Damn it! Where's that foul odor coming from? Bang! David hurried back into his dormitory, slamming the door shut behind him. As for the outside world, it was of no concern to him. Chapter 33. Stealing Little Wizard's Meals. The wind blew gently, the moon shone brightly. Little fish danced around the window panes. Crickets chirped melodiously. At the stroke of midnight, having awakened from slumber, David opened his eyes and smiled faintly. As diligent as I am, I shall prosper. He leapt from his bed, donned his Gryffindor robes, and offered a quick apology to Professor McGonagall. After all, embarking on a nocturnal escapade while clad in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff attire would hardly be fitting. He had no desire to venture into the Forbidden Forest at night. But time had eluded him during the day. Those precious items, if left unattended overnight, could easily become someone else's. Thus, once adequately prepared, he grasped his bag and exited the dormitory. The common room was deserted, with only the flickering flames of the fireplace illuminating the space when a Gryffindor appeared. Still awake? Such dedication. As David rounded the corner from the first-floor hall, he was met with the unmistakable sound of a cat meowing. There was no doubt it was Filch's cat, as Professor McGonagall was unlikely to be meowing at such an hour. That wretched little wizard prowling about in the dead of night. After hiding for what felt like an eternity, he finally heard the heavy footsteps of Filch receding into the distance. He muttered complaints to the cat, lamenting his intent to capture the nocturnal mischief-makers and punish them severely. David caught his name amidst Filch's grumbling, suspecting that someone had reported the earlier incident to him. Who was so loose-lipped? He was a peaceful soul, well-disposed towards his fellow students, and surely had no enemies. David knew who Filch was after. It was Harry, who had garnered attention at dinner for being selected early by Professor McGonagall for the Quidditch team. This had infuriated Malfoy, who had challenged Harry to a duel that very night in the trophy room. A duel at this hour? Was it a contest of trousers rather than swords? Filch might have an inkling of his whereabouts in the Forbidden Forest, but he wouldn't dare rummage through the dormitory, as that would provoke the ire of the students and attract the attention of their parents. He might lurk at the entrance to the corridor leading to the Forbidden Forest, or even block the doorway. Of course, he was a mere bluster. David doubted he truly needed rest, nor did he possess any means to detect him. Oh, right, he had that cat. David glanced back at the castle, contemplating Filch's feline companion, as if it were Schrodinger's cat. Students should be asleep. Peeves screeched. In the corridor for charms class. Alas, the 4 little lions on their way to the dueling grounds appeared pale, having just evaded Filch, only to encounter Peeves. Fate was indeed unkind tonight, toyed with by Malfoy, pursued by Filch, and still needing to flee. Quick, this way, Hermione shouted, unlocking the door at the end of the corridor, and the 4 of them hurried inside. Outside, Filch was being taunted by Peeves, while Neville was on the verge of tears inside. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned back at Neville's urging, they finally understood why entry was forbidden at the end of the 4th-floor corridor. Roar! The 4 screamed, shoving the door open to return to the corridor, and without a backward glance, they dashed away. Fortunately, Filch was not in sight, just as he was caught up in a futile exchange with Peeves under the moonlight outside. A large spider was hastily carrying a Gryffindor student towards the Forbidden Forest. This sight horrified Filch, who stumbled down the stairs to seek Hagrid. The spiders in the Forbidden Forest are snatching up students. Who is it? Gryffindor robes. It's David Rowe. The 4, panting as they tumbled into the common room, were caught by surprise when Harry noticed something amiss through the window. Ron and the others, trembling, crawled up from the sofa to peer out, where Filch was gesticulating below. How do you know it's him? Harry asked, perplexed, turning to Hermione. Those are Gryffindor robes. Gryffindor doesn't have golden hair, especially not styled like that. Hermione insisted, leaning against the window with certainty. I remember distinctly, It's him, no doubt about it. Of course, you'd remember, huh? Golden hair, Ron scoffed, pouting. Sneaking around at this hour. I've always said he's a complete villain, now blatantly breaking school rules. Ron, what are you just doing? Hermione shot him a glare, reminding him, and my affairs are none of your concern. Let us discuss that creature we saw at the end of the fourth floor corridor. Harry interjected, what could they possibly want? It's terrifying to even consider. Hermione's breathing steadied, but her temper remained unyielding. How could you not think of it? What was it standing on? A trapdoor. It's clearly guarding something. Yes, that thing. Harry seemed to grasp the implication, but he pressed his lips together tightly. Hagrid had warned against speaking of it. Hermione cast him a sidelong glance, disregarding Ron's grumbling, and made her way back to the dormitory. I'm going to sleep. Ugh. Ron pouted, resting on the windowsill, muttering. I'll wait here, just to see that villain get what's coming to him. Wow. Valerian root, 8 sickles. Wow. Ashwinder eggshell, 2 galleons. Wow. Unicorn tail hair, 10 galleons. David sat cross-legged on the back of the spider, waving his wand to summon materials as he calculated their worth. The items he had concealed in the forest were safely stowed in his bag, and this was on his return journey. There was simply too much to collect. The forest, while not overflowing with treasures, always yielded something after a short stroll. Herbs, minerals, feathers, or horns from magical creatures. Even at night, David still managed to gather a bounty. Provided one harbored a spirit of opportunism. Wow. A Flooper feather. Wow. A Horclump. Wow. Hagrid. Stop. Young wizard ahead. Hagrid's towering figure blocked the path. Calling out to the young wizard fleeing on the spider, I'm the keeper of the Forbidden Forest. Halt. No. Hagrid. You aren't. You are the keeper of the hunt. David clutched the fabric bag tightly, urging the giant spider to hasten its pace. What difference does it make? Stop. Hagrid bellowed, striding after him. But the retreating wizard offered no reply, veering away from the Forbidden Forest towards the castle. Filch, stationed at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest corridor, muttered a curse, anxiously extending his arms towards the approaching figure. I'm going to catch you, you little brat. Make way, no breaks. Move aside. David was well aware of Filch's presence, yet he now covered his face with his robe, shouting, I can't sit down, really can't sit down. Ugh. Filch was nearly beside himself with rage, lunging forward but grasping at nothing, collapsing onto the ground in frustration as he glared at the vanishing figure. I will catch you. Chapter 34. Who is eating dung? Snape was furious. No one would be pleased to be awakened in the dead of night, especially upon learning that a student from his house had caused trouble, particularly one as insufferable as this. It was always he who mocked Professor McGonagall when Gryffindor's night owls were on the loose. What are you doing here? In the Slytherin common room? Severus Snape stood at the threshold of David's dormitory, casting a disapproving gaze at the boy ensnared in the devil's snare. The prefect, pulling at the corners of his mouth in an apologetic manner, replied, It's a magical trap, Professor. I can see that. Never had Snape anticipated that a prefect would fall victim to a trap within the Slytherin common room. Mr. Filch informed me, he continued, and summoned me to investigate David. The prefect gestured towards Filch, who had followed him in, and explained with a hint of indignation, I had barely reached the doorway when I was ensnared. Where is your wand? Surely it isn't still on your bed. Snape scrutinized the prefect, his teeth clenched in frustration. What a disgrace. He dismissed Filch's attempts at explanation and forcefully pushed open the dormitory door, revealing a dimly lit interior illuminated only by the flickering flames of the fireplace. Ah, Professor, is that you? David, yawning and bleary-eyed, emerged from his bed, looking bewildered at Snape, as well as at Filch and Hagrid, who had followed him. Snape ignored David entirely, instead raising his hand to activate the dormitory chandelier, instantly dispelling the gloom. The spacious dormitory was occupied solely by David, who seemed quite content. His Nimbus 2000 was polished to a pristine sheen, and his custom Quidditch gear glimmered in the light, the metallic surfaces reflecting the glow. The walls were adorned with wolf pelts, lending an air of wildness, and even the carpet before the fireplace was fashioned from wolf hide, giving the impression of having entered a den of wolves. To the right of the entrance stood an oversized workstation against the wall, and in the corner, a stack of flower pots lay abandoned. Here, it's this one, Filch exclaimed with excitement as he discovered a large bag in the corner that David had recently seen at the castle entrance. Snape circled the room, finally positioning himself before the fireplace, his expression dark as night. What is that? Oh no? What? David blinked in confusion, glancing at the animated Filch. It's you. You're the one who ventured into the Forbidden Forest. What? The Forbidden Forest? I went into the Forbidden Forest? David furrowed his brow in contemplation, then nodded. Indeed, I did go into the Forbidden Forest. Huh, you admit it. Filch seemed to have seized him, advancing to apprehend him as if to deliver punishment. Under Hagrid's scrutinizing gaze, Snape's expression grew even more somber. He fixed his gaze upon David once more and inquired, "You went into the Forbidden Forest?" "Yes, I did go into the Forbidden Forest," David affirmed earnestly, oblivious to the narrowed eyes of the professor. Raising his hands in surrender, many people witnessed it. "Look, he admits it." Filch triumphantly gripped David's collar and menaced, "Let us go." "Where? Is there a reward?" David surveyed him and asked, "Are we going to receive a prize? At midnight? Why the urgency?" He awkwardly added, "I really didn't do anything significant." "Huh, what did you say?" Filch appeared to find the notion utterly ludicrous, pulling David along and inquiring, "A reward? A prize? You're going to be expelled." "Why? What have I done wrong?" David vigorously shook his nightshirt in an attempt to free himself, but to no avail. He shouted, "Though I didn't recover the lost broomstick, I saved Neville." "Madam Hooch-Nose." "What? What did you say?" Filch exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "In the middle of the night, what lost broomstick? What Neville? What Madam Hooch?" "Nonsense. In the middle of the night? What middle of the night?" David replied, bewildered. "I'm talking about this morning. I was practicing Quidditch. I mean just now. Just now." Filch pointed accusingly at the bag in the corner and scolded David. "You just ran out of the Forbidden Forest with that bag on your back." "Me? With a bag? Just now?" David chuckled, gesturing to the nightshirt he wore. "You see, I've been asleep in the dormitory." "You're lying. It must be you." Filch snarled. "I remember your voice. Hagrid?" He turned to Hagrid, who stood at the entrance, indicating for him to speak, clearly having heard it too. Sorry. It was too far away," Hagrid replied, towering within the dormitory, surrounded by a cluster of small snakes that had been awakened, their chattering somewhat comical. "All right, Filch, let him go." Ignoring the complaints, Snape gestured toward the bag in the corner. "Go have a look. You're just waiting to be expelled. Stubborn." Filch grudgingly released David, striding toward the corner. "Hey, Mr. Filch, you." David nervously pointed at him, inquiring, "Are you truly intent on opening it? What, are you scared?" "Stubborn." Filch chuckled ominously, his gaze fixed on David as he began to untie the white bag. He was eager to witness the downfall of this obstinate young wizard. As the bag was opened, a cloud of white warmth wafted out, mingled with a foul odor that provoked tears. "What is that smell?" David exclaimed. "I told you I wouldn't recommend touching it. That dragon dung fertilizer from Professor Sprout. It hasn't fermented properly yet. Blast! You did this on purpose." Filch, standing closest and most affected, was now overwhelmed by the stench, his vision blurred by tears. Hagrid, having sensed the impending disaster, had already ushered the small wizards outside. Only Snape remained, standing furthest back, though his head was encased in a bubblehead charm. "Professor, may I have one too?" David complained, retreating to the bathroom doorway, experiencing the consequences of his actions. Snape ignored him, using his wand to levitate Filch outside. "Come to my office tomorrow morning." "Ugh, all right, Professor," David replied, glancing at the charred remnants of his school uniform in the fireplace, feeling a pang of dread. Outside the common room, a flurry of coughing and complaints erupted, with someone loudly questioning who had been eating dung. Indeed, the incompletely fermented dragon dung emitted a scent reminiscent of boiled excrement, wafting warmly through the air. David hastily secured the bag and began chanting a cleaning spell to expel the foul air through the fireplace's vent. Once the air had cleared, he finally collapsed onto the sofa. "Is it finally over?" Cough, cough, David. The prefect called out, "Come out. I'm still out here. Hurry and release me from this." Chapter 35, The Unjustly Accused. On Friday morning, as David made his way to Professor Snape's office, he was once again berated by Filch, who insisted that it was certainly him who had ventured into the Forbidden Forest, violating school regulations. "It was you. I'm certain." "All right, I admit it." David shrugged with a pout. "But it's unfortunate you didn't catch me." Ignoring Filch's fury, he knocked on the professor's door and entered. Snape was seated in his chair, engrossed in a book, hardly acknowledging David's arrival. "Why did you go into the Forbidden Forest?" "I was sleepwalking, half awake." David had just intended to recount a tale to the headmaster when he was ensnared by the latter's shadowy gaze. In truth, he had gone to chop wood, and with his head lowered, he spoke in a subdued tone. "My mother always says that children from impoverished families must grow up quickly. We lack the means to procure necessities." Snape's lips twitched as he set aside his book, fixing his penetrating gaze upon David. "You are lying to me." "Of course not. I genuinely went to chop wood," David retorted, his neck stiffening in earnest defense. "I inquired of you, and you consented." "You're lying again, Raoul." Snape, incensed at the very sight of him, questioned in a low, harsh voice, "When did I permit you to venture into the Forbidden Forest?" "At night, no less. On Wednesday at noon, I came to your office." David pointed to the workbench behind him. "You refused to provide it." So I had no choice but to seek out the Forbidden Forest to gather materials for myself. Raoul, I did not agree to this. Snape was taken aback by David's audacity to shift the blame onto him. How dare he? If you require a workbench, seek one in the junkyard, not the Forbidden Forest. You fool. He glared at David. And tell me this. Have you only chopped wood in the Forbidden Forest? What lies in that box? Some materials. I thought no one would want them. David raised an eyebrow. It seemed a pity to leave them there. So I intended to pick them up to help with household expenses. Full of lies, utterly irredeemable. Snape admonished. The Rowell family is not so destitute that you must bear the burden of providing for them. Yet you exhibit a modicum of cleverness. He narrowed his eyes, straightening up. You know how to disguise your actions, but your methods are pathetically simplistic. Thank you, Professor. You may not fully comprehend, David lamented. My father has just been vindicated. And my grandfather is aging. Silence, Rowell. Dare to utter another word. Snape pointed towards the cabinet, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed. I have just returned from your family's shop. Observing the professor's pained expression, David grinned. He wouldn't be taken advantage of by Mary, would he? I still have some wolf gall. Consider it a gift. Get out. Snape barked, gesturing towards the door. If you dare get caught by them again, you shall be expelled from this school. Very well, Professor. Farewell, Professor. The events of the previous night had spread, possibly due to Filch's incessant murmuring, or perhaps the lingering scent had left a lasting impression on the younger students. Following titles such as the heir of a dangerous family, the Avenger, and the owner of a Nimbus 2000, David had now also acquired the moniker of the Wayward One of the Forbidden Forest. Even the Weasley twins, who had previously had their grievances with David, found themselves intrigued, attentively listening as their younger brother Ron recounted the events of the previous night. A spider that large, Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape as he exaggeratedly gestured with his hands. He sat atop it, commanding the spider to charge out of the Forbidden Forest. Clearly under the influence of the soul-sucking curse and the enlargement charm, George winked at Fred. He truly is guts. Daring to enter the Forbidden Forest and even employing dark magic at school. Hey, I'm the one speaking. George, Ron interjected, irritated at being interrupted by his brother. What I meant to say is that he had the audacity to wear our school uniform. How outrageous. Fred, the transfer student from Durmstrang, scoffed. I wouldn't be surprised if he committed any heinous act. He ought to be expelled, I say. Ron squeezed between his brothers, emphasizing fraud, provocation, mocking the faculty, brazenly violating school rules. Hey, listen, Ron, it's not that big a deal. George shrugged with a smile. Who doesn't he dislike Filch? Who doesn't he find the Forbidden Forest appealing? I admire his audacity and cunning. He winked at Fred, who understood the unspoken implication. Next time, we'll wear Slytherin uniforms. Ah, how can that be? Ron protested. He is our enemy, a villain. Enough, Ron. He's also a classmate. George reminded him. Moreover, he saved Neville. Did he not? You witnessed it yourself. I detest him, but I must concede one thing, Fred nodded. He is diligent in his studies, well-versed in knowledge, and unafraid of rules, especially in potions. He possesses considerable understanding. George raised an eyebrow, emphasizing in Ancient Runes class he displayed extraordinary talent, being particularly sensitive to all written characters. The Rowell family has delved into alchemy for generations. Perhaps we could strike a bargain with him. Impressive, I can hardly wait. Hey, you can't do that, Ron exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously as he listened to his brother's back-and-forth banter, nearly dizzying him. He is the enemy. With no classes in the morning, David remained holed up in his dormitory, organizing the spoils from the previous day. Wolf pelts were hung on the wall. Wolf livers and gall were to be stored in glass jars. Herbs needed to be dried, and the collected dry goods had to be sorted. It was no wonder ancient wizards had apprentices to handle menial tasks like cleaning tables and sweeping floors. Even a small amount of teaching could save considerable time and energy. If they don't graduate, it's forever free. Cousin, so you're here. It seemed she had just finished class. As Pansy stood hesitantly at the door with her backpack, contemplating whether to enter. Be careful. It's quite foul in here. You should leave. David covered his nose and waved her away. Pansy was unconvinced. Having seen the box from yesterday, she knew the danger had passed. Pouting, she stepped into the dormitory, curiously surveying the partition at the door. What is this? A workspace. I need to catch up on some studies. Seeing that she wasn't deterred, David smirked. So idle? Don't just stand there. Come help. He pointed to a white sack in the corner. Help me fill the fertilizer into the incubator in the workspace. It's also needed in the flower pots. Fertilizer? Oh, that has to smell. Pansy realized, her mouth agape. So the foul odor last night was your doing. It wasn't me, it was Filch. He insisted on opening the not yet fermented fertilizer sack. David approached the corner, taking a sniff. It still reeked, though not as severely as before. I will use the levitation charm to lift it, David explained. When I aim at the incubator, you just need to open a small opening, understood? It won't spew out, will it? Pansy hesitated, biting her lip. I'm afraid. It's natural to be a bit nervous the first time, but I assure you it won't burst out. David drew his wand. Here I go. Wingardium Leviosa. Pansy thought for a moment, then took out her wand and pronounced, Reductio. Pansy, how dare you? Chapter 36, Tryouts for the Quidditch team. Hey, where did everyone go? The common room, which should have been bustling on Saturday morning, was utterly deserted. Hermione, clutching a book, looked around in confusion, just as Ron rushed out from the dormitory corridor. Have you forgotten? It's the Quidditch team tryouts. Hurry up, we'll be late. Harry, bursting out from behind, wore an anxious expression as he shoved Ron aside, blocking the entrance. Hey, didn't you make the team? Hermione called out to Harry. Why do you still need to go? There is no time to explain. Come with us. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand, pulling her along as they dashed outside. Ron, running alongside, clarified, we need to understand our opponent's strengths and weaknesses. It's called strategy. Harry is the seeker, and this is a fact he must acknowledge. He needs to stand alone. What an exaggeration. This exclamation was uttered by Hermione, a sentiment that resonated with both her and the lively atmosphere of the playground. Upon exiting the castle and traversing the path, one would soon glimpse the Quidditch pitch by the edge of the Black Lake, just over the small hill on the left. Hurry up over here. Neville called out to the group, gesturing for them to take their positions, stating, it's about to begin. Who will choose first? Oh, what a chaos. Ron gasped, surveying the scene where brooms were darting about, making it nearly impossible to discern who was who. Toot, toot, toot. Following a shrill whistle, all brooms landed on the ground at Madame Hooch's signal, finally allowing them to see the scene clearly. Look, it's him, David Rawle. As the captains of the teams gathered the trial players, Neville spotted David. It wasn't merely his keen eyesight. It was David's presence that was simply radiant. With his golden hair and handsome visage, he waved at them while gripping his broom. Cousin, go for it. You're the best. Hermione turned to see David's cousin, Pansy from Slytherin, cheering him on, while nearby sat a blushing and awkwardly smiling Karis. He was likely to become Slytherin's new seeker, hence a rival to Harry. Although reluctant, Neville objectively assessed, it's because he has a superb broom. That's unfair, Ron exclaimed indignantly. No, it's quite fair, Ron, Hermione replied coolly. There are no school rules prohibiting students from bringing their own brooms to participate in the matches. Oh, school rules, how infuriating. Ron slammed his fist against the railing, grumbling. Malfoy said his broom was stolen. Do you really believe Malfoy's words? Hermione, recalling the incident on Thursday, retorted angrily, you are so stubborn. Look, it's starting. Slytherin, Neville interjected, pointing towards the field as a reminder. David is the seeker. Oh, he is incredibly fast. No wonder it's a Nimbus 2000, simply splendid. He flies exceptionally well. The crowd buzzed with excitement as David took to the air, his broom and himself captivating their attention. He was the sole seeker to register, and Captain Flint had granted him special consideration for the assessment. You're finished, Higgs. He is superior to you, chortled Chaser Warrington, casting a teasing glance at the team's seeker, Terrence Higgs. Higgs, meanwhile, gazed up at the figure soaring high above, rolling his eyes. Then I shall switch to being a chaser and replace you. Ha, Higgs has conceded. Warrington scoffed. He gives up before the assessment has even begun. If it were me, I would surrender as well. Chaser Hughes, arms crossed, observed David's adept maneuvers and sharp instincts. Pointing to the sky, he spotted the golden snitch. Truly impressive. Is the captain going easy on him? What? He can still find the snitch amidst 3 bludgers? Exclaimed Keeper Blatch incredulously. Ha! The captain can't bear to let Higgs go, Hughes laughed. If it weren't for the opposing team's strength in that Nimbus 2000, it would be different. That's irrelevant. He is deserving of it, Higgs scoffed. Without that broom, he is still better than me. I can see that. He caught it. Oh, that was quick. Blatch looked at his watch in astonishment. Goodness, only 4 minutes have passed. 4 minutes. We are not lacking a seeker. As the brooms touched down, Flint regarded David with a frosty demeanor, nor do we lack a champion. And then, David casually tossed the snitch aside, lifting his chin to face Flint. Flint narrowed his left eye and approached, pointing at David. I do not like you, nor do I welcome you. Smack! David swatted Flint's finger away defiantly. Many dislike me. Captain Flint, don't be like this. The team members closed in, with Higgs even hugging Flint, urging, calm down. Let go of me. Flint broke free from their grasp, giving David a hard stare, then pushed past the crowd towards the field exit. Warrington and the others exchanged glances, silently patting David on the shoulder. Don't take it to heart. He has some issues. Higgs raised his hands apologetically, explaining to David, I mean, he is just straightforward. It's not personal. It's fine. You must be Higgs. David smiled slightly, giving him a high five. I apologize regarding the seeker matter. Perhaps I should withdraw. Thank you for remembering that I am your classmate. Higgs chuckled in surprise. But why withdraw? This is what you deserve. Sorry, I do not wish to disrupt the unity. David shook his head. He has strong opinions about me. Come on, David, you've misunderstood him. Hughes shrugged with amusement. He is hot-headed, arrogant, and as dim-witted as a troll. He is rude to everyone. But he is not a bad person, truly. I am Chaser Dorian Hughes. He extended his hand in introduction. Welcome, David. I'm also your classmate. Of course, I certainly know you, Hughes. David reluctantly high-fived him, smiling wryly. I am aware that you all are my classmates. It's not our fault. You were too solitary. Warrington extended his hand. Chaser Cassius Warrington, welcome, David. Hello, Warrington, I know you. David high-fived him again, joking. The strongest voice in the history of magic, right? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and Blatch nudged Warrington, teasing, your snoring is world-renowned. Hey, David, welcome, Montague. Graham Montague high-fived David and pointed at his broom, cautiously asking, may I take a look at it? Of course, you may take it for a spin. David generously handed the broom over to him. Oh, it's truly beautiful. Lucian Ball, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and introduced himself. Beater Ball, you're senior. I despise Flint. May I also take it for a flight? Ha! Chapter 37, Absorbed in Study. Karis's tutoring session arrived as scheduled, with the lessons missed in the morning rescheduled to Sunday afternoon. I had no idea you could be so troublesome. Observing the exaggerated partitions in the dormitory, Karis chuckled. The perks of living alone. Hee. That's about the only advantage, David replied, handing her a mug of butterbeer, grinning. I got into quite a bit of trouble for this. I heard about it. I was quite anxious for you. Karis gently shook her head, advising, the Forbidden Forest is perilous. Even fifth years are not allowed in. You should know better. Of course, I will be cautious in the Forbidden Forest. David gestured towards the incubators in the partition, saying, I'm doing this for them, and to study diligently. Materials needed for tutoring can be applied for. Karis took a sip of her beer, remarking, you shouldn't risk yourself for this. It's not worth the cost. No, you may be unaware, but the Forbidden Forest is teeming with magical materials beyond your wildest imagination. David opened the ingredient cabinet and pointed to the meticulously categorized materials within, saying, I could even save a substantial amount on experimental costs. You are truly dedicated to alchemy? Katrina exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at the magical supplies. You're not short on funds, so why? Impossible. Our family has fallen on hard times, David replied, closing the cabinet door with a sigh. I must economize and strive for independence. Don't jest, David. Your backpack is a premium item equipped with a non-marking extension charm, worth a staggering 72 galleons in Diagon Alley. Katrina gestured towards the equipment rack. That broomstick costs 500 galleons. The gear is no less than 80 galleons. And let us not even mention your attire. She pursed her lips, indicating that there was no need to elaborate further. David was clearly a scion of wealth. Very well, David conceded, flipping open a tome on magical history. Professor Sprout gifted me some plant seeds. Perhaps you could teach me how to cultivate them? Certainly. I have a fair grasp of herbology. What do you wish to plant? Katrina set down her goblet and took a seat beside David. Just avoid anything too perilous. After all, this is the dormitory. It's not dangerous. They're all commonplace plants. David gestured towards the herb racks on the wall. White ash flowery grass, devil-s snare, and fragrant hibiscus. What's wrong with you, senior? It seems you've stumbled upon something peculiar. David was indeed astute, studying diligently, and progressing swiftly in his tutoring. The third-year curriculum posed no challenge for him. He had even begun to preview forthcoming subjects, asking seniors for guidance when he encountered difficulties, and they, in turn, consulted professors when needed. He read quickly, completed assignments with remarkable speed, and occasionally posed profound questions. His self-directed attitude was greatly admired by the seniors. Of course, his strengths were evident, but so were his flaws. This junior was exceedingly unconventional. From Monday to Friday, apart from enjoying camaraderie with teammates during Quidditch practices, he spent his remaining time either in the library or tinkering with experiments in the dormitory. It must be said that David was a favored child of magic, possessing a remarkable talent across all subjects. His diligent study habits and relentless pursuit of knowledge, however, rendered him increasingly solitary among his peers, occasionally leading to whispers of arrogance. Katrina knew that it was not arrogance that defined David, but rather an intimidating self-discipline. He rose early each day to exercise, attended classes with earnestness, engaged in self-study post-lessons, and never missed or arrived late to tutoring sessions with her on weekends. For a third-year student, such absolute self-requirement struck Katrina as rather stringent, yet David embraced it wholeheartedly. She had inquired of him why he did not seek to make friends and expand his social circle, for reputation and knowledge are equally vital. David's response was, "When flowers bloom, butterflies will come." His unwavering resolve and decisive goals evoked admiration, even from Katrina. When one exhibits exceptional talent or intrinsic worth in a particular field, even frequent violations of school rules may be regarded as noteworthy chapters in academic history. David frequently ventured into the forbidden forest, as evidenced by the progressively filled cabinet of materials, a testament to his industriousness. Katrina even envied his courage and fearlessness. Not everyone possesses the audacity to flout rules. As the final weekend of October approached, Halloween quietly drew near. A tattered notice board displayed, "Students in the third year and above may visit Hogsmeade with parental permission." "We've made plans long ago. It's not that I don't want to take you," David said, combing his golden hair into a more mature style, while coaxing Pansy, "We're just going for a stroll, and we'll return shortly." "Look at your enthusiasm. Who are you trying to charm?" Pansy stood at the doorway, arms crossed and a frown on her face. "I don't want you to go. What would you like? I'll buy it for you." David turned and flashed a grin. "The Duke of B sweets? Elegant brand socks? Milk tea from Madame Poutafoot's? You're still going to Madame Poutafoot's?" Pansy pouted. "That's where happy couples love to go." "Are you dating Katrina?" "Of course not. What nonsense are you spouting?" David donned his woolen suit jacket, shaking his head. "You haven't seen me lost in my studies, unable to extricate myself. When would I have time for a confession?" "Now you have time," Pansy retorted, not easily fooled, a smirk playing on her lips. "Clearly, you're going on a date." "Oomph. Oh, you've reminded me." David sauntered to the doorway, teasing his cousin. What would be the best way to confess to a senior? Perhaps a gift? "Oomph. I'm not speaking to you anymore." Pansy shot him a glare, exasperated, before turning and fleeing down the corridor. "Hey, David, what is wrong with your cousin?" Higgs happened to emerge from the opposite dormitory, winking. "It's not pleasant to be accused of two-timing, is it? Being wronged is even worse." David shook his head in exasperation, closing the door behind him while inquiring, "Are you going out as well?" "Of course, to Hogsmeade," Higgs replied. He and Higgs had become quite familiar during the 3 weekly Quidditch practices. Aside from Flint's perpetually sour expression, who would take David's rumors seriously? Unity is for the outside, internally, well, tone it down. Who would appreciate you acting like this? David mimicked Higgs' oily demeanor, swaying his body as he laughed and made his way outside. Higgs caught up and raised an eyebrow. "Are you really going to date Katrina Morgan?" "Of course not. I'm only 13. David chuckled. "Right now, I'm solely focused on my studies, at least until I'm 16. What is wrong with being 13? But Katrina really isn't suitable for you." Higgs pursed his lips and leaned closer to David, whispering, "I thought you knew." "Knew what? What do you mean?" David looked at him in confusion, asking, "Are you saying Katrina is older than me? Or—" "Certainly not. Age is not a concern," Higgs quietly clarified. "The issue lies with the Morgan family." Chapter 38, Hogsmeade. "Hi, David. Have you been waiting long?" Katrina spotted David and jogged toward him, breathless. As she emerged from the castle, the little witches and wizards, having been cooped up for 2 months, could finally breathe fresh air. The entrance to the castle was crowded. Filch was meticulously checking permission slips, while quite a few students were attempting to forge signatures and take advantage of the chaos. Some younger students, realizing they couldn't get past, were blocking the entrance, seeking someone to assist them in procuring permission. "I just arrived and was enjoying the spectacle," David chuckled, gesturing to the commotion at the entrance while winking at Katrina. "If only there were a shop within school." "Give up that idea, David," Katrina laughed, taking the permission slip from his hands as they walked toward the entrance. "You're not the only clever one, but have you ever seen a shop inside the castle?" "Of course not. I wouldn't profit from that." David shook his head. "The risks are high, the profits are meager, and it's a waste of time and energy, not to mention ungrateful." Watching Katrina submit the slip, he muttered, "If one truly wishes to make money, it's better to venture into the forbidden forest." Filch interjected, "What are you talking about? What do you wish to purchase?" As they made their way to Hogsmeade, Katrina smiled at David, who was curiously surveying his surroundings. "In due time, you will become accustomed to it. However, I shall cherish every moment spent with you." David turned to the senior with a goofy smile and inquired, "Are you planning to purchase a lot of items?" "No, these are for my classmates," replied Kaiseki, stifling a smile at David's antics as she waved her shopping list. "What about you? The Duke of B's? The Zoko joke shop?" "You know I have little interest in those," David remarked, surveying his surroundings. The narrow path was wide enough for a carriage to pass through. flanked by low stone walls accompanied by wooden street lamps. Within the walls, several flat plots showed signs of cultivation, clearly indicating that even in the wizarding world, farmers tilled the land to provide sustenance. As they ventured further, the terrain rose, and bushes began to appear on either side, while the distant hillside was thickly adorned with a lush forest. Why not take this path? David gestured towards the intersection ahead, where the outlines of clustered stone houses could be faintly discerned. Kaiseki furrowed her brow and explained, though this route is shorter, it leads past the Screaming Shack, the most haunted house in England. Ghosts? Vampires? Ghouls? David queried, eyeing the dilapidated structure nearby. Or perhaps spirits of another kind. You possess a curious mind, David. Kaiseki teased, deliberately avoiding the question as she opted for the longer route. The other students followed suit, almost none daring to approach the house, which was overgrown with weeds, its stone walls crumbling and its doors and windows boarded up. Occasionally, small birds flitted from the roof's gaps. The sunlight illuminated the dark holes in the house, making it appear as if forlorn souls lurked in the shadows, watching passing young wizards. Do wizards truly fear ghosts? David pondered, struggling to comprehend how a wizarding village and a magic school would allow a haunted house to exist along a path frequented by young witches and wizards. Was it some sort of courage test? Some questions need not be rushed to answer. They will reveal the truths you seek in the future. Kaiseki gently reminded him. What you dismiss now is precisely that childhood which cannot be reclaimed or rediscovered in the future. She pointed toward the village in the distance, saying, Our destination awaits over there, yet you enjoy the scenery along the way, do you not? Very well, Duke of Bees, Zoko Joke Shop, I shall visit. David understood the implication in the senior's words and chuckled. At the very least, I must buy some gift for Pansy. She knows I invited you to Hogsmeade, and she's quite upset. Hee, she fancies you. Kaiseki teased, her face blooming with laughter as she playfully remarked about David. It was evident from her eager gaze in the Quidditch stadium. Indeed, a rather intense affection, David replied, both amused and resigned. Moreover, it's the kind that might lead one to raise an illegitimate child. Observing Kaiseki's shocked and puzzled expression, he shook his head and explained, I've warned her of the perils of consanguinity. She wishes for me to have heirs hence. Ha ha, truly adorable. Kaiseki could no longer contain her laughter. And then, with a knowing look, she pointedly advised David, do not hurt those who care for you. Of course, she is my cousin, David replied earnestly, nodding before turning to the senior and asking, do you have someone you fancy? As soon as they entered Hogsmeade Village, David found his eyes overwhelmed by the sights. During his previous visit by carriage, he had not realized how vibrant the wizarding village truly was. Perched at a high altitude, standing at the village entrance allowed him to gaze up at the snow-capped mountains, seemingly poised to descend upon him. Kaiseki pointed out several distinctive shops at the village entrance before parting ways with him. She needed to assist her classmates in purchasing some goods, as well as acquire her own items, and they agreed to reconvene at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Of course, this was not a date. Underage individuals were not permitted to indulge in romance, much like young wizards could not enter pubs. However, they could enjoy the flirtatious atmosphere of an afternoon tea shop. Thus, regardless of the raucous pig's head inn or the charming Three Broomsticks with its lovely proprietress, they would not be allowed inside. David strolled along the street, admiring the quintessential Scottish pointed rooftops and slender chimneys. Ding ding, the doorbell chimed, and Piers squinted at the young wizard at the door, slightly tilting his head as he asked, How may I assist you? Do you have any Dittany seeds? David surveyed the shelves within the shop and approached the counter to inquire. Also, 3 portions of shrivel figs and mandrake seeds, please. This is the juniper and poisonous mushroom apothecary. Piers emphasized with a hint of reserve before narrowing his eyes and asking, How come I was unaware that Hogwarts has begun teaching the cultivation of mandrakes? In practical lessons, Professor Sprout requires each student to select a magical herb for cultivation practice, David replied, looking rather bewildered as he shrugged. My assigned task is this. Higgs is Dittany, and Pusey has shrivel figs. Piers scrutinized David for good, while before finally lowering his eyelids and turning to rummage through the cupboard. Dittany, 3 galleons and 11 sickles. Shrivel figs, 7 galleons and 6 sickles. Mandrake, 15 galleons and 9 sickles. As he packaged the seeds, Piers eyed David while reciting the prices. Finally, he pushed the packaged seeds toward David, stating, If you are certain you are aware of the dangers of mandrake, that will be 26 galleons and 9 sickles. Thank you. I believe I am aware, David said as he placed the money on the counter to retrieve the package of seeds, only to be halted by Piers. You better not be deceiving me. Of course, Marcus Flint, David replied, recognizing Piers' hesitance and caution, nodding earnestly You may inquire with Professor Sprout regarding my name. Chapter 39. The Fountain of Fudu. Ha ha ha, how amusing. At Madame Putafoot's tea shop, Kaiseki was thoroughly entertained by David's antics, her laughter bright and charming, drawing the attention of other couples nearby. Embarrassed, Kaiseki covered her mouth, playfully shooting a glare at David across the table before producing a beautifully wrapped gift box and pushing it toward him. For me? David exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the senior, and upon seeing her nod, he joyfully accepted it. Oh, is this protective goggles? Windproof, rainproof, and enhances visibility. Kaiseki elegantly sipped her fruit tea and smiled softly, saying, "Congratulations on being selected for the Quidditch team. You truly are remarkable." Thank you, senior. David cherished the gift, carefully placing it in his bag, and then retrieved a gift box of his own to present to her. Is this for me as well? Kaiseki was taken aback, pleasantly surprised that David had prepared a gift for her too. What greater synchronicity exists than the joy of an unexpected surprise? Thank you for your assistance. It is immensely significant for someone like me who has just arrived at Hogwarts. David expressed his gratitude earnestly, while also complimenting. And you remain so knowledgeable, beautiful, and kind. Thank you, David. This is simply what I ought to do. Kaiseki attempted to decline, but under David's insistence, she eventually unwrapped the gift. Oh my goodness, a jasmine brooch? Forever youthful. David read the inscription on the brooch and smiled at the senior, saying, "You deserve it." Oh no, David, this is too extravagant. Catherine carefully placed the brooch back into its box and gazed earnestly at David, saying, "I am uncertain how you acquired it from Mr. Bands, but I am well aware of its considerable worth." "Yet, friendship is priceless, my dear senior," David replied, resting his hand upon the gift box of goggles. "You cannot refuse my friendship, just as I cannot deny your allure." "But how did you come by it?" Catherine inquired, hesitating as she scrutinized the brooch before her. "Mr. Bands regards it as the treasure of his shop. It is a renowned magical artifact from the reign of King George. As long as it graces the shelf, does it not?" With a confident smile, David mischievously winked and declared, "It now exclusively belongs to your beauty." Incredulity washed over Catherine as she lifted her gaze to meet David's. "Its value stirs a sense of unease within me. If you truly cherish our friendship," David smiled softly at Catherine and replied, "it merely serves as a testament to the eternity of time." You have a way with words. From whom did you learn such charm? Catherine asked, gently tracing the brooch with her fingers, her voice filled with uncertainty and a hint of enchantment. "The gentleman of the Rowell family? I have only just returned to my family this year." David chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Bus Batten taught me humility and grace, while Durmstrang imparted resilience." "In Hogwarts, David?" Catherine blinked and inquired playfully, "What do you hope to learn here?" "Love." Whoosh. Thud. "Hello, Pansy." David sighed as he raised his head to greet his cousin, who had passed by him 3 times already. The common room was relatively serene, the only sound being the crackling of wood in the fireplace. The excitement of the new school year had waned. After 9 o'clock, many young wizards retired early to prepare for the increasingly demanding atmosphere of study, with the elder sister's assistance. The incubators in the dormitory had been planted with newly acquired magical seeds, resulting in a somewhat unpleasant odor. David found a comfortable sofa in the common room to review his notes on alchemy while awaiting his cousin. Pansy arrived as expected, perhaps eagerly anticipated. Her brother was out on a date with a senior, leaving her in a state of discontent throughout the day. Oomph. Pansy crossed her arms, pouting as she huffed, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward her brother, conveying her lingering annoyance. David chuckled as he set aside his notes, producing a large box of sweets from behind him, shaking it enticingly. Ding! A delightful assortment from Duke Bumblebee. Oomph. Pansy turned away, unimpressed. Her sorrow could not be soothed by mere confections. Ding! A bubble machine from Zoko's joke shop. David teased, pulling out more gift boxes to amuse her, and a nose-biting teacup. Oomph. Pansy turned her head again, laying out a couple more huffs, resembling a little piglet. Her heartache seemed irreparable, and even Zoko's joke shop could not mend her sadness. "Oh dear, I thought my cousin would appreciate these." David feigned regret, shaking his head slightly as he set the gifts aside. "What a waste. Who shall I gift them to?" Oomph. "To the senior? Oomph. Oomph. Or perhaps to Malfoy." "Really?" A voice suddenly called from around the corner, filled with surprise and exuberance. Malfoy peered around curiously. "I adore Zoko's bubbles." "Go away, Malfoy." Pansy glared at him fiercely, like a protective creature guarding its territory. "Those are all mine." "The bubble machine, is it? Here." David tossed a gift box toward Malfoy, who caught it with a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated David would actually give this to him. "Thank you. I love this." "Malfoy!" Pansy shouted angrily as she saw one of her gifts was now missing. David rose with a smile, wrapping an arm around his cousin to console her. Happiness is meant to be shared. Your cousin has prepared a special gift for you. He then pulled out a large box from behind the sofa, gesturing for Pansy to join him. Wow, it's a flipper fountain. Malfoy instantly recognized it, his eyes lighting up with delight. Are you going to set off fireworks? None of your business. Malfoy. Pansy glared at him. You had best disappear from my sight immediately. Of course, fireworks could not be set off in the common room, as it would disturb the other students. They needed to go to the courtyard. David indicated the box behind the sofa, saying, if you wish to join us, carry it, and we shall awaken everyone. Of course. I'd be delighted. Malfoy relished the thrill of mischief, bouncing over to grab the box, heedless of Pansy's murderous glare. Let us hurry before curfew strikes. Why are you everywhere? Pansy pushed past Malfoy to follow her cousin, still grumbling. Don't you have a cousin of your own? Happiness is meant to be shared, Pansy, Malfoy quipped, raising an eyebrow as he trailed behind, grinning. I wholeheartedly agree with your cousin. Such wisdom. Remember this, Malfoy. Pansy suddenly turned around, fixing him with a pointed stare. He's my cousin. Moreover, she clenched her fist threateningly in front of Malfoy, warning, do not mimic my cousin's speech. Chapter 40. A romantic night. The night at Hogwarts was eerily quiet. Even the young wizards who had yet to sleep were merely frolicking within their dormitories. 3 figures emerged into the corridor, their unrestrained footsteps eliciting a chorus of feline meows. Damn it, it's Filch's cat. Malfoy jumped in surprise as the Maine Coon leapt out unexpectedly, grimacing as he muttered, he is coming. Thud thud. Heavy footsteps echoed, and indeed, Filch's figure materialized around the corner of the hall. His gaze, sharp and cunning like that of his cat, fell upon David and his companions. I've caught you. The Nocturnal David. No one could apprehend the Nocturnal David. Calmly, David strode toward the door, cradling the box, and playfully remarked, you truly are dedicated. But there are still 40 minutes until curfew. Get lost, you insufferable cat. With David's backing, Malfoy brazenly reprimanded the portrait of the fat lady blocking the corridor. He shot a glance at Filch and grumbled, I detest ill-mannered cats. Filch's eyes narrowed as he glared at the trio entering the hall, then squinted at the items they carried. What are you up to? Why, we're off to the courtyard to set off fireworks. Malfoy scoffed. Would I possibly set them off in the corridor? What a ridiculous question. His audacious demeanor infuriated Filch, who wished for the hands of his pocket watch to speed up, so he could seize this little brat by the neck when curfew arrived. Aha, fireworks. Someone else going to set off fireworks. Filch can't stop him. Peeves the poltergeist suddenly appeared, or perhaps he had been trailing Filch all along, creating mischief. David looked up at the plump ghost floating in midair and invited, Peeves, would you like to join us? Me? You're inviting me? Peeves could hardly believe it. It was a rare occasion for someone to invite him to join in the fun, having been so accustomed to causing trouble alone. Peeves wants to see the fireworks. He hopped and skipped, deliberately shouting at Filch, even sticking his tongue out at him. Puffed. Filch shot him a disdainful glare before making his way out alongside David and the others. Stay away. You are not welcome here. Pansy thought that the romantic evening had become crowded enough, with the unnecessary presence of Malfoy, the obnoxious Peeves, and now an untidy Filch. How could this still be termed romantic? Peeves, having finally found a playmate, continued to hurl insults at Filch. David positioned the fireworks in the center of the courtyard and only activated the mechanism once Pansy had taken her place. Whoosh! With a sharp crack, the fireworks burst into bloom in the night sky, illuminating it and shattering the tranquility of Hogwarts. Whoosh! Bang! The resounding explosions of fireworks echoed continuously, and a flurry of window openings followed suit. Wow! Fireworks! Look, who is setting off fireworks? They are truly beautiful. This is the flipper fountain from Zonkos. It costs 1 galleon, 11 sickles, and 26 nuts. Look, in the courtyard. Over there, someone exclaimed, pointing at a few individuals reveling in the courtyard. It's David from Slytherin. Don't just stand there, Malfoy, come over. David waved to the wide-eyed blonde, admiring the fireworks fountain, and rummaged through the box he was holding to find a firework to hand to the floating Peeves. Fireworks for Peeves. For the first time, Peeves received a toy without having to snatch it, laughing heartily as he soared into the air to set off the firework in his hands. Sizzle. Bang. The night sky was ablaze with fireworks, accompanied by Peeves' raucous screams and laughter. Some awakened ghosts drifted out in displeasure, but before they could voice their grievances, they too were captivated by the dazzling spectacle. Much like the little wizards above, Pansy, who had been pouting, finally broke into a smile, clutching her firework as she chased her cousin around the courtyard in playful antics. Oblivious Malfoy also chased after them, giggling and joining in the merriment. The only unwelcome presence, Filch, stood at a distance, holding Mrs. Norris, grumbling about the ruckus that was theirs to enjoy while he only found it noisy. In the tower headmaster's office, the figure of an elderly man with a white beard appeared at the window, gazing softly down below, seemingly reminiscing about his childhood. Beside him, a dark figure glared discontentedly at the scene below. Slytherin had known no peace since that boy arrived. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, engrossed in her reading, was drawn to the window by the fireworks. Upon spotting David, her conviction regarding the unfairness of the sorting hat only intensified. In the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory, Catriona was teased by her roommates about having lost her little boyfriend. Fireworks fade quickly, and joy is always fleeting. Malfoy gazed at the now tranquil night sky, clicking his tongue in reflection. That was fun, wasn't it? If only you weren't here. Pansy shot him a glance, noticing the bubble machine in his hand, snatching it back with a huff. You've had enough already. No, that was given to me by David, Malfoy insisted, furrowing his brows and glaring. Give it back. That's my bubble machine. It's mine. My cousin gave it to me. Pansy brandished her fist threateningly. Don't make me hit you at the happiest moment. Fireworks. Fireworks. No feet. Several days had passed since the romantic night, yet Peeves continued to chatter about it in the corridors, seemingly intent on rubbing salt into Filch's wounds. Watching the little wizards return to their dormitories on time was intolerable for Filch. After that night, David and his friends became the focus of the school, with everyone buzzing about the fireworks. Especially with Halloween approaching, it seemed everyone needed an excuse to alleviate academic stress. The professors were pleased as punch and naturally did not seek trouble with David. Only Filch muttered his discontent. Pansy had reconciled with her cousin. Even though he still maintained closeness with the older students, it was clear that he had not experienced the romantic night. That evening was witnessed by the entire faculty and student body. If only Malfoy had not been present. Malfoy was indeed the biggest winner of that night. He was ecstatic, seizing the opportunity to shine in front of the entire school, something he had always desired but never achieved. He even contemplated writing home to ask his mother to send more fireworks to school for them to set off. However, upon learning that Filch had hastily amended the regulations governing fireworks displays in the castle courtyard, he had to reluctantly abandon the idea. Malfoy loathed Filch, including his cat, but that did not prevent him from boasting about his triumphs, particularly in front of Harry Potter. After all, Potter had not enjoyed a romantic night. Ever since learning that Professor McGonagall had gifted him a Firebolt 2000, his jealousy had reached a fever pitch, threatening to engulf all of Hogwarts. This time, everything he had lost would be reclaimed, piece by piece, through his words. Chapter 41. Serves you right. Why buy two owls? Pansy sat on the sofa, swinging her legs and staring curiously at the two striped barn owls on the shelf. The owls were also staring back at her, as well as the box of sweets in her hand. Because I can't find to be strong enough to carry the packages. David was organizing the magical ingredients on the shelf while packing up his alchemical products. Recently, his alchemical skills had improved, and he was becoming increasingly adept at crafting intricate creations. Why buy bees to carry the packages? Pansy unwrapped a milk toffee and popped it in her mouth, persistently chewing and engaging her cousin in idle chatter. David had grown accustomed to her incessant prattle and casually replied, because the Hogsmeade post office recommended I use trained monkeys to deliver the packages. Monkeys? Pansy paused her chewing, staring at her cousin in bewilderment. What monkeys? Why can't we use monkeys to deliver packages? Because I don't trust Monkey Express. David stacked the packaged mail in a pile and pulled out some wolf liver from a glass jar to feed the owls. Although he could not use the Instabee Express, he had to make do with owls. Why buy two owls? At that moment, Pansy looked as perplexed as the striped barn owl on the shelf. Can we eat wolf liver? Because one owl would have too much work. David glanced at the pile of packages, all magical traps that he had painstakingly crafted, which needed to be sent to customers via owl. One owl simply couldn't manage the task. Of course, thanks to the generous offerings from the Forbidden Forest. David was experimenting with other alchemical products based on the notes James provided, like Thunderbolt. Some of the simpler trinkets were also on David's sales list. Otherwise, how could he afford to splurge in Hogsmeade to please the older students and then return to cheer up his cousin? A philosopher once said, mere sweet nothings are not enough to win a girl's heart, but gold galleons can do the trick. So many packages? Who are you sending them to? Pansy walked over to the shelf, glancing at the owl mailbox, all of which she did not recognize. It is not a gift, but a compensated aid. David swiftly pried away Pansy's little dirty hands and then offered 2 pieces of wolf liver to the plump chicken. He sighed, self-reliance. Pansy, your cousin is working tirelessly to save money for a gift for you. Really? I don't believe it, Pansy replied, casting a surprised glance at her cousin. Her thoughts then drifted to her senior, Catherine. She pursed her lips, almost falling for the ruse. David might not have heard yet, but the news had already spread throughout the Hogwarts girls' circle that Catherine Morgan, a fifth year from Hufflepuff, had received the coveted brooch from Jasmine. Yes, the very antique from the Devisban's shop, a magical ornament said to bestow eternal youth. No girl could resist its allure, and the prospect of eternal youth could indeed incite jealousy. Upon reflecting on this, Pansy found the candy in her hand suddenly tasteless. Cousin, I too wish to preserve my youth. But you are in the bloom of youth, are you not? David added more wolf liver to the plate, preparing to dispatch 6 parcels today. He wondered where all these animal enthusiasts in Britain came from. Those who could afford to buy the confinement charms were likely using them to capture magical creatures. Otherwise, who would squander 35 galleons on disposable supplies just to catch chickens? Of course, in the newspapers, everyone portrayed themselves as victims of magical creature disturbances, and David reached out to others with a heart inclined toward helping. Indeed, his sales primarily relied on the classified ads in the Daily Prophet to connect with clients. From there, he could trade various secondhand equipment, mature herbs, and alchemical materials, as well as sell his own concoctions. There was no need for face-to-face meetings. He could simply dispatch parcels through the owl post and collect galleons, a method he found exceptionally convenient. Otherwise, why do you think he continued subscribing to the Daily Prophet? Was it for the gossip? Where are you going? Don't forget the Halloween feast. Pansy reminded him as she saw David preparing to leave. I'll be waiting for you in the Great Hall. Got it. I'm off to deliver the parcels and tidy up, David said as he donned his 2 owls and exited the dormitory. Professor Dumbledore once mentioned that young wizards could consider Hogwarts their home, and thus the Forbidden Forest also belonged to Hogwarts. Hence, the Forbidden Forest is my home, and cleanliness is a shared responsibility. Just then, while David stood in the courtyard corridor releasing the plump chicken, he suddenly heard a sound of weeping behind him. Turning around, he saw the brown-haired young witch, Dramione, Hermione Granger. David called out, noticing her red-rimmed eyes. What is wrong? Why are you crying? Hermione turned to him, sniffing, and retorted, It's none of your business. She clutched her books and turned to run away. Cough. Just as David shook his head, reflecting on the elusive nature of a young girl's heart, he heard another sobbing sound. What's going on today? Draco? What's wrong with you? Malfoy approached, covering his nose as tears streamed down his cheeks, unable to contain himself. David, Malfoy squeezed his eyes shut and in distress said, That mudblood just got bullied by her friends and cried. Are you talking about Hermione? David shot him a glance and asked, What does her crying have to do with you? Why are you crying? You used to lick it. Malfoy lamented, covering his nose as he added, She actually dared to hit me. I'll tell my father. You deserve it. David scoffed, smirking as he slapped the top of Malfoy's head. Ruffling his blonde hair, he reminded him, You let a girl bully you. What do you think your father will say? Do you really think he would come to school to uphold justice for you? As Draco received another light slap, Goyle and Crabbe flinched in fear. They only approached Malfoy after David had walked away. Draco, are you all right? Damn it. You're bullying me too. Malfoy shook off Goyle's hand and glared fiercely at David's retreating figure. Am I supposed to learn from you? But he has already gone. Crabbe pointed out. I know. Malfoy, still covering his nose, shot him a glance before turning his gaze back toward Hermione's disappearing figure, gritting his teeth and muttering. All because of that mudblood. Damn it. David, isn't he your friend? Goyle asked, puzzled, and upon seeing Malfoy look at him, he emphasized, You said you two set off fireworks together. Exactly. I once thought he was my friend. Malfoy's lips twitched as his anger intensified. But he didn't cherish our friendship. So, he is no longer my friend. Never will be. Malfoy earnestly asserted this, then furiously declared to the two, I will make them pay. I will. Chapter 42. To rescue Hermione. As night fell, the castle was illuminated by pumpkin lanterns and adorned with withered branches, with various goblins and ghouls appearing among the decorations. In truth, such embellishments were unnecessary. Standing in the Forbidden Forest and gazing through the gnarled branches at the solitary Hogwarts castle silhouetted against the moonlight was sufficiently eerie. Moreover, the castle truly housed ghosts. David, having returned from another fruitful excursion, hummed a tune as he made his way toward the castle with his bag. It was improbable to achieve success every time, even though the Forbidden Forest teemed with magical creatures. One had to be diligent. The broomsticks could no longer be ridden. Hogwarts possessed only 2 Nimbus 2000s, and the target was 2 grand. One could not venture beyond the Black Lake path on a spider. It was even more alluring than the broomstick. Furthermore, one must exercise restraint and not gather too many materials at once. Otherwise, they would inevitably be discovered upon entering the castle. Lastly, it was essential to evade Hagrid, who frequently patrolled the forbidden forest with his dog. Wait, where's Fawn? Where has he gone? Upon entering the castle, David immediately sensed the ambience of Halloween, yet the corridor was oddly silent, devoid of any presence. Aside from the portraits and the suits of armor adorned with pumpkin masks, which seemed to grumble reluctantly, there was no one around. A sweet, enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafted through the air, and David inhaled deeply, recalling Pansy's earlier words. Oh, the Halloween feast. He needed to hurry back to the dormitory and prepare. Otherwise, he would go hungry. As David rounded the corner of the staircase, he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps. Curiously, he turned to look and saw Professor Quirrell rushing past. Is he afraid of going hungry too? David grinned, quickening his pace toward the dormitory. If the professor was in such a hurry, the feast must be quite sumptuous. Even in a rush, he needed to wash up and change his clothes. Otherwise, the twigs and leaves would cling to his pants, giving away where he had been. Just as he was about to step out, he heard a commotion in the corridor. Was the feast already over? David dashed out of the dormitory and collided with classmates entering the common room. The feast is over? It's a giant, Blaze, who was about to answer, was interrupted as Malfoy bumped into him from behind. It's about to end. If you don't hurry, you'll miss out, Malfoy smirked, raising an eyebrow. Only the scraps will be left. Ha ha ha. He seemed to have shared an exceptionally amusing joke, causing the surrounding young wizards to erupt in laughter. David cast a dubious glance in his direction, noticing that others were also silently observing the spectacle. After searching in vain for Pansy's presence, he reluctantly continued to push his way outside. Surely, he couldn't skip dinner. As he ventured further out, the crowd thinned, and David overheard discussions about the troll, the giant, and other topics, though he paid little heed, mistakenly believing it was a special Halloween program. It appeared he had missed something. Had Professor Quirrell hurried past to participate in the show? A performance featuring a troll? A clumsily improvised act? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Quirrell appeared, hastily coming from the direction of the auditorium, disregarding David's greeting as he hurried up the stairs, as if being chased by a dog. David felt somewhat dazed, still processing the scene when Headmaster Snape emerged in pursuit, also ignoring David's salutation, gliding up the staircase like a bat. What was going on? Was today National Rudeness Day? David tilted his head to inspect the upper staircase, then glanced at the now silent corridor, shrugging his shoulders as he made his way back to the auditorium. He was determined not to miss this meal. Thud! Thud! What was that sound? An earthquake? David felt the tremors beneath his feet and caught a whiff of an unbearable stench in the air, pondering who was obstructing his dinner plans. What was happening tonight? Everything felt peculiar. Driven by curiosity, he followed the source of the sound and smell, rounding a corner only to encounter two young wizards rushing toward him, their faces alight with excitement. Did you create that foul smell? David squinted at them, disdain evident in his voice. Are you playing with dung? Did you blow up the toilet with fireworks? No, it's a troll. Harry and his companion were startled by David's sudden appearance and hastened to clarify. However, before they could finish, a piercing, terrified scream emanated from a nearby room. Oh no! Ron, standing beside them, exclaimed, his previously excited flush draining from his face. Harry also realized what was happening and turned to look. That is the girls' restroom. David, having heard the scream, shot a questioning glance at the two, his expression shifting as he asked, "Who did you trap in the restroom and blow up?" They exchanged a glance and shouted in unison, "Hermione!" Without waiting for David, they turned and raced back. How infuriating. Today was clearly a day for rudeness. David glared at them before turning to leave. He had no desire to indulge in childish pranks. David, it's a troll. A troll is in there. Harry called back, realizing David hadn't followed. Come help save Hermione. What? There really is a troll? David's mind buzzed as he mechanically dashed forward, drawing his wand and shouting, "Allo Homera, you fools!" Ron, with a mournful expression, twisted the key desperately. It once opened. Alberto. David disregarded their panic and swiftly cast the unlocking charm, which, although different from those taught by Hogwarts professors, proved more effective. Boom! The door was forcefully blown off its hinges, and Harry and Ron stood momentarily stunned before rushing into the room. Hermione's scream echoed again, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood. By the time David slid to a stop at the entrance of the girls' restroom, Harry and Ron were already engaged in combat with the troll. How to describe it? It was indeed a battle. Their tactics included, but were not limited to, smashing the troll with faucets, wielding hoses, and even attempting to grapple it. Yes, you heard correctly. Harry, a mere 4 feet tall, was trying to tackle a creature over 10 feet high. It was quite a comical sight, yet Harry had indeed managed to grip the troll's neck. Go save Hermione. David shoved aside the obstructing redhead before calling to Harry, "Hold on tight." Stupefied. However, the stunning spell proved less effective due to the limited magical power of underage wizards. Combined with the troll's immense resistance, Harry merely felt the troll wobble slightly. Noticing the spell's ineffectiveness, David turned his attention to the wooden stick in Harry's grasp. The summoning charm was far more potent on inanimate objects than on living beings. David summoned the stick and, mid-flight, altered the spell to transform and propel it. Wingardium Leviosa. The stick sword. Chapter 43. A clean slate. Roar. Thud. The troll's agonizing howl echoed as it crashed to the floor, causing even the incapacitated Hermione to freeze in shock. As she beheld the thin end of the stick lodged in the troll's groin, her pale face flushed deeply. It wasn't her fault for thinking this way. The scene compelled such thoughts, and David was truly mischievous. "Oh, my backside." Harry, rubbing his rear, stood up behind the troll's massive head, staring at the colossal creature rolling on the floor, clutching its groin and howling in agony, while he awkwardly squeezed his legs together, as if feeling some discomfort. "Come on." Harry, hearing David's call, he dodged the troll and hurried to Hermione's side, assisting her alongside Ron as they made their way toward the exit. "Oh my goodness." A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and Professor McGonagall appeared at the vacant restroom door, closely followed by Snape and Quirrell. Quirrell peeked into the room, glanced at the troll, and promptly squatted on the toilet, bursting into tears. David looked at him in confusion and asked, "Apologies, Professor, is this your relative?" "Bleck." Quirrell's sobs abruptly ceased as he lifted his head to regard David, taken aback by a student's audacity to speak so harshly. Snape furrowed his brow at the writhing troll in pain. The stick was embedded rather deeply, and the troll dared not extract it. After a moment of astonishment, McGonagall pursed her lips tightly, regarding the group as if ready to explode. "What on earth are you up to?" McGonagall's voice was laced with icy fury. Professor, I was merely passing through," David replied coolly, sheathing his wand and raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. "It was Harry who mentioned there was a troll and that Hermione was locked in here, so Why are you here?" Snape, upon spotting David, immediately sensed trouble brewing. He glared at David and demanded, "Instead of behaving properly in your dormitory? It's the Halloween feast, Professor." David shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. "I even greeted you earlier, but you ignored me. And you too, Professor Quirrell." He pointedly reminded Quirrell, even in a hurry. "One should respond politely to a student's greeting, shouldn't he one?" "Wah!" Quirrell, confronted by David's rebuke, lowered his head and began to cry again, resembling a wounded child. David scratched his chin, surprised by how easily Quirrell was provoked into tears. "I'm sorry," McGonagall interjected. "I can't find the troll. I thought I could handle it." She lowered her head, a hint of sadness in her voice as she said, "You know, I have read about them in books and am quite familiar with them." Harry and Ron suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Hermione. "So, this is not a Halloween prank, is it?" David interjected with a shrug. "It seems I've missed tonight's banquet." Professor McGonagall turned to David and said matter-of-factly, "Mr. Rowell, due to the appearance of the troll, the students will be enjoying the Halloween feast in their respective houses." "Oh, I see," David replied, narrowing his eyes slightly as a flicker of menace crossed his gaze. "That little brat Malfoy. It was David who saved us. Without him, we would have been done for." Hermione promptly clarified. Ron and Harry rushed in to distract the troll, but it was too large, and it was David who used a spell to subdue it. As she reached the most thrilling part, she faltered, stealing a glance at the unconscious troll and its lower region, her face flushing once more. Without further elaboration, the truth was evident, and Professor McGonagall understood it completely. Harry and Ron glanced back and instinctively squeezed their legs together. "Well, the situation is clear now." David raised an eyebrow, gesturing to the professors blocking the doorway. "May I return to enjoy the Halloween feast?" "Mr. Rowell, you may wait a moment longer," Professor McGonagall replied, slightly lifting her chin as she addressed him and Harry. "In light of your courageous actions, each of you has earned 5 points for your house." Just as Harry and Ron exchanged delighted glances, the professor added, "I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. You may leave now." "Thank you. Thank you, Professor McGonagall." David expressed his surprise and gratitude with a nod, then cast a triumphant glance at Dean Snape. Snape, seemingly indifferent, nonetheless revealed a hint of something in the corners of his mouth. "And you, Miss Granger." As David and the others exited the girls' lavatory, Professor McGonagall continued to admonish Hermione. In the corridor, after a moment of silence, Harry frowned and said, "Why did Hermione lie? She is the least likely to break school rules. Now she has done it for us." "Stop it, Harry. It's all my fault," Ron muttered, his head lowered. entirely devoid of the joy from their earlier points. He understood whose fault it truly was, had it not been for his earlier accusations and complaints. Hermione wouldn't have sought refuge here to cry. Don't you find it strange? David, furrowing his brow, glanced back at the lavatory and asked the two. A troll rated XXXX in danger appears in the castle. And Professors Quirrell and Snape hurried upstairs in succession, and now they appear together. Doesn't that seem odd? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. We don't know. David was at a loss for words. He tilted his chin, regarding them with an expression akin to that of observing the troll, and nodded. It seems you truly are in sync, good friends, Of course. We are indeed good friends, Ron declared, draping an arm around Harry's shoulder. We share a deep bond, and always find common interests. And you too, David. You are now our good friend. You saved us, Harry said, his eyes sparkling with foolish yet sincere admiration. Thank you. Without you tonight, we truly wouldn't know what to do. And Hermione, she's also a good friend. Ron chimed in, wearing a smile. She stood up and took the blame, especially without hesitation. Just like that, David watched the two converse, amused. You don't think I'm someone of note, do you? The dangerous Rowell family, the perilous David. Ron, am I right? That's all in the past, Ron replied as he noticed David echoing his previous disparaging remarks, his face flushing red. Now that you've saved me, the past is forgotten. Chapter 44. You are the protagonist. Hey, you're still here, Hermione called out as she jogged to catch up, her gaze towards the trio a mixture of awkwardness and shyness. Ron, somewhat embarrassed, forced a grin and asked, the professor didn't give you a hard time, did she? Of course not, Hermione replied earnestly, though her tone dipped as she continued. The professor was just concerned for me. However, she did mention that Gryffindor lost 5 points. Harry and Ron exchanged surprised glances, their expressions as if they had just heard Hermione admit to breaking school rules. I'll make up for it. Hermione, ever resilient, lifted her chin defiantly and assured, I promise. Don't worry about it, Hermione. We gained points, Harry chuckled. With the 5 points you lost, we're still even. Ron grumbled from his side. We should have earned more than just 10 points. But we weren't surpassed by Slytherin. Harry turned to David, raising an eyebrow. David's points are equal to ours. David, teased by Harry, turned to the trio and scoffed, childish. Hee. The three watched David turn into the corridor, playfully laughing as they ascended the staircase. It's not so bad, Ron shrugged, pursing his lips. He didn't just stand by and let us suffer. You're biased against him, Ron. Hermione shot him a glance. Because of George, you've held a grudge, even though he saved Neville too. You should remember that. Oh, of course, but I can't be blamed for that. Ron furrowed his brow. He comes from the Rowell family. Everyone says so. I'm not the only one. You should have your own opinions, rather than following the crowd, Hermione admonished in her usual tone. Heritage doesn't define everything. Malfoy comes from privilege. Do you like him? I detest him, without a doubt, including the privilege he flaunts, Harry scoffed. Compared to Malfoy's pretentiousness, I prefer David's nonchalance. He is quite good academically. George said so. Ron, pursing his lips thoughtfully, added, perhaps we should view him from a different perspective. Not all Slytherins are bad, right? It's good that you can think that way, Ron. Hermione approached the fat lady's portrait and said, pig snout. After uttering the password, she led the way inside. Ron shrugged, casting a knowing glance at Harry. Does she really have to lecture all the time? Where were you last night? I look for you everywhere. Early in the morning, Pansy cornered David at the dining table, sitting down and complaining. You forgot our agreement. Sorry, Pansy, there was a little incident last night. I didn't mean to. David poured her a glass of milk, explaining, I returned late, thinking the feast was about to end. Hey, Draco, come here. He suddenly spotted Malfoy, sneaking by and shouted. This startled Malfoy, who yelled back, I'm not running far. Giggling, ha ha ha. The predicament of Malfoy elicited a chorus of light laughter from behind, prompting David to turn around, only to find Hermione and Harry among others. Hi David, good morning, greeted the trio in unison, their expressions animated with warmth. Neville, somewhat bewildered, glanced between David and the trio, hesitating before raising his hand to offer a shy greeting. Hi. David smirked slightly, disregarding their antics, and turned back to declare, I shall not converse with an adversary. He is my foe. The laughter behind him grew more boisterous in response to David's retort. Hermione exchanged glances with Harry, who playfully nudged Ron, the latter shrugging with an air of embarrassment. I said, let's call it even. What's going on? Why are you laughing? Neville inquired, his expression a mix of confusion and dismay, as though he were out of the loop. We toppled a giant troll, standing at least 12 feet tall. Ron exclaimed, concerned that Neville might not grasp the troll's immense height, as he stood on tiptoe, his hands raised high for emphasis. It was terrifying. Wow. The surrounding young wizards gasped in unison, drawing even more attention. With skin like granite, its massive form resembling a small mountain, Harry actually embraced its head. Ron continued, standing on a bench to ensure his voice carried over the crowd, his excitement palpable. Its legs were as thick as tree trunks, and its feet were as large as tables, wielding a club as thick as a water barrel. He placed his foot on the table for demonstration, exclaiming, "It could crush me with a single step." And then what? Did Harry bring down the troll? Seamus eagerly interjected, winking at those around him. Of course not. The troll lifted Harry up. It was extremely perilous. Ron shouted back at Seamus. To save Hermione, we had to ensnare the troll. How did you manage to subdue the troll? Neville asked, furrowing his brow as he cast a contemplative glance at David's retreating figure. It was David who timely appeared at the door. Ron recounted, moderating his tone. He first cast a stunning spell, but the troll was too colossal, 12 feet tall. He picked up a fork from the table, gesturing as if it were a wand. David targeted the troll's club, yanking it over and transforming it into a wooden stake that pierced right there. Oh, someone gasped in sympathy, their brow furrowing. But how did the club get pulled over and transformed into a stake to penetrate it? That SA troll we're talking about, came a skeptical voice from the crowd. With the levitation charm, the transfiguration charm, and the summoning charm, Hermione interjected earnestly. If you had studied, you would know Seamus. Chapter 45. The Fate of the Family. What a frigid day. Higgs wrapped his hands around himself, exhaling warm breath that did little to dispel the biting cold. As they exited herbology, complaints about the weather echoed through the path leading back to the castle. It seemed that once Halloween had passed, snow had sealed Hogwarts in a winter's grip, chilling everyone's spirits. He glanced up at the overcast sky, which matched the color of the surrounding mountains. Hey, David, are you ready? Higgs teased as he turned to David. Tomorrow is your debut. Don't give me any chances. Rest assured, Terence, you can comfortably retire. David replied with a confident wink. Forever and ever, with no chance of playing. Ha ha ha. Terence is reluctant. Hughes caught up, playfully bumping into Higgs as he jested. You could slip David some poison. The headmaster has it. Higgs scowled shut at Hughes. I was just about to do that, and now you've spoiled it. Look at the mess you've made. David rolled his eyes. Hughes, you've ruined Terence's Quidditch career. Oh, my apologies, Terence. Hughes raised his hands in exaggerated fashion, chuckling. I must stand up and bravely prevent you from poisoning our troll hunter. Higgs and Hughes exchanged amused glances before turning to David, smirking. Forget about that troll, David said with a mix of exasperation and humor. It's had enough misfortune already. I've heard enough of its name. Hogwarts is vast. Hogwarts is small. While the campus is expansive, the social circles are rather insular. Under Ron's relentless and exaggerated boasting and the professor's corroboration of the events, David had become quite the sensation. Fame, both good and bad, had transformed his status. Previously feared, young wizards now regarded him with curiosity and jest rather than trepidation. Of course, not everyone was curious. Malfoy had written home, requesting that his mother urgently send the protective undergarment armor, as it pertained to the family's fate. On the way back to the castle, David noticed Harry and the others standing in the courtyard, looking morose, while Ron wore a smirk of schadenfreude. You all go ahead. I have something to attend to. He patted Higgs on the shoulder, signaling for them to proceed while he made his way to the courtyard. Higgs halted, reminding him, You have 10 minutes until History of Magic. You could skip class. Give up, Terence. David called back without turning around, then turned to the trio. What has happened? Encountered another troll? Worse than a troll, Ron began, only to correct himself at Harry's urging, momentarily forgetting David's Slytherin affiliation. It's Professor Snape. He confiscated my book, which Hermione lent me, Harry complained. He even concocted an excuse to deduct 5 points from us. It's so unfair. He will get his comeuppance. It just happened. Ron raised an eyebrow. He limped away as if injured. I hope he is in agony. If you're telling the truth, David observed them, nodding. I will help you retrieve your book, but as the trio brightened at his words, David added emphatically, forget about the troll. Do not mention it again. It's about the magical Quidditch ball. As David turned away, Harry reminded him, don't forget, it's a library book. After dinner, wait for me in the Grand Hall. I must attend class now, David replied before departing. The Friday afternoon schedule was packed, comprising an hour and a half of herbology, 45 minutes of history of magic, and another 45 minutes dedicated to charms. In the history of magic class, the dreary weather seemed to amplify Professor Bin's hypnotic lecture. Worrington snored audibly, disturbing Higgs, who decided to affix a note to Worrington's lips, resembling a long, flying tongue, which elicited giggles from the female students. Professor Binns appeared oblivious, continuing his monotonous delivery, casting a spell of drowsiness over the class. David, however, fought to stay alert, his quills scratching across the parchment as he recorded his insights, his final act of defiance. The third-year curriculum required studying the medieval witch trials, and a hefty tome on the history of magic barely scratched the surface of the Wizarding World's eccentricities. Casey had tutored him on the first-year texts, the oddball Uric and Gaspard Sing-Eaton, which he had previously missed. Each nation chronicled history from differing perspectives, emphasizing various aspects. He had to learn. He estimated that he would not complete the second-year material until the latter half of the semester, making this his most arduous academic year. The theoretical knowledge was particularly demanding, permeating nearly every subject, including the charms class. In the third charms lesson, no one dared to doze off, lest Professor Flitwick summon them to demonstrate. What are the primary factors influencing the release and potency of magic, David? Well, emotion, determination, rhythm, he replied. If it involves a minor wizard, there's also magical capacity. Professor Flitwick nodded appreciatively, stating, excellent. This thoroughly demonstrates your capacity to vanquish a troll. A ripple of knowing laughter spread through the classroom, all eyes turning towards David. Professor Flitwick, undeterred by the chuckles, continued, will dictates intention. Emotion shapes imagination. Determination influences response. And rhythm establishes balance. Come now, David, step forward. I need your assistance for a demonstration. I wasn't asleep, Professor. David reluctantly stood, gesturing towards Cassius. Warrington's about to doze off. Cassius, who had laughed the loudest moments ago, squawked, go on, David. You're the troll hunter. I hate you. David shot him a glare before descending the steps to stand in the center of the classroom, facing Professor Flitwick at the lectern. Very well, David. Now draw your wand. Flitwick summoned a wooden figure from the corner, instructing, I need you to replicate all the spells you used against the troll that night. As you wish, Professor. David drew his wand, turning with a relaxed yet poised stance, the wand casually held as he focused on the wooden target. Just as Professor Flitwick called for him to begin, stupefy. Bang! The wooden figure, lacking the colossal form of a troll, was struck by David's stunning spell and toppled backward, swaying far more than any troll would. David did not wait for the figure to regain its balance before swiftly casting the Levi Corpus spell. Wingardium Leviosa. The wooden sword soared forth. Thud! The blade, with a metallic glint, impaled deeply into the wooden figure's groin, plunging in with considerable force, rendering the classroom utterly silent. Hiss! It was unclear who inhaled first, but that sound ignited a chorus of gasps, shattering the stunned quiet. Such brutality! How could a troll withstand that? Higgs shook his head in fear, casting an apprehensive glance at David. David had already stowed his wand, standing quietly, awaiting Professor Flitwick's evaluation. Indeed, he was willing to participate in the demonstration for this very reason. Otherwise, who would willingly repeat such an embarrassment? A spectacular series of spells, particularly the transformation charm. Flitwick exclaimed, bouncing down from his stack of books, signaling to David, your mastery of magical rhythm is commendable, David. It is precisely this skill that allows the transformation charm to seamlessly fulfill the requirements of an attack. Flitwick waved his wand, lightly tapping the wooden figure, prompting the wooden sword to fly forth, showcasing the iron-tipped blade to the class. Why employ the stunning spell? He pointed at David, addressing the others. This stems entirely from a misjudgment of the target's attributes and one's own capabilities. The magical limitations of a minor wizard. Flitwick turned, marking the recently discussed points on the board, continuing, insufficient magical power results in inadequate potency. Different targets, environments, and needs necessitate the selection of different spells. One must choose the most fitting incantation. What about the freezing charm? Warrington raised his hand, suggesting that the washroom. There's plenty of water. We could freeze the troll completely. A fine question. Flitwick looked up at him. The environment does influence spells, but one must also consider the need. You fool. Cassius. At that moment, Harry was on the troll. Higgs reminded him. Laughter erupted once more in the classroom, directed at Warrington, who sheepishly chuckled at his own folly. Thus, David's second choice was validated. Flitwick pointed his wand, reminding, danger looms. One must act decisively. With an unwavering will, a courageous intention to save, and a resolute determination. What else is required? Flitwick surveyed the room, stating, is the controlled rhythm that determines the balance of spellcasting. He gestured for David to return to his place, leaping back onto his stack of books, declaring, standard casting motions and a relaxed posture will ensure your spellcasting is twice as effective. Naturally, I do not expect your casting to be as graceful as David's, but at the very least, it should be relaxed yet precise, allowing for fluid spellcasting. You should all enhance your charm practice. Flitwick closed the textbook, addressing the class, All right, that concludes today's lesson. David, just as everyone was rising to leave, Flitwick called out to David, smiling as he praised, "Elegance is timeless. Your future knows no bounds." "Oh, a future without limits, David." Warrington chuckled, ruffling David's hair in jest. "Elegance never goes out of style. Get off me, Cassius." David pushed him away, politely thanking the professor in response. The corridor after class buzzed with excitement as young wizards clustered together, heading towards the grand hall, their stomachs growling in unison. Higgs and Warrington flanked David, continuing to tease him, provoking peals of laughter from nearby female classmates. Cousin Pansy dashed up from behind, wedging herself between Higgs and David, wrapping her arms around her cousin's waist as she playfully inquired, "What are you laughing about?" "Oh, cousin, I can't divulge that," Higgs replied mischievously. "Your cousin stole the spotlight in Charms class." "I never doubted my cousin's excellence." Pansy lifted her head, smiling at David, and then turned to Higgs, saying, "So what you mentioned does not intrigue or astonish me in the least." "Look, David, I envy you," Higgs exaggeratedly lamented. "Why can't I have a cousin like Pansy? It's utterly unfair." "Pansy, call me cousin." I won't," Pansy teased, playfully pushing the shy Daphne behind her towards Higgs, exclaiming, "Daphne would be delighted to be your cousin." "Pansy." Daphne, clearly embarrassed by her friend's revelation, lowered her head, unable to meet Higgs's handsome visage. It must be said that, just as Pansy observed that David only had eyes for beautiful girls, David too surrounded himself with dashing friends. Just look at his companions, Higgs, Worthington, and Blatch, all strikingly handsome. The only exception among his friends was the captain, Marcus Flint, whose appearance resembled that of a troll, indicating that David's taste is indeed commendable. Daphne enjoyed spending time with Pansy not only due to their similar backgrounds and shared interests, but also because of Pansy's cousin and his charming friends. The two little admirers squeezed into the upperclassmen's circle, laughing and frolicking, much to the envy of their female classmates. "The steak today is exquisite. Cousin, try some." Pansy forked a piece of steak onto David's plate, feigning a pitiful expression as she said, "I can't eat anymore. At this rate, you'll soon weigh as much as a little pig." Aware that Pansy was merely employing a tactic to display affection, David lifted his pumpkin juice, advising, "You ought to read less of those dreary magazines." Witch's friend belongs to Daphne. Pansy pursed her lips and replied, "I subscribed to Spell Innovations. Want to take a look, cousin?" "Oh, Spell Innovations?" "Pansy, don't even think about taking another copy of Witch from me." Daphne retorted, disdainfully adding, "You're so unrecognizable now. Don't forget, I was the one who introduced you to Higgs." Pansy reminded her with a smile, "You owe me one." "Hey, David." Just as they were enjoying their banter, someone greeted them from behind. David turned to see Harry. In the distance stood Hermione and Ron, who smiled awkwardly upon noticing his gaze. "About the Quidditch book, right?" David nodded at Harry, who looked rather uncomfortable standing by the Slytherin table, and said, "It'll be ready soon. We'll wait for you at the entrance." Harry, spotting the loathed Malfoy, excused himself after greeting David and hurried away. Malfoy, seeing his two adversaries mingling, curled his lip in disdain. "What did he want from you?" "What book?" Pansy, influenced by Malfoy, harbored an aversion towards Harry, as did the first-year Slytherins. David finished his last bite of beef and explained, "The headmaster took his book. I'm just helping him out." Pansy expressed her discontent, saying, "You really do love to meddle." Chapter 47. "Professor, you wouldn't want that. Let us go find Professor Snape." David exited the Great Hall, nodding at the three standing by the door as he descended the stairs. "I'm sorry to interrupt your dinner," Harry said apologetically, offering a piece of cake. "Would you like some more?" "No, I'm full, thank you." David humorously reminded him, "Just remember not to take food out of the hall. Filch will scold you if he sees." Harry had not eaten well, his mind lingering on that book. Hermione, walking alongside, explained, "I advised him, but he wouldn't listen." It was quite a vexing situation for the two friends. David winked at Hermione with a smile, subtly indicating Harry and Ron, who were still engrossed in discussing Professor Snape's unfairness. Seeing their childish behavior, Hermione chuckled knowingly and nodded in agreement. Before the professor's office, David glanced back at the three behind him and instructed, "Wait here and keep quiet." After that, he knocked on the office door. "Hiss, who allowed you to enter?" Inside, not only was Professor Snape present, but also Filch, who stood by with bandages in hand. Upon seeing David enter, Snape hurriedly dropped his robe to conceal his leg injury, his expression darkening. David instantly noticed the blood-soaked bandage on Snape's leg. "I'm sorry, Professor. I heard you called for him," David said, tugging at the corner of his mouth as he gestured towards Snape's leg, inquiring, "Is that from last night's injury?" "None of your concern. Get out." Snape dismissed him, clearly irritated due to his injury. Undeterred, David explained, I borrowed a book from the library for the competition, but I accidentally left it on the table. And Harry picked it up. He said it's with you. Professor, could you return it to me? Gazing into Snape's shadowy eyes, David spread his hands, adding, surely. You wouldn't want us to lose tomorrow, would you? That scoundrel. Always putting the blame on others. Snape glared at David for a long moment, unwilling to engage further, and directed a threatening glance toward the desk, saying, if we lose tomorrow. David picked up the book, pointed at Snape's leg, and reminded him, you should take better care of that leg injury. You wouldn't end up disabled. Get out. Snape shouted in a fit of rage, pointing toward the door. David flashed a grin, adopting a benevolent demeanor as he walked out, saying, wishing you a swift recovery, Professor. Filch, almost gleefully, urged, why don't you expel him? Professor Snape. Thud. David stood at the door, feeling the force of the door slam shut behind him, his robes billowing. It seemed the professor was indeed in pain. It was certainly not a personal matter against him. David. Harry could no longer restrain himself, and when he saw David raise the book in his hand, he finally broke into a smile. Thank you. Harry exclaimed gratefully upon receiving the magical Quidditch ball. I can't thank you enough, David. Ron stood beside him, equally delighted and astonished by David's bravery. That was truly courageous, like snatching food from a tiger. If only you could adjust your perspective on him, David advised. He's a good person, I mean it, but he clearly targets me. Harry retorted, distressed. I've never wronged him. He is always on my case, finding excuses to punish me. I'm speaking the truth. He treats everyone like that. You've seen it. I'm still his favorite student. David shrugged. He is merely a bit irritable, but his character and knowledge are commendable. Perhaps only you would think that. Ron scoffed. But what is wrong with his leg? It's a horrific injury. David, do you remember last night? Harry asked seriously. You mentioned he went up the staircase. Was it to the 4th floor? The 4th floor? He exclaimed. Hermione and Ron were taken aback by Harry's words, with Ron exclaiming, he was bitten by that monster. The 4th floor? What is significant about the 4th floor? David frowned. I'm not certain how far he went. He just chased Professor Quirrell up the stairs. I don't know where he ended up. The 4th floor, Ron reminded. The headmaster mentioned it during the feast. It's a dreadful place. There's a 3-headed dog there. 3-headed dog? Fluffy? David suddenly recalled the creature Hagrid had acquired from the infamous cellar. After all, this was Hogwarts. What was strange about Hagrid keeping a dog? It is merely a 3-headed dog. It possesses 3 enormous heads, fierce beyond measure. Ron introduced with a tremor of trepidation. Harry refrained from hastening to explain, instead directing his gaze towards Hermione, seeking her counsel. Hermione tugged at the corner of her mouth, looking earnestly at Harry as she stated, I believe David is trustworthy if you share the same sentiment. What are you discussing? David furrowed his brow, observing the enigmatic duo and the somewhat nonsensical Ron. A colossal secret. It pertains to Professor Dumbledore. Harry elucidated how Hagrid had taken him to Gringotts to retrieve something, and how soon after, news of a theft emerged from Gringotts. David recalled that at the beginning of the term, the newspapers had been rife with speculation regarding this incident. He patted Harry on the shoulder and led them into the potions classroom at the end of the corridor. Tell me, the theft at Gringotts, the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor, and Professor Snape's injury, are they connected? I suspect. Harry hesitated, glancing at Hermione and Ron before addressing David. I suspect that Snape intends to steal that item, and what Hagrid retrieved is of paramount importance to Dumbledore. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hermione had come to a realization, shaking her head firmly in denial. I know he is not good, but he cannot be foolish enough to attempt to steal something that Dumbledore keeps under strict guard. How can it be impossible? Ron cast a sidelong glance at David, muttering under his breath, that is precisely the sort of person he is. I recognized it at first glance. I believe he unleashed the troll last night to divert everyone's attention. Harry explained to David. His injury must also be linked to his attempt to access that room where the large dog guards the item. So, you connect Snape's injury to the appearance of the troll, and based on what you know about that item, you suspect he harbors ulterior motives? David raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is that item? I don't know, it's quite small. Harry gestured with his fist, indicating, much smaller than this. A ring? A seal? A gem? It doesn't matter what it is. It's simply very small. David looked at Harry and asked, why doesn't Dumbledore keep it on him? Sticking it somewhere would be safer, wouldn't he? Harry, somewhere? Chapter 48, the first Quidditch match. Oh, Hermione grimaced, finding David's words rather crude. Imagining an elderly gentleman of 100 years with something stuck there. David shook his head slightly. It's rather conspicuous to have a large dog guarding it, and to announce it to everyone. Doesn't that resemble fishing? Fishing? Are you suggesting that this is all a deliberate setup by Dumbledore? Harry, somewhat incredulous, asked, But why? He is your headmaster, Ron interjected. Of course, you would defend him. Then why tell me all this? David shot a glance at the foolish redhead, turning back to Harry and asking, have you forgotten I told you Snape went upstairs to confront Professor Quirrell? I cannot tell you what that item is, but I can assure you that Snape is not the person you think he is, especially in the presence of Quirrell. He is not a fool. You only saw them ascend the stairs one after the other, Ron retorted, discontented. We don't know if they were together. Ron, they were together. Harry turned to Ron, reminding him. They both appeared in the restroom. He reminded Ron, yet felt perplexed. Could it be true, as David suggested, that the headmaster had another agenda? It cannot be Professor Quirrell. He is as delicate as a flower. Hermione glanced at David, then at Harry, disregarding Ron's indignation, and advised, let's leave it at that for today. There's a match tomorrow. Very well, the match, David. Harry, realizing how he could be friends with Ron, swiftly abandoned his contemplation and began to jest with David. David chuckled at him, reaching up to ruffle his hair as they descended. See you on the pitch tomorrow. Remember to bring a handkerchief. I want to be crying. Harry yelled at David's retreating figure. Ha ha ha. All of Harry's strength and stubbornness were channeled through his mouth. On that Saturday, from the moment he woke, his lips were pressed tightly together. He hadn't had a proper breakfast, just as the night before. Whenever he felt anxious, his stomach would become unsettled. Watching David maintain his usual routine, returning from exercising outside the castle and laughing with his friends, only heightened Harry's anxiety. Hey, don't be nervous. You are our ace, Ron encouraged him. We all saw David's training session. Apart from being a bit more agile, perceptive, and deft, he is otherwise lacking. Harry abruptly turned, fixing Ron with a steady gaze, his face taut as he nodded. Thank you, Ron. I feel even more nervous. At least he won tea foul you. Hermione, munching on a warm corn muffin, reassured him. But be wary of the bludger. It could shatter your nose. Or so the book says. Thanks, Hermione, but please stop talking. Harry gripped the bread as if someone were clutching his stomach, a tide of unease rising within. Regardless of his fear of the passing time, he had no choice but to follow his teammates toward the pitch, confronting the match ahead. At 11 o'clock, with the sun shining and the sky clear, the Quidditch Stadium was alive with fluttering banners and throngs of spectators. David donned a green jersey, equipped with gloves and protective gear. It was a perilous sport, and though no fatalities had occurred, it was merely by chance. All right, now listen to me. Captain Flint stood before the blackboard in the locker room, surveying the lined-up players as he bellowed. We are 6-time champions. Victory belongs to us. He pointed at the chasers, Pusey and Wood, instructing, use the hawk formation on offense, and don't forget the bull's decoy tactic. He then gestured to the beaters, Montague and Bulstrode, imparting, on defense, be vigilant for double hits. Don't mind the fouls, just take them down hard. Blatch, keep an eye on the goalposts. Finally, Flint cast a complex glance at David, smirking. I only hope you ensure the opposing seeker cannot catch the snitch. David narrowed his eyes slightly, disregarding his words. This was not the first time he was treated differently. Flint had picked on him during training as well. All right, let us head out and claim victory, Flint shouted, strutting out of the locker room like a pompous baboon. David shrugged it with concerned gaze and followed his teammates onto the pitch. Oh. The stadium erupted in cheers as the players from both teams entered, and David, amidst the cacophony, felt the adrenaline surge, his body trembling uncontrollably. He lifted his head, surveying the field. The stands were packed with people, the cheers deafening. What a mesmerizing scene this is. Now everyone to me. Referee Madame Hooch stood at the center of the pitch, brandishing her broomstick as she waved to both sides. Listen, I expect to see a fair and honest match. Her gaze swept over Flint, offering pre-match reminders. David's eyebrows lifted slightly, seemingly grasping the implication behind Madame Hooch's words, casting a mischievous smile at Harry across the field. Now, let's all mount our enchanted brooms. With a sharp blast from her silver whistle, Madame Hooch signaled the commencement of the match. Whoosh! A dozen brooms soared into the sky, chasing after the golden snitch, while David opted for a more measured approach, lingering in a slightly delayed position. As he observed the Gryffindor seeker snatch the quaffle, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. He guided his broom toward the periphery, with Harry trailing closely behind. The Quidditch match had taken on a rather extreme nature for the seekers. Unless they spotted the snitch, they were merely spectators in the stands. However, upon discovering the elusive snitch, they instantly became the focal point of the game, with the competition intensifying significantly. Alas, the Slytherin team had seized the quaffle. Gasps reverberated across the stadium as David turned to see Flint claiming the ball. It must be said, regarding athletic prowess, Flint, with his ogre-like visage, certainly possessed considerable talent. Go, cousin. Go, David, cheered Pansy and Daphne from the high stands, their voices rising as the crowd quieted momentarily due to Flint's thwarted attempt to score. David glanced back, only to find his view obstructed by Harry, who was grinning and making playful faces at him. Go, Harry. Potter for the win. At the very top row, the Gryffindor Wizards unfurled a massive banner proclaiming Potter for the win, adorned with a lion illustration, the letters and images shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Seamus bounced in excitement, their cheers more fervent than those of Pansy and her companions. David winked at Harry, returning the jest, but his expression shifted abruptly as he seemed to sense something amiss, and he spun his broom around, racing off. Chapter 49, A Cry of Alarm. David from Slytherin has spotted the golden snitch, boomed commentator Lee Jordan. All eyes were drawn to his rapidly ascending figure, even as Angelina from Gryffindor reclaimed the quaffle and darted toward the goal, unnoticed. Where's the snitch? Lee shouted into the microphone. Harry is in pursuit, but where is it? The Slytherin keeper, Blatch, failed to defend against Gryffindor's attack and conceded a goal. Yet his focus had shifted entirely to the soaring seeker, David. Fool! Guard the goal. Flint seemed to have sensed something, urging Blatch on. Keep going. We press on. He then launched into a new offensive with the bludgers, causing the other players to redirect their attention away from the seekers. Despite the lingering anxiety that the match might conclude prematurely, with the opposing team potentially seizing the snitch. The game must go on. Did you find it? Where is it? Neville anxiously fixated on the rapidly ascending Harry and David, loudly inquiring of Ron, who was holding binoculars. Ron, even more anxious, aimed the binoculars ahead of David, responding in stuttering fragments. No, not here either. Hagrid. Hermione spotted the giant's figure and greeted him with a smile, glancing at the binoculars in his hands. Is this one better? Sorry, I can't guarantee, Hagrid replied, squeezing in beside them, lifting the binoculars to join Ron in searching. They're really fast. Those are two Nimbus 2000s. Ron exhaled in frustration, choosing to concede. Their speed is too great, and they're flying too high. The sunlight is blinding me. In his binoculars, both David and Harry appeared as mere specks, let alone the minuscule golden snitch. Even Hagrid struggled to discern them through his lenses. Don't worry, Ron. Trust Harry. He can do it. Hagrid reassured the little lion beside him, raising the binoculars. He has the talent. Could it be a feint? Dean questioned. There are deceptive maneuvers in football to mislead opponents. No way. David isn't that type, Hermione asserted, shaking her head. If he hadn't spotted something, Harry wouldn't be pursuing him. How do you know what kind of person he is? Dean shrugged, scoffing. Just because he saved you? You can see for yourself. Ron thrust the binoculars towards him, stating, It's impossible to determine that, but I choose to believe in Harry. Slytherin scores. Lee Jordan announced. Chaser Hughes dodged two bludgers and evaded the Weasley twins and Chaser Bell, scoring effortlessly. But where have the Seekers gone? In the midst of that single offensive play, both Seekers had vanished from sight, while some spectators kept their binoculars trained on the sky, awaiting the moment of revelation. They're here. They've appeared. As the match reached the 32-minute mark, with Slytherin leading Gryffindor 40-10, two dark shapes suddenly materialized in the sky, rapidly enlarging. Oh, what is that? The snitch? David angled his broom downward, plummeting almost vertically, his hand reaching out as if to grasp something. Harry, closely pursuing him, found his view obscured but remained determined, squinting as he chased David's form. Both were riding Nimbus 2000s, their speeds and advantages nearly equal. Now it was a contest of skill and control. Slytherin scores again. This time, Flint and his team were in peril. Jordan took a moment to comment on the scoring, yet his focus remained fixed on the rapidly descending Harry and David, as everyone realized the impending danger. Indeed, David and Harry were plummeting straight down, leaving no room for maneuver, both hurtling toward the ground. Harry, too, had hesitated momentarily, but as he witnessed David charging ahead without a second thought, reaching out to grab, he knew he could not relent. He had to act, even if it meant interfering with David. But first, he had to catch up. No, Harry's been deceived. Dean suddenly shouted, There's nothing in front of David. It's a feint. What? No way. Hermione exclaimed, snatching the binoculars from him and gazing toward Harry and David, who had already flown past the stadium. In truth, the binoculars were no longer necessary. At such a close distance, anyone could see that there was not a hint of golden color before David. Yet Harry remained oblivious, relentlessly pursuing, even as the white sand below loomed larger. He could not give up. This was his first match. Don't, Harry. Ron was rendered speechless in shock, as Hermione shouted out a warning, her mind racing without time to ponder why David would employ a feint. The entire audience fell into a tense silence, their adrenaline surging. faces flushed, fists clenched, unable to shout. Even commentator Lee Jordan could barely muster a word, gripping Professor McGonagall's arm in a trembling panic. David surged forward, his speed unwavering, as if the ground ahead was not a sandy beach, but rather a shimmering magical barrier. It was not until he was less than 2 meters from the ground that he made a swift maneuver. The broomstick veered sharply, the trailing twigs slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as he hung upside down, his body grazing the sandy surface in a perilous glide. However, Harry, who followed closely behind, was not so fortunate. He had no time to change course, caught off guard by David's sudden turn. He caught a glimpse of a golden flash darting past David, surely the golden snitch. Bang! Oh! A cloud of dust erupted from the white sand as Harry fell, akin to a comet colliding with the earth, leaving the spectators in shock. Gasps echoed from the stands, with some female classmates unable to contain their panic, covering their eyes and letting out shrill screams. "Huh! Fool!" After the initial surprise, Malfoy laughed heartily from the stands, pointing at Harry, who lay sprawled on the sandy pitch. "Is this what you call a genius seeker? A troll is better than him. Harry, are you all right?" Referee Madam Hooch finally arrived, blowing her whistle to pause the match as she tossed aside her broom and rushed to Harry. All eyes were fixed on him as he bravely raised his right hand, open, revealing nothing within it. Chapter 50, The Quidditch Fox. That's a Wronski feint. Hermione bit her lip tightly, casting a complex glance at David, who glided effortlessly on his broom, resembling a lively fish, relaxed and agile. "Was a Wronski feint?" Neville asked anxiously, observing Madam Hooch helping Harry to his feet. "It's a trick used by seekers to deceive their opponents, just like David did, luring them into crashing to the ground," Ron explained, his face tense as he clenched his fists. "It's named after the Polish seeker, Joseph Wronski." "How infuriating. I should never have trusted him," Hermione lamented, but Ron rolled his eyes at her complaint. However, seeing Harry rise once more, his expression shifted to one of delight. "Oh wow." The stands erupted in astonished cheers, accompanied by applause for the resilient Harry. Wood and the others gathered around him, inquiring if he could continue the match. Yet, Harry's gaze remained fixed on David, who was soaring high above them. Wood and the others followed his line of sight, frowning in silence. "Why?" Harry still held his empty right hand aloft. Confusion etched on his face as he looked at David hovering before him. "Welcome to the Quidditch pitch, Harry." David raised an eyebrow, winking. "Your courage is commendable. Your skill's decent, but you still require experience and intellect." He lifted his right hand, revealing the golden glimmer of the Rowell family signet ring, which he had always worn on his pinky. Signet rings were popular in ancient Europe, often bearing emblems that could identify the wearer's lineage or family, serving also as seals. These were commonly seen on wax seals of letters, but now they were seldom used, except by members of ancient families, of which David was one. "Harry, this is Quidditch," would embrace the despondent Harry, watching David fly away on his broom, softly reassuring him, "You must adapt to this rhythm. He did nothing wrong." Harry glanced at David, who was exchanging high fives with his teammates in the air, and nodded, saying, "I understand." Toot! As Madam Hooch's whistle pierced the air, the match resumed. This time, Harry dared not follow David's aerial maneuvers, but instead kept a wary distance, his eyes filled with vigilance and suspicion. David, unfazed, maneuvered his broom to evade bludgers while casually flying along the sidelines, his gaze searching for the snitch's glimmer. The spotlight returned to the chasers, but commentator Lee Jordan remained fixated on the earlier thrilling moment. "I must say, Slytherin Seeker is quite cunning. Professor, that's a compliment." After being warned multiple times by Professor McGonagall, he reluctantly shook his head. "All right, splendid Wronski feint, but he can only bully a first-year novice like Harry. This will be the last time. Harry will not fall for it again." As he finished speaking, David abruptly changed direction on his broom, charging toward his teammate, Pusey. "What? Slytherin's Seeker David has spotted the snitch again?" Jordan questioned, gripping the microphone skeptically. "Could still be a feint?" Harry's going for it," Jordan shouted excitedly. "It's real. The golden snitch is in sight." "Wow." Gasps erupted throughout the crowd as spectators leaped from their seats, raising binoculars to observe the renewed competition between the Seekers. "It's Pusey, the keeper. He has spotted the snitch, flying right past him," Jordan explained. "David's instincts are remarkable. I might as well call him the Quidditch Fox. Look, Gryffindor's Johnson." Just as everyone's attention turned to the chase between David and Harry, Jordan reminded the audience to watch the field. "Johnson has possession of the quaffle. She is going to score. Score. Gryffindor gets a point." Oh, clearly, the Gryffindor team was undeterred by the Seeker's antics, focusing solely on scoring. The score stood at 50-40, with Slytherin narrowly in the lead. David's antics had not only affected the Gryffindor players. Pusey's distraction allowed their opponents to seize the opportunity and score a crucial goal, infuriating Flint, who berated him fervently. He then gestured to beaters Montague and Bulstrode to intercept the quaffle, preparing to launch an offensive. Meanwhile, David continued his pursuit of the snitch, racing across the pitch. With Harry trailing closely behind, their positions nearly identical. With no time to spare, the snitch hovered just before David, who seemed to have lost his initial burst of speed, as if the elusive golden ball had tired from its earlier flight. Oh, just as David aimed to seize the snitch, he was suddenly jostled, losing his optimal position. A wave of gasps and complaints rose from the stands, intermingled with cheers and sighs of disappointment. The competition among the seekers had become exhilarating. It was Harry. Having caught up from the side, the snitch slowed, David slowed, but Harry accelerated. He did not need to catch the snitch. He only needed to prevent David from catching it, as Wood had advised him. Meeting David's gaze, Harry turned slightly, raising an eyebrow. "Welcome to the Quidditch pitch, David." David glanced at him, then refocused on the snitch, accelerating to shake off Harry while simultaneously chasing after the now-quickening golden ball. Harry pursued relentlessly, occasionally veering his broom to bump into David, disrupting his flight. Though David had prepared for such interference, it still hindered his speed, and the two wove through the pitch. The tension mounting. The more intense the competition, the more captivating it becomes, especially with each clash between the two players, which elicits gasps from the spectators, as if they're anticipating someone to plummet. "You fool! Use the bludger!" Flint cried out, witnessing the quaffle being snatched away, urging Montague and his companion to execute the strategy he had just devised involving the bludger for a malicious foul. Montague, somewhat naive, was reluctant to comply. The damage inflicted by the bludger upon a player, coupled with the secondary injuries from a fall, was severe, yet Flint was indifferent to such concerns. All he craved was victory. Anyone daring to snatch triumph from his grasp would face dire consequences, even in the midst of a Hogwarts Quidditch match. "Give it to me." Observing Montague's hesitation as Gryffindor's bell prepared for another goal, Flint snatched the bat from Montague's hands and swung it at the bludger. With a resounding thud, the bludger hurtled towards Bell, who adeptly dodged it, but misfortune befell David, who was pursuing the golden snitch. Oh my goodness. Chapter 51. The match concluded. "David, seek the snitch, David," Lee Jordan shouted. "Ah, an own goal." Slytherin Captain Flint has committed a foul by striking the quaffle and hitting his own teammate, David. This was indeed a brutal turn of events. Striking David on the shoulder from his side, the inadvertent assist from a teammate was beyond belief. Jordan's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude, yet as a commentator, he remained focused on his duties. He explained, "This blow has undeniably caused David an injury. Yet he perseveres, even though he has lost the advantage in pursuing the snitch. Now is Harry in the lead, but he is behind. Damn Flint. His foolishness has doomed the match. Why does he still dare to remain on the field?" The crowd erupted in jeers due to Flint's foul play, accompanied by taunts from Gryffindor. Even Ms. Hooch's stern reprimands could not quell the collective outrage. David was on the brink of catching the golden snitch when this incident altered the course of the game. Harry pursued the snitch, with David painfully trailing behind, managing to control his broom with only one hand, clearly injured. This was a despicable and foolish act of cheating. Jordan, in response to the professor's warnings, proclaimed, "That hit was aimed at Bell." The match resumed, with the score tied at 50-50. If the demoralized Slytherin had no tricks left, and no further unforeseen events occurred, then the match was essentially devoid of suspense. Gryffindor was destined for victory. "Harry, something's gone wrong." Just as Jordan made another prophetic remark, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, causing him to gasp in shock. "I didn't mean to." Truly. Yet the scene on the field was dramatically shifting, as Harry chased the golden snitch and evaded David's collision. He suddenly felt his broom shake violently beneath him. He nearly believed he would fall, his face paling with fear as he gripped the handle tightly. No, something is wrong with the broom. Harry sensed that the broom beneath him had taken on a life of its own, violently resisting his control as if intent on throwing him from the heights. David, catching up from behind, noticed Harry's distress, but was momentarily uncertain whether the young wizard was merely playing tricks. Ignoring Harry's panic, he resumed his pursuit of the snitch. Victory was paramount. Harry wished to call out to David for assistance, but the erratic movements of the broom made it difficult to stabilize himself, let alone seek help. He thought despairingly that he had squandered his chance at the match, losing precious time to this troublesome broom. Jordan had already discerned Harry's predicament, alerting the audience that Harry was in trouble. The broom flung Harry left and right, soaring high and low in a wild frenzy, akin to an untamed stallion. This was high above the ground, Even a wild horse would not behave so frantically, and Harry, confronted with this unexpected predicament for the first time, was utterly at a loss. Suddenly, the broom dove and halted abruptly, flinging Harry off. Fortunately, he had managed to grip it tightly, or he would have plummeted from several meters above, a stark contrast to the earlier situation. The stands erupted into chaos, with David glancing back at Harry's perilous state. Damn it! What kind of heart-stopping tactic is this? I just want victory. Amidst the crowd's clamor and fervent discussions, David abandoned the nearly captured golden snitch and maneuvered his broom back towards Harry. They were close to the sidelines, the two of them almost within reach, just as the malfunctioning broom propelled Harry towards David. As David saw Harry hurtling towards him, he quickly dodged aside, then yanked his broom to change direction again, pursuing Harry. At the previous speed, even if he caught Harry, both would sustain injuries, but by approaching from behind in the same direction, a collision could be avoided. What is happening? David struggled to synchronize the frequency of his broom's flight with that of Harry's erratic broom. Otherwise, his injured arm would not be able to support Harry. I don't know. Suddenly, Harry's response was utterly unhelpful, merely trailing off mid-sentence. David could not discern what he had said, but he pressed on, striving to close the distance. Success. David successfully caught Harry. The crowd, tense with bated breath over Harry's precarious situation, erupted in cheers once they witnessed David's triumphant rescue. It was evident to everyone that Harry's broom had malfunctioned. Had David not arrived just in time, Harry would have been in grave danger. Harry clung to David's back, one arm wrapped around his neck while the other grasped his broom tightly. Indeed, amidst the chaos, he had not relinquished his hold on the broom. As they touched down, the broom seemed to have been tamed, no longer thrashing about, obediently resting in his grasp. As all eyes turned towards the pair, Harry suddenly knelt on the ground and retched. Oh! David recognized that Harry had not fared well. Anyone suspended in midair and spun around would find it far from easy. Harry expelled the pie and milk he had consumed that morning, along with some nuts, prompting David to shake his head. Wait, what is that? Just as he was about to turn away, a golden, winged orb amidst the vomit caught David's attention. The golden snitch. How could it be in Harry's mouth? I was trying to answer your question, and it just flew in my mouth. Harry also noticed their shared objective. Looking at David with an explanation, I didn't do it on purpose. It should belong to you. You sacrificed it to save me. So, are you planning to thank me with this? David grimaced at the sight on the ground, shaking his head. I'd rather not accept such a gift. David, wait. Harry reached down to retrieve the golden snitch from the milk pie nuts, striving to rise and pursue, holding the small ball aloft in an attempt to present it to him. However, the announcer Jordan's voice suddenly boomed over the loudspeaker. Harry has caught the snitch. The golden snitch. 190-60, victory belongs to Gryffindor. Gryffindor has triumphed in this match. Congratulations to Harry. Congratulations to Gryffindor. The match is over. Damn it. Who told you to meddle? Just as Harry was about to catch up with David, Flint charged down, forcefully pushing against David while bellowing. Who do you think you are? You fool. Useless. Chapter 52. Pick up your wand. Oh no. Slytherin is in disarray. Jordan was still joyously shouting about the match result when he abruptly noticed a scuffle breaking out on the field. Harry stood behind David, clutching the golden snitch, while Marcus Flint was shoving and cursing at the seeker, David. The Gryffindor players, fearing for Harry's safety, abandoned their celebration and gathered alongside the Slytherin players. Flint's roar was audible even from the stands as he vociferously questioned David's actions and his motives for relinquishing the snitch. To him, losing was an unforgivable defeat, especially as it was the first match of the season, particularly given that the team had a new seeker, and he had just borne excessive blame and insults for a blunder. The root of the turmoil was the very David Rawle standing before him, whom he had disliked from the start. In the glaring gaze of the entire school, David did not defend himself nor retaliate against Flint's incessant tirade. He merely stood there, coldly regarding him. Don't do this, Captain. It's not David's fault. Hughes interjected, pulling Flint away from David, urging, this is the Quidditch pitch. Let go of me, you coward. Flint initially shoved Hughes aside, then grasped hold of his teammate, Bull, while pointing an accusatory finger at David, yelling, it's all your fault. You lost the match. You brought shame upon Slytherin, you stupid bastard. David remained composed. This isn't your fault. We all know that. Higgs, sensing David's grim demeanor, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, your choice was the right one. The captain is being irrational. Let go of me, Higgs. David raised his right hand to pat his shoulder, reminding, I'm injured over here. Oh, my apologies, Higgs exclaimed, hastily checking David's shoulder. I'll take you to the hospital wing. Wait, I need to handle something first. David pushed him aside, drawing his wand and addressing the still fuming Flint with a calm demeanor. Draw your wand. A hush fell over the crowd the moment David drew his wand, challenging Flint. The players on both sides suddenly fell silent, while a murmur erupted in the stands. A third year challenging a sixth year? Absurd. Had David lost his mind? How could he possibly win? Higgs was taken aback, stepping in front of David with a serious warning. David, calm down. Enough. He is the captain. The match is over. He is my enemy now, David replied, turning his gaze past Higgs to the stunned Flint, reiterating, draw your wand. David, step back, Higgs. This is none of your business. Flint, seemingly humiliated, drew his wand from his waist and shouted, pushing aside Pews and the others. He aimed his wand at David, declaring, let me teach this fool a lesson. He must learn to respect his elders. Freeze. Disarm. Flint initiated the furious attack. Yet David's counter was swift and decisive. The disarming spell met the freezing charm, striking Flint's wand from his grasp. Gasp. Before the onlookers could even register the tension of the duel, the confrontation concluded in an astonishingly brief moment. Silence enveloped the pitch, the vast space filled only with the sound of the wind. Flint's gaze mirrored that of the crowd, incredulous as he stared at the wand embedded in the sand. How could he possibly have lost? Pick up your wand. David, unperturbed by the outcome, casually waved his wand, reminding Flint, pick it up. Enough, David. Enough. Higgs interjected sternly. The entire school is watching. You both represent Slytherin. Ignoring Higgs's plea, David focused on Flint, observing his shock and pallid complexion, reiterating, I said pick up your wand. Flint's complexion shifted from white to red, then to a deep shade of black, humiliated before the entire school. How could a sixth year be defeated by a third year? How would he face his classmates? This was the Quidditch pitch, and he was the captain of Slytherin. How could he lead his team after this? His body stiffened, glaring at David with a cold, murderous gaze. The Slytherin players who had previously attempted to mediate now stood at a distance. The pride of the team, the reputation of the house, paled in comparison to Flint's own dignity. He certainly believed so. Anyone who dared to intervene would be deemed disrespectful, mocking him, suggesting he lacked the courage to accept David's challenge. Thus, no one dared to obstruct Flint. Only David's friends, Higgs and Warrington, hoped to dissuade him from this course. However, to Flint, this was an even greater affront. Urging David not to engage was a more serious insult. It implied that David was superior to him, and fearing for David's safety would only intensify his resentment towards those who advised him. Consequently, even Higgs could merely stand anxiously to the side, awaiting the resolution of their confrontation. Just as the situation reached an impasse, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out from a distance. What are you doing? Who gave you permission? Watch out, Harry suddenly cried. As David turned to look at Professor McGonagall, Flint sprang into action, seizing the wand from the ground to launch a surprise attack on David. Bang! Flint's ambush succeeded. He unleashed a petrification spell that soared toward David. Alas, while the spell was effective, it did not strike David. The charm was rebounded by David's protective spell, hitting the Gryffindor captain, Wood, who was merely a spectator, a stroke of bad luck indeed. Oh! The Gryffindor team erupted into chaos, hastily retreating while tending to their fallen captain. David, undeterred by the dissipating protective charm and the approaching Professor McGonagall, swiftly countered. Wingardium Leviosa. Freeze. Full retreat. Bang. Before Flint could lament his misfortune, David's combined spells sent him flying. This was not the end. It was merely the beginning. Come back. David invoked the summoning charm, drawing Flint, who had been knocked away, back to him. Calmly, he pointed at Flint and cast the disarming charm. Disarm. Boom. Flint's terrified expression was once again sent flying, his wand slipping from his grasp. The Quidditch pitch erupted in gasps, followed by a renewed chorus of cheers. Well done. Despicable scoundrels deserve their comeuppance. Chapter 53. Misfortunes never come alone. Boom. Flint crashed heavily to the ground, landing on his backside. Though uninjured, his face was a deep shade of anger. He had been humiliated, taunted by a third-year student, and in front of the entire school. Enraged, he scrambled to his feet, lunging towards his wand, intent on battling the insolent boy before him. Wand, come here. Just as Flint's fingers were about to grasp his wand, David snatched it away. Give it back. That's mine. You scoundrel. It is mine now, defeated foe, David retorted, shaking the wand in his hand before pocketing it. What you ought to ponder now is what lessons you've learned from this ordeal, instead of fretting over your wand, which is the price of your defeat, according to the traditions of the Rowell family. I have triumphed, thus it is mine to take. Of course, you may contest my claim. He raised his chin, disdainfully gazing down at the prostrate Flint. I am ever ready for your challenge. Defeat me, and you may reclaim your wand. Otherwise, It shall adorn my glory as a testament to your failure. I will not permit fighting on the pitch. Absolutely not. Professor McGonagall's stern voice rang out, slightly delayed after Flint's body hit the ground. It was a somewhat comical scene, yet no one dared to laugh. For the fury on the professor's face was palpable. David Rowell, I said. Before Professor McGonagall could finish her warning, David had already stowed his wand away. This rendered her admonition once again futile, leaving her momentarily flustered as she regarded Flint's pigmented face and the petrified Wood. What happened to Wood? It was Flint. Flint ambushed David. Harry stepped forward to clarify. Flint struck first, and he even hit Wood. In his haste, Harry stumbled over his words. But the Gryffindor players rallied to explain the situation, asserting David's innocence. The headmaster and other professors exchanged glances, but only Snape's countenance remained stormy. Just moments ago, some rogue had set fire to his robes, and now the students of the house were embroiled in conflict. Truly, it was a day fraught with misfortune. David is truly remarkable. He plays well and fights well. Harry reflected on the duel with a sense of awe. I wish I could be like him. But you won the match. You caught the golden snitch. Ron emphasized. It was us who triumphed. No, it was David who won, Wood interjected, as Harry shook his head to reinforce. Later, Wood approached David, but David declined, stating that there are always unexpected occurrences in matches. He looks forward to the next duel. Such noble pretensions and foolish stubbornness, Hermione remarked, walking beside them. He could be a gentleman at times, and a rogue at others. After a brief pause, she asked, It's rather complex. Are all nobles like this? Perhaps, though I have not encountered any nobles, Harry shrugged. Malfoy hardly qualifies as one. He possesses none of the esteemed traditions. Your words are quite sharp, yet I find them delightful, giggled Hermione, before she added with a hint of regret. It's a pity that Malfoy isn't the one getting beaten. He is still on the sidelines, shouting for Flint to teach David a lesson. Huh, he must be terrified now, Harry teased, sharing a laugh with the others. He is probably hiding, fearing David will settle the score with him. This match has truly been a convoluted affair. Ron expressed his disinterest in David, lamenting that the duel lacked excitement. He had hoped for bloodshed, but Flint proved to be utterly inept. How could Flint not defeat David? He is in 6th year, but his grades are abysmal. Hermione clarified. Haven't you heard? He is in danger of repeating the year. He is utterly disgraced. He can't possibly remain at school now, Ron scoffed. He is a fool to have attempted an ambush. Not only did McGonagall dock him 10 points, but he lost his wand and has become the target of everyone's ridicule. I despise him, especially for that blow to Beale, Harry said seriously. Even if the bludger struck David, he remains a rogue, willing to employ any means for victory. Isn't that the very definition of a Slytherin? Hermione reminded him. But it's David who is the anomaly among them. Hee. Do you still resent him for toying with you? Of course not. This is Quidditch. Harry lifted his gaze. Wood said he did nothing wrong. Moreover, he saved me, and I still consider him a good friend. Speaking of which, what happened to your broom? Ron recalled the tense moment. I thought you were going to fall. Neville was so frightened he cried, and couldn't bear to look. I don't know. The broom just wouldn't respond. Harry remembered, a frown on his face. But it was fine after I landed. I told you it was Snape's doing. Ron recounted his and Hermione's discoveries about the igniting spell that interrupted Harry's flight. However, upon reaching Hagrid's hut, their assertions were dismissed. After listening to Harry's explanation, Hagrid elaborated on the origins of the three-headed dog, reiterating Snape's role. Yet, Hermione and Ron remained unconvinced, insisting they had witnessed Snape casting the incantation to disrupt Harry's flight. The trio's stubbornness left Hagrid feeling exasperated, and he warned them to stay out of the matter, inadvertently revealing a name, Nicholas Flamel. He truly is a master of secrets. Hermione and Harry exchanged a knowing glance and deftly shifted the topic before Hagrid could become more agitated. Hagrid, do you know the Rowell family? Hermione inquired. Everyone saying that David hails from this perilous lineage. Is his family truly as dangerous as the rumors suggest? David's display today once again reminded everyone of his origins. Defeating Flint seemed to lend credence to the notion of his family's notorious reputation. One of the 28 sacred pure-blood families. Hagrid composed himself to elaborate. Though they bear a tarnished reputation now, they were once quite illustrious. They produced many renowned alchemists. David's grandfather, James Rowell, was a highly esteemed alchemist in England, and his works are sought after by many. Of course, that does not mean all his family members are alchemists. Several of his children are not. Hagrid shook his head slightly. He has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, John, is a complex individual. The second, Sorrelfin, is a Death Eater. The youngest, Yule, is a notorious womanizer. He deceived me, yet he was quite amiable. Harry. Hagrid gestured towards Harry, hinting, "You should have met him at the Leaky Cauldron when I took you to Diagon Alley." I recollected. The one sitting beside David. Harry nodded in remembrance. With a lovely girl. I've mentioned it before. He is quite the dandy. Hagrid smirked, somewhat enviously, and remarked, "I've seen him 3 times. Each time with a different lady." Hermione, uninterested in the gossip, eagerly inquired, "Who is David's father? The dandy, perhaps?" They seemed quite alike. Chapter 54. The Enchanting Witch Club. How marvelous. I referred to it as the wand wall. Daphne, reclining on the sofa, caught the soft candy thrown by Pansy and praised David. "Everyone is aware of it, I assure you. A little game, so that no one will bother me." Having bathed and changed, David approached the table and asked, "Aren't you all going to rest?" Daphne glanced at Pansy and raised her eyebrows. As she had accompanied Pansy here, Pansy turned back, propping herself on the sofa's backrest, and inquired of her cousin, "Do you have to attend extra classes this afternoon?" "There's a competition today." "Indeed, today is the competition, and time has been squandered." David organized the materials on the table and replied, "We need to hasten our studies. Go back and rest well. You've worked hard today." David turned to his disappointed cousin and proposed, "Shall we have dinner together?" "All right, but I'm going to wait here for you." Pansy stubbornly slid back onto the sofa and lay down, declaring, "I must supervise you to study diligently," as Annie said. Pansy, are you sure?" Daphne winked at David, who had already pulled out his books to study. Pansy popped a piece of candy into her mouth and softly reminded her, "Don't speak. You'll disturb my cousin's studies." "Oh, you are quite the vigilant guardian." Daphne shook her head in admiration and quietly asked, "I heard that your cousin gifted Cassie a jasmine brooch. Is that true?" "Perhaps, but I'm indifferent to such matters." Pansy replied nonchalantly, "Even if it's true, I wouldn't care. It's merely a token of gratitude for tutoring." "If that's the case," Daphne cautiously remarked, "there are rumors that David is dating Cassie." "False. I can assure you that this is mere gossip." Pansy pointed at her cousin, who was diligently studying. "Do you think he would squander time on romance?" Daphne shrugged. She too felt that David was excessively diligent. "Shouldn't he rest and relax after an exhilarating competition? But he is not a bookworm, you understand." "I certainly do. There are always those who keep an eye on him." Pansy pouted and lamented. "Perhaps this is the burden I must endure for having him." Sigh. "Having? Are you certain?" Daphne raised an eyebrow and jested. "You wouldn't seriously consider marrying him, would you?" "What other choice do I have? Childhood friends, a match made in heaven, family arrangements. Truthfully, I would rather not commit to the future so soon. It's all forced upon me." Pansy shrugged, glancing helplessly at her cousin. "But who could resist the fact that he is my cousin?" "Oh, taking advantage and pretending to be virtuous." Daphne smirked. "If I had such a handsome cousin, I might be even more infatuated than you." Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted. Just as David was about to rise, Pansy dashed out. "Hello, Senior Cassie. Your cousin has been waiting for you." Pansy gestured for her to enter, accompanied by a sweet smile. Yes, a smile akin to that of a hostess. Cassie nodded with a smile, catching David's exasperated gaze, and playfully blinked. She found the little girl's subtle schemes for love quite adorable and amusing. "I watched your competition. It was splendid, particularly the selfless acts." Cassie proudly commended, including the subsequent duel. However, regarding that wand wall, Cassie paused to inquire. "Isn't it rather inappropriate?" Many in the common room were watching. Upon entering, she noticed a crowd gathered around the wolfskin hanging high on the wall. The entire pelt was laid out, with the center marked in red paint, proclaiming "Honor bow to me." A wand was affixed to it, with ample space below, awaiting further honors. It was unnecessary to ask. Everyone knew whose wand it was. And now there was quite the spectacle. David shrugged, dismissively. "I have no intention of instigating conflict, yet some compel me to play the leading role. Life is filled with such helplessness. Wouldn't Flint secretly take it back?" Daphne inquired from the sofa. "There's no one in the common room at night. And that wand is worth 7 galleons. He's already quite the embarrassment." Pansy scoffed. "If he were to steal the wand, it would only prove he lacks the courage and ability to reclaim it, and he would never hold his head high again. 7 galleons or a lifetime, which is of greater consequence?" She tugged at her lips. Currently, Flint should be the one most fearful of the wand being stolen. So, the wand wall should be displayed in the common room? Cassie began to grasp David's intentions. Hanging it in the dormitory would make it susceptible to theft. David wishes to hang in the hall, but Filch absolutely forbids it. Pansy shrugged. Hence, it must be displayed in the common room. "You've achieved your goal, David," Cassie remarked with some admiration. "When flowers bloom, butterflies come. I never intended to flaunt my individuality." David shook his head in resignation. Opening his textbook, had he been sufficiently polite, Even if he had to kneel to apologize to me, matters would not have escalated to this extent. You should join the duel club. Seeing the admiration in the eyes of the two young ladies, Cassie smiled. A strong sense of honor. Thank you, I will consider it. How about we first catch up on herbology? David proposed. Today, we have two little helpers here. Cousin, I only had 2 pieces of your candy. Daphne playfully chided. So you needn't count me in. Pansy is sufficient. Oomph. Then, I'll only assist on account of the 2 pieces of candy. Pansy laughed as she pulled her along into the workspace, reveling in the time spent with her cousin, no matter the activity. Under Cassie's guidance, David tended to the plants in the incubator, fertilizing, watering, branching, pollinating, and repotting. Outside, a wintry wonderland prevailed, yet the workspace was as warm as spring. None wore thick sweaters, merely shirts with aprons. Even so, standing there for a while caused sweat to bead on foreheads and arms to ache. The workspace was lined with incubators along the walls, with a circle of flower pots hanging above and including those on the operating table. Nearly 100 magical plants were cultivated here. Senior, which club did you join? Pansy looked up and smiled, gesturing towards Daphne. We wish to join the Enchanting Club. Excellent choice. The preferred club for lovely girls, Cassie smiled. I am in the Transfiguration Club, studying under Professor McGonagall. Quite impressive. The Transfiguration Club is only accessible through Professor McGonagall's invitation. Pansy turned to her cousin. If you wish to join the duel club, you can apply with Professor Flitwick. I understand, prepare. David gestured for them to cover their noses, then quickly buried the fertilizer in the incubator. Phew. He exhaled with a hint of disgust. Turning to the senior and inquired, does Hogwarts permit students to apply for clubs independently? Chapter 55, What a Dilemma. Of course, as long as there are like-minded individuals. Casey elaborated, 3 or more must jointly apply and establish a fixed venue for activities. It sounds straightforward, doesn't it, cousin? Pansy was meticulously arranging the white fresh leaves in a box, and at this moment proposed to David, how about we form a club together? She gestured towards herself and Daphne, noting that they now had 3 members, fulfilling the requirement. David chuckled at her. His cousin never missed an opportunity to ensnare him. While it sounded simple, the application process was undoubtedly arduous, especially regarding funding. Aren't you earning some money? Through alchemy. Pansy stated matter-of-factly, shaking the white fresh leaves in her hand. And what about the potions brewed from these herbs? They can be sold for profit too. Thank you, Pansy, David said, looking at his cousin with exasperation. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have never realized that. Hee hee. Pansy understood her cousin's tone and replied with a smile. More effort for the capable. You provide the funds, and you can be the president. I concur. Daphne raised her hand with the Horcrux. I support cousin becoming the president. I do not consent. David scoffed. This matter requires further discussion. Casey, listening in with intrigue, asked in surprise, you're producing alchemical products? Selling potions too? It's merely a means to support my experiments and studies. David replied with a resigned smile. However, they're not worth much. Breaking even on the glass bottles is already a good outcome. You are truly clever. I had never thought of that. Casey slightly shook her head and remarked, in fact, the potions successfully brewed in class are also sold by the school, including herbs and materials in Diagon Alley. I know. I've seen the school as apothecary. David resumed, handling the manure, stating, compared to other apothecaries, their prices tend to be slightly lower, perhaps due to unstable efficacy. What about yours? Where do your potions sell? Casey inquired curiously. At your family shop? No, my family shop does not sell potions. David shook his head, pointing to the newspaper wrapped around the herbs. The Prophet's advertisement page is rife with opportunities, but the profits are minimal. It's better than nothing. That's already quite good. At least you've accomplished something, Casey said enviously. You always manage to turn your creative ideas into action and achieve some results, which I find difficult to do. Diligently verify and boldly experiment. David smiled as he looked at the senior. Would you like to be a bad student? I can teach you. Naturally, the senior was unwilling to learn mischief. So she departed after the tutoring session concluded. Exhausted, Pansy and Daphne returned to their dormitory for rest without needing David's reminder. Speaking of clubs, the two even contemplated participating in the frog choir to test their singing abilities. The burden of heavy coursework inevitably breeds a desire to slack off, and recently, a wave of club enthusiasm swept through the school. It seemed everyone was using their interests and hobbies to rationalize their poor academic performance, even though they understood deep down that this was merely a form of numbness and self-deception. David did not join this frenzy. Most of his free time was devoted to the library and spell training. The remaining time was spent wholly in his workshop, immersed in either alchemy or potion making. For him, coursework was not easy, but with dedication and focus, it was manageable. The workshop had also acquired some small magical creatures, obtained from Professor Kettleburn, who was quite generous, albeit a bit pitiful to behold. A great deal of energy was poured into the workshop, yet the output remained scant. Nonetheless, even though the potions he brewed and the alchemical products he created were not profitable, he persevered. Skills and knowledge are accumulated over time. Without today's willingness to endure solitude, there would be no tomorrow's brilliance. Just before dinner, David utilized the last moments to peruse the subscribed profit, seeking suitable business opportunities. His sale of these trinkets was not solely for profit. It was also for enjoyment, to motivate himself in undertaking meaningful endeavors. The advertisements in the profit were not all lucrative opportunities. Some were mere nonsense. Magical collars? Magical whips? How could such peculiar items exist? What reputable alchemist would create such rubbish? David came across an intriguing piece of information on the purchase advertisement page. Lightning Alchemy Formula. Exchange for a set of unique magical collars and whips. I'll post 8687. Unique indeed. What on earth does that mean? David scratched his head, clutching the newspaper as he approached the bookshelf, selecting the alchemy dictionary gifted by his grandfather, and found the entry on lightning. Lightning, an expensive explosive, rare. This piques my interest. David's eyes sparkled as he read the description in the dictionary. It was evidently contraband, but that also implied it held value. Holding the alchemical formula, yet seeking alchemical products. Was this a case of a wayward heir from a once great alchemical family? Quite possible. James had mentioned that he traded 500 galleons for over 100 rare alchemical tomes and notes. Ultimately, which was more valuable, galleons or old, tattered books? It seemed each person harbored a different answer in their heart. Yet, David's dilemma was not merely about galleons. It was about his principles. The principles of a future excellent, upright, and handsome alchemist. What truly mattered? The principles of a legitimate future alchemist or the value of the lightning alchemy formula? To resolve this conundrum, one must first comprehend what constitutes unique magical collars and magical whips. Especially the term unique. What does that entail? Who should even ask about this? David furrowed his brow, contemplating that brief advertisement for an extended period, conjuring up every person he could think of. In terms of numbers, Ulysses would be the most suitable. However, he lacked uniqueness, missing a touch of soul. In terms of uniqueness, Hagrid would be the most fitting. Yet, he was not eccentric enough, lacking certain genes. In terms of eccentricity, Snape would be suitable, but he seemed to lack a certain allure. What a conundrum. After the Sunday afternoon tutoring session concluded, the senior announced her intention to take a stroll by the lake with her classmates. David had no interest in walking. He was fine with jogging in the morning. But the senior claimed she could not rise early. The only times the two spent together were during weekend study sessions, or they would occasionally bump into each other in the great hall or library. They rarely ventured out alone for recreation. However, to Pansy, that was already frequent enough. She claimed not to care, but remained vigilant against Casey in her heart. Noticing he still had some time, David left the castle and walked toward Hagrid's hut. What was a small hut to Hagrid was a massive fortress to David. As he stood before the door, preparing to knock, a sudden chorus of barks erupted from within. "Fong Fong, come here." Hagrid's voice resonated from inside, followed by his mumbling as he opened the door. "Is it you, David Rowell?" David had not yet had the chance to respond to the greeting when he was suddenly accosted by a large dog, exhibiting its characteristic exuberance. Chapter 56. Waste not. Want not. "Hello, Hagrid, could you pull it away?" David strained to push the dog aside, somewhat resisting its excessive affection. The audacity of this dog to lick his hand was a mere sycophant. "Fong, Fong." Hagrid, unable to rein in his dog, stepped aside to allow David to enter the house, while grumbling, "What has gotten into it? Perhaps it is the scent of herbs. I was just tending to my assignments." David shrugged and explained, "The gentian? Does it have a fondness for gentian?" "I don't know. I lack extensive knowledge of herbs," Hagrid replied, tilting his large head and peering down at David. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" I came to see Fluffy." David fabricated a reason, not having anticipated Hagrid's rather brusque demeanor. "Is Fluffy all right? Did you inform you?" Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes widening in exasperation. "How can he keep no secrets at all?" "All right, I came to seek your counsel." Realizing Hagrid's irritation, David quickly spoke the truth. "After all, you are the keeper of the hunting grounds. The Forbidden Forest keeper." "The Forbidden Forest, David," Hagrid retorted, recalling the last time David had teased him, followed by further mockery from Fong, realizing that this young wizard before him was not entirely earnest, though both were in their third year. The Gryffindor twins dared to venture into the Forbidden Forest, unlike the boldness exhibited by Slytherins. The twins regarded him as the guardian of the Forbidden Forest, while David insisted he was merely the keeper of the hunting grounds. The implications of this distinction were unmistakable. Very well. As the keeper of the Forbidden Forest, David acquiesced. Nodding, you must possess ample experience in handling dangerous magical creatures. Why do you ask? Hagrid regarded David suspiciously. Are you planning to venture into the Forbidden Forest to capture perilous magical beasts? No, not at all. David interjected, pushing his hands forward and shaking his head. I have never contemplated such a thing, nor would I. I'm merely a child who often gets lost. To put it plainly, he wished to understand how Hagrid tamed those dangerous magical creatures. He shrugged and inquired, for instance, do you use magical collars to train them? As he explained, he mimicked a whipping motion with his hands, appearing rather endearing. Hagrid's mouth twitched as he stared at David for a while before raising his hand to gesture toward a chair, indicating that David should sit while he took a seat opposite him. Listen, David, I don't care what you're thinking, but under no circumstances should you provoke those magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. I do not wish to be the one to collect your remains during my patrol. Of course, I assure you I would never do such a thing. David earnestly clarified, I simply wish to learn about your tools and methods for training animals, as I'm interested in exploration and research in alchemy. Really? Alchemy? Hagrid still doubted him, raising his head and asking, aren't you in your third year? Haven't you not studied alchemy yet? Preparation is key. It is a family tradition. David sighed in resignation. I sincerely seek your guidance and promise not to utilize any creatures from the Forbidden Forest. All right, I will trust you this once. Hagrid shook his massive frame, scrutinizing David with raised eyebrows. You're the first little wizard to seek my counsel on taming magical creatures. You must be quite knowledgeable. I am earnest. David had resorted to any means to achieve his goal, spinning tall tales without a blink, yet Hagrid appeared to believe him, especially resonating with the final statement. A smirk crept upon Hagrid's lips as he proudly declared, I have a fondness for magical creatures, and they reciprocate. I can always tame them. I do not need to exert excessive force. With a gentle caress, they become obedient. Like you do. David observed Hagrid waving his enormous hand in a soothing manner, beginning to grasp how he tamed dangerous creatures. With such a comforting approach, could even dragons be rendered akin to kittens? Do you not require any magical implements? He cautiously probed, such as collars or whips. I'm not a despicable poacher. What would I do with those things? I would never harm them. Hagrid surprisingly retorted with a hint of sarcasm. My goodness. However, upon seeing the bewildered and helpless glimmer in David's eyes, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was just a child. One cannot hold the parents accountable for the child's misdeeds. My apologies, I meant that. He pondered for a moment before turning to grab a length of rope from the wall and handing it to David, saying, I hope this proves useful. What is this? David inquired, examining the rope in his hands. For securing magical creatures? It can be useful at times, Hagrid explained, when they're injured and require assistance. I must first bind them before tending to their wounds or administering medicine. You may take it back and study it at your leisure. He awkwardly pointed at the rope in David's hands and added, This is a rope woven from the tail hair of a thestral. It is quite effective. Following his gesture, David felt along the rope, which was tied together, unseen yet tangible, thestral tail hair. Professor Kettleburn from the Care of Magical Creatures class had mentioned it. Only those who had witnessed death could see such precious magical creatures. The Rowell family's carriage was driven by a thestral, so he was somewhat familiar with these creatures. Of course, he had also felt thestral tail hair, a magical material often used in wands or magical wires. Yet, it was his first encounter seeing someone weave such a valuable magical material into rope, purely for its unique properties that could soothe animals visually. Wasteful. David lifted his gaze to Hagrid and exclaimed, This is thestral tail hair. What will you use if I take this? It is far too precious. It's all right, David. I have plenty more, Hagrid replied, pointing to a white rope on the wall. There is also rope made from unicorn tail hair that has similar effects and is less likely to be lost. Ah! David was taken aback, staring at the rope on the wall, reeling from the extravagant discourse he had just heard, his values crumbling. Observing David's astonished reaction, Hagrid felt a bit embarrassed. I apologize. That was the last one I had. However, if you wish, I can give you some unicorn tail hair for you to weave your own. As he spoke, he pulled out a large wooden box from beneath a shelf and retrieved a handful of unicorn tail hair to hand to David, with a few stray unicorn horn sheddings still clinging to it. Thus, David found himself bewilderedly cradling a substantial assortment of items as Hagrid graciously ushered him out the door. It was not until he was walking along the path back to the castle that he realized what he had just received. David abruptly turned to glance back at Hagrid's hut. This was no clumsy keeper of the hunting grounds. This was my Uncle Hagrid. Would I willingly venture into the forbidden forest under the stars, trudging through the wilderness to scavenge? Did I relish the thrill of adventure amidst the perils of the Forbidden Forest? Certainly not. Had I known of your generosity and affluence, I would have directly sought your company, dear uncle, rather than wander through the Forbidden Forest enduring hardships. Chapter 57. A Name to be Made. If you lack focus, the magical script shall not bestow its favor upon you, Mr. Davis. Professor Bubbling had been fixated upon Ravenclaw's Roger Davis for a while, to the extent that even the other students began to sense the oddity. Yet Davis continued to surreptitiously observe David. Upon hearing the professor's admonition, he hastily averted his gaze, casting an apologetic glance toward her. My apologies, Professor. I was daydreaming, he stammered. By the time you take your exams, you will find yourself as lost as you are now. Will you then apologize to the test paper? Professor Bubbling replied with a sidelong glance, before turning her attention back to the class. Let us continue discussing the letter, you are. She tapped the blackboard and elaborated. Its meaning originates from the bison, essentially representing a creature of strength and courage. David gently waved his hand, and his ink-dipped quill gracefully floated to his notebook, commencing its writing. He glanced back, noticing Davis from Eagle House still observing him. What was his deal? Hey! Higgs nudged him with his elbow, reminding him he's the seeker for Ravenclaw, and also the team captain. David scoffed lightly, redirecting his attention back to the professor. Is it so difficult to distinguish between study and play? I have no fear of him being seeker. What concerns me is if he were a beater. Mr. Higgs. Professor Bubbling's ire was palpable. What is amiss with today's class? She pointed to the student who had just whispered and inquired. What did I just say? The letter you are, bison, strength and courage. Higgs recalled cautiously and replied. Professor Bubbling surveyed him, then glanced at David, who was diligently taking notes, and chose not to comment further. This letter, in its surface meaning, represents untamed and uncontrollable free power. She continued, on a deeper level, it signifies spiritual and inner strength, robust vitality, and sexual prowess. A hint of bashfulness permeated the classroom, leading to a ripple of light laughter as the professor reached this point, with familiar companions exchanging knowing glances. The professor had grown accustomed to the precociousness of young witches and wizards. After all, this was England. She cast a glance at the students below and, before dismissing the class, assigned a substantial amount of homework, urging them to expound on their understanding and application of the letter you are. Hey, David, hello. Just as David and Higgs were exiting the classroom, Davis, who had been covertly observing him, rushed to catch up. I apologize. I was preoccupied with thoughts of the next match during class. I hope I did not disturb you. Huh, you frightened him. Higgs playfully punched Davis, gesturing to David. He thought you were staring at his backside. Shut it, Terrence, watch your backside. David nudged him playfully, then turned to the visibly embarrassed Davis, saying apologetically, Don't mind his nonsense. You did genuinely startle me. My apologies. Davis stood nearby, his face flushed, hastily offering apologies as if fearing a misunderstanding from David. David shrugged nonchalantly. I thought you were sent by Flint to exact revenge on me. What? Huh. Davis was momentarily taken aback by this comment, then quickly realized and burst into hearty laughter. As David gestured for him to join, he winked and said, I must admit, your dueling skills are impressive. Where did you acquire them? Durmstrang. They emphasize dueling, David replied, pursing his lips. Even at school, professors would provide monsters to hone our combat reflexes and skills. I see. No wonder Flint cannot compete with you. Davis nodded in understanding. Chuckling, he wouldn't dare retaliate against you, I wager. I care not for his direct challenges, David winked, grinning. I fear he might stare my back like you do. Haha, sorry. There won't be a next time, I promise. Davis raised his hands in mock surrender. Joining in the jovial camaraderie with David and Higgs, friendships often begin with mutual acquaintance. Allow me to introduce you. As the trio made their way into the great hall, a girl greeted him, and Davis introduced her to David. This is our new chaser, Chiozhong. Davis gestured to David, saying, This is Slytherin's new chaser, David Rowe. Hi. Just call me David. David smiled and nodded at Chio. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you. I've seen your matches. They are quite thrilling. Chio smiled back, including your saves. Your dueling is also impressive. It seems I am destined for fame. David smiled back at her, then jested with Higgs and Davis. You've been famous for a while. Now you're just more renowned, right, Davis? Higgs chuckled. I wholeheartedly concur with that sentiment, Davis added with a grin. I am now a friend of a celebrity. Basking in the glow. Ha. Look, Daphne nudged Pansy, gesturing towards the entrance. Cousin is truly captivating. Pansy had already noticed. A striking girl with golden skin was engaged in cheerful conversation with her cousin. She rolled her eyes. No need to make a fuss, as long as he is willing. many will eagerly seek his friendship. Cousin, over here. Upon seeing David part from the girl and approach with Higgs, she quickly waved, smiling. Here, so soon? We had just finished class, David remarked, glancing at the food already prepared on the table, making himself comfortable. Higgs sat across from him, winking at Daphne. Did you not prepare anything for me? Daphne blushed, as Pansy explained. I advised her, but she was too shy. Daphne's words trailed off as she covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed. We just arrived as well. Just teasing you. Ha ha ha. Higgs chuckled at her tomato-red face, tapping the table. And food appeared on his plate as if by magic. Don't you have classes? Out enjoying yourselves? We only had one herbology class this morning. Daphne, releasing Pansy, shyly gathered the wildflowers from the table, explaining, we just wander by the lake. I truly envy your first-year schedule. Higgs shrugged, lamenting, we are utterly exhausted today. 2 classes in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and a final astronomy class tonight. He poked at the mashed potatoes on his plate, complaining, I cannot comprehend why we must study astronomy. Are they afraid we might get lost in space? It is a foundational course for divination, potion making, and alchemy. Did you not listen carefully in class? David bit into a lamb chop, explaining, though it is not as tangible as the charms class. The theoretical aspects of astronomy are equally significant. I don't get it. I won't pursue a career related to it after graduation. Higgs shook his head, questioning, why bother learning it? To ensure that when you have a son, and he complains about why he must study astronomy, you can provide a proper explanation. Terence. Chapter 58. Give me everything. Oh, not again. Only an hour left. After the magical creatures class, when Higgs invited David to play in the snow, he was nearly taken aback upon hearing David mention a trip to the library. I have a bit of a problem to resolve concerning magical runes. I must understand it clearly, David remarked, patting Higgs on the shoulder. Next time, for sure, he added, having heard David's assurances of next time countless times. Higgs had already given up. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, are you going to do your homework now? What homework? What are you talking about? Hughes caught up from behind, draping his arm over Higgs's shoulder and asking, is it about nifflers? No, it's not the homework for this class. Higgs gently shook his head and explained, David is heading to the library to prepare for the magical runes assignment. Oh, didn't they say it was due next week? Hughes exclaimed in surprise. Besides, there is only an hour until potions class. Every second counts. My time is quite limited, David replied, turning around and walking backward. It's very cold today. Remember to dress warmly. I heard that a first-year student cried from the cold during potions class. With that, he waved his hand and hurried off toward the library. Higgs and Hughes exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that witnessing David's diligence had extinguished their excitement for playing in the snow. There are always overachievers who influence our joyful growth. Madam Pants, I require books related to ancient magical runes and alchemical symbols, preferably comprehensive, with an emphasis on practical application and experimentation. All of them, David stated directly at the library counter. Some young wizards feared Madam Pants' stern demeanor and harshness, so they often sought out books on their own. This was incomprehensible to David, as it wasted time and energy, and the books found might not even be satisfactory. Since she was the librarian, it was her duty to assist students in locating the books they needed. Whether consulting Hagrid or seeking Snape's help, he approached inquiries boldly and directly. He had come to the library after asking Professor Babbling about runes, who had directed him here. Magical runes are not entirely synonymous with magical text, yet they share a profound connection. The study of both is essential for alchemy. The magical text is the ancient script used by wizards to record spells, which can be translated into English through study. Runes, on the other hand, are magical symbols that communicate, connect, and induce qualitative changes, typically engraved on the surfaces or interiors of alchemical items. Different rune combinations yield corresponding magical effects and intricately integrate with their carriers, becoming the creations of an alchemist. The alchemical trap, known as drawing boundaries that David learned from his grandfather, requires engraving symbols representing power on the devil's snare. Other symbols represent speed, conditions, confinement, growth, and sunlight. Why is drawing boundaries unafraid of sunlight? Because the rune representing sunlight engraved on the devil's snare is a reversed engraving. While learning drawing boundaries, David had only grasped the practical meanings of these runes, unaware of their origins and other related implications. The magical text serves as both an annotation and a translation of runes, as well as an exposition of the interactions between symbols. James taught David to draw boundaries to spark his interest in alchemy, allowing him to deduce underlying principles from the wondrous characteristics of the creations. Now, David raced to the library, eager to unravel the detailed annotations and experiments related to runes, not merely the content presented in a beginner's guide to runes and advanced rune translations. He had already perused simplistic explanations. Unless a professor thoroughly elucidated all 5th grade material, mastering the subject solely through reading seemed impossible. With only 26 letters in the English alphabet, does learning the letters equate to mastering the language? Does it encompass the multifaceted meanings represented by each word? Not to mention the various meanings formed when different words are combined according to distinct patterns. Similarly, different rune combinations generate diverse magical powers, the more complex the magical application, the more intricate the rune combinations required. Drawing boundaries is not an overly profound alchemical formula. It employs merely 6 runes. And the order of combination is not particularly complex, merely clever. Yet, this seemingly simple combination, tailored to the characteristics of the Devil's Snare, forms a magical trap capable of ensnaring dangerous magical creatures. David found himself utterly captivated by this complexity and profundity, trembling with excitement. Especially during the Care of Magical Creatures class, when SlowBurn mentioned that magical creatures possess rune powers within them, bestowing certain magical attributes upon their bodily structures. Notably, the ancient magical text employs magical creatures to denote numbers. The Erumpent represents 0, the Unicorn represents 1, and the Billywig represents 2. The thought of soon unraveling the patterns and meanings behind the rune combinations of drawing boundaries, kicking open the door to the world of alchemical magic, redefining the definitions of alchemical rune combinations, and fully grasping the ultimate secrets of alchemy filled him with exhilaration. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before he amassed a fortune, became the chief wizard at the world's alchemical center, and married a prestigious witch from a prominent magical family, thereby reaching the pinnacle of his life. Contemplating these prospects, David's face flushed with excitement. Madame Pants stood at the counter, gazing at him intently. Although rare, this was one of the few moments in her life when someone blushing at her presence occurred. Nevertheless, it did not prevent her from looking at David with an expression akin to that of a fool, asking, "Are you certain you know what you're talking about?" "I am certain. Please help me," David replied urgently, as if the honors and knowledge were about to slip away from him. Madame Pants squinted her left eye and scrutinized him for some time, before finally stepping out from behind the counter and ascending the stairs to the 2nd floor. David followed closely behind, not missing a single step, eagerly awaiting the librarian to point out the location of the books he sought so that he could dash over to retrieve them. When Madame Pants led him to a towering bookshelf filled with books and indicated that this was the place, David was taken aback. Runes research, experiments, explorations, and more. Madame Pants's lips twitched as if suppressing a laugh, observing David's stunned expression, which seemed to have been anticipated for quite some time. In a tone tinged with mild sarcasm, she introduced, "As far as I know, there are a total of 568 books, 1, 894 experimental materials, and 5, 986 exploration records here. There are still unorganized materials in the storeroom." David felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as all his excitement and fantasies evaporated, leaving him thoroughly awakened. He almost wanted to slap himself. How could he be fantasizing about marrying a senior while he should be focusing on his studies? Chapter 59, Sunshine and the Hearth. "Hey, Hermione suddenly jumped out from behind David, delighting in his startled reaction. "What are you thinking? I called out to you, but you didn't hear me. So engrossed. How did you end up here?" David turned to glance back at the library entrance, smacking his forehead as he finally realized where he was. "Sorry, I was a bit dazed." In the library, he often encountered his senior, Casey, as well as the book-loving Hermione. Hermione, observing his distracted state, inquired with concern, "What troubles you? Is something amiss?" "No, it pertains to ancient runes," David awkwardly explained, raising his hands in resignation. "I sought books and materials related to it, only to find an entire wall filled with them. I was at a loss." "Is this the one?" she asked, glancing at the book in David's hand. "An analysis of ancient runes?" Hermione tilted her head, a wry smile gracing her lips as she replied, "I too am searching for resources, yet I find myself equally at an impasse." She turned to survey the library, letting out a despondent sigh. The collection here is vast, an ocean of knowledge, making it akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Chuckling, David shook his book bag playfully and said, "I have a potions class to attend. Farewell." "Goodbye," Hermione responded, flicking her brown hair back, reinvigorated, and strode purposefully toward the library. "Wait, Hermione." David suddenly recalled something and turned back to call out, "Who are you searching for? You mentioned looking for someone, right?" "Yes, someone named Nicodemus." Hermione turned back, her expression a mix of hope and frustration. I've been searching the library for ages and found no information about him. Who? Are you referring to Nicodemus? David furrowed his brow, astonished as he sought confirmation. That's him. You know him? Hermione's eyes widened, filled with anticipation. To her surprise, David chuckled and stepped closer, stating, "Not only do I know him, but I also attended the school he funded." Seeing the astonishment on Hermione's face, he elaborated with a smile. Nicodemus, a renowned alchemist, is the longest-living wizard known. At 665 years of age, residing in Devon, England. After his introduction, he shrugged and, noticing Hermione still lost in amazement, nodded with a smile and turned to leave. He had already spent ample time in the library, and being tardy for potions would not bode well for him. Professor Snape was not one to tolerate lateness. How chilly it is. As he entered the potions classroom, Higgs grumbled while rubbing his hands together. Why not find a classroom with sunlight and a fireplace? Silence, Higgs. David shot him a glare, gesturing toward the shadowy figure of Professor Snape at the podium. Higgs, realizing the professor's presence, hastily ducked his head and made his way to the workstation. David chose a corner seat, acutely aware of Snape's icy gaze sweeping over the classroom. Accidents during potions practicals were frequent, and David had grown weary of his careless classmates, who seemed to disregard the peril of their actions. They often concocted potions without a thought for safety, relying solely on luck to mix ingredients and handle materials. As David retrieved his copper cauldron along with various tools, such as a toolkit, scales, and glassware from his bag, the potions class commenced. Professor Snape approached the front of the classroom, and as his eyes scanned the room, an immediate hush fell over the students. David Rowell, would you care to explain why we do not choose a classroom with sunlight and a fireplace for potions? Damn Higgs, always causing trouble. David glared at Higgs, who was snickering behind him, and reluctantly stood up. It is because the brewing of potions requires a controlled environment. Sunlight and temperature fluctuations can significantly affect the reactions involved in potion making. Even astrological alignments can influence the process. Thus, a temperature-stable, light-restricted basement is far more suitable, Professor. Did you hear that, Higgs? Snape cut in, dismissing David with a wave of his hand as he moved towards Higgs, sternly reprimanding him. Put away your foolishness. Brewing potions is not akin to making a stew, you imbecile. My apologies, Professor. I shall remember that, Higgs quickly acknowledged, evidently well acquainted with the consequences of his missteps. Snape shot him a disapproving look before turning to George Weasley, who was watching with keen interest, and asked, what potions can be brewed using lavender? 3, Professor, George replied. The sleeping draught, the fire-breathing potion, and the calming draught. That's all I know. What about Flipper Feather Slime? What potions can be made from it? Snape continued his interrogation. Revitalizing potion, herbicide, and sleeping potion, George answered promptly. If one intends to brew the sleeping potion, valerian root is also required, Professor. Stop with your cleverness. Snape snapped back. You need only answer my questions. Lee Jordan. Snape's gaze shifted to the boy evading his scrutiny. Tell me the purpose of valerian root. Valerian root is used for. Jordan stood up, his complexion paling with anxiety, stammering, for brewing the sleeping potion, and, if you devoted as much attention to your potion studies as you do to commentating on Quidditch, you wouldn't appear as befuddled as you do now. Snape's customary sharp tongue left Jordan standing there, head bowed and trembling. Take out your notes. Today's lesson will be a review of the sleeping potion. I trust you all remember how to brew it. Snape turned back toward the lectern, adding, if anyone fails to brew it successfully, they will remain here until they master it. A flurry of chaos erupted in the classroom as students flipped through notes, searched for ingredients, and inquired about last year's procedures, as if they had completely forgotten the knowledge acquired in their second year. David had not yet learned how to brew the sleeping potion. The upperclassmen's tutoring sessions had not covered it, and the textbook offered no detailed instructions. Thus, as others gathered their materials and prepared to begin, David could only stare blankly at the ingredients before him. The awkwardness of being a transfer student reared its head once more. What are you waiting for? Snape, patrolling the room, stopped beside David and frowned. Are you expecting the potion to leap out of the cauldron on its own? I wish it were so, Professor, David shrugged. I would prefer if the knowledge for brewing the sleeping potion could simply leap from your mind into mine, thus sparing me the effort of learning. Chapter 60, The Wizard's Sword. Do you know why Slytherin's third-year students have no classes on Tuesday mornings? Because they have astronomy class on Monday nights, from 11 o'clock until the early hours of the morning. It's no wonder that in the dead of winter, when young wizards are prone to sleeping in, they find it impossible to rise early. Just imagine sleeping in a sunless basement with the sound of water flowing outside. Who wouldn't be groggy, especially at their age? When they are still growing, It is perfectly normal to sleep in. Those who rise early for exercise are the true anomalies. As David jogged steadily out of the castle, clutching Nelson's fighting sword, he exhaled puffs of white vapor as he leapt over the courtyard wall, and the snow-capped willow couldn't help but shiver slightly. As snowflakes danced down, "Yes, here. Yes, here. The pesky little wizard has arrived. Hello. Ready for a duel?" David greeted as usual with a cheerful smile, then unsheathed his battle sword, brandishing it as he charged forward. "Huh, huh." The Whomping Willow did not respond to his provocation in any way, not even when the tip of his sword struck its branches. Puzzled, David gazed at the stark, bare trunks and twigs of the winter trees, muttering to himself. Could it be dead from the cold? Surely not. Tentatively, he prodded the willow's branches with the tip of his sword. 1, 2, soft and unresponsive, resembling an ordinary willow, devoid of vitality. If it had indeed succumbed to the frost, then there was no reason to leave it standing. David drew forth his wand and pointed it at the Whomping Willow, declaring, "It's a bit chilly in the dormitory. I'll chop it down for firewood." Shatter. Whoosh. The Whomping Willow astonishingly sprang to life. Countless branches lashed out wildly, eager to strike down this insufferable brat. David, of course, did not use the cutting spell. He was merely attempting to intimidate his opponent, not expecting the cunning willow to feign death. "Come on, ignite your fury." David sheathed his wand, seized his battle sword, and charged forward. With no conducive environment for combat training, he was fortunate that the Whomping Willow was willing to spar with him. But why, he pondered. Was there no combat magic curriculum at Hogwarts? Ancient wizards wielded both wands and swords, vanquishing dark creatures. Yet now, all that remained was a mere stick. Even the most adept fairies in alchemy and weapon crafting have turned to finance. What has become of the world? Have we progressed or regressed? According to the teachings of Durmstrang Institute, the explanation is ancient humans and wizards faced harsh living conditions, with both technology and magic in exploratory phases. During this period, those endowed with magical power could learn spells and become wizards, but they generally received training in combat skills to confront a variety of monstrous challenges. The ancient magic was neither potent nor versatile enough to restrain and combat creatures, necessitating the assistance of combat skills. After extensive exploration and research, the power and techniques of magic have significantly improved, leading to the development of counterspells for various creatures, effectively expanding the living space for both humans and wizards. Yet, when the creatures that posed existential threats were defeated or even eradicated, the balance of biodiversity was disrupted. This was the fundamental reason that the Wizarding Society distanced itself from the Muggle world. In times of shared peril, they could not coexist in prosperity. Now that the creatures have become magical beasts needing protection, and Muggle technology sufficiently supports a stable living environment, what need do we have for wizards? The witch hunt movement arose, with wizards continuously captured and killed, as Muggles feared the wizards' extraordinary powers and unpredictability. Without the creatures, the wizards themselves became the beasts. Thus, when the threat to survival vanished, wizards discarded their swords, and when their identities faced discrimination, they forsook their powerful spells. Step by step, they retreated to the present state. Schools ceased to teach lethal magic courses and would no longer impart spells that threatened society. All curricula were designed with a singular purpose: to cultivate the survival skills of wizards, to live well, and to avoid trouble. Time would gradually erode the combat skills of wizards as they adapted to a balanced coexistence with muggles and magical creatures after self-castration. David had no doubt that Hogwarts would eventually offer sewing classes, cooking classes, broomstick maintenance classes, and even courses on ideological education. Just observe the current Wizarding Society. Regardless of the country, wizards are content with the status quo, indulging in immediate pleasures, even nonchalant about losing their wands. When dangerous creatures emerge, the Ministry of Magic handles the situation, and even in the event of casualties, they merely mourn for a fleeting moment before immersing themselves in the revelry of funeral feasts. In retrospect, could Grindelwald's emergence be viewed as the awakening of the wizarding bloodline, bravely challenging societal decay, striving to rescue the wizarding world from its precarious plight? He resisted, he fought, he called upon others to join the struggle for survival space between wizards and muggles. And what was the outcome? The rules and pressures of society fashioned an opponent to him, one who, under the guise of justice and public opinion, defeated and imprisoned him. Subsequently, under the orchestration of certain individuals, the magical society celebrated victory, exulting in their greatness, rejoicing in their ability to continue hiding in the magical realm, indulging in excess. The only one absent from the celebratory soiree was likely that savior, the illustrious Albus Dumbledore, who vanquished Grindelwald. He understood what he had obliterated. Of course, David was neither a follower of Grindelwald nor a devotee of his ideology. Were Grindelwald's thoughts or actions not problematic, he would not have become a pariah, shunned by all. Neither was David an admirer of Dumbledore, for even Dumbledore himself did not regard defeating Grindelwald as a particularly glorious feat. Glory stems from thought. When one's capabilities sufficiently support independent thought, glory will bow before them. He would not squander time or energy contemplating the salvation of the Wizarding Society. That was the Ministry of Magic's responsibility. Even if the Ministry had become utterly inept, that was not a personal issue. As James once stated, the Ministry's incompetence was merely a manifestation of the Wizard's own regression. The Wizard's self-imposed decline is not worthy of pity. The core of Muggle expulsion of wizards lies in resource competition. Wizards expelling creatures, restraining elves and other beings to serve their livelihood, is not also a form of competition. Survival of the fittest, the law of nature. The Muggle world knows no eternal peace or tranquility, nor does the Wizarding world. When the so-called ecological balance of coexistence is disrupted by certain factors, those who endure will undoubtedly be the more capable and prepared individuals. Durmstrang's educational philosophy insists on never underestimating one's living environment. Wizards will always lack another essential survival skill. Swordsmanship may never be required, but when it is, it signifies that one has outlived others. Furthermore, the agile and powerful movements of swordplay contribute to the elegance and stability of David's spellcasting posture, serving as his enduring motivation and source of inspiration. Chapter 61, Joyful Matters. Stingy, stingy, stingy. Peeves chased David out of the charms classroom, shouting in the corridor. Along the way, small wizards stopped to observe, covering their mouths and stifling laughter at the commotion. David simply continued on his path, letting Peeves chatter incessantly in his ear as if he were deaf to the noise. Yet Peeves was relentless, especially when he noticed small wizards glancing over. His antics grew even more spirited. Stingy. David is a stingy git. Hey, Peeves, what are you doing? Kelsey came running from behind, frowning at Peeves and stating, "Get lost. Otherwise, I'll summon the Bloody Baron." "Ha, the Bloody Baron. I'm not afraid." Peeves did a somersault above David's head, mocking, "I won't leave unless you give me fireworks." "I already told you, the fireworks from last time are gone." David lifted his head to explain. "You'll have to wait until the next trip to Hogsmeade." "Stingy. Big liar. Big liar." The mischievous Peeves floated up to David, exclaiming, "You can have the owl deliver it, as you always do." "Owl, owl, listen to me." David gently reassured him. "Peeves, fireworks cannot be mailed. The post office has regulations against it, as it could harm the owl. Don't listen to him. Fireworks can be mailed." Just as David attempted to negotiate with Peeves, a voice suddenly shouted from outside, "He's deceiving you, Peeves. Attack him." "Uh-huh, a liar. A great deceiver." Peeves felt his intellect insulted and abruptly snatched a book from a nearby, curious wizard, darting up to the rooftop, preparing to throw it at David. "Peeves, if you dare to do that," Cassandra warned, pointing her wand towards the roof, "I will ensure you face the most severe consequences." Peeves hesitated, clutching the book, looking incredulously at Cassandra, unable to fathom who in this castle could threaten him. David also drew his wand. His previous restraint stemmed from not wanting to violate school rules by using magic in the corridors. Now, however, he could not allow Cassandra to break the rules on his behalf. Yet, he was only prepared to counter the book that Peeves might hurl, as he had not devised a strategy to deal with Peeves himself. This troublesome entity could fly and run. How could one combat it? To call it a ghost would be inaccurate, for it had a physical form. To deem it a spirit would be misleading, as it was immune to most attacks. Truly a vexing adversary. Cassandra, however, was serious. Under the tense gaze of the surrounding young wizards, she appeared ready to cast a spell to punish Peeves. "Be brave, Peeves. Don't embarrass yourself. The book is coming." David recognized the voice that shouted, and, before Peeves could react, used the summoning charm to snatch the book from his grasp. However, he had no intention of returning it to Shabini. Instead, he tossed it to his friend Malfoy. The book soared through the air. Bang! Damn it! Oh! Malfoy exclaimed before ducking, but he couldn't resist standing up to revel in the chaos. Little did he expect that, just as he rose, the hefty tome, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, would land squarely on his face. "Peeves, you dare strike Malfoy," David warned, pointing an accusatory finger at Peeves. Malfoy's father is a school governor. "You're finished." Peeves was momentarily stunned, staring at his empty hands and then at Malfoy, whose nose was bleeding, nearly exploding with rage. "I did it. If you hadn't used magic, that book wouldn't have struck the young wizard's face." His face instantly turned crimson, resembling a large red balloon, feeling wrong for the first time. It wasn't fear of Malfoy's father being a governor. Peeves could handle Malfoy without assistance. He would not accept being falsely accused. Villain! Villain! David is the villain! Peeves shrieked, descending from the rooftop in a frenzy, intent on snatching David's bag, vowing to hang it from the tower's peak. Cassandra had anticipated this. Initially intending to persuade David to leave, upon seeing Peeves charge down, she pointed her wand upward and called out, Patronus. Zing! Her wand's tip suddenly emitted a brilliant light, swiftly coalescing into a majestic bald eagle that surged towards Peeves. Go away. Get away. Peeves' descending form was repelled by the light, and then he was pursued and pecked at by the bald eagle, darting about in the air, shrieking but refusing to yield. The young wizards were startled by Cassandra's sudden magical assault and scattered in all directions. When they turned back, Peeves had already fled, and Cassandra and David had vanished around the corner of the corridor. This incident of Peeves' mischief resulted in only one injury. I will tell my father. I'll have you expelled. Patronus? What kind of magic is that? David offered Cassandra a mug of butterbeer, raising an eyebrow in admiration. That looked really cool. Phew. Cassandra took a big gulp. Exhaling deeply, it's the Patronus charm, a type of defensive magic used to repel Dementors or Lethifolds. She shrugged. It looks impressive, but it's not easy to cast. It requires intense concentration and drains your mental energy. Can I learn this? The Patronus charm? David asked eagerly. In which year does Hogwarts teach this spell? Your curiosity is truly insatiable. Cassandra studied him for a moment before smiling. The school doesn't teach it because it's too difficult to master. I learned it from Professor McGonagall. Can you teach it to me? David's hopeful gaze met hers, but he hesitated, emphasizing if it's not too much trouble. Oh, Cassandra chuckled, covering her mouth at his eager demeanor. She composed herself, pursing her lips and nodding. Of course, but do you have the time? The holidays are just a month away. With so much coursework. Trust me, I can manage. David grinned, winking at her. I can handle everything. Cassandra regarded his earnest expression and nodded. Then how about this weekend? After the Transfiguration tutoring session? Thank you, Senior. I have no problem with that. David expressed his gratitude, but then added apologetically. I worry that this may encroach upon your rest time. I'm sorry. No worries, as long as you can keep up. Cassandra smiled. Who asked me to accept your gift? I cannot refuse such an insatiable thirst for knowledge. I hope it hasn't become a burden for you. David sincerely praised. My greatest gain from coming to Hogwarts is getting to know you. Saying that will make me feel embarrassed, Cassandra remarked as she finished her drink and stood up. I have a class to attend. If you wish to learn the Patronus charm, you need to prepare a memory of your happiest moment. No preparation needed. David escorted her to the door, asserting with a smile, the time spent with you is my happiest memory. Chapter 62. The Idol. Oh, who could that be? After bidding farewell to Cassandra, just as David was about to close the door, a chorus of teasing voices erupted from the opposite dormitory. Higgs poked his head out, shaking it slightly, and mimicked, the time spent with my senior is my happiest memory. Ha ha ha. There were others in their dormitory. David clearly recognized the booming voice of Warrington. Oh, isn't this the love-struck David? Pews appear behind Higgs, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow, and teasing. Teach me a thing or two. Get lost. You lot. David rolled his eyes and slammed the door, feeling foolish for letting those clowns overhear his sentiments. Outside, Higgs and the others continued to laugh loudly, altering their voices to mimic what he had just said. Hey, David, don't forget about the training session later. Pews called out. This time is also our happiest memory with you. Oh ha, what are you all laughing about? So merry. Pansy rounded the corner, clutching a package, raising an eyebrow at their playful antics. Higgs winked at her, gesturing towards David's dormitory door with a playful remark. Keep an eye on your cousin, or he might just fly away with someone else. What? Fly away? Pansy, perplexed, furrowed her brow as she watched them merrily enter the dormitory. Tilting her head, she glanced at her cousin's door and rapped gently. I know you're training. Pusey, get out of the way. It's me, your cousin. Pansy. Upon hearing the response from inside, she pushed the door open to find her cousin tidying up some cups. What's going on? What is all the laughter about? Oh, nothing. Just a bunch of boring folks, David replied with a slight smirk, eyeing the package in her hands. Aren't you supposed to be in class? I could have fetched it myself. The Slytherin common room was underground. An owlpost couldn't be delivered unless it was mealtime. Otherwise, one had to retrieve their packages from the courtyard or the tower. David had checked the courtyard earlier that afternoon and found his package had been taken, surmising it was Pansy who had helped him. No wonder Peeves had been pestering him for fireworks, even suggesting sending them via package. Recently, his incoming and outgoing parcels had noticeably surpassed those of other young wizards. It's no trouble. I was passing by anyway. Pansy's gaze wandered, her nose twitching slightly as if catching a whiff of a familiar perfume. Remembering her cousin's earlier action of tidying up the cups, she narrowed her eyes just a fraction. Though she did not show any displeasure, a wise girl must learn to be accommodating. She placed the package on the desk and, with a sweet smile, asked, "May I borrow your broom for our flying lesson?" "I'm afraid not, Pansy. You just heard. I have Quidditch practice shortly," David said, emerging from the bathroom, shaking the water off his hands. "Let us reschedule. You're welcome to use it any time." "All right, cousin, I understand." Pansy blinked, casually inquiring, "Would you care to join me for dinner?" "Of course. Why ever not? Dining with you is precisely the reason I head to the Great Hall." David replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. From the first week of November, Hogwarts entered the Quidditch match schedule, continuing until the end of the term in June, with matches held each month unless it was a holiday month. Saturdays and Sundays remained uncertain, with timings depending on the weather or other practical considerations. Each team would compete against the other 3 house teams in one match. This meant that the first match would feature Slytherin against Gryffindor, followed by Hufflepuff battling Ravenclaw. After the initial match, Slytherin would have a lengthy period of rest and practice, not facing Ravenclaw until after the Christmas holiday. The academic year was divided into 3 competitive intervals, separated by the Christmas and Easter holidays. 2 matches were scheduled in November, 2 after the February and March return from Christmas break, and 2 more in May following the spring break, culminating in a total of 6 matches throughout the academic year. Due to the unpredictability of weather and other variables, match schedules could be advanced or postponed. By the latest before the summer holidays, the annual Quidditch Cup would certainly conclude. Quidditch matches operated on a league point system, with the final outcome not determined solely by individual match wins or losses. The final standings would add corresponding points to the House Cup competition, calculated proportionately against academic performance and other achievements, thus contending for the House Cup rankings. Given the relatively minor differences in student numbers, educational quality, and other aggregate scores, competition for the House Cup was often closely tied to Quidditch performance. The entire school community placed great importance on this sport, with heads of houses even granting leniency for Quidditch practice, showing favoritism towards team members. Even David sensed that Professor Snape's gaze towards him had softened. During potions class, he was unexpectedly guided on brewing a sleeping potion, albeit with a touch of sardonic commentary. Additionally, for training sessions, despite the inconvenience of winter outdoor practice, Professor Snape provided special permission to use the courtyard. Filch detested young witches and wizards using broomsticks within the castle, and he even monitored the courtyard. When Captain Flint handed Filch a handwritten approval from Professor Snape, Filch grumbled as he departed. "In light of our recent defeat against Gryffindor, I will be restructuring our tactics," Flint declared, lifting his chin slightly as he addressed the team, "and making minor adjustments to our defensive assignments." Ignoring the puzzled expressions around him, he continued, in response to Ravenclaw's primary attacker, Davies. "We shall incorporate the Pock-Off luring tactic along with the Park and Clam strategy to suppress and restrict them. Our defense must be reinforced." Flint seemed to emphasize this last point slowly and resolutely, as if to build anticipation for what followed. "Montague and I are already executing the joint attack strategy," Bull interjected, raising his hands in surrender. "Therefore," Flint squinted in David's direction, stating, "I've decided to position the Seeker in the defense, lest he become idle." Flint, "The team requires unity." Bull, being the second oldest player aside from Flint, felt a sense of responsibility to emphasize the team's future and goals. However, Flint had no intention of listening to his lengthy discourse. He fixed his gaze on David and declared, "Should you feel unqualified for this position, you may withdraw." "I have no objections, as long as the team requires it," David replied with a slight smirk. "I will be present in the defense, but how shall we execute this?" "You must attract the attention of their chasers," Flint instructed David. "Create opportunities for Bull and Montague, and bring down their Seekers." Chapter 63. You're definitely getting expelled. "Oh, splendid idea. Absolutely brilliant." David raised an eyebrow in admiration. "Once we knock down all 7 of their players, victory will be ours indefinitely." "Huh." Pusey chuckled involuntarily at David's vivid imagery. Flint, however, was less than amused by David's mockery. After shooting a glare at Pusey, he approached David and questioned, "Are you the captain now, or am I?" "Of course you are, Captain Flint." David raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I fully respect your decision, but I do not concur with this tactical arrangement. You need only obey my decisions and execute them resolutely." Flint loomed over David, asserting, "For I am a captain." "Very well, Captain Flint," David nodded, pursing his lips. "I hope you're right." "I am undoubtedly right. No question about it." Flint narrowed his eyes slightly, adding, "Before you joined the team, We had already secured 6 consecutive championships. That is proof of my sound judgment. With that, he scrutinized David from head to toe, sneering. Do not presume that defeating me grants you free reign. In Quidditch, I am the one in charge. As you wish, I have never boasted about defeating you, nor do I wish to bring it up with others. After all, my victory over you was a mere necessity, and you would rather not recall being bested by me. David shrugged, declaring, I am simply an honest, straightforward, and pragmatic individual. Flint's complexion was a deep shade of blue-black as he stared at David for a considerable duration, his thoughts teetering on the edge of uttering, You truly are not human. However, in the end, he merely managed to say, I will reclaim that wand. A remark that hardly conveyed the severity of his sentiments. During the subsequent training session, David was directed by Flint to assume the role of bait, coordinating with Bull and Montague while simultaneously fulfilling his own responsibilities. Higgs stood on the ground, observing David darting back and forth, drawing the attention of the bludger, all the while having to retrieve the small balls that were hurled at him. He felt Flint was being somewhat excessive. While foul tactics are permissible, as evidenced by their use in the English League and the World Cup, they should not be employed in such a manner. Bull and Montague, with grave expressions, wielded their bats in mid-air, ready to strike the bludger at the imaginary opponent, Pusey. Currently, they were merely practicing against Pusey, but in the actual match, their target would be Roger Davies, the most formidable seeker of Gryffindor. Flint had designated him as their primary target, insisting they must bring him down. The defensive strategy aligned with this objective, necessitating a collaborative approach known as the Parkin-S pincer tactic. Flint and Warrington practiced encircling the imaginary foe, Pusey, to create opportunities for both defense and offense during the match. If the bludger couldn't incapacitate the opponent, they were to use their bodies to collide, even if it resulted in mutual injury, to eliminate the opposing scoring threat. Simultaneously, the duo rehearsed the Bachoff-S baiting technique, wherein one would lead the bludger high into the air, enticing the opponent to pursue, before passing it back to the primary attacker below for a scoring opportunity. The entire strategy comprised multiple components, with 2 primary objectives, to incapacitate the opponent and to deceive them into scoring. To David, this seemed exceedingly reckless and perilous, not solely for the target's sake, but also for the well-being of his teammates and the overall outcome. The bludger was made of iron. Should it strike Davies, he would likely sustain grave injuries. What a deep-seated grudge that would entail. Last time, David was fortunate enough to merely graze his shoulder. Yet he still ended up in the hospital for a dose of bone-strengthening potion. Focusing their efforts on scheming against opponents, even if it led to victory, felt dishonorable. This was merely a match between school teams, devoid of life-and-death stakes or entangled interests, and David could not fathom Flint's relentless determination. If Flint were to risk his own life, David might even respect him, but endangering others was undeniably deranged. Why did Flint instruct Pusey to take the hits while he himself refrained? Was there no danger in colliding? That was heights they were dealing with. As he had expressed, he did not endorse such tactics, yet he was not the captain and could only voice his dissent. Hey, David, are you upset? After the training session, Bull caught up with David, expressing concern. David turned back with a smile, replying, Not at all, just heading back to freshen up and then off to dinner. I know what you're thinking, David. Bull gestured for them to walk together, continuing, You are correct. The game should not be like this, and neither should the team. However, David, that is the nature of Quidditch, he said, furrowing his brow slightly. Its allure lies in the effort we invest, the sweat we shed, and even the sacrifices we make. I understand. It should be about joy, excitement, and glory. These are my ultimate aspirations. Bull shrugged his shoulders helplessly, adding, But somewhere along the way, victory has become the sole measure of our efforts. It seems everyone believes so. He glanced at David, nodding, his expression complex as he remarked, Defending champions, 3-time champions, 4-time champions, 5-time champions, and now 6-time champions. This has never changed. I love it too and yearn for victory. David raised his eyebrows, stating, I agree with the notion of glory and am prepared to contribute and sacrifice for the team. But I do not subscribe to the belief that victory is the only measure. He spoke earnestly. Victory is merely the outcome. But what I truly seek is the journey of achieving victory. That is the genuine significance of my participation in this competition. If I wish to bring someone down, I do not need such convoluted methods. David turned to Bull, stating, You should know I possess that capability. Of course, I believe in you. Bull nodded in agreement, expressing, It's unfortunate that the team has not allowed you to experience the true joy of the game. He patted David on the shoulder, saying, Flint is overly fixated on winning, as is the headmaster and everyone else. There's a heavy burden on our shoulders. But you have just joined the team. Having only played one match, Bull raised an eyebrow, adding, "We can all see your excellence, including Flint. I am convinced you all are the future of the team." He shook David slightly, encouraging, "Take your time, give yourself some space, and allow Flint some time. Believe that you will transform the team in the future." "Perhaps," David chuckled, shaking his head, "I might also get lost in the pursuit of 7 consecutive championships, or 8. Hey, please show some respect for the veteran players who have created this historic achievement." Bull playfully nudged him, then raised an eyebrow with a grin, "But I respect your choice. The future captain of the school team, David. You're not being sincere enough." David jested, pushing him away, declaring, "When I become captain, I will definitely expel you." "That would truly break my heart." Bull feigned regret, clutching his chest. "I thought you were not that kind of person." The great and handsome Captain Roar. Chapter 64. The Prodigal Son. "Are you planning to study Animagus?" Casey discovered notes on human transformation magic on David's desk. The third-year Transfiguration course would touch upon this subject, but only as an expansion of knowledge. It wouldn't be until the 6th year that one would truly study Animagus, with detailed explanations and applications found in the textbook Advanced Transfiguration Guide. However, the school does not teach students how to perform this transformation skill, nor encourages experimentation. The notes on David's desk were evidently excerpts from the textbook application process, along with collected precautions from the library. Considering David's earlier request for her help in cultivating Mandrake, Casey had already surmised his intentions. "I know it's dangerous, but I want to try." David did not evade the truth, candidly stating, "Exploring the magical world has never been a smooth journey. All I can do is strive with strength and perseverance, and enjoy the process. I truly do not know whether to commend your courage or condemn your recklessness." Casey shook her head slightly. "Don't bother asking. You clearly have no intention of discussing this with the professor, nor are you planning to register with the ministry after succeeding, right?" "Of course not. I believe that human transformation is merely a minor achievement on my path to learning magic." David lifted his gaze, smiling as he said, "I don't see the need to flaunt or share with others. You truly are something." Casey could only be left speechless in response to David's seriousness and confidence, shaking her head in silence. The mandrake was planted at the end of October, and one would have to wait until after Christmas to harvest the leaves. David was not in a hurry. He was simultaneously researching materials in the library while organizing his transformation notes. After the winter break, he would formally prepare, timing it perfectly to coincide with the arrival of stormy weather in spring. The greenhouse also housed mandrake. Why not discreetly pluck a leaf during class? David was not particularly astute, and thus would not engage in such actions, as they would not only infuriate Professor Sprout, but also expose his intentions and arouse suspicion. More importantly, integrity is as essential as magic. David's upbringing forbade him from resorting to theft, even if it were merely a leaf. Catherine had come to observe the marvelous flora and fauna in the workshop, concerned that David might not be meticulous enough. However, it seemed that this junior possessed both adventurous spirit and patience. "I hope you can prepare thoroughly before venturing forth, for there are not many instances in the magical realm where one can return after transforming into an animal." Before leaving, Catherine cautioned him, knowing she could not dissuade him, nor could she undermine his efforts. David responded earnestly, "Unless you are by my side, I shall not drink that potion, I assure you. I truly worry for you. Yet I am also proud of you," Catherine said, pausing to nod before turning to depart. David hesitated for a moment, but the fleeting doubt vanished. If he could not conquer his own curiosity, what motivation would he have to study magic? He quickly composed himself and returned to his alchemical experiments. Yes, even though he had not fully unraveled the secrets of the alchemical runes, nor could he possibly read every book in the library, this did not hinder his targeted experimentation. The advertisement still stood. He was determined to obtain the recipe for the Regan potion. Over the course of thousands of years, the alchemical recipes that have been made public are exceedingly few. The Roll family, having amassed vast wealth through generations of crafting alchemical bombs, serves as a testament to the value of these recipes. David was uncertain of the authenticity of that secret recipe, yet he did not wish to miss this opportunity. Even if the exchange terms proposed were utterly absurd, the mere thought of it incensed him. Who would dare to trade an alchemical recipe for a collar and a whip? Was this something a sensible person could conceive? He had no desire to know who the proposer was. He merely wished to devise a unique design to exchange for that alchemical recipe and experiment with it. Should he succeed, joy would abound. If he failed, he was prepared to send a local delicacy as a parting gift, letting them understand what true uniqueness entails. Recently, David had seen an increase in the number of packages he received, all part of a clearance sale. He needed to raise funds to acquire the necessary materials for his alchemical experiments. In addition to the immature flora and fauna in the workshop, He had sold quite a few unnecessary materials from the Forbidden Forest. Of course, he dared not sell rare materials with distinctive characteristics, such as the tail hair of a nightmare or a unicorn. Being caught by the school would spell disaster. Initially, in order to buy gifts for his senior and cousin, he had nearly exhausted his finances. The jasmine brooch he had purchased was worth 199 galleons, with the last galleon being a hard-won discount. Adding in the 7 galleons spent on his cousin and the 4 galleons on himself, it totaled 210 galleons. It could be said that David was quite generous, spending extravagantly to please a lady, yet this money was not entirely his own. He had explained to Catherine that those alchemical creations had not brought in significant profits. This was the truth. Before the school year commenced, his grandfather James had opened a personal account for him at Gringotts, depositing 200 galleons as a gift. The unfortunate outcome was that those 200 galleons had scarcely lingered in Gringotts before being squandered. The goblins were likely cursing his name now. A spendthrift, David? It was not that David did not value money, nor was he unfeeling towards his grandfather's legacy. To obtain something, one must be willing to part with something else. Without that brooch as a gift, Catherine would still assist him with his studies, as it was part of the school's arrangement and her own application. However, would she devote herself so wholeheartedly to crafting a study plan for David, nurturing magical creatures, teaching him spells beyond his studies, or even keeping his secret escapades in the Forbidden Forest? Let's not speak of any romantic undertones. Flattering a beautiful girl is merely a basic skill for a man. David had never admitted to harboring any improper thoughts towards his senior, as he had stated at the beginning of the term. He was still young and should prioritize his studies. Academic tutoring was a responsibility, but all other assistance was merely a matter of goodwill. David owed no debts of gratitude, even if it meant exhausting his resources. Of course, his gains far surpassed that brooch. The friendship of his senior, the seedlings and young creatures in the workshop, his academic progress, and the enhancement of his skills were treasures that gold could not procure. At least for now, he lacked not for money, able to earn and spend at will. What he lacked was time and experience. Those galleons remained forever the goblin's wealth in Gringotts, not that of David Roll. His wealth should reside in his mind and in his hands, things that others could never seize or take away from him. The parchment before him listed the alchemical materials he possessed, along with the unique requirements he could conceive. For the collar's alchemical medium, he chose the tail hair of a nightmare, known for its invisibility properties, and for the whip, he selected the branches of a whomping willow. Now, he faced the challenge of how to assemble the alchemical runes and perfectly integrate them with the mediums to achieve his desired outcome. Alchemy is exceedingly difficult. Chapter 65. Please save us. On a sunny Thursday afternoon, the world outside was blanketed in white snow, while the castle within remained cold and damp. What else could one expect? Did you think the environment here was splendid? The magical school lacked heating and air conditioning, relying solely on fireplaces and torches for warmth. Fireplaces were only installed in functional areas, such as the Great Hall, common rooms, and libraries. Many classrooms, including the potions classroom, had none. The torch holders in the corridors were only partially lit at night, primarily for illumination, and secondarily to prevent the corridors from becoming too frigid. Incidents of young wizards crying from the cold during classes were not uncommon, and one must admit that the learning environment here was not as enchanting as it appeared. Young wizards had to don thick sweaters and coats, in addition to heavy robes and scarves. David found the chill of the castle somewhat disconcerting, prompting his grandfather James to send over his school coat from Durmstrang. Thus, one could spot a student clad in a red fur coat hurrying through the castle. Even though he did not wish to attract attention with his distinctive attire, he nonetheless ignited a spark amidst Hogwarts winter. Students began to gossip about him once more, discussing his past, present, family, and that astonishing countenance. The school mandated that students wear robes and uniforms during classes or activities, but had no regulations for other times. Consequently, one could occasionally see young wizards donning muggle-like clothing while visiting Hogsmeade or playing on campus. Apologies, I did not anticipate the Scottish Highlands to be so frigid. This coat seems to be my only salvation, he explained as he entered the library, facing Catherine's astonished gaze. Catherine raised an eyebrow and smiled, complimenting cool. It looks incredibly warm, like a ball of fire. Thank you. Hearing that warms me more than wearing the coat, David replied with a smile. I must go write my assignments. I have 2 classes this afternoon. Catherine pursed her lips and shook her head slightly, exclaiming, You always work so hard. It's putting me under pressure. Goodbye, David. Goodbye, Senior, David replied, waving as he retreated, finally turning to enter the library. While the common room was filled with playful little wizards and the dormitory corridors were bustling with activity, no one dared to provoke the ire of Madame Pants within the library. David often frequented this place to read and complete assignments, and, if time permitted, he would also research some materials, finding it both convenient and tranquil. Naturally, he occasionally encountered acquaintances, particularly if he was intentionally waiting for someone. "Hurry up. Show it to me. I know you've finished. Let me have a look." Higgs and Warrington squeezed into David's usual spot, waving excitedly as he approached. Sensing a trap, David attempted to escape, only to be caught from behind by Higgs. "Please, good-hearted David, save us," Higgs implored in an exaggeratedly melodramatic tone. "If we don't submit our potion homework, the professor will have us killed." "What does that have to do with me?" David retorted, playfully prying Higgs off him. "Can I at least come to watch the spectacle?" Ahem. Madame Pants appeared unexpectedly, much like Mrs. Norris, always lurking when one least expected it. Sometimes, David truly wondered if she were actually Mrs. Norris, managing the library by day and transforming into an animagus to accompany Filch after curfew. Upon hearing the cough, Higgs swiftly returned to his seat but continued to cast flirtatious glances at David. Copying homework is wrong. Hermione, seated nearby, looked at the trio of third-year students with an expression of impatience. She was also casting glances at David, urging him to swiftly quell the noise. David smirked, tossing his homework in front of the two, and, as they squealed in delight, he playfully tapped each of their heads. Higgs and the others paid little mind. Even if he called them godfathers, they were thrilled to borrow his completed homework. However, the little witch scrutinized David's actions with skepticism, narrowing her eyes at him as if his behavior was more egregious than the noise in the library. David shook his head, ignoring her, and found a spot at the table to begin writing on his parchment. Thursday was a particularly awkward day. The assignment from the previous week was due at the final deadline, while this week's assignment was at its optimal completion time. If he missed this window, he would be scrambling to find someone to copy from next week. The weekend? Absolutely not. The weekend was meant for rest. When David spread out his parchment, Warrington leaned over excitedly. "Transfiguration homework? Let me borrow it to copy." "You're planning to copy for me alone?" David glared at him, reminding him, "Aren't you considering changing your style? The professor might get suspicious." "It's only by changing styles that we would raise suspicion," Warrington countered confidently. "If we keep copying your style, the professor will think that's just how we write." He winked. "We're friends, after all. Our homework styles complement each other perfectly. Trust us, you won't regret it. You excel at writing, but we are masters at copying." Higgs, who was fervently scribbling away, turned to nod in agreement. "You both make compelling arguments." David glanced at the two, seemingly a loss for words. They truly were a pair of geniuses. The two bright minds exchanged amused glances and high-fived each other in unison. Hermione, sitting across from them, rolled her eyes, casting a disdainful look at the two joyfully foolish boys before shaking her head and returning to her own work. Viruses can spread, and so can ignorance. Just as the group was engaged in their copying assignments, two figures darted into the library, scanning the room as if searching for someone. Upon spotting the fluffy brown hair, the two rushed over as if they were children reuniting with a long-lost mother. "Hey, Hermione, we finally found you," Ron exclaimed, hope shining in his eyes as he approached the little witch. "Could you lend us a glance at the herbology assignment? We forgot to write it. I reminded you on Wednesday after defense against the dark arts class that today was the deadline for submissions," she retorted, glaring at Higgs, who was smirking at her from across the table. "But at that time, you told me you had finished your homework." Ron insisted, looking genuinely desperate. "I really thought I'd finished, I swear." He pleaded, "Herbology class is about to start. Please let us see it, or we're doomed." "Hey," Warrington chimed in, winking at Ron. "You've got to say, please, kind Hermione, save us." "Oh, don't say that." Hermione shot a disdainful glare at Warrington before turning back to Ron. "There is still an hour and a half until class. You can still write it in time." "So, you're saying you want to lend it to us?" Ron snapped, his face flushing with embarrassment as he asked quietly, "Are we still friends or not?" Chapter 66. Harry, the Junior. "Shut up, you fool, sit down." Hearing their argument, David tapped the table, frowning as he admonished them. "Are you looking to be scolded?" Ron's face flushed with embarrassment at the reprimand, and just as he was about to retort, Harry pressed him back into his seat. The figure of Madame Pants loomed behind them like a ghost, her gaze sweeping over the cowering group. "If you cannot maintain silence," she rasped, "I shall have you thrown out and banished from this place." Once she was certain she had moved on, Harry and Ron remained seated with grim expressions, unsure whether they were more frightened or irked by Hermione's coldness. "You really should listen to me." Warrington teased Ron. "Quick, say the things I just taught you. Get on with your homework, Cassius." David pushed the parchment he held towards Warrington, unfurling another parchment roll to prepare for his care of magical creatures assignment. "You finished that in just 20 minutes?" Warrington exclaimed, astonished. I shall call you the deity of homework. The parchment he unfurled extended a full 3 feet, with letters perfectly sized, the pages immaculate, and the sentences elegantly constructed. Beyond reproach. Even Ron, who had been sulking, was drawn in, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is that an automatic quill? No, no. A quill merely transcribes your commands. It doesn't decompose for you, nor can it beautify your handwriting. That's just David. My God. Warrington raised an eyebrow, eagerly laying out the parchment to begin copying his own work, completely oblivious to Ron's envious gaze. If only Hermione were as generous as David. This isn't right. They won't learn anything, Hermione emphasized gravely, observing Ron's forlorn look directed at her. You should write it yourself. However, it was evident that Ron was not swayed by her reasoning. When one is drowning, do you instruct them on how to swim? He simply wanted a mother. What are you staring at? Waiting to copy my work? David, who was commanding his quill to complete his assignments, noticed a curious black head peering over to observe his parchment. His eyes flashed with impatience as he recognized the underachiever, Harry. Unperturbed by David's sharp tongue, Harry inquisitively pointed at the parchment and inquired, "How do you complete your homework so swiftly? Interested in learning? Pay the tuition, and I shall teach you," David replied, one hand flipping through a book while the other gestured rhythmically, coordinating with the quill's writing pace, clearly directing it. "Absolutely. I wish to learn." Harry seemed to have found the deity of homework, gazing at David with fervent eagerness, practically ready to worship him. "How much is the tuition?" "I don't have it now, but I'll write to Gringotts to transfer it to you." "Are you certain? You truly intend to spend money to learn how to do homework for me?" David looked at him as if he were a fool. Yet, his gaze caught the glimmer of gold galleons beckoning him. "I don't care about galleons. Any amount will do." Harry earnestly nodded, stating, "As long as you can help me write a 3-foot-long paper in 20 minutes. "No, half an hour." "Oh, what a generous underachiever you are." David surveyed him with a slight tilt of his head, maintaining an air of modesty as he said, "Seeing your earnestness and considering our acquaintance, I can lower the fee." "Don't believe him. He's deceiving you." Hermione, having overheard their exchange, approached Harry and warned, "There are no shortcuts in learning, and homework is no exception." "What? Hermione, do you want to split the fee?" David feigned displeasure as he glared at her. "I've been particularly short on funds for materials for my experiments lately. Of course, if you remain silent, I might consider giving you 1/3 as a reward." "I don't want it. I'm not interested." Hermione haughtily lifted her chin and, after admonishing Harry, turned back to her assignment. Harry cast a doubtful glance at her and then at Ron, who appeared equally troubled, subtly gesturing with the herbology textbook in his hands. "David, how many galleons do you require?" Gathering his courage, he asked seriously, "How many galleons would it take for you to teach me to write my homework quickly?" "You, hopeless." Hermione suddenly lifted her head, glaring at the unworthy scoundrel, utterly exasperated. Ron stood between them, glaring at Hermione. "You won't even lend us your homework to copy. Could you please be quiet and act like a kind girl?" "Oh, don't say that, Ron. Hermione is merely acting out of goodwill, right?" "Hermione." David observed the fuming witch, flashing a sly grin reminiscent of the big bad wolf, and proudly winked with his left eye, causing Hermione to turn away in frustration. "Please, teach me quickly. We're in a hurry." Harry tugged at Ron's herbology book, locating the assignment content. "Wait, let us agree on the price first. That's the foundation of our transaction," David emphasized as he pressed his hands together. "In business, I've always been fair to all." "How much? What is the amount? 100? Harry looked perplexed at David's raised finger, then suddenly enlightened. 100 galleons? "Done. You are indeed quite reasonable." He enthusiastically nodded at Ron, conveying his joy. "David is great. He keeps his word and truly gives us the friend's discount." At that moment, Higgs and Warrington, who were copying their homework, lifted their heads in shock and confusion. "What did we just hear? A friend's discount?" Hermione was fuming, puffing out her cheeks as she glared at David, as if accusing him of tricking a child. Watching Harry's excitement over making a good deal, Ron awkwardly grinned, feeling hesitant to say anything or ask questions. David, under the disdainful gaze of the group, glanced skeptically at his own finger. "Is this really a golden finger? Are there 2 zeros behind it? 1 turns into 100? Goodness, I've hit the jackpot. This must not be reduced. What are you looking at? You underachievers." He shot a glare at Higgs and the others, admonishing, "Only the astute Harry understands the value of paying for knowledge. His future is bright." "Wow." Higgs and Warrington grinned, having gained a new understanding of David's shamelessness. Ignoring their envy, David spoke softly to Harry. "You need to write a paper on mandrakes, right? You can break it down into sections." As he waved his quill over the parchment, he continued, "Divide it into introduction, characteristics, uses, legends, and cultivation. Each theme could be further subdivided. He pointed at the parchment, suggesting the introduction could include name, origin, and value, among other details. With these, you can then find corresponding information to elaborate on. Doesn't that seem simple? Wow, it truly is. Harry gazed at the draft with wonder, realizing he now knew what to write, feeling even more certain that the 100 galleons were worth it. Absolutely worth it. Chapter 67. Nothing at all. Fool! You can't even grasp such a simple method and still wish to pay to learn. Hermione fumed, upset that David had easily snatched 100 galleons from Harry. She scolded, even a fool could manage that. Hermione, don't say that. Ron, who initially wanted to express surprise like Harry, now awkwardly gestured toward the others. At this point, Higgs and Warrington wore expressions of epiphany, gazing at David in admiration. However, upon seeing Ron's cue, they suddenly grasped the implications of the little witch's words, their faces flushing red. Well, it's nothing. Anyone can do it. Higgs nudged Warrington with his elbow, right, Cassius? You can do it, can't you? Oh, yes. I've known how to do it for ages. Warrington nodded, a bit late to the realization. I just wanted to help David check his homework. I've known for a long time, too. Ron shrugged. It's nothing. I don't even bother using this method. He emphasized to the doubtful Hermione. I've always guided Harry to find his own solutions. Truly. If he couldn't figure it out, it's not my fault. Harry looked bewildered at them, then turned to David, who was organizing materials and continuing his homework, asking, is that true? Is this method really that simple? What do you think? David replied, casually without lifting his head, if you believe this method isn't worth 100 galleons, you are free to refuse payment. Harry, don't believe them. Hermione earnestly cautioned, they've taken advantage of you. If they had known this, why would they need to copy David's homework? She then shot a glance at Ron, who was focused on his assignment. There's a saying in London, even beggars wouldn't disdain a penny given to them. Or should it be said that one who begs for food complains about it being stale? What are you searching for? Is it the magic pattern? Unbeknownst to them, Harry and Higgs had quietly left after swiftly finishing their assignments, while Hermione took a seat beside David. She glanced at the materials in David's hands, recalling that he had mentioned this during their chance encounter at the library. Are you here to claim that reward? David, focused on the experimental materials, teased her. You saw it. Harry seems to have regrets. I told you to remain silent. Harry would never break his promise. Hermione fervently insisted. He will pay you, I assure you. So, you must exercise ample patience. David turned the page of his book and replied, nonchalantly, I can only distribute to you 33 galleons, 5 sickles, and 19 nuts once the galleons arrive. As agreed, I can only share a third. No, you ought to give me one more canute. Hermione pouted, arching an eyebrow at David, who looked up at her with an expression of surprise, and added with a hint of pride, that is the hallmark of a true gentleman. Oh, the qualities of a gentleman are rather pricey. David feigned annoyance, complaining, you truly are a calculating little witch. No one can extract even a single canute from me. Except you, Hermione. Giggling, Hermione covered her mouth, trembling with laughter to avoid alerting Madame Pants. David, too, was charmed by her vivacity. He smiled slightly and shook his head, inquiring, why are you still here? Aren't you off to play with friends? Aren't you doing the same? Hermione casually remarked while perusing his notes. Harry and Ron are off to play wizard's chess, which I find rather uninteresting compared to reading. What about other friends? Don't you have any? David casually asked. With such a light workload in first year, shouldn't you be relishing the delightful moments? I only need sincere friends. Hermione, sensitive about the topic of other friendships, chose to evade it and instead questioned David. Is the coursework in third year quite demanding? Are you that busy? No, it's merely that I have a heavier course load. David waved his quill and began jotting down notes while responding distractedly. I need to catch up on subjects I haven't studied and also prepare for upcoming lessons. Just like me, I enjoy previewing. Hermione surprisingly found herself able to comprehend David's notes and agreed. Harry and Ron never preview, hence they are not much of anything. Observing her helpless yet proud expression, David seemed to understand why she lacked other friends. He, in fact, felt quite proud himself. But he knew how to navigate an environment filled with underachievers. Otherwise, how could one enjoy the pleasures of student life? What is this, a runic script? Why do you call a magical pattern? Hermione pointed at the symbols in his notes and the textual annotations she had researched. David turned to her and earnestly explained. The script that records magic is called magical script, while the engravings of magic are referred to as magical patterns, distinguishing between magical linguistics and alchemy. He tapped his notes and continued. What I need to do now is to comprehend all the meanings behind these magical patterns and clarify their interrelations. Then, like a deck of cards, I will arrange them in the sequence I desire, creating a chain of magic that weaves into a magical web. I understand that is alchemy, right? Hermione raised her head to look at him and remarked, just as one learns a language starting from letters, ultimately culminating in writing an article. She placed her hand on the book and said, alchemy items are akin to books, the written articles laid upon paper, and the woven magical web resting upon its medium. You are indeed a clever girl. David shook his head in admiration. Did you derive this from your readings, or is it your own thought? Hearing you speak prompted my thoughts. Hermione proudly raised her eyebrows, saying, thank you for imparting your knowledge of alchemy to me. Otherwise, I would have to wait until 6th year to encounter it. David felt somewhat deflated. Was this young girl serious, or was she mocking him? Alchemy is not as simple as you think. I speak of the magical web. And just because it rests upon a medium does not necessarily mean it is an alchemical creation. He waved his hand over his notes, pointing to the principles behind the 4 elements and their combinations. The magical web can be woven or sculpted, or it can combine the inherent properties of magical materials themselves, reacting and manifesting according to the process of transforming raw materials into lifeless substances. I think I understand. Hermione frowned in contemplation, intently staring at the notebook. The magical power contained in magical materials is essentially the magical chain or web, which is what we refer to as magical elements. She raised her head, looking at David in astonishment. Alchemy begins with understanding the magical web of the materials, the magical chain, or even a singular magical pattern, and then deconstructing them to reconstruct the desired magical chain and web. The 4 magical elements of air, water, earth, and fire thus possess the characteristics of dryness, moisture, coldness, and heat, or even combinations of 2 characteristics. Giggling, Hermione suddenly burst into laughter upon seeing the astonishment in David's eyes. She exclaimed, I truly am brilliant. Chapter 68. A Flower Faces Disgrace. It's all your fault for embarrassing me. The young witch, blushing with shame, grumbled at David as they were ushered out of the library by the librarian. David cast a reluctant glance at her, muttering about the unfairness of the world. God had bestowed upon him handsome looks, a sharp intellect, and a sound body. Yet, why must there be a child even more clever than him at his side? Was it amusing? Was he not also a favored child of God? Oh God, you are indeed insatiable. Shouldn't I be the one to speak? David, carrying his bag with a look of despair, lamented, clearly, it was you who disrupted my reading plans, and now you blame me. You were the one who wanted to teach me alchemy. Hermione retorted, suppressing a smile as she walked alongside David, unable to contain her excitement for acquiring new knowledge. Bouncing as she defended herself, this is not my fault. Are you a devil? David feigned dissatisfaction, glaring at her. I share knowledge with you, you cheer. And then when you get kicked out, you blame me? Giggling, she couldn't help but recall how her brilliance had astonished him. She laughed. You complimented me first. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so vain. Is that so? David nodded, gesturing toward the 2nd floor corridor. Let's part ways here. Goodbye. Thank you for your analysis. Farewell. Hermione huffed playfully, laughing as she bounded down the stairs, needing to pass through the 1st floor hall to reach the greenhouse for her herbology class. 5th year, Casey taught David, while 3rd year David taught Hermione. What was this? An alliance of academic elites from different houses? In a defense against the dark arts classroom, David arrived a bit early, having intended to time his arrival perfectly, all thanks to Hermione. However, there were already students present, namely the carefree Higgs and Warrington, who were mocking the plagiarizing Pusey. Hey, David. Hi. Giggling, the girls Norma and Phoenix strolled past the doorway, arm in arm, greeting David with smiles. David felt slightly taken aback, noticing the 2 covering their mouths while giggling, which left him somewhat perplexed. Don't look at me like that. Higgs scoffed. Anyone with a brain can discern those baseless rumors. They are not blind. They can see your handsome face, even if your charm is slightly inferior to mine. Girls are so superficial. Wollington raised his hands in exasperation, exclaiming, they only care for my unparalleled beauty while overlooking my talents. Oh, how typical of you all. David arched an eyebrow and suggested, you needn't bother with this course. Even a dragon couldn't mar your thick-skinned visage. It's far too resilient. Thank you, David. Your praise is appreciated. You truly should have come sooner. I am at my wit's end with them. Hughes tossed aside his quill and exhaled a sigh of relief at last. It is finished, damn it. Indeed, it is quite splendid, well-reasoned. David glanced at Pugh's potion class assignment and nodded in admiration. How do you manage to write so brilliantly? You are truly a genius. Oh, spare me. I just complimented you. Pugh's, having experienced David's sharp tongue before, felt a pang of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish. Considering I have relinquished the attention of the female students to you, very well then. the deity of assignments. And yet, he dares to call us thick-skinned. He is the true example. Woolington chuckled, pointing at David. I've never seen someone so self-congratulatory. Does he truly believe he can't recognize his own work? Thank you, Cassius. I would have forgotten to acknowledge my own excellence. David quirked an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes. Pray tell, why does my assignment appear on Dorian's parchment? Can you enlighten me? Good things ought to be shared, David. Hughes rolled up the parchment with a grin. I trust you understand this principle. We are friends, after all. Oh, how I fervently hope Professor Snape shares your sentiment. David winked. He will undoubtedly conclude that the similarity of 4 assignments is merely a coincidence. Apologies, David, but may not be limited to 4 individuals. Higgs raised his hands in resignation. You know I adore sharing. You understand me, right, David? Of course. We are friends. David suddenly smiled, saying, a small suggestion for my friends. With your time, why not ponder how to explain this to the professor? I know who he resembles. It is the headmaster. Higgs had a sudden epiphany. Consider it. David excels in potions and rarely indulges. Even his speech is laced with that peculiar sarcasm. You're finished. Higgs, Woolington, and the others, sensing David's change in demeanor, quickly rose, patting Higgs on the shoulder. Best of luck. Higgs insisted, we are in this together. The two hastily waved him off. No. Who is in this with you? We are not familiar. Please. Turn to the section on Grindylows in Dark Arts, a self-defense guide. Professor Quirrell approached his class with utmost seriousness. Yet one must admit that his stutter and the overwhelming scent of garlic made his presence quite unbearable. Why did everyone arrive early for this lesson? Not out of eagerness to learn, but to seize the rear seats, lest they suffocate too close to the professor. This aggressive creature attacks both muggles and wizards. But those in the Black Lake do not. Quirrell explained to the young wizards, because the mermaids have tamed them as pets. His sudden laughter left the young wizards bewildered. What was the humor in that? Perhaps sensing their confusion, he awkwardly resumed his lecture. Grindylows primarily feast on fish. Although they may attack humans, they do not possess the tendency to devour them. They inhabit lakes throughout England and Ireland, hiding amidst the aquatic vegetation at the bottom. After reciting his script, Quirrell unveiled the covered aquarium, revealing the creature within. Oh! As gasps of astonishment filled the air, a green, toothy Grindylow began thrashing about in agitation. Quirrell stood beside it, cautioning, be wary. Their long fingers are quite powerful when grasping, yet brittle and fragile. Thus, the secret to escaping a Grindylow is to prevent them from gripping you tightly. The disarming spell? No, that won't do. Quirrell, momentarily free of his stutter, continued. That spell transforms into a scalding water column under the water. If you were to encounter one after falling in, what should you do? David, surprised to be called upon, stood and declared I would extend my hand and break their fingers one by one. Ha ha! The classroom erupted in laughter, though they failed to notice the horror etched on Professor Quirrell's face at David's violent suggestion. Chapter 69, The Scoundrel. On the second weekend of November, senior sister Catherine visited David's dormitory, as was her custom, to assist him with his studies. The students of Slytherin had grown accustomed to her presence, just as they had to their curiosity about David. Upon knocking and entering, she found David clad in a dragon-hide apron, adorned with the protective goggles she had gifted him. What on earth are you doing? Catherine exclaimed, surveying him in astonishment as the scent of something burnt wafted through the air. I apologize, senior sister. My alchemical experiment encountered a minor hiccup, David replied apologetically, awkwardly removing the goggles. The alchemical equipment I ordered from Diagon Alley has yet to arrive, so I had to improvise. I will treat it with care. Do not fret. It is merely a pair of goggles, Catherine remarked with concern. Your safety is paramount. If there is any danger, you must cease the experiment. Perhaps I still have some questions that remain unresolved. David bit his lip and scratched his brow, assuring her. Very well, I shall prioritize safety. I was initially considering enrolling in alchemy, Catherine observed, shaking her head slightly at his disheveled appearance. Given your current state, I have lost all confidence. Elemental studies are still viable. The danger is significantly less, David replied with a wry smile. I may have inadvertently ventured into the realm of explosives. It is evident you possess a knack for destruction. But what did you just blow up? Catherine inquired, eyeing the chaotic alchemical workstation, where the alcohol lamp emitted wisps of smoke and dark remnants lay scattered across the surface. David, begrudgingly sorting through the salvageable magical materials, awkwardly explained, I was decomposing the tail hair of a nightmare. I did not anticipate such a potent magical rejection reaction. Why? What purpose does it serve to decompose it? Catherine frowned. Does the library not have a comprehensive guide on its decomposition? It does, and quite thorough. David lifted his gaze to meet hers, but I wish to verify personally to ascertain the experimental results. You are quite mad. Do all alchemists behave this way? Catherine began helping him tidy up, while worryingly advising, you should really seek a mentor. You may be right. I ought to write to James, David pondered. Nodding as he explained, my grandfather, he is an alchemist. Futile endeavor. This is a lesson for you, Catherine teased, raising an eyebrow. Wise individuals leverage assistance. One cannot simply innovate in isolation. Thank you. Your words have awakened me from my stupor. David waved his wand, sweeping the remaining explosive remnants into the fireplace. All done. The workspace is clean, and my spirits have lifted. Let us commence today's tutoring session. You truly are something else. Observing his unwavering confidence, Kasiki smiled subtly and teased him. How about trying the Patronus charm? It might elevate your spirits even further. Do you need to conjure a joyful memory? David pondered for a moment before nodding. That's a splendid idea. But what about the tutoring session? Did you not complete your homework? Kasiki remarked, pulling out her wand. I have commitments tomorrow afternoon, but I will assist you with your studies in the evening. The Patronus charm I will teach you is a profound spell, one that many wizards struggle to master. Kasiki continued earnestly, when confronted with malevolent spiritual attacks, you can wield it to counteract with a positive force. Now, as I instructed, focus on a moment of pure joy, and with your mind concentrated, recite the incantation, Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. David clearly enunciated Kasiki's incantation, yet his wand emitted no response. I can sense the surge of magical energy from your wand, indicating that the spell has resonated, but your emotional intensity is insufficient. Maintain your spellcasting balance, Kasiki advised. You must concentrate all your thoughts on that most joyful moment in your heart. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. David earnestly endeavored, but could only produce a wisp of white mist from the tip of his wand. That's commendable, Kasiki reassured him, noticing his impatience. This requires understanding and practice. Take your time, and you will surely succeed. I wonder if our memory of exploring Hogsmeade is not joyful enough. David raised an eyebrow. Why don't you assist me, senior? Indeed, the astute young witch Hermione had spoken true. The affluent and honorable Harry sent the funds. During breakfast on Monday, several owls swooped through the window, circling before alighting on David's breakfast table. They delivered the daily must-read, the Daily Prophet, several letters, and a package containing his alchemical gear ordered from Diagon Alley. Among the letters was a notification from Gringotts regarding his account activity. David retrieved some owl treats from his bag and fed the diligent couriers before eagerly poring over the responses. The first letter from Gringotts informed David of a deposit of 100 galleons into his account, sincerely hoping that Mr. Rower would uphold the noble virtues of frugality. Does gold deposited at Gringotts belong to their goblins? David scoffed. How utterly ridiculous. What is this? A letter from Gringotts? Pansy, who was assisting David with his lamb chops, set down her cutlery and picked up the letter to read. 100 galleons, cousin. You've struck it rich again. A mere unexpected windfall, hardly noteworthy. David remarked as he opened a letter from the 86-87 Owl Post, which provided a response to his inquiry. The letter acknowledged receipt, expressing delight at finding a kindred spirit, with conditions unchanged and the formula still intact, eagerly awaiting Ka. Who is Ka? Your client? Pansy, having finished reading her letter, peered at David's correspondence. The brief message was clear, lacking substance except for the mysterious signature. David placed the parchment on the table and pointed to the signatory's name, instructing her. Ka is the elemental symbol of desire as defined by ancient Greek alchemists. What? Desire? Pansy wrinkled her nose. Who would bear such a name? It must be a pseudonym, deliberately obscuring their identity. David shrugged, tossing the letter to Pansy and continuing to unwrap the correspondence. The masked identity suggests a rogue, one of ill repute. Ka is the proprietor of the 86-87 Owl Post, a scion of a once illustrious alchemical family, fallen from grace. What sort of individuals are you associating with? Pansy pouted. Be cautious. Many dark wizards enjoy tampering with their letters. Ignoring her warning, David focused on his grandfather's reply. James did not address David's question, but instead informed him that alchemy was akin to an expansive ocean, with knowledge as boundless as the sea. Exploring the unknown was a joy in itself, and he could not deprive David of that right. His grandfather advised him to learn the fundamentals at Hogwarts progressively, noting that his life was just beginning, providing ample time to prepare for the voyage ahead. Chapter 70, A Decent Vessel. It's a letter from Annie. Pansy did not wait for David's permission and opened the final letter. After reading it, she reminded him, Annie, he says to eat well, dress warmly, and study diligently. Remember to return home for Christmas. There are family activities planned. Pansy blinked at David and asked, "Cousin, may I join you at Rower Manor for Christmas? Does it matter if I say no?" David shot her a glance, folding his grandfather's letter to signal her to put it away, then proceeded to unwrap the accompanying package. Pansy beamed, knowing her cousin had acquiesced. After stowing the letter, she retrieved a quill and parchment, exclaiming, "I'll write to my father right away to inform him I won't be returning this Christmas holiday. Uncle Hidoric will be saddened." David examined the note in his hands, which contained instructions from the Diagon Alley alchemical supply shop. It advised him to be cautious with the positioning and arrangement of hazardous equipment like the alchemical furnace, and to remember to return the undetectable extension charm package in a timely manner. Such a large store, yet so stingy? David rolled his eyes, having hoped for a few extra bags. They were indeed valuable items. "Please help me draft a few letters in response, Pansy." Pushing aside the package, David speared a piece of lamb chop, already separated, and began dipping it in sauce as he ate. "Inform grandfather that sailing the vast seas relies on the helmsman. Tell Mary that the Hogwarts dining provisions are woefully inadequate, and I suspect someone is pocketing kickbacks. Also, write to Gringotts that how I spend my money is my prerogative, and it is none of their concern." David continued to shove lamb into his mouth, grumbling incessantly. Once finished, he took the letters Pansy had prepared and examined them. "No." He looked at Pansy incredulously. "I can't believe you would actually write that." On Monday morning, with no classes, David handed the rewritten letters to Pansy for mailing, while he returned to his dormitory with the package. A set of alchemical furnaces, a large reaction vessel, a revealing mirror, a set of finely crafted tools and molds. His freshly acquired 100 galleons had already vanished. This did not include the deposits already paid from the previous clearance sale. One must admit, Harry is indeed a commendable classmate. As David gazed at the second-hand alchemical equipment spilling from the package, he felt a mix of excitement and resignation. He needed this equipment, yet lacked the funds. Since he aspired to self-sufficiency, he could not ask his family for money. Thus, second-hand gear was most suitable for a novice. Regarding the distinctive collars and whips, he had already devised some ideas. He merely needed to conduct experiments to validate the several precompiled magical chains. As for assembling the magical chains into a magical web, and how to integrate them with the tail hair of a thestral and the branches of a whomping willow, that required ongoing experimentation. This was a process of exploration and learning, wherein David reveled in the unique joy found amidst the trials and tribulations. Despite the substantial investment, it is fortunate that these apparatuses are not disposable. Should he wish to pursue the path of alchemy, acquiring them is an eventual necessity. The recipe for the regan may hold considerable value, yet the methods of preparation and application demand further inquiry. A recipe does not equate to an alchemical blueprint. Unless it involves the direct synthesis of potions from elemental sources, secondary research and application are imperative. David did not perceive this as a futile endeavor, rather, as James articulated, venturing into the unknown necessitates a vessel of commendable stature. The invisible properties of the night steed's tail posed certain challenges in his experiments. Yet these attributes precisely met the distinctive requirements. As for the willow branches used for striking, that was a spontaneous idea David had during training. If it could feign death, it must possess a soul-like quality, concealed restraint, compelling the spirit. Is it not distinctive enough? Should that not suffice, he contemplated incorporating a magical net intricately woven around magical runes. One rune symbolizing ice, the other fire. The combination was truly diabolical. With but a month remaining until the Christmas holidays, the professors seemed disinclined for the students to indulge in too much merriment prior to the break. Consequently, they assigned burdensome homework extending 3 to 4 feet in length to remind the students of their scholarly duties. Nonetheless, the young wizards always managed to discover means of relaxation and amusement, be it wandering the castle, playing chess indoors, frolicking in the snow, or ice skating on the Black Lake. However, the only sanctioned revelry was the final Quidditch match, Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw. As a team member, David, alongside Higgs and others, took to the stands to observe the clash of the two teams' prowess while strategizing for the following year's gameplay. Watching the match from the sidelines was an entirely different sensation than participating on the field. Higgs, leaning back and attempting to rest his head on Blatch's leg, found himself thwarted when Blatch, at that moment, let out a fart. "Damn it, was that intentional?" Higgs exclaimed. "I genuinely hope it was on purpose." Blatch rolled his eyes, swatting at Higgs's fist, complaining, "It's freezing here. My backside is aching from the cold, and my stomach too." He glanced down at Higgs and David, inquiring, "Aren't you cold?" "Cold, cold, exceptionally cold, oh my," Higgs replied, hastily turning to the field as Diggory from Badger House sped by, stirring a gust of chilly wind. David leaned back slightly to evade it, tightening his red fur coat. Watching a match in winter from a high vantage point is distinctly more frigid than playing in the game itself. No, get up. Blatch kicked Higgs, who pretended not to hear, reaching beneath him to grab the warm cushion. It's warm. Damn it. You selfish brat. I should kick you off. He squirmed like a maggot between David and Higgs, whining about the cold bench. Higgs pushed back, refusing to let him settle, insisting that the space beneath was equally chilly. Blatch, undeterred, continued to bicker, even threatening to crowd in and watch the match. Reluctantly, David stood, relinquishing his wolf fur cushion to Blatch. You sit here. I'm off to find friends. That is so kind of you, thank you. Blatch expressed with feigned gratitude, yet he plopped down onto the cushion with a satisfied grunt. Wiggling his backside, finally warm. Do you not possess a shred of shame? Higgs shot back, that David cushion. He graciously offered it to me. We are friends. Blatch shook his head. On the contrary, Higgs, you selfish fiend, I have misjudged you. You are no friend of mine? Thank you. Thank you for thinking so. Higgs reclined against the seat behind him, raising an eyebrow. My father says one only needs 3 friends to be content. Now that, David, is added to my list. I suppose I can kick you off. Flint, seated not far away, cast a dark look back at the joking pair, his expression grim, then glanced towards the red figure ascending the stands. Has even the villainous Rowell family found companionship? Chapter 71. Not clever enough. Hey, Hermione laughed as she leapt out from behind David, clapping her hands on his shoulders. What are you thinking? Why aren't you watching the match? What brings you here? David, having been lost in thought while gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains from the railing, had not noticed their approach. The atmosphere was electric, filled with cheers and roars of excitement. Accompanying Hermione were Harry and Ron, whose gazes were irresistibly drawn to the field. Hermione insisted on finding you. Ron shrugged. Leaning against the railing, looking toward the field as he explained, she said she discovered the secret of Nicholas. Nicholas Flamel? Harry interjected, now more engrossed in the conversation than the ongoing game. Turning to David, Hermione said you told her. The renowned alchemist destined for the annals of history. His fame was beyond question and astonishment. David raised an eyebrow, observing the trio. What is it you wish to convey? It's about the room guarded by the large dog that we mentioned last time. Hermione leaned in. We learned the name from Hagrid. So? David asked, perplexed. The dog is his? That impossible. Isn't the dog Hagrid? Or is it related to that little creature Harry saw with Hagrid at Gringotts? Precisely. I suspect that's it. Hermione exclaimed, snapping her fingers, her eyes sparkling. He possesses the only known magical stone capable of brewing the elixir of life. And you suspect that little creature is the Philosopher's Stone? David arched an eyebrow, contemplating whether their assumptions held any merit. I am convinced it is the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione asserted, it must be exceedingly precious if Dumbledore values it so highly and guards it so strictly. Furthermore, it is alluring enough that some would risk injury to obtain it. Harry chimed in, because acquiring it equates to possessing the key to immortality. Someone must have designs on it, which is why it was relocated from Gringotts. He stated with conviction, Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Hence, it has been hidden here. Are you sure? Hogwarts is the safest place? David scoffed. Need I remind you of the troll incident? And let us not beat around the bush. David shook his head slightly. Based on your deductions, it's only a breath away from implicating Professor Snape's name. We are merely suspecting him. He is a person of interest. But Harry insisted, a stone that can turn lead into gold and grant immortality. Do you not desire it? Snape undoubtedly does. And what about you? Do you want it? David cast a glance at him and turned toward the direction of the pitch, stating, no one can resist the allure of wealth and immortality, not even Nicodemus. One cannot evaluate a person's desires or moral standing through a lens of guilt, for the human heart is unfathomable. I remain steadfast in my previous doubts. He directed his gaze at Hermione, saying, the headmaster's words at the feast did not seem like a warning. Rather, they resembled a veiled temptation. If what the large dog guards truly is the Philosopher's Stone, it only reinforces this notion. But what if Snape takes action? What if he genuinely intends to steal the stone? Harry's resolve wavered once more as he looked at David and inquired, we must do something. Harry, you've already had a lesson in grappling with a troll barehanded. Have you not learned to use your intellect? Just as Ron was about to interject, David patted Harry on the shoulder and led him forward to stand at the edge of the stands. Look, the school boasts over 20 professors of profound magical expertise. David pointed to the main stand and remarked, do you believe yourself superior to them? Even if the professors at Hogwarts were inept, consider the upperclassmen. He gestured around, addressing Harry. Do not be blinded by the accolades of a so-called savior. nor be swayed by others glorifying your bravery. Blind recklessness is not courage. David again patted his shoulder and spoke to the other two. If the events you dread truly transpire, do nothing but report promptly to a professor or an upperclassman. After all, you are merely first-year wizards. Do you expect to save Hogwarts without having learned any magic? The outcome of the match had lost its significance. The trio no longer felt the excitement and uncertainty they had upon arriving. David's words, though somewhat harsh, illuminated the undeniable concerns they could not dismiss. The stone was so small. If it were indeed of such importance, why not carry it on one's person? Why did Snape take Quirrell with him to steal the stone? And why was he the only one injured? The headmaster's earlier remarks now seemed excessively cryptic. Ultimately, they could not refute David's assertions. If that place were a trap, they certainly could not interfere with Dumbledore's plans. If they were correct, and Snape truly intended to steal the stone, could they, even with courage, confront him? David's words compelled them to reassess their status as mere first-year wizards who had only recently learned a few rudimentary spells. Even Harry and Ron felt a flush of embarrassment at the recollection of these words, realizing their studies had not been commendable. Particularly for Harry. The definition of bravery had long served as an excuse to comfort himself regarding his less-than-stellar academic performance. Like those upperclassmen, even if they did not excel, they could easily attribute it to being Gryffindors, the reckless lions, believing that mere bravery sufficed. Previously, when discussing trolls, he could boast of his courage, but now he pondered. He was a wizard, not a boxer, let alone a champion fighter. Could one truly save Hogwarts through mere bravery? The thought left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Unlike Ron's carefree attitude, he felt a twinge of inadequacy. Hermione patted his shoulder and, observing the red-clad figures below, offered him reassurance. Do not lose heart. He suggested we continue our investigation. I wasn't thinking that, Harry replied, leaning against the railing, gazing blankly below. I just feel like I'm not clever enough. We're only first years. We have time to become clever, Hermione replied earnestly, provided you read more, studied diligently, contemplate deeply, and, above all, complete your homework with care. Puffed. Ron scoffed at her lecturing tone. What is the point of being in first year, then? Chapter 72. Dear Mr. Rowell. After a heavy snowfall, Hogwarts had been completely enveloped in a white, icy realm. The young wizards awoke early, peering through the windows as if adrift in a vast ocean of snow. Hagrid, clearing the campus of snow, resembled a large fish swimming on a white sea. Only his immense strength could wield the massive shovel to clear the snow and rescue the castle's entrance. The snowfall was indeed profound. The accumulation on the ground was such that even the young lions and eagles residing in the towers felt they could leap from their windows without fear of injury. Meanwhile, the little snakes and badgers dwelling underground had slept exceptionally soundly, as if in a state of hibernation. When the chimes of the clock tower rang out, Hogwarts, having rested through the night, rejuvenated with life, and the young wizards were imbued with an almost magical vitality. It was a rare occurrence for so many young wizards to brave the biting cold of the corridors on a Saturday morning to gather in the Great Hall for breakfast, filled with energy and enthusiasm. It was no surprise, for today marked the last weekend of November, coinciding with the Hogsmeade Open Day. The third-year students were particularly anxious about the possibility of being unable to visit Hogsmeade due to the snow. After all, a one-hour trek through the mountains was already challenging enough. If the snow truly obstructed their path, they might have to wait until the Christmas holiday for another opportunity to venture out. For those young wizards who had endured a difficult November, this would undoubtedly be a significant loss. Fortunately, the snow had ceased, and the announcement board in the common room only displayed safety reminders for outings. The school had not canceled its plans for the Hogsmeade Open Day. Of course, not everyone hoped for such a smooth outing. Many young wizards did not share that sentiment. Those below third year envied the upperclassmen their chance to go out, and some had even whimsically wished for the snow to fall incessantly the previous night. Especially after being turned down by upperclassmen when asking for help with purchases, they felt their wishes had lacked sincerity. The journey to Hogsmeade was long, especially with the heavy snow today, making it undoubtedly arduous. Just buying things for oneself was enough of a hassle. Carrying back numerous bags was not feasible for everyone, especially those without enchanted backpacks. Moreover, aiding others in their purchases would encroach upon their own leisure and enjoyment, unless it was for a close friend. Cousin, did you not go to exercise? Pansy, having chatted late into the night with her friends, hurried to the dining hall after just waking up. Spotting her cousin, she sat down beside him, deftly handling a plate of lamb chops. Perhaps due to being at an age of growth, or perhaps due to a passion for exercise, David's appetite had noticeably increased, particularly for steak and lamb. This morning's meal was particularly slow but plentiful, Yet he did not appear to have gained weight. Instead, he seemed to have slimmed down. The snow has blocked the doors, David remarked, perusing the morning's newspaper delivered by Owl. So I went to the classroom to practice spells. Cousin, you are truly diligent. Pansy placed the bone-free lamb chop before David, smiling as she praised him. You are undoubtedly the most industrious student in Hogwarts history. What is up? David folded the newspaper, casting her a sidelong glance before asking with a smirk. Speak plainly. We are family, so spare me the flattery. Thank you, cousin. Pansy's expression of gratitude arrived with remarkable swiftness, as she cheerfully extracted a piece of paper from her pocket and placed it beside David. Her eyes sparkling with admiration as she exclaimed, Cousin, you are the very best. Is there a list? Quite a lot. ISNT there. David, engrossed in his meal of lamb, casually picked it up for a glance, but as he did so, he felt an urgent need to retract his hand, only to find it was too late. Pansy had been watching intently and seized his hand, refusing to release the lengthy list, which she and Daphne had painstakingly compiled during their late-night endeavors. You're the best, cousin. All right, I concede. David shot her a fierce glare and retorted, Really, Pansy, you're even scheming against your own kind. I had no intention of causing you trouble, cousin. It was all Daphne's idea, Pansy lamented, placing a bowl of pumpkin porridge beside him, her demeanor pitiful as she added, She forced me into it. I'll settle the score with you later, David replied, his words layered with meaning as he shot her another glance, returning to his breakfast. However, he was soon interrupted by Malfoy's voice from behind, perhaps having overheard Pansy's comments. David, could you possibly assist me? Get lost. Keep your distance. David did not even lift his head, cutting him off before he could finish, for he was not an owl. I can offer you money, a procurement fee. Malfoy had spent the entire morning searching, but the wealthy were unwilling to exert themselves, and the impoverished were reluctant to lend a hand. He found himself in a quandary, growing increasingly anxious. What? Diagon Alley mail order? Surely, the young master is aware of that. The young master is all about Hogsmeade. Today is the Hogsmeade Open Day. One must indulge in corresponding themed toys to maintain one's status. Mickey Mouse is available online as well. Why pay a premium to buy at Disney? He had just conferred with Goyle about escaping amid the heavy snowfall, but Goyle was reluctant, fearing he might be buried in the snow. When he overheard David and Malfoy's exchange, for the sake of his pride, he had dared to ask David of the illustrious Rowell family for a procurement fee. Pansy had maintained a decent rapport with him, but now she was infuriated, paying for a procurement. What an embarrassment. I am indeed that miserly cousin with a white pumpkin. Furthermore, would David even care about earning a procurement fee? Come, Draco, let us sit and discuss. To the astonishment of the surrounding young wizards, David surprisingly acquiesced. Malfoy, puffed up like a triumphant rooster, took a seat opposite David, seriously presenting a list he had meticulously prepared the previous night. David glanced at it, noting it was filled with dangerous items, and casually tossed it aside, raising a finger to declare, This amount does not count as a procurement fee. How much is that? Malfoy inquired, arching an eyebrow at David's finger. 1 galleon? Get lost. David snapped. You're even worse than Harry. Has the Malfoy family fallen so low as to be outdone by the Potters? Who said that? Malfoy retorted disdainfully, Whatever he offers, I'll provide 10 times that. Rest assured, don't let the table next door think I can't afford it. All right, the Malfoy heir is quite generous, David replied with a mischievous grin. Harry's last reward for seeking my assistance was 100 galleons. What? Impossible. 100 galleons? Malfoy, arms crossed, shook his head in disbelief upon hearing this. He nearly toppled over in shock, bracing himself against the table as he shouted, You're lying to me. You can ask Harry, David shrugged, or come back to my dorm. The Gringotts notification letter is still there. No way. Malfoy stood there, his face flushed, realizing he had boasted far beyond his means. David smirked, pointing at Malfoy's list. Don't push it. 100 galleons is fine, but you must address me as the esteemed Mr. Rowell. Grinding his teeth, Malfoy pondered for a moment before jumping up from his seat, declaring, I owe you 1,000 galleons. School announcement. Dear young wizards, as September rolls in, the golden waves of grain herald a bountiful harvest, and we warmly welcome you to Hogwarts. Here, you shall engage in the study of charms, herbology, transfiguration, alchemy, and other magical disciplines. You will encounter wise professors, friendly classmates, a wondrous castle, and abundance of books to explore. Additionally, thrilling extracurricular activities, diverse weekend excursions, and the sweetest, most unforgettable friendships and romances await you. Surely, after a summer spent alone, you have grown weary of solitude and are eagerly anticipating a new semester and a fresh journey. Now, please secure your tickets and board the train headed to the enchanting world of magic, where we shall grow joyfully together and share splendid times. David Rowell, Deputy Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Grand Sorcerer, Dragon Rider, President of DWPA, Head of Slytherin House, Chairman of the Hogwarts Male Student Council, UK Representative of the WizardingWorld, Sir Merlin's First Class Medal, Outstanding Alchemist of Cairo International, recipient of the International Wizarding Alliance's Distinguished Contribution Award, Chief Wizard of the WizardingWorld. Chapter 73. The Revenge Scheme. I heard you earned 1,000 galleons this morning? Casey inquired with a smile. Is that true? Why didn't you bring me along for such good fortune? Opportunities like this are rare. How could one easily encounter a child so desperate for face, yet flush with cash? David chuckled as he steadied the senior student who was about to slip and fall, advising walk steadily. How come you can walk so steadily? Casey sighed, lamenting, I should have known. However, the augmented reality projection covering the entire bay was something everyone was witnessing for the first time, displaying an incredibly clear image that left all in awe. The unparalleled war god declared credit card, and promptly pulled out a credit card, swiping it on a reader brought by a bodyguard, which immediately displayed that he had charged 30,000 yuan, and his account was now overdrawn. Lin Hao was confident that, with time, Zixue would inevitably become a member of his team. Yang Kan appeared extraordinarily excited, parting the waves of sand, his body radiant like a deity, as he appeared before that individual. Due to the last championship win, the Chinese men's basketball team had become one of the seeded teams in this tournament. Unfortunately, football remained a challenge. Although it was slightly better than in his past life, the time for development was too short. Perhaps in 4 years, they might achieve something significant. The CIA was troubled as, despite their relentless efforts to probe into hard technology intelligence, they could never retrieve critical and useful clues. The details they gathered only added to their confusion. After posing a question, Duan's fingers, which had been tapping on the table, ceased their movement, and his tone began to rise. An alarm blared violently within the cabin, and the dashboard indicated that the engine had suddenly shut off. He had never encountered such an abnormal phenomenon before. The films were not clear enough, the sound was inadequate, and some cinemas even had a strange odor. Who could enjoy a movie in such conditions? The media incessantly advertised that certain films had won awards at various film festivals. Who would want to watch those award-winning films? Through days of contemplation and investigation, Zhu Zhong had thoroughly uncovered Fu Xiang's identity and capabilities. Even so, Hong Ling can certainly be regarded as a formidable weapon, and Shi Tian believes that her abilities extend far beyond this. After all, she has absorbed the blood of thousands and, despite being scratched by a zombie, has not turned into one herself. Before long, Master Long entered from outside, and the disciples greeted him. He acknowledged their greetings and beckoned a slender child to step forward. The child immediately sprang to Master Long's side like a monkey, grinning playfully. He was the same child who drenched Jiang Shang the previous night. Instantly, the golden bell radiated a magnificent light, and the resounding chants grew increasingly powerful, with faint figures of Buddha appearing in the sky. Observing the words above, Ningxia could not help but smile sweetly. Yun Jinli, seeing the brother of Phoenix for the first time, felt an undeniable air of nobility and arrogance emanating from him. Yun Feimon, nestled in his embrace, initially found the conversation normal, but gradually, the corners of his mouth began to twitch. When did this man become so loquacious? Especially given that he was still quite young? Glancing at Lung Su's cultivation, her pallid complexion, and the chaotic surroundings, Muse's emotions suddenly became quite complex. After the boy landed, he took a while to catch his breath, crying fiercely, prompting several boys from the class, who hailed from the same village, to stand up immediately. Yimingche remarked, why not check out Luo Xiao's company? Something so conspicuous shouldn't be easy to dispose of. She drove the carriage, with the snow intensifying, gradually rising to the horse's belly, making progress increasingly arduous. Yet, she remained undeterred, relentlessly cracking the whip as if this action could alleviate her inner agitation. Chapter 74. This is battle. Flint, incensed by David's words, brandished his wand and retorted, you despicable, wretched brat. It is our honor to deal with you using such means. Honor? Could you possibly be more shameless? It's quite nauseating to hear. David raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Mandy, who had just appeared, and scoffed. You truly have some nerve, Flint, even bribing my classmates to ambush me. What price did Mandy fetch? Captain, the mission is yours. We will stay behind to hold it off, one team member declared gallantly. After sending the message, it wasn't long before Yihan rushed out to catch up with me. He grabbed my right arm firmly from behind, compelling me to turn and meet his gaze. However, he could only think this way. He couldn't truly cry out. As Chun Laixiang faced everything with optimism, he had no reason not to remain equally optimistic alongside her, but he couldn't express it outwardly. He had to keep it hidden from Chun Laixiang. Furthermore, if one desires to grow stronger, a sage is undeniably a powerful being. It is no small feat for a disciple to attain such an existence, and to wish to grow weaker would be a challenge. She was surrounded by a crimson aura, laboriously expelling the surrounding field's power, perfectly situated in a vacuum. Yang Yujin moved like the wind, leaving his friends bewildered, while Wen Juhua and Kai Ruxue shared the same expression of confusion. Upon returning home, I took a shower and had a good night's sleep. In the morning, I would still venture out for some exercise, occasionally going to the school playground, sometimes to the park. Everyone's gaze fell upon the two team leaders reflected in their eyes. One was a young man with a fiery mark on his forehead, and the other carried a heavy wind about him. He had asked casually, regretting the moment he did, feeling foolish for inquiring about pet matters. In stark contrast, Tian Lan stood unwavering against the tumultuous energy around him, as solid as a rock. After a round of pleasantries, the proprietress sought an excuse to leave, as she could not possibly remain there indefinitely. Subsequently, Yang Fan took the opportunity to reveal what he needed Meng Fei to investigate. Bang! Chu Yu's body crashed violently against the wall at the corner of the school gate, blood streaming down. Today is indeed lively. Everyone is giving me such face for my send-off, Qin Feng said with a grin, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. The eighth Holy Son had initially given up on borrowing a sword, but Tang Lichuan's words reignited a flicker of hope within him. To be honest, this pipe is quite decent. The wood is top-quality mulberry. Those who appreciate woodwork know that the finest pipes come from Nanmu, sandalwood, and acidwood. However, in the north, the most popular type is the mulberry pipe. Wu Ziqing utilized his lightness skill, leaping onto the roof's ridge, fleeing along it without a moment to spare to answer her questions. Ha! Silly wife, you don't understand. My life has been preserved thanks to the Liu family. Yang Fen tigli embrachisangsiones fragrant soder. Yet, this was far from sufficient. The demonic fire in his hand began to swell ominously, floating in the void and unleashing terrifying power. The demon's soul let out a thunderous roar, its demonic aura surging violently, rage soaring into the heavens. The terrifying demonic palm strikes rained down, shaking the very ground. I too was slightly perplexed. The move was merely a ghostly technique, second only to the undying spirit. Could it be that he possesses another secret move? I honestly lacked confidence. This Jingxin monk was the chief disciple of Lingtai Temple, and his formidable cultivation level was self-evident. He had likely reached the perfected late stage of the Qi transformation realm, and further advancement would lead to the divine transformation realm. The ship held only some severely rusted firearms and other cold weapons, alongside dilapidated crates once meant for storing supplies, all devoid of any value. Chapter 75. The Shame of Slytherin. Mandy, are you referring to the third-year Parsha Mandy? But Mandy has been in the common room. Pansy tossed the senior's backpack to Daphne, who had followed her out and caught up with Cassie, reminding her she just shared a witch magazine with us. It's the polyjuice potion. No good. David is in danger. I must return to find him. Cassie's expression darkened further, realizing that she had been deceived with the use of the polyjuice potion, indicating a premeditated scheme. They were aware that Zhang Haoyan had repeatedly attempted to kill Yi Tianshan, only thwarted by someone else's intervention. Scanning the second floor with his spiritual sense, Lin Yi felt reassured. There were no hideous and terrifying creatures lurking like crows. Sitting on a stone in the pool, fully submerged except for his head, he stretched his arms and wiped his chest, feeling warmth spread throughout his body, an incredibly soothing sensation. Ancient Moon was filled with immense shock, disbelief evident in his eyes. He finally grasped the essence of despair, encountering someone whose strength far surpassed his own, capable of suppressing him with a mere gesture. Lingyu had breakfast before rushing to Yan Shi's house, as usual, taking on the role of a gallant protector. Thus, only by acting together in a trio did they have over an 80% chance of safely exiting the forest of death. In the blink of an eye, a black skeleton was utterly obliterated, yet the sea of flames remained unaffected. The members of the Ko family were all filled with terror, hastily retreating to cluster together. Yet they had encircled a few children, seemingly intent on protecting the last remnants of their bloodline. In the past, Zhang Wei was driven to desperation by Cup, suffering the backlash of the heavenly rules, which led to the complete dissolution of his peak divine transformation realm cultivation. I stood transfixed, Gazing at the figure of Rand sway before me, my thoughts swirling like petals caught in a fleeting breeze, each one drifting down like a gentle rain, mingling with the sorrow that lingered in my heart, rendering it utterly transparent. I found myself unable to grasp even a fragment of that moment. Waves of melancholy washing over me. In the corridor, footsteps approached rapidly, and Fong Kuen's subordinates pursued, yet upon reaching the doorway and witnessing the hostage in Xiao Yang's grasp, their expressions changed dramatically, causing them to halt in their tracks. You wait for me to see Ho Xiaoming leave, I thought. But Zhang Elder and several other elders suddenly rose and promptly turned to depart. Indeed, the military is a costly enterprise. Without funds, it cannot attract talent, develop equipment, or organize training. Without money, soldiers lack food, clothing, and weaponry. How then can they wage war? A great splash erupted as a colossal head emerged from the depths. That of a gigantic dragon. Its body surged forth, creating towering waves that reached for the heavens, evoking a sense of dread. The monstrous head and its icy gaze instilled terror in the hearts of many. Only after vanquishing the Japanese reinforcements did the main force of the Eastern Advance Vanguard turn to address the 2 battalions of the Japanese 5th Logistics Brigade, trapped in several parking lots. What use is it to speak of this now? Lin Xiao is indeed formidable. Alas, today is merely a competition. Were it otherwise, I would dearly wish to have him experience my ultimate technique before anyone could voice their thoughts. Just then, a dark smile crept upon Jin Gang's face as he uttered his words. At that precise moment, as everyone prepared to launch their attacks, a tremendous pressure surged from the south, a powerful aura that made every heart quiver. It was unmistakably the might of a battle emperor. I had warned you to be cautious. He would not heed my words. Upon hearing the monkey's insult, the lynx cast a glance at the monkey and then replied in a low voice. The journey proceeded without further mishaps. Upon reaching the town, the group took a moment to rest and either completed or accepted tasks at the Adventurers Guild. In the wilderness, they engaged in battles with encounter magical beasts while assisting Gu Yao in gathering herbs. Chapter 76. Magic is Power. David paid no mind to the arrival of Dean Snape. No one could deter him from claiming his glory. Not even Snape, for this was what he rightfully deserved. Flint's face flushed red, then darkened, as he lowered his gaze, fixated on the wand at his feet, yet he hesitated to pick it up. You were given a chance, yet you proved inadequate. David waited patiently for Flint, before finally descending the slope and picking up the wand before Flint's eyes, tossing it to him. Just then, a phone call came through to Lu Qingxi's mobile. Astonishingly, it was Lu Yaqi. Boom! A massive fireball descended from the sky, obliterating a substantial portion of the knight's health. It must be a black iron greatsword, an item I have long dreamed of possessing. I hurriedly picked it up. Cough. It is a person, yet they behave inhumanely, incessantly bombarding us with nonsensical questions. Lu Hai clenched his fist tightly. The filming schedule of a play cannot be as linear as its broadcast order, filmed seamlessly from beginning to end. Have the remains been collected? After a prolonged silence, Lin Mu inquired, his voice hoarse and slightly choked. This spacecraft was brought to fruition through the combined efforts of Earth's resources, alongside the ship's inherent potential. He pondered for a moment, instructing his aides to inform the generals and military strategists stationed in other cities, while also promptly reporting the situation to Jingzhou. He would personally lead 3,000 troops to protect Dinjing. However, in an instant, she pouted, truly useless in times of peace, yet when needed, one cannot be found. Ming Zhanjia, you're always so lazy. Whenever I seek your assistance, you mysteriously vanish. The two fists collided fiercely, and in the next moment, Huang Sen's expression changed dramatically as his body uncontrollably staggered back a few steps. If a powerful being from the burial sect were present, they would sense a connection and leave behind some information. He reached out to grasp Nie Qingqing, whose body was now exceedingly frail, requiring immediate care in a sterile chamber. What will people say? What will they think? That child is not yet married. There are too few married children in the family. Although the Shun family need not worry about marriage issues, it would still sound unseemly, given that Li Dalong exuded no trace of vitality. He was regarded as a complete failure, and thus, he cared little. Dr. Ye's official rank was lower than that of Prime Minister Yin. Out of respect for the Prime Minister's wife, he chose to remain humble. At this moment, Lord Zhou approached the stall, recognizing Mo Dongbai as a respectable individual. He felt that he should have a word with him. Furthermore, it was crucial for him to understand that Xue Chuqing harbored no fondness for him, worrying that once Xue Chuqing became the favored concubine of the holy monarch of Qingyang, she might seek revenge against him. Thus, He resolved to find a way to dispel the misunderstandings between them and to cultivate some measure of goodwill from her. As for the child's aspirations, Shingawa chose to support them. There was no other option. Children must eventually soar, and regardless of the circumstances, they could not impede the child's yearning to take flight. Due to sect cultivators monopolizing too many cultivation resources, not only did it severely constrict the survival space of loose cultivators, but it also commandeered the resources available to martial artists, consequently weakening the military's combat capability. Following a catastrophic event that befell the lonely Dust Star, the teleportation array leading directly to it had been destroyed, necessitating travel through a temporary spatial array to reach the nearest location. It is our honor to serve the first prince. We hope the envoy will relay our commitment to exerting even greater effort in the future. Zhang Sun smiled obsequiously at Sum Yuan. Furthermore, it was previously noted that in Sheng, utilizing a semi-eastern grip had a relatively low point of impact, rendering him somewhat awkward when facing high-spinning topspin balls. Chapter 77, Whip Them. Observing the two individuals embraced in the dormitory, those standing at the entrance found themselves in an awkward predicament once more. David signaled them with his eyes, urging them to enter promptly to alleviate Pansy's mood. However, Higgs and the others, before he could articulate his thoughts, once again pulled the door shut, responding to Pansy's murderous glare. Bang! I'm sorry, Pansy. We shall return shortly. What do you mean by shortly? Mu Rong Qingran glanced back at the others, stating, You all should return. There's no need to follow me. Might it be possible to trade goods? Sang Yuan recalled that exchanges were permitted at the auction. As twilight descended, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, and the night deepened, with a few stars and the city's lights shining ever brighter against the darkness. In the central part of the hall, the throne, emblematic of royalty, was fashioned from bronze, intricately adorned with tigers and leopards, exuding an imposing presence. Beneath the throne, 2 rows of neatly arranged wooden red chairs, totaling 8, awaited. The hall itself was sealed tight, devoid of any adornments. In the afternoon, Old Wei and Bu Shuihua reported to Wang Peng's office regarding their next steps and mentioned a special task assigned by Wang Peng. Yihen finally mustered the courage to ask, Ru Shi, what do you intend to do? Yihen inuited citernly. Very well. When a man resolves to act, none can sway him. They shared this trait, prompting the lion to readily agree without hesitation. The terrifying strength instilled in Tong lay an insurmountable sense of despair, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. He could be aptly described as the nightmare of Tong Lei and the other high-ranking officials. The 78th Thunder tribulation roared forth like a stampede of 1,000 horses, yet he observed no tangible manifestation emerging from it. Lu Hua's words left the two brothers momentarily stunned, utterly oblivious to the true nature of Lu Hua's intentions. However, what followed further deepened their gratitude. They learned of an extraordinary talent emerging from Teacher Sun's class, who, despite possessing only a bronze-level prowess, had managed to outclass several diamond-rank students, leaving them scrambling for their dignity. Zhou Xianzhu provocatively smiled at Sun Renwu, remarking, Indeed, one may deny it, but evidence is required to substantiate such claims. Madame Qi vigorously nodded in agreement. At first glance, the scattered codes appeared disjointed, but as they scrolled down, the other combinations of letters and numbers revealed themselves to be something beyond mere code. Madame Zheng increasingly felt her suspicions were correct. Yet Su Shu's indifference to Fu Junxian forced her to abandon her inquiries. I've heard that drug use is illegal, and they say soliciting is also against the law. The young lad muttered, lowering his head with difficulty. Han Sun did not anticipate her silence. She departed without uttering a single word, leaving him utterly speechless. After disembarking, he squinted at the company, which he had vaguely heard of before, as they were competitors of his own firm, having overheard discussions among other employees. The young man's gaze instantly turned frosty, and the expressions of those nearby darkened, fists clenching in anticipation, as if ready to strike at any moment. Su Shu's sudden arrival at Xiangzhu Courtyard alerted the watchers, who quickly informed Zhou Jin, knowing that Su Shu would either refrain from action or strike with ferocity. Zhou Jin hurriedly rushed over with Xueji, fearing for Su Shu's safety. Inside the room, the bright and warm lights illuminated the cool air as the little girl, clad in her short sleeves and shorts, dashed out, a large rabbit-shaped water bottle slung over her shoulder, her yellow summer sneakers flapping against the ground. As Su Wan's words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the garden, the likes of which no one expected the renowned young master sword of the martial world to ever bow his head in apology. Chapter 78, True Happiness. She remained consumed by resentment. Having grown up in a single-parent household, she often felt neglected by Hedek, leading to her somewhat stubborn and extreme personality. David patted her hand, addressing the others. I am indifferent to any potential punishment they may face. What I desire has already been attained. Haha. Warrington raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. The wand on the wall will eternally pin them to the pillar of shame. David is truly a ruthless character. At this moment, Flint was taken aback as Jiang Jiao witnessed Zhang Ruyun leap onto his back, prompting him to thrash violently like a serpent, desperately attempting to dislodge Zhang Ruyun. Her earlier generosity had been feigned. If Lin Xiaowan truly bore a child with another, she would inevitably be left weeping against a pillar in despair. Yes, yes, your majesty remains ageless, yet the dark roads can be treacherous. Allow me to assist you. Together, we shall navigate them more easily. In the celestial realm atop the divine mountain, Qin Ibai sat serenely within the moon-holding pavilion, as the void before him transformed into a grand screen, displaying scenes of the armies of the original universe confronting their extraterrestrial adversaries. Yeon stared blankly at the flora and fauna surrounding Z Cliff, an inexplicable wave of sadness washing over her, despite the desolate and lonely surroundings. This had been her home for over a year, and the thought of departing filled her heart with sorrow. In Qingmu Garden, her 4 senior brothers incessantly paced back and forth in front of the Jingming Hall. No harm done, Lin Xiaowan replied coolly, glancing up at Feng Che, who was smiling at her. No defenses allowed. You can only pray that I won't make you pregnant this year, Jing Haoyang scoffed. She struggled to sit up, searching for clothes, but her dress had been torn to shreds. Were mine, he tossed a shirt to her. Safely arriving in the Frozen Kingdom, a soul transmission echoed within Feng Wuqing's soul sea, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. Beneath the walls of Gaokong City, the news reached Prince Aolong that the emperor had fallen ill. A trusted confidant rushed to deliver the message, knowing this was a pivotal moment in the struggle for power. One misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences, for familial ties could not be relied upon in the royal court. Nevertheless, I understand that even if there is embellishment in these tales, they largely hold truth. For De Ge had once personally informed me that Song Jingshan surpassed any of his brothers, even in his early 20s. Already exuding the aura of a martial arts master, an assertion even more potent now. Oh dear, look at the girl. She is usually quite astute. Why is she so oblivious now? One ought to speak auspicious words to the master. Why weep at such a time? Su Guei implored, please do not shed tears, lest you disturb the good fortune. Granny Zhou quickly intervened upon witnessing her distress. Qin Bin raised his hand, catching the police baton and deftly wielding it, delivering a kick that required no use of spiritual power, merely relying on ordinary strength. It was executed with remarkable precision, targeting the knee joint that had just been struck. The tribulations of heaven continued to descend, this time with 5 additional bolts of lightning compared to the previous tribulation. Yet even so, that Song Lei endured better than the first time, albeit battered and bruised, revealing cracks in the body of the demon spirit. Kano Lei laughed maniacally, his strength augmented after weathering the tribulation. I understand, I've been overly arrogant. Rest assured, I shall amend my ways from this moment forth. Jiang Jintao truly felt fear, scolding himself internally for provoking the wrong person, particularly Qin Bin's sister. Was he not provoking a fly on a tiger's head? No worries. The police won't dare to apprehend me. You can rest assured, I shall eliminate him. Jing Yin replied with a faint smile. Chapter 79, I am so afraid. David had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. They were commonplace in the campus environment, and professors tended to overlook such matters, for this was love. They all shared a common belief. Youthful love was the most exquisite and invaluable experience in life. Lower grade students held hands, while upper grade students exchanged tender words, boldly making their way to the abandoned classroom. As Christmas approached, amidst the icy weather, the warmth and revelry of love became ever more essential. Then, unexpectedly, she turned her palm over, revealing a bamboo tube extracted from her spatial ring, with corks sealing both ends, the contents of which remained a mystery. The moment those words escaped her lips, the expression of the 2 individuals behind by Haoshuan shifted dramatically. If so, it meant that Xiao Yin was already aware of their operatives waiting outside the West Lin mountain range. Instantly, the father and son felt a tightening in their hearts. Was Xiao Yin's visit today one of retribution? Evidently, the young man clad in white, Du Yuan, recognized that this monk from the western regions had also been poisoned, and to avoid complicating matters, he swiftly dealt a lethal blow. Senior Situ, Du Yuan descended from the air, lightly pushing against the entangled silks, which incinerated upon contact. After examining the great gun god system, Jiang Kairan maximized the map's scale, only to discover that its reach extended a mere 300 miles, and further distance eluded him. At this moment, the void behind Xiao Yin suddenly distorted, and an old man clad in a black robe slowly emerged. Sensing the presence, Xiao Yin swiftly rose and turned around, promptly bowing to pay his respects upon catching sight of the elder. The pivotal question lingered. Would the god of devouring obediently comply? After absorbing countless elemental energies, could he possibly reconstruct his physical form? In the blink of an eye, it was evident that the two had already engaged in several rounds of combat, their fierce exchanges manifesting as bursts of light barely perceptible to the naked eye, while their elusive figures danced like phantoms. Zhuanghua sat anxiously within the carriage, her heart tightening at the sudden, resounding slam of the car door. "Damn it! How dare that mutt disregard my orders? I'll make short work of you," Chen Hao exclaimed, a sinister grin forming as he gestured with a playful scissor motion. Despite the replenishing aura from the spirit stones, the sound of water being drawn from a well echoed within his corporeal form. The entrance to the tomb resembled a slightly low household door. Yet the tomb chamber itself soared to a height of approximately 3.5 to 4 meters. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Han Ranyao appeared outside a quaint, ancient-style courtyard. The stench of decay assaulted the senses as flies buzzed incessantly, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish realm. Entering this abode felt akin to descending into the 18th layer of the underworld. The two locked eyes in the air, as if the war drums had sounded, awaiting but a single cue to ignite yet another bloody affair. Upon hearing these words, Wei Zijin was momentarily taken aback, then raised her gaze to the impassive Qing Lin. Did he intend to set her free? Yet, even if he were willing to grant her mercy, what would it matter? For those figures cloaked in black appeared lost, their expressions devoid of the lively glimmer typical of ordinary folk. Yu Mu understood that Shui Yuhuan held great significance for Bai Qi. Thus, seizing Bai Qi's lifeline could potentially turn the tide of the current predicament. Seeing this, Ilian immediately dashed to the left front, but stumbled over a suddenly collapsed burly man, tumbling to the ground. Although Zhu had never shaved her head, she diligently meditated alongside her master, partaking in meals once daily and attending morning and evening lessons. Furthermore, while Wang Hao did not exterminate every foe, he would certainly ensure that the number of enemy soldiers within Fengtian City remained within a certain limit. The night following the arrival of reinforcements, slaughter ensued. At that moment, a golden flash streaked before their eyes, and in the next instant, Mizumoto's figure appeared before Qiying. The scene shifted, revealing that the incoming Jonin had been thoroughly defeated by the two members of the Akatsuki organization. Within these 2 days, not only had he achieved 2 splendid victories, but he had also acquired a power sufficient to transcend this world. Chapter 80, Emotional Turmoil. 1 week before Christmas, Professor McGonagall arranged for the various levels of students to register their names for those staying on campus during the holiday. Higgs raised an eyebrow and inquired whether David would remain, suggesting they could celebrate together. "I'm sorry, Terence, but I must return home for Christmas." "A mother's command is not to be defied. Family comes first," David replied apologetically. "This is a tradition of the Rowell family, and I only learned of it this year." "Fine, then I'll head home as well." Did Tang Hailong truly expect the illustrious 7 sons of Yushu to assist him in resolving the competition for the Tang family? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Then, she witnessed Mu Qindong placing 2 bowls of soup on the table, effortlessly shifting her to Tom at aside. Sian Smi lid dismissively, disregarding the reverence others held for him, much like the humiliations he had buried deep within, waiting for the moment he would rise to power. Everything fell silent as Zihan strode toward Yi Chen. Above the immortal, there exists the true immortal classified into ranks. And above the true immortal is the great Luo golden immortal, further categorized, with the Hunyuan golden immortal above that, also divided into ranks, as the system stated. "You should be single, right?" Shang Guanhong was uncertain whether over the past year, Yi Qiu had been with Shun Mengchen, hesitantly stating her doubt. At this moment, upon unexpectedly encountering the Tai Jade Ring, which emitted a force capable of resisting the flying corpses of Bai Qi, her heart was filled with profound astonishment. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, taking 2 steps back to mitigate the overwhelming force. As a result, Chen Tung seized the spotlight, showcasing unparalleled brilliance that astonished the entire underground world of Hangzhou. Gusheng rather enjoyed this, spending every afternoon playing football on the lake's surface under the setting sun with those he had once been unfamiliar with, but whose voices he could now recognize even with his eyes closed. No one expected that the two would truly engage in combat. The holy son of Ma Sheng took action. and as a former member of the top 10 sons, he felt pride in his heart. Naturally displeased at being obstructed by Yi Qiu, his irritation was palpable. It was evident that this location was a hidden passage. Activating it likely required some switch, similar to the one in Queen Mary's chamber. Regrettably, despite Ding Zhu's relentless search within the church, she could not locate the mechanism to unveil this sunlit secret. Perhaps her thoughts were filled with exceedingly sweet notions. As Wang Haoqi could not restrain the corners of his mouth from lifting, the officials with eligible daughters in the court could hardly contain their excitement, with some even whispering in the ears of the former emperor. These deities, born from all things, possessed divine powers far inferior to those of the original 5 gods and the ghostly glow. Their divine attributes were heavily restricted by the consciousness of the realm. Thus, even if the realm's consciousness fell into slumber in the future, they would remain powerless. Finally, Yodel understood why the mother tree was withering. The source spirit was the very essence of the mother tree. Without the source spirit, the mother tree was akin to a tree without roots and would naturally wither over time. Could it be that she did not value this marriage, or her husband A Fu, as much as they had imagined? 2 weeks later, Lin Shengxi began participating in the training matches of the battle team. The live broadcast had still not commenced, and in the training matches, he could only play up to 6 games in a day. Various internal injuries and ailments were gradually expelled from his body, his bones becoming denser and sturdier, while his fundamental qualities and potential grew significantly. In an instant, Ding Zhu felt an inexplicable discomfort. Amidst so many children confronting death, there were still others reveling in celebration. Simultaneously, as long as the seed of the golden oak tree was obtained, the world tree would retaliate, at the very least uncovering the mastermind behind this incident and eliminating them entirely. After gathering sufficient intelligence, a portion of the Spring Breeze team discreetly infiltrated the command center of Demon City No. 5, seeking to engage in high-level discussions with the leadership. Chapter 81, I'm angry. It's all right, Ron. We are friends, Harry said, patting Ron on the shoulder, explaining to David for Christmas his parents are visiting his older brother. So Ron and his other brothers must stay at school. Oh, speaking of staying at school, David turned to Hermione, asking, are you staying too? Could you do me a favor? There's a reward. A reward? How much? For what? Ron, who had just been mourning his parents' romance, was taken aback. The records indicate that even at the initial stage of True Body Realm, a Dragonborn's combat prowess could rival that of a peak True Body Realm warrior. Li patiently listened to her melodious voice, already well aware of what she was articulating, having previously researched it online. He merely sought to assess her character through her words. If she were to exaggerate her own merits, she would be deemed unsuitable for Wu Tian. Conversely, should she prove to be forthright, he would consider retaining her for further observation. Opposite them, despite being outnumbered 1,000-fold by Yuan Jun, trepidation gripped their hearts at this moment. Having completed all necessary disclosures and actions, only the weight remained. Shangguan Yiji cast a glance at Jiao Rongrong's room before turning his attention to Liang Xin. Within Shangguan Yiji's gaze, Liang Xin unmistakably discerned a hint of sympathy that stirred within her an impulse to weep. In moments of deep emotion, one often finds themselves helplessly ensnared. In the throes of love, one feels no regret. Can such a person truly be considered cold-hearted and ungrateful? Is it wrong for Ling to cherish him? It was as if she spoke to the air, almost questioning the assembly in the hall. After all, the foundational infrastructure encompassing housing, farmland, and more demanded funds that were undoubtedly a bottomless pit. Wang Tianjie also analyzed the current situation. The Holy Mother of Tianxi regained her senses, her face flushed, casting a reproachful glance at Yang Fan. The allure of that moment was utterly captivating, nearly leaving Yang Fan entranced, yet he was no ordinary man. He recited a few phrases of Amit Ba in his heart, contemplating the essence of form and emptiness, suppressing his desires. A pair of shots barely missed their mark. One shattered the opponent's ankle, but Q17, well aware of her formidable regenerative abilities, understood such damage was inconsequential and promptly altered course for a wide maneuver. The key, crafted from Hetian jade, appeared more as an ornament than a tool, leaving most unaware of its true nature. Liang Xin inserted the key into the lock, and the wall slowly slid apart, revealing a hidden passage, harnessing merely 30% of the ice and snow source's power. The reflective mage's strength far surpassed that of ordinary players. Suddenly, a green beam shot from the eyes of a figure, chillingly fixated on the individual ahead. Lu Shanin had no choice but to seal the door and engage in a tactical duel. Jiang Jifeng unleashed another 30 to 50 strikes in rapid succession. blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Though Lu Shanin remained stationary, his expression grew grave, revealing the strain he endured. While one might stumble upon herbs aged 1,000,000 years by sheer luck, finding those aged 3,000,000 years was a far rarer fortune, and should fate be unkind, such a discovery could elude one's entire lifetime. As I spoke, I delivered a few firm slaps to his head, applying considerable force that left my claws stinging. How can I possibly be that terrifying? Hu Ying retorted, her eyes widening in displeasure at Jin Hao Yan's words. After a long and arduous endeavor, I finally completed my task, carrying the prepared meal to the table chosen by Wang Jiazi and Lin Xiaoman. Upon hearing my words, Lin Xiaoman looked up, nodding slightly, though her face remained devoid of vitality. It was precisely due to the reliance on this mysterious and powerful divine ability that Zhui Yu felt little apprehension. When an individual encounters an overwhelming danger beyond their control, yet wishes to avoid misfortune, they instinctively develop a sense of illusory hope. At this moment, Mei Xiang, Qiu Zhu, and their companions exemplified this sentiment. Chapter 82. Class Leader, how impressive. Cousin, where are you going? Panshi wished to assist her cousin in packing for the evening while reveling in a semester-end celebration. Thus, upon learning that her cousin intended to visit the library, she had kept a watchful eye on him since dinner, urging him to join her in play. You return first. I'll inform the senior. David handed her his backpack, explaining, I couldn't find her earlier. It was regarding the care of those creatures. You must. The body of the celestial demon monarch had already been significantly refined by the ancient demon soul, greatly enhancing his power. However, to withstand the assault from this fiery young man was nearly impossible. She rarely encountered someone fainting at her doorstep. At least this classmate was the first she had witnessed in such a state. Shun Qingge, entirely oblivious to his displeasure, casually turned her head, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a pink figure darting past the car window. Her parents still hoped for her to achieve greatness one day, while she longed for just one more glimpse of that person. Should she enter this treacherous and filthy realm, it would be akin to a white cloth stained, forever irreparable. In the grand hall, everyone bowed in unison, collectively beseeching. To Long Yunma, this sounded less like a plea and more like coercion and intimidation. A subtle sorrow enveloped Zhou Jian's heart. He truly wished that this time there would be no more fighting. He felt so unfortunate that he contemplated visiting a temple to pray for blessings and dispel his misfortunes. Following the previous incident, she had taken to bringing her own makeup supplies, rarely using those provided by the crew. Tauzi returned to her room, donned her pajamas, and headed for a shower. Upon emerging, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the gift box placed at her door. After a moment's contemplation, she inexplicably brought the box into her room. No, no. She pouted defiantly, shifting her body to present her back to him. After countless moments of silence, Long Jiu Wang slammed the items on the table to the ground, scattering food and teacups everywhere. In the afternoon, he had dealt with numerous matters at the corporate office before finally concluding a long day of work and returning home. Oh no! Carlbo's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly leaped from his magic motorcycle, hovering midair while observing the vehicle that instilled a sense of danger within him. Today, Chen Wanrong had invited the relatives of the hired workers to come and assist, and their hearts brimmed with joy, eager to repay her kindness. Thus departing with her blessing, do as you wish. Wu Qizuan sighed helplessly, lying back down, noting it was still early, yet sleep eluded him, leaving him to rest with his eyes closed. At that moment, Chu Yunxi cast a spell, conjuring a doppelganger. This avatar of a divine transformation cultivator bore indistinguishable likeness to the true body and was released into the Tianlian Earth Palace. He specially conferred upon Benjamin the title of honorary baron and, upon learning of Benjamin's sister's critical condition, dispatched a royal physician team to render aid. If he were to write these profound truths as family precepts to educate future generations, they would undoubtedly hold persuasive power. However, using them to haggle with me seemed rather incongruous. Chen Wanrong mused in astonishment. Having gained tangible benefits, Mima refrained from engaging in the debate, retreating to her room to sort through her spoils, enticing Sun Qin to join her in sharing a portion. Karenk maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, brushing aside old Tyron's fist and exchanging a glance with Qin Yi as they made their way to the front row. The Tang dynasty fully absorbed the equestrian policies of the Western Han and vigorously promoted them, resulting in an abundance of horses under the Tang regime. At its zenith, the Tang court controlled nearly 1,000,000 horses, significantly enhancing the Tang army's mobility, rendering them swift as the wind. Thus, it could be inferred that Miss Shang's earlier mention of collaboration was merely a ploy to lure us to Fanjing, with no genuine intention of partnership. Helientau looked at her in astonishment. Everyone could not help but exclaim, kneeling on the ground and producing a thunderous uproar. Chapter 83, a spectacle away. The hall was bustling with a multitude of people, chattering and calling out to friends, inviting classmates as they sought to board carriage. Believing it to be a safer option, David was utterly indifferent to this, leading Pansy out of the castle, where a line of carriages awaited in the courtyard. Although not all the young wizards opted to leave the school, the majority certainly did, resulting in a raucous scene that morning. There were those jostling for carriages, claiming positions, and even engaging in brawls. One could hardly expect a group of teenagers to behave otherwise. Gray felt a surge of anxiety in his heart, fearing whether Ashen might be provoked into a rage. Why was he acting so unusually at this moment? Yet Gray was acutely aware that if Ashen truly were to lose control, no one would be capable of stopping him. The demon nodded, understanding Nie Cheng's sentiments. But time was of the essence. Despite Nie Cheng's extraordinary talent, he was still young, having attained such a level by his 40s. A gift renowned throughout the divine origin continent. At that moment, Wu responded, "So, it is the brothers Chao Kuei and Lu Kong. Are you on duty tonight?" He approached the two as he spoke. Just then, a full moon emerged from behind the clouds, clearly illuminating the figures of Princess Lonling, Chui'er, Fang Guohuan, and Jian Liang. Meanwhile, the other soldiers appeared bewildered, completely unaware of this enigmatic beauty. Only a select few high-ranking officers were privy to the return of the Nine Sons god to the continent. I sense there are still issues at play. Nie Shao suddenly remarked. Hearing Lu Jing's analysis, he realized this matter was far from straightforward, encompassing numerous complexities. Given the current situation, Gong Sun Fan naturally refrained from further comments, merely nodding in agreement, and followed the soldiers back to their quarters for a brief respite. "This is simple," Gong Sun Fan proclaimed, as he began to sketch the formation, which had long been etched in his mind. With a flick of his finger, he conjured the weight of the world and commenced his drawing. Crack! I could almost hear the sound of bones shattering, and my hands, gripping the sword, were almost numb from the excruciating pain. Yet I fought to hold on to the weapon with all my might. As events unfolded to this extent, Gong Sun Fan found himself utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the rapidly rotating black vortex. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck him. Could it be that the black vortex had feasted sufficiently and was now preoccupied with digesting its previous consumption? His voice, though quiet, bore an undertone of profound sorrow, a resolute conviction radiating from him that stirred the hearts of those present. As time passed, the agony of losing her husband seeped into her bones like poison, gradually weakening her once robust form. Today, the news conveyed by the birds under his command was one that could ignite the entire world. Vlad's audacious remarks naturally garnered little in the way of positive response, as the soldiers surrounding him instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. After several rehearsals, feeling it was nearly ready, Wang Xingxin did not relax. Instead, he moved to another area filled with wooden dummies and scarecrows, beside which lay a pile of wooden crates containing explosive thunderbolts. After all, in this era, no matter how prosperous, it lacked the clamor of modern cities. Coupled with underdeveloped transportation, the inconveniences of remote locations were not suited for the affluent. However, this was not a marketplace, and he had not displayed any signs of selling ointments. He had not even unsheathed his weapon, nor was there a box on the ground for collecting money. "In your name, I have slain both my elder brother and second brother. Look, how pleased the princess is with my actions." Zhujian Zhuge. Chapter 84. Country Bumpkin. Hermione adored reading, immersing herself in all kinds of literature, believing that through extensive and rich theoretical knowledge, one could uncover the truth of all things. David, however, held a contrasting perspective, approaching all knowledge with contemplation and skepticism, prioritizing practical application and meticulous effort. Yet, the differences in their learning methods paled in comparison to the generational gap created by their age, which did not hinder the two independently minded individuals from recognizing and appreciating one another. David mused that if any part of a player's body made contact with the table, causing it to wobble, it would be considered a violation of the rules, resulting in a free point awarded to the opponent. As the words fell, we erupted into a scuffle at the dormitory entrance. I charged directly at Zhuo, knowing that only by bringing him down could I claim victory. While retrieving the ball, Suzhou's gaze darted towards the referee, tinged with moisture, yet more so imbued with a cold, murderous intensity as he etched those two numbers deep into his mind. His expression was strikingly genuine and devoid of pretense. Harry could tell this was not a facade. He opened his mouth to continue questioning, but found himself rendered speechless. This sensation was all too familiar, as though an invisible hand had tightened around his throat. He yearned to voice his thoughts, yet could only emit fragmented utterances. If this brooch were to be auctioned, its price would undoubtedly be astonishing. Harry even suspected it might have been pried from some royal crown. Upon Blue Fay's declaration, DeLong immediately interjected, "Wait." The ruffian froze, a look of confusion overtaking his features. One could only imagine the frustration of having a duck so close at hand only to be halted, even if he had been unaware previously. Since Suzhou had truly stepped into the realm of table tennis, ignorance was no longer an option. Why can't you speak? That person being carried out like a pig is your companion, your kin. All right, you said it. Upon hearing Zhang Shengtian's words, Zhang Daqing felt a surge of joy within, though his face remained composed. If Ling Qing recalled correctly, Lian Qingyi had just made a statement akin to that. Gontang, although meeting these individuals for the first time, discerned the queen's intent and quickly surmised their identities. Gon Sui admitted to being blind and ignorant, realizing that the elder sister truly exuded an imposing presence. Qin Si's manga depicted a narrative crafted to her liking, revolving around a domineering CEO falling for a sweet naif. Ming Ji felt too shy to conjure embarrassing dialogues, opting instead to illustrate character sketches on the subsequent pages. The power of the blood path, under enhancement, had utterly surpassed the realm of the unfettered, and this strike was likely more terrifying than the luminous sphere formed by the Grand Formation. Finally, after an hour, Wu Tao successfully refined the 4th-tier mid-grade defensive armor. My subconscious warned me that if I turned back now, all my efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing my words, Neo Ku's smile deepened, and a hint of a grin appeared on Zhong Lin's face. Zhang Guangjuan, fearing another call from above, hurried over to bend down and answer, disregarding the caller ID. With the addition of the Qinglong leader, the previously arduous task of the Qingyun Mountain Master became significantly more manageable. So, despite his age, whenever his expertise was needed, he would simply have to speak, and within our domain, his words held weight. Occasionally, 1 or 2 birds would leap from the underbrush, soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight, exuding vitality. I am the unloading mountain force, but you still do not know that I'm also a half-baked one. Damn it. I'm doing you a favor by not feigning directly. The atmosphere finally eased as Sanzi spoke up, both individuals bowing their heads and gasping for breath, only now realizing how far they had run. Chapter 85. I have learned to be bad. With Christmas approaching, wizards needed to come here to procure decorations and food for the festivities, including gifts for their family and friends. Right here, let us finish our meal before we head back. It is quite a distance to the shop from here. Mary pushed open the door of the Seasons restaurant, gesturing for the 2 children, who were curiously observing, to enter. David pointed at the bustling crowd in the alley and asked in astonishment, "Will we be able to return to the shop? Fly back?" Additionally, Director Wong made it a point to visit daily to check whether his fruits had ripened. It was certainly preferable to enter than to wait outside, watching the minutes tick by in anxious agony. Lin Jiaran had no desire to endure such cruel torment any longer. After dispatching a few elves, he clapped his hands and turned to Chun Fei, saying, "Big brother, how was my performance?" Shengda Grine, waving his hands to showcase his prowess before Chun Fei. Chunda practiced magic arts, inherently possessing a demonic nature. After slaying a few elves, he clearly felt a wave of relief. The practitioners in this central region were largely a loose assembly of rogue cultivators. While there were some formidable beings in the Tribulation Transcendent stage and many in the Integration stage, they were all independent, with no one governing them. Witnessing the chaotic scene, some practitioners dared not resist and fled towards the periphery. "Can you escape?" The elder in the green robe cast a disdainful glance at Qin Tian, who was racing towards the hall entrance, making no unnecessary movements, merely reaching out to grasp Qin Tian from the air. "You are a celestial being, and he is but a mortal. No matter how much strength you exert, he cannot withstand your palm. Do you understand?" The peach blossom fairy spoke with tears streaming down her face. Tang Weiwei rubbed her throbbing head and sighed, genuinely questioning whether Tang Ping was truly the biological father of Tang Weiwei and Tang Zijin. It is said that a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Even in this cold and indifferent world, such a father should not exist. "Take him away." Zhang Fei spat angrily, his voice barely a whisper, but his expression conveyed a desire to devour the 2 alive. Xianyuan Inglan glanced at Tang Zijin, noticing his reluctance to speak, and thus took it upon herself to break the oppressive silence. "Big brother, I am truly sorry," she attempted to persuade, but Yun Xie provided him no opportunity to respond. The dragon spirit commanded the netherworld to spew forth frost in all directions, hoping to freeze critical areas and expose vulnerabilities. However, things did not unfold as Dragon Spirit had anticipated. Even with a comprehensive 360-degree frost attack, it failed to affect the secret realm in any significant way. Suddenly, the Dragon Pearl fell to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling back and forth, just as Dragon Spirit had described. Tion dispersed the divine fire, surveying the 12,960 palaces surrounding him, nodding in satisfaction. One flower blooming signifies a top-tier cultivator in the early stages, 2 flowers indicate the mid-stage, and 3 flowers fully blooming represent the advanced stage of a top-tier cultivator. Similarly, a supreme weapon, originating from the Fighting War sect, was said to be forged from mysterious gold, its edge unparalleled, its status and renown rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the national sword of the Yuan dynasty. The large screen displayed the captivating visages of numerous stars. Alan Weir and Carolina, faces of rising film stars, gradually came into view. After Tion introduced Kong Xian and Jin Ao to Fu Longzi, Fu Longzi's expression was inscrutable, yet he chose not to comment. The Kunlun Mountain had remained reclusive. Even when Kong Xian emerged from the Yin ruins, they remained unconcerned. The team known as the Flying Eagle had Lon Xin as the spokesperson. Yet the overall coordination and management were entrusted to Zhang Xian and an elderly gentleman. The elder appeared unremarkable, speaking little, while the young Zhang Xian drew a measure of his attention. Chapter 86. How dare you show such disrespect? Why would I want to watch that? It's terrifying. On the way back to the shop, Ponchi could not help but feel a wave of dread at the thought of those black wizards with their greedy and malevolent gazes. Especially when they beckoned her cousin to join them in play, she feared he might succumb to temptation. David indeed experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, yet his resolve was steadfast, and those daring enough to flaunt their tricks at the alley's entrance were hardly formidable. Thus, he found himself unable to resist pulling out. It was an oval metallic box pulsating with ethereal blue flames, quietly resting in the deepest chamber of the cave as if awaiting discovery. Hao Ge approached and tapped it, the spirit which, and Mo Qing dared not advance too far. If one considered the initial foothold of each level of the Demoness lair as a relatively safe zone, then stepping beyond that threshold invited all manner of danger. Xiao Fian sensed a turning point and hurried to Zhu Xin inside, feigning a few tears in a display of feigned sorrow. At this moment, she hoped her explanations could quell the crowd's ire while also clearing her name of suspicion in Su Fan's eyes. More importantly, the blood leopard's physical structure had solidified through some force, signifying a successful foundation establishment. Zhao Zilong could only be considered to have barely achieved foundational success, while the opponent was already a mid-stage expert at that level. As Yun Hao and Lin Qingqiu landed, Nan Wu Dao also retracted the suppressive force exerted on Shun Bai and Xian Yuan. After a few days, the High Priest's ice sealing technique had proved to be almost miraculous. Could it truly enable one to walk again? Reflecting on many places in this sacred world, all designed and constructed by the deities of the upper realm, Dongfang Yiping felt that these celestial beings might have left something behind for him in this sacred realm. Yet, this was not merely the case. Even when dealing with a foreign goblin, the enhancement was only to such an extent that the number of strikes required to defeat it merely doubled, resulting in negligible changes aside from wasting some time. But what of 2 or 3? Suddenly, he lunged forward, his right leg, bending like steel, crashing down upon his opponent like a meteor. Xiao Xian was formerly known as Xiao Li. Later, his grandfather changed his name to Xiao Li to avoid calamity. Based on the correlation between levels and physical attributes, E and E-level physiques would not exceed 100-fold. Even the young Feng Wuji, who accompanied the elder, had retreated far back, covering his ears and cultivating to protect his heart meridian. The energy-concentrating laser gun lay discarded on a box in the storage room, much like an unwanted child. No, it cannot be. My father would never leave such a will. Luo Bingchu shouted in a frenzy, nearly lunging forward to tear the will from the lawyer's hands. After running just a few steps, Sun Qian gently lifted his foot, causing Luo Bingchu to stumble uncontrollably, falling flat. This exchange gala was designed to provide a platform for the major factions to interact, and given that all attendees were elite figures, it garnered significant attention from each faction. After all, the reason she had gone to such lengths to sever ties with Zhao Hongliang today was to pursue Li Erlong without worry. Now, regardless of how one looked at it, she had indeed lost her previous partner, so it could not be said that she had gained nothing. Young Palace Master, this friend is willing to join us in hunting the undead. He Yong strode forward, his voice resonating with a hint of self-satisfaction. The thunderous thoughts in old Peter's mind were relentless, as vivid scenes from the underground chamber replayed before his eyes, refusing to dissipate. While the right martial guard lay beyond his purview, as long as Yukilo understood the broader context and cooperated slightly during the reclamation of the 6 towns, it would suffice. Furthermore, with the prince's orders at hand, there was no concern that this individual would complicate matters. Chapter 87. What wrong has he committed? On the very first day of his holiday, David, the son of the pawnbroker, was compelled to work, with his mother and Aunt Susan at the hospital for a checkup. He had to accompany Yule to Diagonal Alley to oversee the shop. James had declared that retirement meant no longer managing the store. Otherwise, what was the point of retirement? Pansy had stayed up too late the previous night and failed to rise in the morning, and David had no desire to lug around a dead weight. Thus, after breakfast, the uncle and nephew set off for Diagonal. The punch, infused with a fierce gust of wind, caused the swirling black mist within the room to momentarily halt, retracting slightly in response. The transformations occurring with his sister were perplexing. It seemed as though several ropes had been tautly pulled by a heavy object, followed by a series of orderly calls emanating from behind the walls, leaving one to wonder what the cunning Han people were up to at that moment. It was not merely acquaintance. A few years prior, I shared a good rapport with him. Just before our confrontation, we had communicated through our gazes, intending to exchange a few pleasantries before parting ways. Were we to engage in earnest, I would indeed find myself outmatched. Xiang Qing shook his head slightly. Beneath the throne, a few empty wine bottles were carelessly tossed about. Though few in number, the alluring aroma wafting from within them seemed to linger, gradually pervading the entire hall. Immersed in this atmosphere, one was enveloped by a rich and intoxicating fragrance that captivated the senses. Fei Yao, a newcomer endowed with the power of the family's spectral force, initially held a level 1 identity card, but to ascend to a level 2 card, 3,000 contribution points were requisite. The figure before him was graceful and enchanting, crowned with a floral wreath that accentuated her beauty and elegance. Zhao Hui swiftly appeared outside the guiding vehicle, confirming that the captain of the guard was indeed operating the instruments within. She moved like a startled rabbit, first stamping her foot, yet before taking further action, Zhao Hui already sensed the surge of her shockwave approaching. After observing for a while, Chu Fengyu scoffed disdainfully, drawing forth the sword from his waist with a swift motion. Zhuang Wangu did not lift his head as he remarked, "It is merely a matter of recording the facts." Although Zhuang Wangu kept his gaze averted, the accompanying Hong Haier looked up and saw a man of imposing countenance, with fierce brows and a regal presence, whose mortal stature belied a might rivaling that of celestial emperors. It was indeed the 9-turn diamond, deftly flicked by Zhuang Wangu, traversing countless universes, and was now approaching the realm of gods and demons. En route, it encountered an immortal who sought to gather powerful materials for the crafting of divine weapons. Upon seeing the 9-turn diamond, the immortal was moved and attempted to summon his artifact to collect it, only to have the artifact shatter in the process. In truth, the prowess of the Monkey King was not of the utmost caliber. Along the journey to acquire the scriptures, formidable foes such as the golden-winged Great Pong, the yellow-browed Old Buddha, the 9-spirit primordial saint, and the Ji demon could easily overpower the Monkey King. The onlookers chuckled. It turned out that both the Sui Emperor and the Tang Emperor had made incursions into Goryeo, while the citizens of the Tang held no particular animosity towards the Goryeos. They certainly held no affection either. Since the reign of the Zhou dynasty's Emperor Chai Rong, there had been no leniency shown to the Liao kingdom, which incited deep resentment among the Liao populace. However, Chai Rong's wisdom left the Liao with no recourse but to seek opportunities for gain. As expected by Shi Sa, after rigorous training under Concubine Ing, the second incarnation of Feng, Lei's dragon riders indeed wrought miracles, covering 1,000 miles in 3 hours and consecutively assaulting the 8 strongest strongholds of the Green Nation, resulting in the demise of all 8 kings. The dragon riders swept through like a bloody tempest, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. The slightest movement sent ripples throughout his being, causing a piercing headache that no healing spells could alleviate. From the player's perspective, a glance at his own condition revealed the stark reality. It must be noted that the Berserker was among the rare warriors in this world who, devoid of fighting spirit, could still contend equally with the advanced knights of humanity. "Stop pretending," Galen scoffed. "I don't believe for a second that Liao is unscathed. You must be in excruciating pain, aren't you? If it hurts, just crouch down. I assure you, I want to take advantage of the situation." Secretly, Galen elevated his mental fortitude. Chapter 88. "Cousin, are you asleep?" David stood at the door, watching the departing figure, shaking his head in resignation, before returning to the shop and shutting the door. "He's finished. Even America can't save him." "What do you mean?" Yule inquired, raising an eyebrow as he held his teacup. Didn't you just say that the American wizarding community is flourishing? He should go there to make his fortune, right? Do you really believe that? If he is foolish, does that mean you are too? David retorted. Don't be like that, Yule. He snatched the teacup from Yule's hands, taking a sip of the hot tea and grimacing. Upon reflection, he realized he was troubled and uneasy, reluctant to leave. As if a part of him was indeed loath to part with the bustling metropolis of Magic City. Meanwhile, Yun Fan had his own considerations. Upon reaching the Spirit Master Realm, he could hunt demonic beasts, which would naturally yield demon cores, with the engraving of spiritual patterns serving merely as an auxiliary. The 5 youths, upon hearing this, were somewhat bewildered, following Qin Qian's gaze to see Qian buffing engrossed in grilling fish not far away. So what is this? The menacing aura exuding from Qin Shi intensified, creating an oppressive atmosphere around them. Before the cow's tail could strike the gathered crowd, they were sent flying like withered leaves, every inch of their skin feeling as though were being sliced by knives. Hundreds of cavalrymen followed closely, clad in iron armor, the cavalry seemingly endless, soon encircling the group of Xingtian guards. In an instant, the air was thick with tension, but was halted by Gu Qingzi's hand. Over 100 miles away, those observing through the Foeman building's array were left bewildered. These individuals were all from a martial world, many renowned within it, and nearly all had awaited this battle since the cessation of the righteous and demonic conflict. Initially, Gu Qingzi's and Tang Zhan's exchanges had made their long wait worthwhile. Watching him appear dazed, resembling a lumbering oaf, one could see that once immersed in the throes of battle, he transformed entirely. Yet in that moment, Mu Yuhan had no time to appreciate this gripping scene. For all that filled her gaze was a sword radiating a chilling light. Mu Yuhan felt as if she were locked in the crosshairs of this sword's aura, as though encased in a millennium of frost. Though this statement did not directly suggest that Yun Fan spared his life, it was clear enough that at the very least, he had been granted a reprieve. Yun Qing Feng furrowed his brow. While the competition's rules seemed straightforward, many crucial details were left unspoken. For instance, the prohibition against interference implied that defeating one's opponent was the objective. It is essential to understand that controlling the Brook family to serve the royal family and joining the Star Alliance were entirely different concepts. I said no means no, Chinsu said hoarsely, attempting to shake off Xiao Zhu's arm and depart from her quarters. Only Lung Wushang and Yi Xian remained in the arena. The former then bid farewell to Yi Xian, who surmised that the other must have learned of the mysterious figure clad in blue and wielding a massive sword arriving in Shanqing, intending to prepare the members of the Tianlang gang for battle. Lin Xiao examined Wenru and Hao Xuan closely, remarking, I find his angry demeanor quite reminiscent of Ziyuan. Lin Xiao genuinely felt that it was similar, while Wenru and Hao Xian believed that Lin Xiao was deliberately trying to provoke him, and thus left in a huff. Consequently, from another perspective, Ziyuan is relatively exclusive. Those who can enter are generally individuals of notable status and influence. I believe that as long as we maintain comprehensive precautions, we can engage in collaboration with him, and I kindly request your careful consideration, my lord. After Inagai Yusheng concluded, he silently observed the grave expression of Ishihara Takebu. Moreover, a significant reason is that Su Fan, along with Long Lin, did not put up much resistance when they returned with the Scarred Man. Thus, in the eyes of the Scarred Man, these two must have been intimidated by him, rendering any further inspection unnecessary. The assassins were indeed curious. Not just him, but also Tsang Lang, Fei Long, and Gun King were equally intrigued. As research and exploration continued, a terrifying Qiongqi materialized behind Yunqing Feng, surrounded by an endless chaotic starry sky, murky as if from the dawn of creation. Chapter 89. Welcome to Azkaban. Hey, Yule, could you help me gather some information? David implored, having found his uncle in front of the wine cellar door. It's about the Morgan family. Why inquire about that? Yule frowned and asked, is someone causing you trouble? It seems you know something. David tilted his head and said, do enlighten me. You are still young, Yule began, but stopped upon seeing his nephew's determined gaze, conceding, all right, the Morgan family. This is a dungeon race, not a mere ordinary dungeon. In his previous life, although he did not watch the live broadcast of the dungeon races, he had heard that certain unusual elements would emerge during the races. This indicates that it is highly likely that Li Xiao, who once managed this area, has regained control. As Li Xiao's subordinate, Li Guangyuan can more accurately provide intelligence to the police. Filled with indignation towards the intruders, I hurriedly traversed the narrow corridor, following the sound to the bathroom door. Taking a deep breath, I grasped the handle, turned it, and pushed the door open. There are no tricks, no templates, no golden fingers. It is simply cool. Just as Lon Sillin did not mind pulling down the lever that resulted in the demise of 4 innocent lives. It is meaningless, yet undeniably stylish. Whether matching with transcendental experts from other servers or those from the domestic server, it ultimately amounts to the same. Chu Yin accepted the package, unwrapping the entangled red cloth to reveal a piece of raw iron token, embossed with the symbol of the round sky and square earth, resembling the Song Dynasty copper coin, indicative of its creation over 2 decades prior. Accompanied by a crisp sound of friction, the sword's blade traced a brilliant purple arc in midair, swiftly gliding across the throats of 2 disciples of the Pure Garment sect, its tip aimed directly at the elder's brow. Simultaneously, outside the prison, Zhong Qing received the order from Lord Guilin, instructing her to release Chun Jin in 3 days. With no other options, Li Hong could only temporarily set aside the puppet technique and begin designing new auxiliary cultivation scrolls. The 2 dragons slipped through the window, only to find the room ablaze with light, its decor lavish and resplendent, truly befitting the Emperor's chamber. Then, the crafty individual dispatched someone to retrieve a stack of ghost currency and place it in a red brocade tray, even presenting the tray with both hands to Bai Yao. Zhang Jian laughed heartily, extending his arms to give Li Junju a grand embrace, the soft touch leaving one enchanted. The adults were also satisfied with their meal today. Wang Yongping could not fathom why his father had thrown him such a grand birthday celebration, as today's expenses were quite considerable. Yesterday, Uncle Wang had mentioned that upon arriving here, one should remain at ease, living a life away from the world. With a gust of wind, Zhang Dian's shadow stirred in the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, he flashed before Xiao Li and his companion. At this point, Li Pingyan had largely deduced the entirety of his enemy's layout and schemes. Lost track of them? Zhang Yi hurriedly emerged from behind his desk, anxiously pacing back and forth in front of Manager Zhao. At this juncture, there were several De Luo Golden Immortals, a few Tai E Golden Immortals, and only a little over a dozen Golden Immortals. Clearly, a number of disciples at the Golden Immortal level had temporarily retreated from Ling Mountain. During this time, whether it was Emperor Juntai Yi or Kuanpeng, both were too frightened to move amidst the overwhelming pressure from the ancestral shaman. Upon hearing the system's choices, Yi Chongqing's heart raced like a stampede of horses, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. He must respond to Lu Quan's question, but he felt no obligation to answer Li Xinru. Lu Chun thought to himself, what would happen if I don't? This isn't an exam, and you never stated that I would face consequences for not answering. I could simply say I don't know. What could you do about it? Thus, the convoy turned back. Lu Xiaojia and Zhang Xiuliang insisted on using their own vehicle, leaving Du Yueshing no choice but to board theirs to fulfill his role as a gracious host. The 2 cars they brought were led ahead by Huang Jinro. Chapter 90, The Rogue Gentleman. Thousands of Dementors circled above the tower, preying on the unwary, cold-blooded, and fierce. David followed closely behind his father as they entered the formerly dark wizard's demonic tower to visit the uncle he had never met. Regarding his second uncle, Saul Finro, his father seldom spoke, and his mother avoided the topic entirely. Yo had only explained to him that his uncle, a Death Eater, was a perpetual source of pain for his father. Yet, despite the heartache for the sake of this visit on Christmas Eve, Shang Shuqing, having eaten her fill, smiled and said, just rest by the fire. It's warm, and you can have a good sleep. Her tone was calm and gentle. As the onlookers witnessed Zhao Bufon's hasty departure, they were left puzzled. Initially, they thought Lu Bo was merely conversing with the 2 youths, but soon sensed an unusual atmosphere. When they prepared to approach, they discovered Lu Bo had already been struck against a tree by Yin Feng. Several elders exchanged glances with Xiu Si, their expressions complex. I felt a stirring in my heart, sensing a plot against me. After a while, once the 20 lashes were administered, the constables reported back, dragging the prisoner back to the court for further examination. Li Qigong, having endured the beating, had his mouth gagged, yet his gaze remained fierce, glaring at the county magistrate until he was forced to bow his head by the constables. Well, I'm not living there now. Letting Awan stay, there is no issue, Qin Hong said nonchalantly. The barrier gradually transformed into a world of white smoke, drawing everyone's attention. Zhan Hu led Dong Ri and others to instinctively form a protective circle around the barrier, while Mu Zi and the ferry boat remained on the periphery, observing us. Although American law permits citizens to possess firearms, it prohibits ownership of automatic weapons. Nevertheless, some gun shops, in an effort to expand their sales and increase profits, clandestinely sell certain prohibited firearms. Although she spent most of her time sleeping in school, it is undeniable that both teachers and students still regarded her as a good student. Upon hearing this, Chun Lu's eyelids twitched, Even in such circumstances, you still claim nothing is wrong? Would he have prevented himself from going out if everything was fine? Perhaps due to Yinfang's excessively brutal demeanor at the meeting, Zi Air still harbored some fear towards him. Isn't this sheer bullying? Liang Tian clenched her fists and remarked, "The campus is a beautiful place, not a source of nightmares for the children. If a school is rotten internally, no matter how good it looks on the outside, it is merely an empty shell." However, Lin Han would not allow him to live so easily, wishing to focus on enhancing his blade skills. That is out of the question. Louis stole a glance at Yi Zi's slender waist and shapely hips, swallowing hard. He retrieved his tools to unlock the two off-road vehicles that had been remotely disabled, to the astonishment of the enigmatic monk at the helm. His two subordinates were instantly repelled. I, once a figure of great popularity, a paragon of aloofness, seemed to shatter into fragments upon encountering that audacious dark overlord. A muffled thud reverberated throughout Lu Huaidong's domain, and between those two colossal hands, layers of visible ripples surged forth, swiftly extinguishing the raging inferno below, while simultaneously stirring up clouds of dust. On her way, Gao Yurong frantically dialed in Xia, sending message after message. But in Xia, with her phone muted and face down, chose to disregard them. The night had grown late. Liang's mother and the children had long since retired. Xiaoyu assisted Chengzi in settling down, tucking her in, before returning to her own room to rest. Entering the Lung clan was out of the question. She had her own plans and aspirations, and regarding this training, Xiangwan merely shrugged as she walked. After offering further comfort to Xiang Xiaoyun, Xiangwan exchanged a few words with Xin Yuanji, advising them to directly call her if there were any developments, until the origins and intentions of Xin Yuan Hui were clarified. Remaining in the shadows was the safest course of action. The immortal master incessantly spoke of heavenly will. Could it be that his marriage was fated to encounter turmoil the moment he entered Chang'an? Was it truly destiny when in the past he had urged her to take matters into her own hands? Was the fate that bound him for life merely her own? Chapter 91. After dark, I call the shots. The bar transformed into a jubilant sea, reminiscent of a clown troupe performing within. Yet this cacophony of laughter and merriment bore no malice. Yulei paid it little mind. Regardless of how they jeered, their mirth stemmed from jealousy and admiration for his dashing charm, which he interpreted as applause and commendation. However, his roguish allure did not win unanimous approval. Tang Kasi regarded him as nothing more than a dandy, while the newcomer Rufus was already familiar with him. Rufus, the celestial dragon of the Tian Yuan, showed no inclination to belittle himself. After a courteous greeting, he swiftly dismissed the matter of occupying the scattered cultivator as quota, appearing to merely acknowledge the courtesy without considering it significant. To open up the primordial chaos, who among them was a lovesick fool? All were merely entangled in the fervor of romance. The phoenix tree, under the rain at the third watch, bore witness to the heartache of parting. One must not judge the Pei clan of Luoyang by their apparent sparse population. The reason for their predicament lay in the historical context of the late Yin and early Xia, when collateral branches forcibly seized the family estate, leading the first Duke Shangwan to seek refuge with the Xia's founding emperor. Zhou Quan had every reason to indulge in pride. After all, his current endeavors were the envy of many, and although they appeared wildly reckless, they would ultimately be profoundly rewarding. After all, those who had entered alongside her had essentially taken shortcuts. Sun Yi observed her senior sister's serene demeanor and speculated that the visitors were not formidable adversaries, thus calming her nerves as she eagerly awaited their arrival. Qin had encountered numerous supernatural occurrences, allowing her to surmise certain truths. Naruto, it seems like you've become more like me over these past 2 years, Tsunade remarked with a hint of exasperation. Su Yuliang hastily gestured for him to remain silent. With the young tiger present, it appeared they had misjudged the situation. The fierce tiger was likely not far off. The bespectacled man, entering from the office doorway, moved with an ethereal grace, casting a silent glance at the two by the shredder. The enmity between the Mo and Yun families, along with her impending duel with Yun Shu ran in half a month, occupied her thoughts, momentarily overshadowing all else. For by Su, any villager's wall seemed the same, yet he deliberately took a circuitous route to the house with a large yellow dog. The weapon she coveted, however, was secured within a transparent crystal case. Si Tianqi naturally presumed it to be Wushan, his most cherished possession, unthinkable to simply gift away. With a flick of her wrist, she cast 2 binding talismans, instantly immobilizing the 2 figures in black, though for a fleeting moment. Zhao Huaiji often invited officials to indulge in flower wine, having previously hinted at his connections with the chancellor's household. The hot pot restaurant had only a few unbreakable rules, all of which he adhered to. Any further puzzles he solved through his own ingenuity could hardly be considered violations. Father, the eye of heaven has manifested, inevitably inciting contention among various factions, and the contest among the 5 cities harbors unpredictable variables. However, falling into Zhang Huayang's trap would cost him the trust of the city's populace and noble families, leading to internal collapse. Once he consented to post the recruitment notice for Zhu Chongba, he immediately set about promoting Zhu. Unless these local powerhouses could swiftly eradicate all abyssal monsters and infiltrators. Completely removing this chaotic universe from Ash's target list, it would bear no essential difference from those chaotic realms with far graver invasions. He did not employ a technique of duplication. Within this scarred space, techniques beyond the blade were ineffective. He relied on unparalleled speed and the swiftness of his strikes to create a terrifying afterimage effect. The equipment of higher dimensional technology, should no initiative be taken by Su Chong, would render any attempts to acquire it through unscrupulous means a challenge to Su Cheng's merciful limits. Chapter 92. Valentine's Day arrives. The Christmas banquet was a sumptuous affair, with the house elves diligently preparing roast turkey, smoked ham, gingerbread, cakes, and other exquisite delights. After the feast, David sought out his uncle to inquire about the sword of the Judicator. That gift is far too precious, uncle. Oh, you mean that sword? Hedek set down his wine glass and turned to his nephew. It is indeed a fine sword. I often lament how it spends too much time in the study. As for Lu Qingyi, that old ghost, his demise was inconsequential. She had no desire to expend energy or time pondering such eerie matters. Turning around, she was taken aback to see Alice, clad in a long, lace white gown and high heels, running towards her in tears. Behind Lin Hai and Ru Hua, a dark tide surged, akin to a flood breaching its banks, engulfing the remnants of crumbled walls along the way. I seized the opportunity to enjoy many benefits, my gaze never straying from Sister Gu. When Zhou Liang learned that other teams were unwilling to engage us in practice matches, he immediately furrowed his brow. Ron exerted every effort to channel the true chi of the sun and moon within him, as he found himself depleted of energy. He could only focus his entire being on circulating the true chi, striving to absorb energy from the sun to replenish his strength. A strong desire surged within him, leading Ron to vaguely realize he had been administered an aphrodisiac. Unfamiliar with such substances and unsure how to proceed, he instinctively sought out Agatha, his fiancée. After all, if something were to transpire between them, it would be of little consequence. As the ghastly specter with a green face and sharp fangs lunged at him, Zhao Taizhu quickly formed a hand seal. From this gesture, it was evident that over the past 6 months, Zhao Taizhu had not remained stagnant, but had made significant progress. Witnessing the situation, Zhang Tianyang promptly held the Earth Escape Pearl in his mouth, and, embracing the Radiant Jade, instantaneously teleported several dozen feet away from the scene, under the condition of my relentless clearing of the lanes. The card simply cannot find any opportunity to soar, while I, after pushing a wave of minions, can roam freely, even invade the enemy's jungle. My rhythm gradually manifests itself. The once impenetrable Chief Gu is indeed not so easily swayed, and Fong Huining has long been prepared for a protracted battle. In moments of peril, the muscle memory of the body awakens, and a series of actions are executed almost instinctively. The stone tablet is inscribed with 4 grand characters, radiating an extraordinary aura. Enveloped in a faint golden light, evidently protected by a magical formation. The entire peak is blanketed in white snow, yet not a single snowflake lingers upon this stone tablet. Just a moment ago, one would have thought he had lost a beloved father, uttering fierce threats and wearing a grim countenance. Struggling to suppress the pain and the urge to vomit, Su Guanchai blinked, acknowledging her words. An old friend has arrived. Suddenly, Fong Luo sensed a familiar presence within his estate. Given the close ties between the Yang and Long families, he surmised that if the Yang family had abducted Yi Qingmei, it must be due to him. Wiko and Mira were discussing future plans with the fleet commanders when they suddenly heard the sound of an explosive channel opening. Instinctively drawing their weapons, Fong Luo, wishing to avoid drawing attention, executed a spatial flicker and materialized behind Xue Qianqian, swiftly subduing her. Su Bei was struck with dread. This sudden turn of events afforded him no respite. Moreover, the objective of his mission was merely to capture Rose, a task evidently straightforward for an ordinary person. All one needed to do was follow Lin Luoran and her companions, waiting for an opportune moment. However, he had indeed accomplished this and succeeded. Chapter 93. Annie Beiji. The tip of the staff emitted a burst of white mist, flashing a beam of light before vanishing. David remained undeterred, vigorously wielding his wand and intoning. Summon Guardian. Whoosh! To Pansy's astonishment, a mass of light and shadow erupted from her cousin's wand, coalescing into a leaping fox. Is this your guardian spirit? Pensiez surprise remanded David. Meanwhile, the reinforcements of the King of Kings seemed to have no intention of arriving, as not a single one had appeared thus far. In truth, he was a contractor, wasn't he? The Master of Magic is already known to you, right? A smile graced Elsai's face as he gazed at the beauty in his arms. Yet at that moment, Adair shot him a rather displeased look in return. Wood, do you know I like you? Shen Tong began. Perhaps due to the fact that you saved me many years ago. Jean Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Upon arriving at the police reception hotel in YC City, Captain Shun found himself unable to eat dinner, requesting they arrange a twin room for him to converse with Shi Xiaofeng. Jiang Shan released the finger she had pressed on the watch, while Shi Xiaofeng's gun remained steadfastly aimed at Katata's nape, unwilling to relent. Brother, are you scared? Lu Xiaolian clung to Long Xingyu's frail form, feeling as if he were as weak as an infant. Meanwhile, the leader of the Samyao tribe, Pan Furong, prepared to set off for Tiger and Mountain to attend the celebration of Zhang Wuzi's birthday, as news of the coup at Tiger and Palace reached the Samyao tribe. Outside, the structure towered at least 30 stories high, its height leaving Su Jun unable to see the top. Yi Zhan had grown accustomed to this feeling, and memorizing the lines posed no issue. Though tension lingered, he remained confident in his ability to perform steadily. In the lounge, Yi Zhan began his makeup, noting that it was nearly 7 o'clock, with the event expected to commence around 7:20. His cultivation was just a hair's breadth away from Tengwu, clearly not a match for the 8th offering. Yet at that moment, he could afford no further concerns. The man donned a standard military uniform, with his army green tie impeccably arranged. Though his physique could support the attire, his demeanor bore a somewhat effeminate quality, lacking the robust spirit of a Chinese soldier. While maintaining the fiery domain was exceedingly taxing on mental energy, Li Chunsha found his strength not only unspent, but gradually augmenting through the annihilation and absorption of the insectoid energy. Upon hearing the order to retreat, seasoned soldiers immediately understood and fled for their lives, a desperate exodus that only the Thundersword's troops could muster. The blazing sun within his sea of consciousness continually erupted outward, undergoing nuclear fission that granted him an intuitive comprehension of fire's destructive nature. First and foremost, mobilization was imperative, particularly along the line of Haozong at the border with Zhongshan. Master Fei had already commenced the construction of a fort there, and it was crucial to persevere. Otherwise, Handan would likely face direct assault from Zhongshan's forces, Lu Huan cautioned. Before an imposing 100-meter-high edifice, Bai Kaixing saw the enormous Jing Sure Fund logo emblazoned on the rooftop even before disembarking, exclaiming in admiration as he entered the building. Well, you know, it's quite all right not to undress. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Wang began to explain. Thundersword's countenance shifted dramatically at Nyo Dali's words. After all, he was still a young lad, and his capacity for endurance could be limited. Just as he was on the verge of lashing out at Nyo Dali, his powerful consciousness from before his transmigration overwhelmed the residual awareness of this borrowed body. Consequently, numerous students began to wrestle with one another in a fierce struggle for leaves more precious than gold. After comforting Cowell, Gerard, Cowell, Scholes, and George gathered closely together, deliberating who would take the free kick. Chapter 94. Don't be vague. Hit her. Ah, what crimes can one not fabricate? David chuckled, shaking the gift box. You truly don't want it? Then I shall take it. Oomph. Drawing attention, Pansy crossed her arms and turned her head, huffing. One senior, Keswick, has left, and another classmate, Annie Beiji, has arrived. Oomph. I am angry. Ha ha ha. In a lounge, Higgs and the others erupted in laughter. Her face flushed crimson, all the way to her roots. Her eyes fixed on the man, darkening momentarily before flickering and becoming pitch black, igniting an uncontrollable fury within. Perhaps realizing the futility of the situation, the assassin of golden immortal caliber shouted from a distance. Utilizing this already vacated private residence, the captain, accompanied by the remaining 37 men, effectively constituted a reinforced platoon's remnant, establishing a rudimentary defensive position, forming part of the newly established sniper line of the British Expeditionary Force. Who doesn't he know that the Black Gold Security Company is essentially no different from the former Xianglong Tea House? They hold sway over both the black and white markets. And it is said that when Du Dehai's gang was dismantled by the police, they were the ones providing assistance from the shadows. Approaching were 3 serpent demons, Larger than those previously seen by Luo Hongying, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions, baring their sharp, white fangs as they lunged directly at her. An electronic voice echoed in his mind, instructing the swordsman to simply hand over the Ding Heizu to the unconcerned monk. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Tao's expression changed dramatically. His heart ablaze with rage, while even the Taoist beside him couldn't help but smirk. Feng Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Could it be that Uncle Xian was toying with him, deliberately placing these individuals so close? The jarring sound of gunfire shattered the night. A bullet propelled by fierce winds, striking precisely at Lu Qingqing's back. The Black Tiger Gang's underhanded tactics in Lianyun City reignited his long-simmering battle fervor. For he had yearned for this confrontation, eager to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Black Tiger Gang. Most notably, even upon realizing they had been deceived, they were still willing to part with their money. The cultivators believed Jiang Jichen was doomed, yet at that moment, witnessing him remain unscathed amidst such terrifying assaults left them utterly astonished, mouths agape. Li Hongxuan paused slightly, astonished at the rapid spread of news. Good news seldom travels far. Yet bad news flies 1,000 miles. The situation had even reached Shui Xian's ears. They could hardly fathom that Jiang Jichen, in a state of exhaustion, could still muster the strength to wield a sword. Wang Hu snorted coldly, dark, ominous energy surging from his body, coalescing before him into a formidable black tiger, which collided violently with the serpent's shadow. Damn it, what is happening? It actually escaped. Zilong roared, shaking the very foundations of Zilong Mountain. Tommy's cousin? What name? There's some background there, but this blind fool has come to trouble us brothers. He is simply unfortunate. As for Xiangzhua, it truly matters not whose side one is on. The young man, dressed in white like Liang, wore not athletic attire, but rather a garment reminiscent of ancient long robes. Many onlookers, both white and black, initially assumed that Yang Wei's imposing presence indicated prowess, only to find he was merely a naive rookie, nearly laughing in disbelief. Since we have some easy targets, let us handle them all at once to avoid the noise. Duan Wui darted aside, retrieving a heavy machine gun and positioning it within an unscathed sand dune, ensuring it was well stocked with ammunition. However, Luo Laowai, upon beholding such an extravagant and exquisite lacquer coffin, speculated it might contain treasures of gold and jewels, his heart racing with anticipation. Unable to contain himself, he ordered his subordinates to pry open the coffin without waiting for the leader of the bandits to give the command. Chapter 95. Your era has concluded. Qiu Zhang chased after Flint, eager to disrupt the opponent and create an opportunity for her captain, yet David from the Serpent Academy lingered by her side. You truly are despicable. Mutual sentiment. Davis is indeed cunning. I nearly fell for his ruse. David kicked at Qiu's tail, causing her to stumble precariously. Naturally, these were trivial matters. Qiu paid no heed, engaging in banter and trash talk. Ninghai had already moved the refrigerator over, and by now, several zombies began to ascend the staircase. We stood our ground, awaiting their advance. Owing to the height, the refrigerator served as a natural shield, though I harbored some unease. David remained unchanged, insisting that people must dance and sing in front of him for breakfast to count. He neglected his winter homework, pointing at Yi Li to accompany him in a game. Mo Chen regarded his wife with heightened admiration, his eyes sparkling with affection as he gazed upon her. Zhongqing struggled to resist him. By the end, her arms were weary, and Mo Chen took a towel to wipe her hands. Upon entering the house, I noticed the cabinets, sofas, and beds were all complete, the abode appearing particularly simple and refreshing, with exquisitely crafted decor, well preserved by its owner. Who would ultimately rule the world? To Chao Yang, such a question held little significance. He already knew humanity would not prevail, so no one else would either. Upon entering the bar, Bai Lunye was instantly enveloped by deafening music, the dim lighting taking some time for his eyes to adjust. Zhongqing did not withhold opportunities from him, nor did she doubt his sincerity. She believed Prince Mo harbored feelings for her. Yet she had greater faith that even if they were together, he would remain unchanged. Bei Wuyo was overjoyed, resting a hand on Dongfang Rushue's shoulder. She involuntarily trembled, but not as intensely as before, gradually acclimating. I nodded repeatedly, watching him enter a courtyard adorned with a lotus pond. Upon entering the separate courtyard, one could not help but be awestruck by the impressive equestrian setup. Heavenly sins may be forgiven. Self-inflicted sins are inexcusable. The lingering echoes of the chaos ancestor reverberated through the rafters. Huang Jinli and Jiao Tingyin had long departed. Before me lay an expanse of unending whiteness. Every inch of space evoked a familiar saying. Sima Chen was not foolish. He recognized that Wang Yin had attempted to frame Shun Xingyan in plain sight. Let us converse in the cool shade beneath that bridge. It's quite sunny here. Zhan Shi interrupted the discussion, and the group shifted toward the bridge's shade, where Jingjing slowly elaborated on the reasoning. In the Li Zheng household, they were truly divided, yet still lived under the same roof. His father would occasionally visit the main hall, dining with his two sons. During festivals or in times of hardship, such as last year's severe drought, they would huddle together for survival. Do you think I am suitable? Letty rested her chin on one hand, winking playfully, her smile alluring. Zhan Shi lost his balance and fell to the ground. Before he could voice a question, the person who collided with him stumbled and fell as well. After a moment, Letty seemed somewhat better, yet she exclaimed, I still feel stifled. What should I do? Her large eyes fixed on Xia Zhuming, signaling a rare plea for help. What do you see? At that moment, Bon Qo arrived to bid farewell to the teacher, his face tense as he inquired. Hime Qian, nearby, was anxious. She understood that Shun Xingyan intended to unveil their masks before Shenqing, yet she felt utterly helpless. Soon after, the two engaged in conversation. Perhaps it was their shared identity as warriors or due to Xiao Yining's influence, but they seemed to resonate well with each other. Chapter 96. A secret meeting in the Forbidden Forest? This was nothing short of an unjust massacre. The Slytherin team had lost all semblance of decorum. McGonagall could no longer tolerate Snape's smug demeanor and reminded him, poise is as crucial as victory. I concur. A score of 310 to 50 indeed lacks grace. How could they win by such a margin? Truly absurd. Snape articulated the score with deliberate clarity, his lips barely suppressing a smirk. Upon witnessing this, Su Chan's expression shifted to one of concern. He immediately leaped onto the platform, swiftly rescuing Lu Yuyan while deftly retrieving the Qingxia sword. He exerted every effort to heal, and when his physical and internal energies had sufficiently recovered, he departed, heading directly for the surface. Perhaps due to the heavy snowfall from the previous night, the entire HC city descended into an eerie silence. After several minutes, a cloud of dust arose in the distance, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. After a while, Yi Ning and her companions spotted an approaching cavalry unit, adorned in silver helmets and armor, their long swords gleaming menacingly. Li Mu recalled Chun Gong's words and steered his forces toward the right side of the city wall, preparing to assault the defenses held by Zhang Bao's troops as they positioned their army before Guangzhou City. Evidently, although the assembled crowd was inclined to believe Wei Feng, the prevailing circumstances were undeniably dire, rendering the establishment of any feasible solution impossible. No matter how one might struggle, what outcome could possibly arise? Yet, the contents of that jar seemed to sense our approach, rolling with a resounding thud deeper into the recesses of the cabin. Human beings are intriguingly complex creatures. There exists a notion that the law does not hold the multitude accountable, as well as a concept of blind conformity. Regardless of the terminology employed, it cannot alter the stark reality that over 2,000 individuals stood before Xiao Chong, not only turning their backs on him, but also yearning to extract a piece of him for themselves. Citizens bringing complaints against officials is a grave taboo. The government office had produced a notice board, declaring that Lu Kajuan should depart. Only those who could navigate the notice board would be permitted to lodge complaints. Those unable to do so were advised to return home immediately. Upon hearing Li Late's words, I gazed at him in astonishment, repeatedly replaying his statements in my mind. Oh dear, Bien Gu, please refrain from such remarks. Su Fazhao felt a twinge of embarrassment, attempting to rise, only to be restrained by Bien Yajun. Ultimately, Zhou Chu asserted in his statement that should any issues be uncovered, they would be attributed to Fu Bong, with the company taking responsibility. Conversely, if no problems were found, Zhou Chu hoped to receive fairness and clarification. As Lin Hanqi approached him step by step, the man appeared increasingly intrigued, crossing his arms and patiently awaiting her arrival. Shen Xinyu felt utterly perplexed. How could one even contemplate such impropriety? The body of a rogue holds no allure, were it not for the work-related context. She would not entertain any physical contact with him, even for a sum as substantial as 5 million. Yang Leffen comprehended Ping Er's concerns. After all, anyone who wished to accompany you in your endeavors would first inquire about your intentions. If your actions were nefarious, involving heinous crimes, they would undoubtedly decline. Following the last fleeting glimpse of a miracle, Jiang Yi practiced in secret at every opportunity, and by now, he had indeed stepped into the threshold of a miracle master. Oh, could it be? Li Hao discerned hatred in Du Li's gaze, a pain that cut to the core. Logically, given that Li Hongchong had pursued Du Li with fervor, One would expect their passions to have waned. Had Li Hongchong failed to satisfy Du Li's desires? On the third day, the Fubon headquarters in Yanjing was sealed with a notice from the local government, announcing that a report had been filed alleging that Fubon was involved in money laundering. Senior officials of the company were placed under residential surveillance, and a thorough investigation of Fubon's affairs was to commence. Yang Batian was taken aback. Although Yang Dai was a collateral member of the family, she had origins in the renowned Baiwa sect, an affiliation that could not be easily discredited. Chapter 97. The Unorthodox Scholar. David had to assert that his cousin's words were nothing but slanderous fabrications. Could he not befriend Hage? Could he not craft a collar for Yaya? Could he not fashion a whip for Yaya? Absolutely not. Such an idea was utterly intolerable. Uncle Hage would see to it that he met his end. Oof. The alchemical workbench once again belched forth a plume of yellow smoke. Do not inquire as to why it was yellow, heralding David's latest endeavor. As for any transgressions, there were none to speak of, were it not for the undercover agents confirming that Emperor Yongli still lived. Wu Sangui and Beiping would have long forgotten the presence of such a formidable threat. Suddenly, Yang found himself engulfed in a void, the abruptness overwhelming him, leaving him uncertain whether it was the shock or something else entirely that provoked such a sensation. Nearby, a young man was directing operations, flanked by numerous body bags, all swollen with the remains of the deceased, while many others lay unconscious upon beds. Individuals clad in white coats were dissecting bodies with an array of sophisticated instruments. The elder members of the Huaxia Martial Arts Association regarded him with expressions filled with admiration and ambiguity. Even those of the evil sect were still human, whereas the demonic race had transcended the bounds of humanity. In their eyes, humans were akin to livestock, easily slaughtered and consumed. Duan Yu possessed an extraordinary talent for the lightness of step, effortlessly gliding near the enemy's weaponry or maneuvering in close proximity to their bodies. And with Chu Tianxing's current capabilities, even if his protective energy was insufficient to fully deflect such an attack, once the bullet penetrated his defense, it would lack the force to breach the steel-like resilience of his skin and muscle as he channeled his energy. After all, they had not solicited her assistance for record-keeping. Should she take it upon herself to record, it would be tantamount to an invasion of privacy. At this moment, Chun Taichuan, the leader of the 8 heroes of the Heavenly Sacred Sect, surprisingly chose to speak, aiming to rally everyone to heed his commands. Evidently, following his recent rank advancement, he had gained a modicum of confidence. "Father, please allow me to go. I can manage without entering the cave," Lung Wuxin pleaded, gazing imploringly at Lu Bu as she clutched his arm. She was Lin Weiwei from Dream Media, a young and beautiful girl whose exceptional vocal talent had captivated countless audience members present. Had he not severed ties with her? Had he not been drawn to Hu Yingying? Why then was he still shooting his colorful ribbons? Lu Yu turned to face her, his gaze icy, his voice devoid of warmth. A soldier sensed a gust of wind, yet upon inspection found nothing amiss, and thus resumed his patrol. With a resounding thud, the earth and stones surrounding Zhou Yin were propelled outward in a shock wave, leaving scorched earth in their wake or laying waste to all in their path. Just moments ago, Xia Ziyan's words had likely been intended to provoke him, to revel in his misfortune. At the table occupied by Su Hao and his companions, conversation flowed freely, oblivious to the situation unfolding at the adjacent table. Save for Su Hao, who listened intently, sensing that this matter might soon encroach upon them. The New Century Film Group had yet to launch a single project, leaving Yi Xian with ample funds yet nowhere to invest. Surely, he could not be content merely to establish a shell company? Lu Kai politely greeted Yi Xian before taking a seat in the elegant booth opposite him. As she spoke, Yuan Qin's cheeks flushed, for discussing such matters in public was undeniably embarrassing. Even if I refrained from intervening, given your current physical condition, you would inevitably be the one to lose in the end. I merely wish to avoid any further delay, the Demon Dragon Princess remarked coolly. Yuan Qin could not ascertain which legend held the truth, but she was certain that the mark upon her wrist was indeed that of the midnight butterfly. An elongated sound reverberated through the grand hall as Elder Jean shattered the extraordinary stone, releasing a brilliant divine light that immediately drew the attention of the numerous eminent figures present. The moment he ascended, he could not restrain his body, collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed forth from every pore, rendering him a veritable figure of sanguine horror. His bones, he knew not how many had shattered, and his meridians were nearly severed. Once the innkeeper departed, the youth's expression darkened, startling how Duo Qian and Sun Lanlan. With the reason now known, Lu Tian was naturally aware of their current activities, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. since they intended to investigate the domestic mammoth organization personnel to avenge Lei Jun. It was prudent not to alert them. Let them pursue their inquiries, as this was also a task mandated by those above. Once a solitary armored soldier strays from the main force, the other cavalry of the Liao kingdom will pounce upon him like ravenous wolves, tearing him to shreds. Thus, one could describe the retreat of the Zhou army as both bloody and merciless, a grim exchange of the lives of armored soldiers. I furrowed my brow, refraining from rushing in with reckless abandon, fully aware that such an impulsive act would merely serve as a diversion for the enemy. Weighing the pros and cons, I narrowed my eyes slightly, a plan already forming in my mind. She quickly turned to look, noticing that the sliding door connecting the hot spring pool to the changing room had been opened. A figure, wrapped in a towel, emerged from the steamy haze and approached the pool's edge. Previously, Li Chengjian had hidden in the room to spy on Li Chun, who remained blissfully unaware of his presence. The shadowy demon, reminiscent of a vast bat, loomed ominously above Yun Li, its grayish-white heart fire blazing fiercely, scorching the entire vicinity. Not only living beings, but even the waters of the starry rivers flowing by were entirely vaporized in a mist. Upon seeing my father, I knew that nothing could be more effective than a good cry, especially in the presence of my mother. This tactic had proven successful time and again. On the other hand, Li Xian felt genuine happiness for Li Chun, yet her own failed marriage had left her somewhat evasive when it came to matters of the heart. Aunt Gu had not been gone long before she returned with a bearded man and a few neighbors, perhaps feeling somewhat guilty for not following through on her previous promise. Once people arrived, the atmosphere naturally became bustling, leaving the cat demon with no opportunity to converse further with Qin Ge. Wang Weigong had also heard of the school's tradition, which allowed top students to unwind while motivating the less accomplished to strive for the honor of a collective trip, marking it as one of the successful reforms of the institution. Chapter 98. What should I do about my too smart cousin? Hey, Pansy, would you like to look at a magazine? Annie Beggy sat beside David, smiling and greeting her cousin on the other side. Pansy pouted, saying, My cousin wants to let me look at magazines. I need to focus on my studies. If your grades are unsatisfactory at the end of the term, I will certainly do so. David found himself sandwiched between the two girls, helplessly taking the magazine from Annie's hands to glance at it. What's it about? Coughing. Yang Yang's comment nearly caused Han Jue to choke, though he said nothing, whether out of fear or contemplation remained unclear. However, at that moment, a frenzied glint flickered covertly in Han Jue's eyes. Yet, the unexpected camaraderie between Ding Yu and Princess Ao Zhen, where they could entrust their lives to one another, was a transformation that astonished even themselves. The Blade of Destiny offered Ding Yu no respite or chance for rescue, promptly unleashing its most formidable move. The blade devouring the heavens. Countless blade lights, imbued with boundless destiny power, surged toward the Sword of Destiny, weaving an intricate web that forced the Sword of Destiny to retreat 1,000 meters. Bao'er noticed the hand wrapped around her waist gradually losing strength. She stifled her tears, her throat tight with unspoken words. With this thought, Wu Ying enveloped her hand in his palm and strode forward. It's because your father didn't work hard enough, he remarked, and upon finishing, Song Jinlang leaned in closer, attempting to eavesdrop once more. The destiny power emanating from him was thick and pure, as if he had grasped half of the path to destiny. Ding Yu sensed this privately. With each collision, the earth trembled. With each tremor, the log struck the gate again and again. Before long, the gate was violently crashed open, and 30 soldiers trembled at the sight. Spears raised, momentarily stunned. Bai Ling, shall we go check the front desk? We've been backstage for so long, and haven't seen a show yet. Yang Yang called to Bai Ling beside her, seemingly seeking her opinion, but before Bai Ling could respond, Yang Yang had already headed toward the exit. Hu Cece observed her pale complexion with concern. All right, but since you say it's all in the past, let us not dwell on it. Seizing the present is what matters most. With that, she took Xiuqiu's hand and prepared to leave. At breakfast, Su Yiqing sat at the table, holding a report, unsure how to broach the subject. As soon as Meng Jingyi spotted Xiao Hong, she sprang to life. Hastily retracting her hand that was poised to pinch her leg in an attempt to cry, her gaze toward Xiao Hong radiating joy akin to that of encountering a deity. She certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. In essence, the power I now possessed was merely a meager fraction of my cultivation, not yet fully harnessed from the Ghost Spring's power. If I could gather the strength of the 5 ghosts, my Ghost Spring power would possess the ability to annihilate the heavens and the earth, potentially surpassing all judges and rivaling the King of Hell. During the meal, Wen Jiran released the fox spirit, which fixated on the exquisite dishes laid before it, drooling in anticipation. It elegantly indulged in the fine cuisine paired with wine, eventually devouring the entire spread and contentedly hiccuping with its fox-like eyes squinted in satisfaction. In former days, Quan Xiaoqian would have protested vehemently upon seeing Su Yiqing's gaze solely on Yang Yang. Yet today he accepted it with an unusual calmness, raising suspicions. However, the more Xiao Yi acted nonchalant, the clearer it became that he harbored secrets. Now, it remained to be seen whether I possessed the skill to extract his true feelings. Mu Yihan's body trembled slightly, his expression shifting through surprise, joy, and anger, a complex amalgamation of emotions. Yet, soon it transformed into a faint smile as he shared a drink with Mu Yishi. Upon finishing, he did not pressure Meng Jingyi, but instead picked up the clothes on the bed and donned them leisurely. His lean, muscular chest, with each movement, exuded an undeniable vitality, as if each muscle concealed a formidable explosive force. A pale purple light began to envelop the entire bamboo staff, subsequently spreading towards my body, illuminating my arms, then my upper body, and finally enveloping my entire form. Hearing this, Mu Qian's gaze shifted to the judging panel, where Song Donghai remained seated, thus preventing their people from finding an opportunity to act. The return of Yi Chi Zhu and his companions was undoubtedly bad news for them. The furnishings in this place were strikingly familiar. Yi Chu recalled that this establishment had closed down before her departure from Shanghai. In fact, the 9 nether soul nourishing plate still contained a considerable amount of Taizu Hanjin flower seeds, enough for Pei Yuanxiu to sustain himself for several more meals even if he awoke. As for the outcome, his plans had been executed flawlessly. The mountain gate was being established, and the ancestral sage had said, "You do your thing. I will seek a master." The high priest was initially taken aback by the arrival of Xingxing, only to realize that the earlier magic must have belonged to her. Meanwhile, Anren, who repeatedly claimed to be unafraid, felt a twinge of trepidation. Despite having memorized all the words she wished to say, she hesitated when they reached Ouyang Mulin's doorstep. He had not slept all night, laboring until dawn, and before he knew it, he had succumbed to slumber at the table. In their struggle, the two had plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters to the ground. Siem Mao surveyed the lush, overgrown wasteland, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet his memories did not contain any relevant imagery of having been there before. Sun Tzu held her hands firmly and was about to sit up when she suddenly felt an overwhelming heat and heaviness on her head, as if it had doubled in weight. Many candidates had already begun tackling the questions, yet Xue Tinglang sat staring at the yellow question paper before him, lost in thought. A sense of heaviness weighed upon me. The top of the blood list belonged to one of the divine beings. If he discovered our intention to hide, there would be no escape. Shang Su had mentioned that those in the top 10 of the blood list could ascertain anyone's location. Chapter 99. Caution for Professor Snape. The item David held was indeed prepared for Yaya. After all, Uncle Hagrid, as an investor, had poured in so many resources. He could not simply abandon the venture. Could he? However, David firmly denied this notion, gesturing to the item in his hands. If decoration were the aim, invisibility would be unnecessary. The bell was intended to aid Hagrid in training Yaya. Really? Pansy questioned skeptically, lifting her hand to remove the collar from around her neck. Cautiously offering it to her cousin, if I were to... She settled down by the rose garden. Although it was the depths of winter, the roses bloomed vibrantly, their fragrance intoxicating, their beauty captivating, albeit with thorns that pricked the unwary. Below, Asi and Jean Foam admired the flowers, while the osmanthus trees in the courtyard filled the air with their delightful aroma. As the Liang Shu Fei in Changquan Palace raged in confusion, the atmosphere in Fengqi Palace was similarly tense, though the queen exhibited a calmness that suggested she had her own schemes in mind. This was a genuine knight's broadsword, a full foot longer than any sword currently found in Europe, with a relatively lighter blade. Young, fashionable, and exquisitely luxurious, it embodied her interpretation of the brand. It was not quantity she sought, but quality. Su Yi observed all of this without uttering a word or offering any explanations. The various peak leaders of Kunlun Mountain did not impede the sword ancestor of the universe, indicating that my duel with Brother Qian Kun was inevitable. The 5 poisons boy chuckled at the response. 5 poisons, brother. Do take care not to endanger Brother Qian Kun's life, cautioned Bloodfiend ancestor. Though he spoke words of comfort, even the nature of the young master's wager on Xiao Rant's victory might have contained a kernel of truth. Yet, the Iron Tower felt as if a heavy stone had lodged itself in his heart, creating a sense of suffocation and frustration. He longed to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. De Galanroy searched several rooms before finally discovering Lu Mu and Bao Qin. Bao Qin was cozily curled up in a chair, soundly asleep under a blanket, while Lu Mu lay sprawled on the bed, deeply slumbering beneath a winter fur coat. Do you wish to go swimming? Jian Yang paid no heed to the question posed by Chu Chi, glancing at her drenched form with a playful smile. Some were already impatient, eagerly rushing into the unknown space, both humans and demons united in their objective. All right, let us first have something to eat. Afterward, we shall rent a helicopter, declared Nangong Su loudly. He chuckled wryly as he accepted the ornate box, opening it to reveal a pristine white Vacheron Constantine watch, which lay elegantly within. Its simple yet refined surface, paired with the exquisite metallic design, exuded sophistication. Although they wished to assist Su Mu, they remained paralyzed by fear, knowing that the alliance of demons and blood beasts left even their own safety in jeopardy, let alone that of others. Even foreign media and military factions had begun to take note of these events. After all, there had yet to be any ancient architecture discovered in their lands. He was here to collect a debt. That detestable scoundrel had not returned his fire-line blade, which was utterly outrageous. Su Mu, a designer by trade, held a profound appreciation for exquisite objects, convinced he could never replicate such a garden. Previously, when he witnessed a spear piercing a foolish bull, he had thought it merely fortuitous. However, he was astonished to find this blood spear to be remarkably potent, though both were blood artifacts. The long knife seemed to fall several levels short in comparison. All candidates across the city were randomly assigned to examination halls. Su Wei was fortunate to be at her own school. Gazing at the familiar campus, her initial nervousness began to dissipate. The long spear pierced through the sturdy, brown bark, splattering green blood, which momentarily froze in midair, not falling to the ground. After discussing their strategies, Su Gong and Su Ji, the two brothers, descended to impart knowledge on how to array the Cloud Leopard Cavalry in the Dragon Griffin camp. What mine is this? Our manpower is somewhat lacking. The newly arrived batch isn't sufficient for any tasks, the plump man grumbled impatiently. Chu Xianda ceased to pressure the old fox, aware that extracting straightforward answers from him was futile. Of course, if he genuinely endorsed a particular prince, he would likely find himself in a precarious position. Forming alliances with royal relatives among the high-ranking officials was a surefire path to rebellion, was it not? 2 hours later, outside the wind and cloud, immovable city. At Tianji Palace, the door creaked open, and the ghost immortal emerged. 7 days later, the snow outside lay thick, blanketing the mountain peaks as if to entomb them. Xiao Changfeng had been laid to rest in the ancient tomb behind the Xiao family, while the clan members outside, hearing of the great calamity, returned to entrust matters to Xiao Changfeng's second son, Xiao Yinqing. The so-called dragon spirit essence was the indestructible essence of an ancient dragon. Absorbing it would grant one the dragon's legacy, leading directly to transcending to the heavens and eternally enjoying the blessings of immortality. Xiao Chan was somewhat knowledgeable about this, yet he always believed that a solid and grounded approach to cultivation was far more prudent. Without any gains, there was no need for alarm. Scaring them back would suffice for achieving the goal. Lu Yu, upon hearing the brothers' report, mistakenly thought they were displeased and offered a comforting laugh. A surge of energy was unleashed, the overwhelming power of the Tian gang force, causing even the captured Jiang Buyu to feel a sense of pressure. After all, no one had previously accessed or studied the resources of this heavenly realm. With 4,500 points of magical defense, nearly immune to physical damage, coupled with the Darkstone apes, nearly 1 million health points, this posed a figure that would overwhelm most players. Even if I cannot enter that domain, you shall not either. Today, I will dismantle you, a rare talent among the aquatic race, Dai Gao declared with palpable menace. Can you imagine the sensation of being scrutinized by two elderly gentlemen, both in their 70s? Previously, when Shan Shan lunged at him, Lu Tian had observed the faint redness beneath her eyes. Once dark, her gaze had become bloodshot from weeping. Today, Chun Jing, seated upon the emperor's throne, performed a grand ritual awaiting the arrival of the most formidable individuals in the realm. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown to a height where he could almost touch the pinnacle of power. Chapter 100. Cousin is the most daring. What is this? The Slytherin Brotherhood? In her cousin's dormitory, Pansy found Higgs and Hughes, all donned in woolen leisure suits, and could not help but tease. However, when she saw her cousin emerge from the bathroom in the same attire, she was unable to contain her admiration, exclaiming, "Cousin, you look so handsome." Pansy? One must not show favoritism. Does that mean Cousin Higgs is not handsome? Higgs adjusted his collar. The task at hand was to deliver a letter and convey certain matters in person, which, under Hong's authority, could be accomplished with reasonable ease, though would not be entirely effortless. The Lakers maintained a pivotal position beneath the basket, consistently enjoying a height advantage. They may struggle to keep pace with the Warriors. Yet conversely, the Warriors find themselves unable to restrain the Lakers. In a singular moment, under a mere glance from Chuanxiang, Chuyin hesitantly began to take action. They seized Mu Jingxizi, guiding her to a chair, securing her with ropes, despite her attempts to resist. It is worth mentioning that the expenses for the recent repair of the wall were deducted from Yagi's salary. Why? Originally, it was intended to be deducted from Li Xiang's pay. But considering she hadn't received his salary for an entire month, it was decided to make an exception in Yagi's case. Ultimately, the salary must be surrendered regardless. It matters not whose it is. Of course, this is not a mere half-finished product. It is a genuine prototype, nearing completion. By openly communicating, their relationship grew closer, dissolving the subtle barriers that had previously existed. Both Chunxiang and Huada found themselves loving Hinata even more than before, and the sentiment was mutual. Indeed, from a tactical standpoint, it would be prudent to take refuge in a secure stronghold while the servant ventured out to scout for enemies. However, Shen-Gui kept his thoughts to himself, as he was curious to hear how Inu, now somewhat inappropriately referred to as Inu, would respond next. The survival experience of a demon king led Shangyang never to reveal his vulnerable side. Upon returning from their mission, they unexpectedly discovered that Yagumo had recovered. A piece of splendid news, yet Hinata's mind was preoccupied due to a perplexing point raised by Yagumo, which sparked her speculations. As for the loss of hostages, to be honest, Jiabwa had no awareness of her prior actions. Through delving into Karen's memories, Jiabwa learned only that the summoner possessed the ability to transfer all trapped residents, yet the crucial details remained unknown to both Karen and Jiabwa. Aunt Fong, for some reason, felt an inexplicable apprehension, as if she had keenly sensed an impending danger. Thus, her tone carried a hint of pleading as she spoke. A low growl erupted from the throat of the living corpse as it abruptly turned its head. However, before it could fully react, the serrated edge of Sue's dagger had already sliced through its throat with such force that it nearly severed its neck entirely. Ring Yao was oblivious. Years ago, in his pursuit of beauty, Xiao Jingxi had indeed put forth considerable effort. Proud and reserved, as the young Master Xiao was, he would never lower himself to seek advice on courting the lady of his affections, yet he firmly believed that any knowledge he wished to acquire was within his reach. Observing all this from a distance, Feng Sha and his companion remained motionless, gazing in awe at Lin Feng's silhouette, their eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, Lin Feng's figure exuded an overwhelming sense of stature and stability, instilling in them an impression of insurmountable greatness. The Yi family's alchemy workshop sought a grand estate within the city to commence construction of a furnace, with thousands of artisans bustling about. Simultaneously, the Fire God clan began erecting the Fire God altar, drawing upon the labor of tens of thousands from surrounding towns, yet without burdening the populace. Nearly all expenses were personally covered by Yi Yang. Chapter 101. Do not prevaricate, Snape. Hey, David, look at this. Hermione shouted to David from among the crowd in the stands, though the surrounding noise was deafening. She nudged Ron and the others, gesturing towards the vacant independent section above. Come, let us find David. There's space up there. But Hermione, that's Malfoy, spot. Neville hesitated. Someone just came down and said they closed the passage. Never mind. David is up there. Follow me. They arrived at the cafeteria, where numerous workers were present, acknowledging their presence with little regard. The chefs seemed unyielding, as if they were bound to adhere to their own whims. Hanyue, I need to speak with you privately. Please ask young Master Chu to step aside. I must clarify some matters today, Yu Qingxua declared. If the Ghost King were to look down upon him, the other leaders of the Ghost Realm would undoubtedly follow suit. Blood filled his mouth, the result of his lips colliding with hard teeth, leaving his oral tissues torn. However, his annotations represented a secondary creation built upon the original foundation, without straying from its established confines. After thoroughly inspecting the fabric, Bai Susu contemplated the introductory letter in her pocket, since Wang Zhenan feigned ignorance in providing a seal. She resolved to stealthily apply one herself. She realized that during her absence, someone must have been anxiously awaiting her return, though she had not anticipated that he had been waiting at the door all along. Pei Yuning had been secretly using her remaining spiritual energy to replenish Yu's strength. She dared not project her consciousness to sense her surroundings, as the peculiarities of this place were beyond her comprehension. Yet she had sensed something before Yun did. Liu Bei even believed that among Yuan Shu, Lu Bu, and Zongba would be the easiest to subdue. The shares he held were comprised of fragmented stocks, and thus, His losses far exceeded those of shareholders with original stocks. This depression appeared to be the result of a foundation collapse, shrouded in darkness, obscuring what lay beneath. He weakly uttered 2 words, yet upon rising, a wave of dizziness engulfed him. As Chu Ling pondered, a startled exclamation drew her attention, and she turned to see Wan Xiu'er, gripping the reins of her fiery steed, guiding it forward. The waiter immediately gestured for her to follow, and Chu Ling glanced around before complying, witnessing the bustling trade of Dayu. While she had savored many exquisite dishes from Yuan Palace, she understood that those did not represent the entirety of Dayu's culinary offerings. In the corridor, Jiang Yin seized a substantial bundle of spider silk from the cocoon, dragging the writhing, pale gray mass back towards the 7th floor. The first rays of dawn pierced through layers of clouds, casting the first light upon the darkened earth. He initially thought Su Muzhou sought to meet Qingru, relying on his position as a brother-in-law to facilitate the encounter. Now was not the time to intervene on Fan Lu's behalf. Qin Feng wished to observe how Fan Lu would perform, to see how long he could endure. This tavern operated with remarkable efficiency, soon filling tables with large platters without hesitation, allowing patrons to feast heartily before heading out to shop. Sophia shyly nodded, watching him exit the room, then lay back against the head of the bed, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The king's forces are punishing the people of Yongzhou for their obstinacy, now that the king's army has halted at the city gates. I wonder if you have any guidance for me? Li Changjie suppressed his murderous impulse, humbly seeking advice. Behind them, bodyguards began hastily rummaging through the spoils. From the 2 backpacks, an abundance of pistols, ammunition, and grenades spilled forth. The merits of pacifying Xixia were immense. 10 Jiaoji combined could not compare to the efforts previously made for a single Luwu city, all under the command of Chancellor Han Jiang, whose success rate was high. Should one not seize a share? Would they rather confront the emperor as I have? Chapter 102. The process of elimination. Is it? You are serious, aren't you, David? Hermione anxiously observed the scene, yet Ron's impulsive behavior left her feeling overwhelmed. David observed as Ron lunged at Malfoy, engaging him in a fierce scuffle, and he couldn't help but applaud with a chuckle. Witnessing Malfoy receive a thrashing, Crabbe and Goyle, his loyal henchmen, naturally joined the fray, and the trio tumbled about like rolling gourds. At that moment, it became evident who the true comrades were and who possessed genuine courage. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Han Yun's expression darkened significantly. You have drained me of 600 million spirit stones, and now you casually dismiss the notion of nurturing? Duan Yin too, seizing the opportunity, pulled out a collection of Li Bai's poetry from his cloak and declared loudly, the treasure map lies within these pages. Those with the metal may come forth and claim it. With that, he tossed the thin volume into the air. If these poachers were willing to fight fiercely for their captured prey, they would similarly relinquish their hard-won spoils for mere water and food. After all, if they could not survive to leave, even the rarest of creatures held no value. Gu Yintao was taken aback when he witnessed Qin Tian's casual act of murder, trembling with a mix of shock and fear. Upon meeting Su Linga, Shun Jianqing was far from surprised. The man's countenance was rife with derision and resentment directed at Su Linga. In Shun Jianqing's eyes, the current Su Linga had long forgotten her sister's demise, all for the sake of a man. However, Enceladi remained relatively conservative. He provided every player he wished to retain with a phone, effectively soothing their restlessness. He swiftly turned to grab Nianhua, but underestimated the slickness of the stone, losing his grip and tumbling to the ground alongside her. The trio plummeted towards the precipice. Yu Huang did not wish for his elder brother to incur unnecessary troubles on his account. He hoped his brother would act within his means. After Yu Huang spoke, Bashinu gave him a reassuring smile and patted his shoulder. Who goes there? This is the Niu family estate. No entry without an appointment. As Qin Tian approached the entrance, the ever-vigilant guards shouted in unison. However, the talismans had not been unpacked upon their arrival. They had merely been stored in the warehouse, making the sudden claim somewhat hasty. Outside, an impatient Ma Yuan wielded an iron rod, smashing it into the ground like a pestle. On a day devoid of tasks, the following morning, after breakfast, Lei Xiao announced his intention to accept a mission. Yet, shortly thereafter, he returned in a state of panic, breathless and flustered. Everyone assumed that Lin Shi, at this moment, was mounting a horse and advancing upon the emperor, driven by a desire for rebellion and absolute power. Naturally, Li Hao remained blissfully unaware, continuing to feast upon the ethereal energies around him. They received orders that all nearby humans had suddenly vanished. Upon their hasty arrival, they encountered Li Tian, who was brandishing his claws menacingly. Consequently, Their captain promptly sprang into action. At the moment he turned, he witnessed the figure of King Yin slowly fading away. In the entire realm, only he remained, accompanied by the gracefully dancing seabirds and the white waves crashing upon the shore, along with the gentle morning breeze. Clad in a white leisure outfit and hooded, Ralph entered the hospital room, thoroughly wrapped in light-colored garments. Ever since Tang Yin disembarked from the spaceship, he had not made an appearance, leading Du Feng to believe he had remained on board. I felt beads of sweat trickling down my back. Sitting next to me, Yeko felt akin to being beside a murderer. No matter how I shifted, discomfort persisted. I could only divert my gaze to the wax figures ahead, striving to avoid looking at Mayeko. The spirit-seeking bird pecked sharply at his palm, causing Saruo to wince in pain. And soon a drop of blood emerged from the spot it had pecked. The bird then flew to Saruo's hand holding the feather, snatched it, and returned to place the feather atop the blood droplet. Chapter 103. I want to see Snape get slapped. After dinner, the little wizards dispersed. March had lost its biting cold. Outside the window, apart from the distant, misty, snow-capped mountains, the castle grounds no longer bore any snow. The footsteps of spring approached, heralding the revival of nature. Early migratory birds flitted past the window, leaving a cacophony in their wake, while the library remained tranquil and serene. David glanced at his pocket watch. It was nearly time to embark on a nocturnal adventure with Hagrid. The outcome was, of course, Wu Shishun effortlessly restraining the two would-be criminals with a single hand. Grandfather and Shangguan Hong pondered deeply for a considerable time, eventually nodding in agreement. Satisfied with the resolution at hand, Eric stealthily approached the door, requesting a blanket from Anada to gently cover Max. Though May in Berlin was no longer chilly, the nights still held a touch of coolness. Meanwhile, Dr. Demu, who was joyfully cradling his grandchild at the estate, immediately called the police station, unleashing a torrent of curses upon the old minister of the police department. Whom did she follow? Shun Ling Yu inquired, a hint of frustration lacing his tone, as if he were lamenting the failure to meet expectations. Observing Wu Ling's actions, He Feng felt a deep sense of defeat. He would have preferred to be scolded or even struck by her than to endure such complete disregard, a sensation that was profoundly unpleasant. Yu Ling's lips twitched as she observed the seemingly natural demeanor of Li Jong-suk, her mind already filled with countless sarcastic thoughts. Regrettably, we are also uncertain at this juncture. We only know that Qin Luyin possesses exceptional talent, having already reached the fusion realm before the age of 18, said Luo Yun, the demon lord, with a hint of apology. The chilling cries echoed relentlessly as the arrows demonstrated formidable piercing power, laced with potent poison. The creature struck down succumbed in droves, leaving behind a sea of corpses. With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, Qin Lian contemplated her decision to proceed. After all, if others dared to enter, her hesitation might lead her to miss a grand opportunity. Upon hearing Ling Jin's words, Ding Tao's eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. He was clearly astonished that Ling Jin would spare him. Chu Yang's appearance was strikingly distinctive. Her looks and demeanor seemed ill-suited for the crowded bus, prompting many to speculate whether she was a wealthy heiress seeking a taste of life outside her privileged existence. Setting aside the creature's strength, its mere appearance was enough to instill fear. No wonder Bai Qi almost gasped in shock. Several armored soldiers, bloodied and battle-worn, encircled the pale-faced, barely breathing Chu Xiao. After leading his team out of the encampment, Chu Xiao aligned his forces in formation, facing the tens of thousands of troops from the Tokarian 6 factions at a distance of 200 meters. With a resounding thud, a man clad in brown fell to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood, his head lolling to one side. Now, with no escape, he could only brace himself. Thus, Lan Yongyin gathered his martial energy into his arms, raising his large blade overhead to withstand Chu Xiao's strike. Jiang Huoshui followed the servant's guidance to her room, initially intending to accompany Meng Shiyun and Ruan Mei, only to discover shortly thereafter that they had been led to a room far removed from her own, at least 20 rooms apart, while she found herself flanked by Jiang Qingsheng and Jiang Yuni. Observing Song Yu's sleeves twisted into a disheveled state, Song Sinny felt a pang of embarrassment and offered a sheepish smile. Entering the dense forest meant shedding the watchful eyes of high-flying predators. The thick underbrush provided ample cover for concealment. On the Island of Death, a group of indigenous residents eagerly awaited the auction scheduled 2 days hence. Hu Sha, taken aback by Lin Feng's words, felt his face flush crimson, his eyes glinting with ferocity. With this thought, he turned and dashed toward the water, determined to awaken the submerged version of himself and open the door to lead his ancestors home. Chapter 104. I need only a slight effort. What happened to Harry? Upon returning from the school infirmary, Neville noticed the imprint of a hand on Harry's face. Alarmed, he inquired, was it Snape? No, it was David, Hermione replied, shaking her head with a tight-lipped expression. Harry touched his face, recalling the memory of David unexpectedly slapping him after their discussion the previous night. A recollection that still sent shivers down his spine. It served as a warning to refrain from venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, my mother's embroidery skills are unparalleled in our village. Even my elder sister has learned quite a bit from her, Zitao proclaimed with pride. The male medical attendant, clad in only 2 garments, stood nearby, his eyes wide in astonishment. He truly possessed the ability to save lives, and remarkably so. Any lingering resentment towards Lin Yang evaporated in an instant. Ouyang Kaier tightened her grip on the god-slaying knife, and with a sudden thrust from behind, plunged it into the body of Xian Yuan Shuer. I won't go back. If you don't provide me with an explanation today, I shall not return. Ouyang Kaier pouted defiantly. He and Manjan Tian had been traversing the burning plains for 10 days, during which they had slain 3 silver moon scouts and numerous 8th-tier fire elemental beasts, as well as encountered several rogue, semi-divine warriors exploring the burning plains. It was not that he found the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms formidable. Rather, after hearing Lu Jingning's words, he believed that Jiang Hongyan's situation was more perilous than he had imagined. I have nothing to discuss with someone like you. Please leave, Lu Qingyan scolded, pointing toward the office door. Wang Jie gripped his sword tightly, exerting all his strength to plunge it in, and with a snap, the Ant King leaped again, prompting Wang Jie to attempt to withdraw it. Shuer, I know I was wrong last time. Please don't be angry with me, all right? Lu Shicha, believing Xian Yuan Shuer was still upset, softened his tone to apologize. The spaceship was colossal. Even from above, it appeared vast, but now, standing below, its enormity was overwhelming, and numerous openings busily transported goods to and fro. Aaliyah analyzed slowly as Chao Zinuo nodded slightly. Aaliyah's deductions mirrored the conclusions forming in his mind. However, observing Aaliyah's unfinished discourse, Chao Zinuo couldn't help but admire him. The moment Qin Yuan's fingers brushed against her body, she suddenly realized how absurdly wrong she had been. It is hoped that Wang Yun's new album will allow us to once again experience the emotions of the mortal realm and many overlooked aspects of life. In this world, Mike's dream manor has only just been completed. During the period Wang Yun took off last year, he longed to visit, but having discovered numerous inadequacies while filming, he chose to use that time to recharge, subsequently working on the Da Vinci Code, which prevented him from going. Z was taken aback and instinctively covered her preciousness with her hands. This was a remarkably memorable event. They planned to keep today's newspaper as a souvenir, as it might fetch a handsome price someday. A group of disgruntled military men, unable to contain their anger, swiftly entered the barracks beside the training ground. Before long, they returned, leading a burly soldier, clamoring loudly. At that moment, a throng of unruly soldiers squeezed through, led by a deputy general, demanding the ascension of Qianshun. However, Qianshun continued to shake his head in refusal. Subsequently, several nobles approached, only to be similarly rebuffed by Qianshun. For instance, playing a trial of an online game grants you 700 Zonghing coins. Click on the homepage for more announcements. There is also a 3 Kingdoms game that offers 800 Zonghing coins. Additionally, you can earn Zonghing coins by completing tasks. All of this can be obtained for free with just a little time invested. Chao Zinuo's voice remained remarkably calm, prompting Xiao Feng to suddenly look up, his eyes wide. He was a Khitan, and while he held little affection for his people, he could not bear to witness the fall of the Khitan. Over the years, he had slain countless Khitan warriors, yet guilt lingered in his heart. Chapter 105. Is the sun shining brightly? Bang! Just as everyone was astonished by George's words, David, far away, opened an umbrella. Jordan turned to glance back, unable to suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. What are you doing? Trust me, will you? This is merely a shrinking potion. It won't explode, so why are you hiding? After shaking the leached juice into the crucible, Jordan lamented, I refuse to believe this. His current mood was such that he felt an overwhelming urge to punch himself a few times and unleash the inner demon that had been tormenting him. Based on his observations of the building today, will you remain skeptical that simplified characters could exhibit supernatural phenomena unless they were modified in a particular way? Otherwise, he questioned if what he perceived was truly real. Wow, take this. Wipe out the enemy. Jean Bobelot, brandishing 2 meteor hammers that appeared in his hands and swinging them fiercely at Hilton. A new moon rose overhead, and Hua Xuanji shivered, clutching her shoulders, her lips trembling in a shade of purplish blue. Slightly tilting her head, she noticed the two soldiers assigned to watch over her understood her plight. When faced with Lu Qianqian and her companions, it would be easy to claim it was a matter of urgency, adhering to public sentiment to stabilize troop morale. After an hour, the sole figure in Feng Xiaoming's mind seemed to solidify slightly, indicating his breakthrough to the late stage of the Soul Realm. However, to advance to the King's Soul Realm, he needed to condense a soul pill, a feat still too early for him. A gentle knock echoed on the door. Feng Yu's eyes brightened, and he hurried to open it, only to be reminded by Lu Tian's soft cough to compose himself before he opened the door. What does this mean? So, it wasn't T.G. Manru who switched the walnut powder for peach kernel powder in the porridge? Murong Xiufeng was left speechless by his shameless remark, her anger dissipating as she pushed him aside and picked up the lazy cat on the table, playfully ignoring him. The final trace of blood at the corner of Huan Qji's mouth nearly ceased to flow, his eyes devoid of anything but despair and a vacant stare. After bowing respectfully, Zhuang Tu began preparations. When the master arrived, he had not brought a cook, and the few elderly women in the house were only responsible for daily cleaning. Could it be that the intelligence he possessed was flawed? Or had a rift occurred between Su Jinrong and the Su family? The Prince of Lian pondered this immense news for a moment before burying it deep within, intending to utilize it later. Bai Meng knew this matter was beyond the control of Qi Shaoxian and Ruan Di, once it violated criminal law. Regardless of the presence of plaintiffs or defendants, they would all be held accountable. Lu Yunjing instinctively raised her hand as a blade, almost reflexively striking at the enemy. Her hand barely halted on her shoulder. Tears welled in her calm eyes as she watched her younger siblings climb onto the bed and the second sister turn to leave, her heart heavy with unendurable bitterness. At this moment, Queen Wang was indulging in lychees. After sipping from her cup of tea and nodding in satisfaction, a maid approached her side. Xin stumbled as she landed, nearly toppling over in surprise at the half-sword in her hand. Extending her arm outward, she summoned another sword from below the platform, using her palm's energy. Brother Xiaokong, this is meticulously crafted by my own hands, stitch by stitch. Witnessing Xiaokong's joyful expression filled Yao Duo with a sense of accomplishment. CLA was taken aback. These individuals were clearly ruthless marauders. As 7 or 8 menacing figures stormed up to the 5th floor, shouting for anyone who valued their life to step aside. Their footsteps relentless as they surged onward to the 6th floor. When Xiongku arrived in Lisbon, the journalists who had long awaited at the airport swarmed towards him. Lin Tianyang suddenly observed that the once unremarkable Tongtian Lao Dao now exuded an aura entirely different from before, evoking a sensation akin to that of encountering a sage in the flesh. Chapter 106. That is indeed a perceptive question. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ron was still racking his brain over his homework when he noticed Hermione beginning to review her class notes. Do we not agree to progress together? Why are you secretly working hard? Who said our academic achievements are to be synchronized? Hermione shot him a disdainful glance and pointed at David across the table, asking with displeasure, do you not see how diligent students study? I can't see. Do not concern yourself with the methods employed. We have achieved our ultimate aim. The Long family has vanished henceforth. And let me warn you, do not speak ill of my grandfather. He passed away due to illness. Unfazed by Xiang Nan's scorn, Shanshan merely expressed her dissatisfaction regarding her grandfather. I could not help but swallow hard, diverting my gaze and feigning ignorance of Lu Xueshan's remarks. After approximately 2 minutes, as my sister continued to plead, she reached her limit. At her entreaties, I reluctantly raised my body and pressed against her. Old man Wu Yu remained calm. After all, it was not uncommon for outsiders to intrude into the realm of fantasy, eliciting a mix of composure, astonishment, and despair. He was quite familiar with the mysterious reactions outsiders faced. After Yi Qiuer's departure, a cloud of gloom enveloped her. She felt that the situation was too sudden and not characteristic of Yin Sun's usual demeanor. Currently, she had an agreement with Lin Sheng to communicate via carrier pigeons. Her heart felt as if it were being cruelly gouged by a knife, pain so intense that she could barely keep her body upright. As the undeniable truth was laid bare before her in a brutal display by Bai Yin, Hua Xuanji was at a loss for how to react. Remaining rigidly kneeling in place, her fingers, now reddened from the cold, clutched tightly onto her similarly icy garments. Meng Xia's gaze wandered elsewhere. She would not disclose to Hua Baikin her feelings of foolishness, having been toyed with for so many days, preferring not to confront her brethren. Lu Mengxiao sat dazed on the edge of the bed, staring down at her abdomen, questioning if she was with child. Wang Nuo, if aware of Li Ruibui's thoughts, would undoubtedly have some biting remarks, as he might need to lie low come January. In terms of reflexes, she once competed in tennis against the athletic Miura Yumiko. After meticulously checking the pulse, Lin Yuan raised his eyes to scrutinize Zhang Xiang and the princess, appearing somewhat perplexed. The aura emanating from the older brother felt akin to that of a comforting sibling, exuding warmth and safety. This time, they found themselves confined within an octagonal cage, surrounded by heavily armed individuals. Chun Siyuan's pupils abruptly tightened, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She had heard of Han Mingjua's methods and was taken aback by their ruthlessness. She regretted having focused solely on Tang Su, neglecting to recognize such a formidable figure. The longer she interacted with these towering figures in the cultivation world, the more the initial image of lofty sages began to shatter. Hanbin could not withstand such immense gravity, and, as the milky white light vanished, the individual plummeted from mid-air into the compartment. Gu Yunmong muttered to himself, then surveyed his surroundings, manifesting the aura of a perfected 9th level of chi refining. If it were a residence, he would have no peace of mind. Since deciding to join the deep-sea organization, he had relinquished his former life. Upon entering the organization, his long-dormant sense of crisis had reawakened. Regarding the attention and privileges bestowed upon Ji Yiming, a direct descendant of the Yellow Emperor, by Ing Xingtian or the entire Qianlong Abyss, there seemed to be an unspoken understanding among all, as if it were a matter of course. Yet, Ji Yiming himself was completely in the dark, utterly clueless about the origins of such preferential treatment. Do you know why that just happened? Mercurius began slowly. His guards holding long guns pointed at Pluto. Chapter 107. Indulge in the smoothness. The fire dragon is a treasure from head to tail. From its horns to its tail, the great wizard Dumbledore had thoroughly studied it. For the students of Hogwarts, the 12 uses of dragon blood were well known, with the topic tormenting young wizards year after year. After Dumbledore discovered that dragon blood not only served as a potion ingredient, but also became a household item, usable as an oven cleaner, stain remover, and war treatment, he placed the tea on the coffee table in the center of the sofa and ascended the stairs without further ado. The skin on its surface vanished amidst a silver gleam, revealing writhing muscle fibers beneath, as a purplish-black liquid dissolved like blood in water, flowing inwards. The one speaking must be Lord Qi, right? Although our encounters have been few, and our friendship pales in comparison to that between myself and Lord Wei, I cannot neglect the customary courtesies, can I? Zhang Mingyue spoke passionately, while Lan Zi, across the table, regarded him coldly with a wine cup in hand. For a moment, neither spoke, silently observing each other as they prepared for the next storm. All of this had been orchestrated by the Water Army. At that moment, Yi Hao suddenly comprehended why so many sought the services of the Water Army. It was undeniably effective. The nine-tailed fox raked its front claws across Mu's chest, leaving it bloodied, then arched its body, raising its hind legs to push against Mu's thighs, leveraging the force to leap skyward, breaking free from his grasp. Zhang Mingyue's transformation was evident to Yu Gonggong as well. Should the matter implicate the king, the emperor would undoubtedly seek a scapegoat, with Yu Gonggong being the optimal choice. If the emperor were to abandon him, Yu Gonggong would crumble instantly, and he was determined to prevent such an occurrence. At that precise moment, the shadow before him suddenly tilted backward, a slender dark form slicing through the air with a whoosh, striking brutally against the arm that Ho San had aimed. Mu cracked his knuckles, producing a series of popping sounds, and then strode out of the cave, brimming with the desire to deliver a severe beating to Duanya. However, he did not venture too far from the entrance, discreetly clutching a blue Mo Law crystal, and quietly began to chant the incantation for the teleportation array. In the royal lounge of the Margotrian Palace, Prince Hao rapidly reported to King Held about what he had heard from Aiken. He recalled hearing from Adong about a wealthy family that had taken a fancy to a girl from a destitute household, only to lure her into their mansion, where she suffered grievous humiliation before ultimately taking her own life by jumping into a well. The third point is that the man, having observed her intention to enter the kitchen, was likely aware of her every move. In the darkness, a chilling voice echoed, and his enormous eyes seemed to pierce through Yuan Hao's very soul. Lian found himself perplexed. How could the people of Haishanzhai exhibit such remarkable order on the battlefield without prior training? As he opened his phone, images captured by drones depicted the desolate landscape of Japan, resembling a veritable hell on earth. If the earlier sensation had been one of intense external pressure, this moment felt like a powerful internal expansion and explosion. Now that we've finished eating, why don't we sit down for a chat? Perhaps enjoy some tea? Zhao, Tang Yun suggested, his gaze fixed outside as if anticipating something. This fellow seemed somewhat swayed by my words, swallowing hard several times. just as he was about to speak when the main door suddenly creaked again. That must be the deity they mentioned. Should we go out and take a look? Jiang Feibai inquired. Well said. He led the agreement, and the refugees gradually accepted this course of action, moving towards the city center in unison. Yet in that moment, why did the past seem so endearing, evoking a longing to return? It is understandable. If Knight Lev could afford to seek Yang Yi's assistance, then Knight Hog could certainly enlist the help of other knights. Lev, intending to lay claim to Hog's territory, was not without similar ambitions. Upon reaching the designated location, Knight Hog began donning his armor. Chapter 108. I am a student. Could you gift it to me? Listen to me. That stone is undoubtedly there for a reason. You need to inquire further, especially you, David. Hagrid, overwhelmed by Harry and Ron's incessant questioning, waved his hand dismissively, stating, no one can steal it, nor would anyone dare sell it. This staunch resolve lasted barely 5 minutes before it crumbled under Hermione's sweet flattery, and the secret was revealed. To protect the Philosopher's Stone, the corridor on the 4th floor, with the groundwork laid by the previous 2 rounds, Tai Fuyun was now preoccupied with the true essence of Xuanwu's power rather than the flames igniting upon him. Thus his actions were rather careless. He hardly paid heed when first scorched by the fire. A thunderous roar erupted simultaneously, as the golden behemoth's body seemed to spring forth like an overstretched spring, its right fist soaring towards the ground with astonishing speed. I cast a glance at the equally distressed male ghost and Aunt Fong, tugging at Ning Ning and giving her a knowing look. However, it was precisely because of the shock of the first day that the arrival of Group B on the second day was met with such eager anticipation from the audience. After listening, Emo Nisha remained silent for quite some time, finally regarding me with a hint of hesitation. How should I ascend? Emo Lin felt the flesh in his legs tremble uncontrollably, every joint in his body aching. This was the result of over 6 months of strenuous training. Without those sweat-drenched sessions, he feared he would have already collapsed to the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise a glass. Mitsui G56 felt exceptionally jubilant as he produced a bottle of Borjomi vodka, ready to celebrate. Before long, the Chilean army roared towards the Panfeng army, which was currently regrouping. Saisa, this is the remnant soul of Xianzhu. He extended the hand, clutching the soul toward me, appearing as if he sought leniency in his confession. A world-renowned ADC was thus swiftly eliminated, while Du Xiaoyu remained unscathed. Su Damao had contemplated mixing sand into the concoction, suggesting Lu Lan assist these fallen leaders. But Lu Lan, with her strong disposition, was wholly focused on mastering her culinary skills. Back then, she had excelled in the kitchen, dismissing such menial tasks and directly refusing Su Damao. My mother is a leader. Let go of me, or I'll have her deal with you. Bangeng et glim fai soli. His eyes darting with malice. Yet, Lu Xuxin's eyes widened, pupils constricting, as he exaggeratedly covered his mouth, his expression one of sheer delight. As for his visit to Linyuan Prefecture, it was not for investment purposes. Thus, he flatly declined the financial offer. To lack belief is to forfeit all possibilities. Such a shallow existence does not deserve his respect. However, Cheng Jie let out a sound of disapproval, disregarding the accompaniment and tuning, and directly engaged Run Zixian in a contest. Jian Fengshou ordered 2 more drinks, indulging in solitary revelry, and in a daze opened her friend list, only to find that Lin Qingsong had not accepted her friend request. Yet, facing Lin Qingsong daily was becoming somewhat unbearable. Previously, his visits were sporadic, allowing her time to pursue her own interests. Captain Dong had inscribed a pattern on her using dragon bone powder, post-therapy. She might very well revert to a state of chaos. With this thought in mind, after exchanging enough Chinese yuan, the shaman began to unabashedly showcase a plethora of local delicacies. At this moment, the moon worship leader regarded the shaman king with a knowing smile, seemingly confident of victory, merely awaiting the opportunity to eliminate the shaman queen. The upcoming week transformed into a rigorous training period, with all possible work becoming part of the training regimen. On the vast, boundless sea, Ding Yi, feeling bored, observed the 2 burly men with peculiar attitudes and inquired of old Lin about their identities. Chapter 109. The Handsome and the Beautiful. Wood's tutoring sessions were reduced to just 2 per week, defense against the dark arts and history of magic. David found himself with ample time for study and training, including the unique experiments he was conducting. Compared to the confusion he experienced when first encountering alchemy the previous year, he now possessed a foundational understanding and some experience. However, this did not imply he had mastered alchemy. To even call it an introduction would be an exaggeration. His ability to concoct remedies was solely due to James's direct intervention. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with mischief just as she was about to speak when a scream pierced the tranquility of the Duke's residence. Sister-in-law, Wang Danny is utterly detestable. She snatched the gift you gave me. Qi Ningyuan sobbed, her face streaked with tears. Qimu listened quietly to their conversation, occasionally interjecting a few comments. Yet it was evident her thoughts were elsewhere. This landlord is wise for a lifetime, yet foolish in a moment. Why provoke Qinfeng? It's akin to lifting a stone to crush one's own foot. Nearby, Song Yingzi fixated on this, incessantly chattering as if fearing Jiang Wanqing would reconsider, especially since she could never part with the dowry money. In the distance, she beheld a dozen ghosts draped in white, eerily reenacting the tragic scenes of their demise in a car accident. Lin Xian gazed silently at Granny Lian before her, aware that something significant had transpired in the past. Moreover, Granny Lian was privy to the poisoning incident involving her mother, while Aunt He Xiang and the others remained unaware. As for the Qin family, the remnants of their sustenance had long been consumed by Jiang Huaihua, leaving the table in disarray and instantly extinguishing any appetite. Kunuan Hanudit. As he had always been mindful of the prince's words, he had come to understand that the prince was not as gentle and refined as he appeared. He was a man of ambition, willing to employ any means necessary to obtain what he desired. The pale purple vermilion tears dissolved in the water, transforming into an ethereal violet luminescence. The four beasts, tainted by this glow, erupted into a far fiercer and more brutal clash than before. If the previous encounters could be deemed a gentlemanly contest, now it was purely a savage melee of ferocious creatures, teeth gnashing upon flesh, claws piercing blood. Upon their return to the Flowing Cloud sect, the bewildered disciples of the sect surrounded Fan Shui, swords drawn. It appeared as if both parties had tacitly agreed upon their respective battles. They engaged in their skirmishes without interference, casting spells while launching artifacts, reveling in their chaotic rivalry. At this moment, Yufeng discerned the newcomer, Gu Su, who had been shadowing Bo Kai. Encountering him here was certainly not a fortuitous event, given the tenuous rapport between himself and Bo Kai's faction. Although they were not outright enemies, they were far from allies. A foreboding feeling lingered. Principal Zhao, thank you. We shall take our leave first, Zhang Lei acknowledged before departing. A fragrant aroma suddenly invaded Tong Guai's senses. It was truly delightful. The hazy mist obscured her view of the contents, yet her keen sense of smell discerned the presence of fish before her eyes could confirm it. Curiosity piqued. She leaned closer to the two individuals, only to find them half reclining in a state of panic, their eyes wide open, breath long since departed. Today, when the servants noted Lin Mohan's absence past 9 o'clock, the astute ones had all returned home to rest. Distance mattered little. Being alone with Kai Binger was perilous, and they had successfully evaded this calamity, for otherwise they would certainly have incurred her wrath, a truly wise decision. Meanwhile, Bai Xian, seated at a distance, had no inclination to observe the unfolding events. At that moment, she was vigorously rubbing her hands against a stone pedestal, the coarse rope digging into her flesh, leaving behind crimson imprints, yet gradually slackening upon the stone surface. Without concern for anything else, Shenxini tore open Gu Yi's shirt, revealing a patch of crimson underneath. Due to varying positions, the blistered areas exhibited different manifestations. On her palm, the blisters appeared watery, while on her body, they had morphed into red rashes. Yet the blistering was still discernible. Chapter 110. Preparations for establishing a faction. Do we not need to go to the school hospital? George and Fred frantically tended to the wounds on David's back. Blood had already stained the tattered school robe, and despite the application of a healing ointment, streaks of crimson continued to seep through. The two struggled with the bandaging, nearly wrapping David like a mummy due to their inexperience. David gritted his teeth, attempting to move his body. The exhaustion from battle still lingered uncomfortably. No matter how he contemplated, he felt something was amiss. Yen Shujin sought out his mother, conveying his thoughts to her. Huang Puxiu was drenched in saliva, having been devoured whole by the Nine Heavens ghost dragon. Aside from some minor abrasions sustained during the descent into the intestines, he was otherwise unscathed. His subordinates dared not seek glory, as long as they could exact revenge. Any hardship was worth enduring. I shall gather the troops at once, Shi Hanshun declared, elated by Zhong Sheng's commendation. Ha! I am no shadow. Your flying daggers cannot harm me. The armored figure drew ever closer to Zhong Sheng. Zhuo Shengyan chose not to further trouble the Yuxiang Tower, departing with Ewa Tianjue and his retinue. He did not fear the past affiliations between Chu Yulian and the former palace master. Rather, He contemplated that since they had repeatedly attempted to eliminate his Tian Tsang Palace members at Yuxiang Tower, he would henceforth frequently visit as a guest. The plain-headed media now had but 8 hosts remaining, rendering the vast office rather desolate. Chui Lan, a chief maid beside Lady Qi, had shown great care for Yin Shujin and had even prepared a gift for her. Thank you. Duan Mujin completely forgot the earlier mockery upon seeing Zheng Yi. However, they could not voice any objections, for Zhou Kai's exuberant hospitality was apparent. To speak ill of it might displease Fang Ping. Observing Wu Yong's words, the guard was left with no choice but to station 1,000 men to defend the city while he led the remaining 4,000 to assault Sun Qiqing. This represented the current ruler of the Great Qin, seated upon the throne, casting doubt upon the legalists who had governed for over a century. The barrel of the flintlock rifle appeared to have undergone only rudimentary polishing, with its decorative engravings nearly worn away. The anger within the first emperor was difficult to quell. Despite being a monarch, he was still human. How could he not be enraged upon hearing of the slaughter of his descendants? As spring merged into summer, the heat enveloped the picturesque mountains and waters of Huizhou. From the thatched cottage, one could gaze down upon a scene of bustling activity. The city tower of Xuanqing loomed nearby, its gray brick walls adorned with a vibrant red gate. Although it had long been suggested to replace the statue of the giant tooth rabbit, the clansmen were preoccupied with more pressing matters, delaying even the construction of a new wall. There simply was no time to meticulously carve a new idol. Nevertheless, it would not be long before the Qingshi clansmen would be scouring the mountains for traces of the pig-nosed crocodile. However, Murong Xiao and Yun Yi were similarly burdened with tasks, and after accompanying Bai Xinyu to a few locations, they were compelled to take their leave. Yet, hunting ocean fish posed considerable danger. While they could manage ordinary fish, encountering demonic beasts of the sea meant risking severe injury or even death. With deliberations concluded, Lin Zhong embraced a mix of anxiety and anticipation, accompanying his father, Lin Jingyuan, to the designated meeting place to confront the enemy general. The 2 low-budget male leads paled in comparison to this film, akin to Li Mingyang's haphazard doodles, lacking technique, poorly crafted, and utterly subpar. Su also felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the imposing battleship serving as a backdrop and the fluttering banners, a surge of pride washing over him. Wang Sheng leaped several meters away from his original spot and crouched down suddenly. A thunderous sound erupted in the ears of the onlookers, releasing more black smoke and a noxious gas that enveloped the entire area. Chapter 111, David's Invitation. Hey, did you receive the invitation for the weekend gathering? What invitation? What gathering? David's gathering. It's a Quidditch and friendship gathering. You didn't know? It wasn't even the weekend yet, but the little wizards on campus were already buzzing with excitement, inquiring about one another. Quidditch was the most popular sport at the school, and its players naturally became the stars of the institution, attracting significant attention. Yet, David possessed something unique. Yushi cast a sidelong glance at Fu Duo, then surveyed the bitter potion before him, still making no move. The individual atop was none other than Ing Shan Psycho, who had arrived at the television station, commandeered the live broadcast feed, and initiated a full-scale transmission, meaning that now the entire city could witness the event. Hey, what are you thinking about? Zhong Qiqi waved her hand in front of Lin Chun, noticing his dazed expression. Perhaps the tide had turned. Seizing the rare opportunity to relax, Cui Hong engaged in lively discussion surrounding the Hahuang Valley. No, the company's funding has been specially readjusted. I've allocated 500 million to him and reserved 1 billion. Even if it delays this year's dividends, we must ensure that Lao Hong's research funding is not hindered. It must not be delayed. If funds fall short, we will take out a loan to facilitate it, Lu Qinglian declared through gritted teeth. This time, Wang Mei did not show any mercy. With his command, these hundreds of people were lined up in a straight line. But as soon as the old man's voice came, a huge green mountain fell towards him, and at the same time, a blood-red giant hand also grabbed him. Then an iron sword and a cheetah appeared. In the past 20 years, he not only disregarded Yushi, but also allowed his wife to mistreat him. Now, after learning that his son was born to his beloved, he eagerly tries to please and cater to him, which is full of irony. Although in the end, Zhang's mother suppressed the matter, it was still discovered by someone with ulterior motives. After sleeping until dawn, Lin Shun, who was still sound asleep, flipped over. He had hoped to hold Zhong Qiqi in this way, but when he touched her, the whole bed was empty, with nothing beside him except for a blanket. The room was empty and huge, but you could see her head at a glance. With many people coming and going, the pursuers were careless and overlooked the roof of the house. However, this is just too shocking and outrageous. Xiao Long still wants to continue pretending to be intimidating, so he doesn't plan on doing it. This question has become a fishbone in the hearts of the Guardians. And it has not been completely removed yet, because to this day, the true identity of the underground creatures has not been clarified. Even the people within the Qingyun Gate should be organizing the battlefield, counting casualties, treating the wounded, and closing the mountain for rest and recuperation. It is impossible for them to descend the mountain. Even international visitors who came to the village were received by Lin Go, and he privately told the villagers that when outsiders came looking for him, whether it was from his own country or foreign countries, they would say he was not at home. I have long been accustomed to it. The Black Dragon has actually been trapped in the Soul Lamp for countless years. And for decades, if he sleeps, it's just in the blink of an eye. The 6 paths of reincarnation, which was originally impossible for even the 5 emperors to resist together, was instantly sucked into the halo by a strange and incomparable force. Feng Shiji's temper is not particularly good, but he rarely gets angry with his elderly parents. He is a person who can tolerate it. Even those who can endure can have moments of collapse. No matter what tragic outcome he experienced in the war, Yin Luochen never shed a tear. He always smiled and comforted everyone who was injured in the war, and then faced the enemy of the evil race with an absolutely cold attitude. Looking at the nearby residents of Kuanggang, before entering, she felt a hint of solemnity in her heart. Chapter 112 CWPA. Oh, thank you, Malfoy. Please allow me to solemnly introduce. Higgs clapped and laughed, saying, Malfoy will be our financial assistant. Welcome, Favor. Warrington, who had the potential to become an alcoholic, raised his glass and shouted loudly, To Assistant Malfoy! To Assistant Malfoy! Cheers Pusey, Bletchy, and others cheered along and raised their glasses together to pay tribute to Malfoy. He was so angry that his mouth was filled with smoke, and he shouted loudly, You fart! Following, he raised his fist, the veins on his forehead twitched twice, and then punched GEU several times. As the saying goes, the way follows nature. And even young wild monsters are not subjected to life and death tests by their elders from the beginning, since the strength of a single person is not enough. The strength of 5 or 10 people can definitely pull up some big fish. Not to mention, with everyone working together, as long as the fish is no more than 1 meter long, it will basically be pulled up by everyone. As a hidden profession Dragon Clan, Chang Tian has the strongest strength and output ability among them. Well, under his Dragon Clan transformation, Chang Tian instantly used a big move. With the use of the big move, a slender energy dragon appeared directly beside him. Not good. The energy of Tenglongjiu is no longer sufficient to replenish vitality. Han Xinyu felt danger approaching. After the election of the sect, engrave the formation pattern on it, and then you can start refining the strange fire. After refining the strange fire, his cultivation will definitely soar, but I don't know to what extent it will soar. Yun Jian seems to have inherited the personality of the old man, not her father's. Even after experiencing the baptism of an era, the boundless array of protector sects still operates naturally, silently protecting the beast sect. It's no wonder that mages and priests are already professions with low health and defense. It's strange that they won't be instantly killed by such direct attacks. At the end, Lu Qingyi gave Su Qiner a white glance in her heart. At first, she thought Su Qiner was standing up for her, but in the end, she clearly spoke up for her own cousin. So I'm leaving, goodbye. Please contact me if you need anything. The werewolf youth awkwardly replied, turned around, and walked away. As soon as she entered the room, she took off Oyan's suit jacket and casually threw it onto the nearby chair, then took off her shoes and crawled into the blanket. This sword spirit, who called himself Robbing Dust, just sniffed and knew where the purple clouds were. He could not hide his ears quickly. In a valley thousands of feet below, Robbing Dust waved his long sleeve to sweep away the ruins. The 10-mile ruins turned into dust in a moment and disappeared with the rainstorm. Yanghe has become more prosperous than 100 years ago. Lu Qingyi has seen the streets of Yanghe all the way, and many memorable places are no longer there. Several other passers-by were also stopped by the monks for the same reason. The monks were fierce and vicious, pestering passers-by and not to leave without money. Yang Zhihuai said to himself, Wait a moment and go in. You must kill these Liao soldiers to seek revenge. I originally wanted to take a nap, but it hasn't been in front of Su Yunnan for so long. Qi Ruyu was afraid that she would worry, so she hurriedly went to her ward. The next morning, Arthur was awakened. He abandoned Kai and Bedivere, who were still sleeping in, and followed the mermaid, leading him out of the room. This question was not asked by Yi Mama, nor by Yi Ziyuan. Neither of her biological parents cared about it, but rather by her uncle who had just returned to China. Luoyang City, under the feet of the Emperor of Han, is the most prosperous imperial capital shrouded in light. The vast Kanto Plain, where this magnificent city stands quietly. Countless years have washed away, leaving it not only with the bloodshed of knives and axes. Moreover, There's an unparalleled glory of overlooking the world and governing sentient beings. Chapter 113. Twins or girls? Ron, wait for me. Simo rushed out of the classroom with a black smoke and found Ron in the hallway. In the curse class just now, his explosive attribute was exposed again, almost causing the professor to explode. However, there was no time to feel regretful or ashamed at this moment, as he had found someone even more deserving of shame. Well, Ron, don't you want to talk about that club? It was built by your friend David. He winked at Thomas. Chun Xiaofeng ran all the way, unleashing his dragon power whenever the bee demon approached, taking the opportunity to distance himself. However, frequent stimulation of the dragon power can only temporarily prevent them from being caught up by the bee demons. But they can never get rid of these bee demons who are naturally good at flying. Jian Wuyo and Han Fengxue were not in a hurry. But Han Fengxue was extremely anxious. Unexpectedly, Jian Han also practiced the evil killing technique and had so many souls to protect him. Advanced martial arts skills. Lin Wu felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing this. It is not uncommon for a prince of the empire to possess high-level martial skills. However, what astonished Lin Wu was the fact that Prince David had mastered such advanced techniques with such remarkable ease. This was no small feat indeed. Thus, it appears that there will be more brothers to count on. Qin Si's expression brightened with joy, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, genuinely astonished that matters had been resolved so smoothly. The words of the plump elder essentially assured him that he need not worry about any future issues here, relieving him of any lingering concerns. The blood-red ruler materialized in Han Fengshue's left hand, and with a fierce rush, the howling soul surged forth. While Han Fengshue's own spiritual power erupted violently, the roar of a dragon and the shrill screams causing the surrounding space to tremble precariously, as if on the verge of collapse, with tendrils of inky darkness continuously materializing. To the left lies death. If you annihilate the Liu family, you will forever remain in ignorance of your mother's whereabouts, and will similarly be left in the dark regarding the reasons behind your father's demise. I possess far more knowledge than you can imagine. If you insist on killing, then do so. Liu Yuqing concluded, spreading his hands, confident that Han Fengxue would relent. However, this was not the primary source of their discomfort. The main issue stemmed from Qin Si's demeanor towards Xia Ji Yuan. After introducing Xia Ji Yuan to the others, Qin Si had promptly taken her to his quarters. This action, witnessed by several young women, naturally evoked a sense of jealousy among them. Aguda, wishing to avoid any further entanglements, summoned the generals for a meeting regarding the Khitan military affairs. The timing was opportune, and it also served to divert the attention of the populace. What is this? The Guo surname cultivator immediately adopted a defensive stance, genuinely apprehensive that the other party might utter words like Nine Sons Chief, Soul, or Life. Let the ruler of the Hellion family speak, Han Fengxue said, his gaze unwavering, a chill emanating from him, revealing an unmasked arrogance and coldness in his tone. Yesterday, Jiang Qinyu and her companions had encountered no birds while entering the mountains. Yet at this moment, Jiang Qinyu, in a daze, heard the sound of chirping. Gao Yanniai was pushing Go Yanniai and Ho Yanniai to their demise. Naturally, they would seek revenge against Gao Yanniai. It's nothing much. This happens every month around this time. It will pass in a couple of days, Xiao Qin replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Although this place was desolate, the current Jiangchuan was a cultivator, still in the stage of refining essence into qi, making wastefulness impossible. Though the Wei Emperor had received news, he was not overly concerned, as the 30,000 troops of the shogunate were present. While a counterattack against the southern barbarians was not guaranteed, at the very least, the defense of Yunnan should pose no issue. Upon returning to the carriage, Qi Haoguang immediately tore open the envelope, and the first thing that caught his eye was a few hastily scribbled yet elegant lines. Subsequently, Li Wen resumed his work on the royal estate, allowing public opinion to ferment for the time being. Chapter 114. Wandering with Werewolves. Haven't you practiced lately? David casually waved his wand, sending the wooden barrel thrown by Hermione flying. Hermione gritted her teeth, intending to use the levitation charm to lift David, but he was quicker, deftly jumping back from his previous position. Bang! The spell struck the floor, while David's counter spell landed in front of Hermione. Although Hermione's spell missed its target, it was still ineffective. Wu Gang, cease your arrogance. With no grievances between us, do you dare to trespass upon my path of the primordial wilderness? Do you understand the desolate fate that awaits you? Wang Hao laughed. Within the Sword Immortal's abode, there was more than just one golden immortal. The practitioners of the Jingshu Alliance had not completely withdrawn. Li Tieju's divine sense gleaned a portion of the contents within the jade slip, not the entirety. Yet upon reading the initial part, he became acutely aware of the subsequent content significance and rarity. Indeed, the players here would go to any lengths to eliminate their competitors, including orchestrating such accidents. However, akin to the world of martial arts, if one seals the acupoints of the human body with true essence, it can render a person immobile, commonly referred to as the Point X technique. Beside him, Quan Buffon stared in astonishment. The Yin Crusaders ranked second. What kind of power did that entail? Speak if your words prove just. I shall relieve you of this troublesome matter, Wang Hao said. As for former colleagues, this fool had been infatuated with Viscount Scott to the point of obsession. And even if she were told the truth, she would not accept it. With a sigh, she took a step forward. In an instant, Qi Tianshou was engulfed by the thunder tribulation, feeling as though his head would explode. Zhuiyang instinctively pressed the button, then immediately saw the word open. He clicked to open the red envelope and was astounded by the number displayed, 250 yuan. Mother, you don't understand. Business people are often quite different from us regular folks. Yang Rua Joket, the assassin Cold Moon, lay motionless in the vehicle, gripping his gun, eyes fixed on the scope, yet hesitating to pull the trigger. He deliberately elongated his tone, casting a glance at Qin Huan, and continued, however, I do enjoy watching others struggle on the precipice of morality and emotions. This man was like a lethal poison crafted specifically for her. Fully aware of the danger, she willingly drank the poison of love. The blade swept through a full arc, swiftly slicing across Ma Lian's neck, and with a single strike, Yao Lai claimed Ma Lian's life. Having said that, Qin Huan took a bite herself, exaggerating her enjoyment for Fu Qingjue's benefit. In such moments, she could offer no assistance. Merely protecting herself was already the greatest help she could provide to Liu Guang and Lechi. Bai Xiaoyu propped herself up from the bed, adjusted her dress, and stepped to the ground, feeling at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. At that moment, in the palace, Sangli remained composed and unperturbed, entirely undistracted by the sudden announcement from the guards. Her heartfelt words were so eloquent that I began to doubt whether I would feel guilty if I did not acquiesce to her request. Even the old subordinates were so formidable. I began to reassess my perceptions of Shun Duo's family background. No wonder Su Ma had been so anxious earlier. In this world, once individuals possess power, they often become capricious, and even someone like CG might resort to unscrupulous methods to obtain what they desire. After several days, the two armies finally converged, and Aldo and Lancelot's forces arrived at the Veda Plains, bordering the northern city of Elysium. With cold eyes fixated on Xiaoyu, Yan Hao altered his hand seals, and in an instant, a massive fireball, rolling with magma, nearly 10 zhang in size, swiftly formed before him. Chapter 115. Fairy tales are deceiving. What is going on? Does he only stutter during class? Higgs complained to David while walking alongside him, clutching a book. Can't he tone down the garlic smell while in class? It's too overpowering. David smirked. Why not tell him directly instead of complaining here? With the way he is, how can I bear to bully him? Higgs lamented. He only acts like a professor during class, but Wang Yong summoned a vehicle, pulling aside the curtain to reveal a group of bound individuals within. With a mere gesture of his lips, he signaled Gao Tushan and his men to board, each mercilessly dispatched with a single stroke of their blades, leaving the Xie father and son nearly paralyzed with terror. Jianheng had already sensed the changes in Qi's demeanor over the past month and immediately exerted his full strength, intent on overwhelming Qi in one decisive blow. Allow me to introduce you to the general situation of our Kunping Company. Kunping Company is a comprehensive network media marketing firm that integrates live broadcasting, short videos, self-media content creation, as well as advertising and traffic monetization. Although Lu Ming and Wu Ming were not yet fully adept in the mysterious sword technique, their synergy allowed them to execute a combined maneuver, alternating seamlessly. Their levels had finally ascended. Qin Tian heard the long-awaited system notification, a smile blossoming across his face. He opened his attribute panel. After their breakup, the cold and unfeeling quartet returned to the lonely old peak. They had gleaned little information from this meeting, the most intriguing being Lu Qingfeng, whom they suspected to be closely linked to their concerns. Yet the name of Polishing Cloud Mountain was entirely unfamiliar to them. Shu Shu's dedicated personal assistant, Ming Yu, was quietly discussing the unspeakable matters between the sect leader and the headmaster with her exclusive personal image designer, Ming Yu, when they hurriedly entered the room upon hearing their master's call. Despite being a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, he could not accept such a reality. After pursuing the spirit separation realm for over a decade, he found himself unable to withstand even the murderous intent embedded in another's glance. Witnessing Yu Hua's agony, Ouyang felt a deep pang of sorrow, crying out, Yu Hua. He then prepared to soar towards the Bagua to rescue her from the strife. but suddenly, a pair of hands seized him, holding him tightly, preventing him from advancing. Lu Feng, clad in a black robe, hovered in the air, standing silently, evoking an awe-inspiring presence akin to a towering mountain. As the once tumultuous snowflakes in the sky settled into tranquility, a breathtakingly beautiful figure emerged within Ouyang Yu's line of sight. Ho Bufon, charging forward with a hunting rifle towards the lawn, quickly halted upon spotting an approaching SUV at the gate, raising his weapon in readiness. Yang Yu would forever remember that tempestuous storm. When the whirlwind erupted within the valley basin, its ferocity startled him into dropping to the ground. The figure across the abyss, clearly radiating a crimson glow, was unmistakably not a cultivator, yet the palpable aura of death he exuded was unmistakably directed towards him. Hail, Lord of the Realm! The leaders of the major factions seated above were visibly unsettled, rising in unison, mimicking the respectful gestures of Long Zhe and his companions. The dark-clad men at the slope seemed to be luring their opponents into firing arrows. Upon witnessing the deluge of arrows, they abruptly turned and fled, many tumbling down the hillside in disarray, though the casualties from this volley were surprisingly minimal. As time elapsed, and due to having discarded the red button, Qian Sungyi opted not to press it, thereby witnessing the grim scene he had previously envisioned. 5 individuals crushed mercilessly by a train, the tableau reminiscent of a restricted film. The Jiuxian condensation pill, even for a Spirit Sea realm cultivator, posed a risk of exploding from the overwhelming force contained within. Long Zhan grasped a spear crackling with lightning, in an instant unleashing a flurry of spear shadows that streaked forth like meteors. Chapter 116. The girl across the way glances over. Mr. Worthington, what shall we study in this lesson? Professor McGonagall stood before Cassius Worthington's desk, peering at him through her glasses. Worthington, feeling a surge of anxiety, trembled slightly, lowering his gaze to evade her eyes, stammering, It's the teacup that transforms into a turtle, Professor. Professor McGonagall scrutinized him, tilting her head to glance at the small turtle on the desk, remarking, Very well then. Worthington, not yet. I came straight from the dormitory. The cafeteria isn't open at this hour, Hao Ren replied. In the face of such extraordinary circumstances, they managed to instigate this peculiar transformation. Jin Guangyan, realizing his lapse in composure, felt a twinge of regret and decisively ended the call. Rubbing his temples, he turned and returned to his bedroom. Moments later, Yin Xiaoxiao's everyday items and change of clothes had been neatly packed. He glanced at his watch. It was exactly 9:30, and he drove to the hospital. I've noticed you've been rather dim-witted lately. I was merely jesting, yet you appeared so frightened, Su Yi remarked nonchalantly. Yi Xian, writhing in pain, could no longer bear it and began to weep, her soft, boneless form burrowing into Chu Aoyin's embrace, fanning the flames of desire. As for her relationship with Nan Gongming, had it not been for Kaiser concealing matters from Master Wu Qiao, she would have been tormented between familial affection and romantic love. Where's Mom? Mu Qingqing peered into the adjacent rooms, perplexed by her mother's absence. Subsequently, Nagato relocated several valuable spiritual treasures into this ring, making survival within the divine grade ring remarkably straightforward. Lin Tianyao did not harbor high hopes for this inquiry. He merely asked casually, hoping for the best, if such a thing existed. The old dog had once received a secret order from the Shura Palace to venture alone into the Black Forest to investigate how the group of Liuli exiles had escaped the Liuli realm and entered the current Shura realm. This was also the reason for Long Ao Jiao's inquiry, a millennia-old apology for asking what had transpired so long ago. Zhao Xian had already bowed to his mother early in the morning. Now, he need not kneel, but instead clasped his hands within his sleeves, strolling through the main hall, greeting those who had come to celebrate, before being pulled by Xiang Ying into a side room for a private conversation. After the Fox God departed, the foxes lived within the Pure Land for an extended period. Before leaving, the Fox God had bestowed upon the Fox clan a precious pearl as a sacred artifact, sealing within it the Fox God's power, instructing the foxes that in times of peril, they could use it to safeguard themselves against impending doom. Once the external ministers had dispersed, only a few guards and a retinue of eunuchs remained in Qianyuan. Bai Wuxuang began the 6th song of his concert. His performance still exceptional, perhaps due to the nature of this particular song, or perhaps influenced by the recent events. It could only be said that his current rendition was quite conventional compared to before. Upon her first glance at the building, a surge of longing welled within her, a desire to return and claim it as her home. After speaking, Huidu unfurled his iron fan, launching an attack forward, while Lin Tianyao waved his arms repeatedly, successfully repelling Huidu in no time. Dai Zong, The swift-footed Daizone? I never expected to draw a character from water margin this time. It's quite fortunate. Daizone can travel 800 miles in a day on foot, proving invaluable on the battlefield and beyond. This lottery result is rather satisfying. Luda, lost in thought, succumbed to slumber. Standing atop the city wall, Luda gazed down at the congregating followers of the Bodhisattva, sighing at their scattered formation. With just one cavalry battalion, they could inflict devastating damage and instill fear in the enemy. Yet Shenlu City regrettably lacked cavalry. As the elevator doors slid open, a sense of clarity washed over, revealing the imposing letters GT shimmering on the screen before me. Yu Jia Yanba lived a life of simplicity, yet in his youth he had tasted the fruits of opulence. Traversing the spectrum from poverty to wealth, a journey that is essential for every cultivator to undertake. The insights one may glean from such experiences, however, vary greatly from person to person. Yu Jia Yanba experienced affluence before descending into hardship. Transitioning from simplicity to extravagance is a relatively straightforward endeavor, while the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Huashizi was on the verge of retracting his fist when he caught sight of a sinister smirk at the corner of the wet nurse's mouth, causing a chill to run down his spine. He swiftly pivoted, executing a sweeping kick that sliced through the whirlwind, the wind from his leg cutting down an expanse of verdant pines. A flash of black light zipped past his face, severing a few strands of hair. Huashizi failed to discern the identity of the individual, but he vaguely noted the fluttering of short hair. Yu Jian understood that Yun Fan must certainly have matters to discuss with him. It was inconceivable for him to wear such an expression otherwise. The War King cast a displeased glance at the flickering ember that was about to extinguish, yet there was little to pursue in this matter. He remained puzzled, questioning the purpose of his existence in the face of encroaching dark forces and what the church truly sought by retaining him. Lu Yu rubbed his temples, unable to fathom the situation. The Sun and Moon concubine approached Lu Ji, extending a hand with a flower. The solitary red bloom amidst a cluster of white momentarily taking Lu Ji by surprise. Indeed, Lin Ji and Dawson were both nearing 50. Their physical conditions far from comparable to those of Talon and his companions. Enduring a day of immense mental strain would undoubtedly be a torment for them. It would be far more beneficial to take a sedative, close their eyes, and drift into a dreamless slumber. The biting cold had rendered his body numb, its sharpness severing his sensory perceptions, while fear paralyzed him from movement. Upon hearing Duan Hanxin's words, the man who had approached from behind, Wang Chong pointed at Duan Hanxin with a delicate hand, exuding an air of condescension. Of course, although there was no mention of welcoming Qin, and the Taihe Steel Factory did have an old man stationed as a gatekeeper. As the pulling force dissipated, Wu Zhe turned on his heel and hastily departed, exiting the central area and stepping back into the dark marshland. Tang Feng and Shan Mengshi admired the evening glow while engaging in aimless conversation. Tang Feng's topics invariably revolved around military duties, whereas Shan Mengshi's inquiries centered on Tang Feng's family and experiences, as if her questions were endless. Suddenly, a staircase appeared behind the stone sarcophagus. Hu Bai and Wang Pongzi had already circled this tomb chamber a dozen times, and they were absolutely certain that there had been nothing in that spot moments ago. Chapter 117. You will be wanted by the Ministry of Magic. Cousin, why aren't you on the second floor? She pushed open the dormitory door and found David hurriedly tidying up his desk, a puzzled expression on her face. What are you hiding? Let me see. What could I possibly be hiding? David replied with a dismissive pout. You've devoured all the snacks for this month. If you eat any more, it'll all be potions for you. You're hiding something. She scrutinized her cousin, pushing him aside to rummage through the drawer, which contained only alchemical tools. He was grateful that she had shown mercy and had not annihilated Roji. Otherwise, what meaning would his revival hold? Xiao and I had even gone so far as to test the bloodstains on his clothes, confirming they belonged to him. Yet, if her opposition were to incite Uncle Han's wrath, as per her mother-s instructions, Uncle Han would cease the medical expenses provided to Grandma. Luo Sheng spoke modestly, for in his eyes, both the gray-robed youth and Su Lin could at best be considered adequate. After all, they were nearing 30, and had they been a decade younger, achieving such a level of prowess would have warranted the title of remarkable. After an extended period of meditation and recuperation, supplemented by various elixirs, Yuzu had returned to her peak condition. Such a striking girl, reduced to a mercenary, was indeed a waste. It was better for her true self to indulge in her worth. The high-ranking warrior leered at Yao Feng, reaching out to caress her face. After all, Feng Yuro's current performance was undeniably a repeated slap to the face of the Long Princess. Beside her stood a young man, likely in his 20s and presumably a university student. He possessed a pleasant appearance, though his demeanor was somewhat lacking, shyly averting his gaze when meeting others. In an instant, the Yu family found themselves at the center of a storm, as many of their long-standing partners abruptly announced the termination of their collaborations. Chu Xiao was eager to meet Lin Lingling's grandmother, pulling out her phone to input the address of Huaxi County into the navigation system. Where could she see her children again? She remained blissfully unaware of how unhappy they had been during her 2-year absence. As the saying goes, to steal a moment of leisure from the hustle and bustle. There would no longer be a need to exhaust oneself to evade anyone or to laboriously avoid the plot devices of the original narrative. Observing the significant reduction in the number of people present, the two felt a pang of guilt, bowing their heads. They had now returned to Feng Lingxi. In other words, Feng Lingxi was now their master. Clan leader, given the circumstances, I shall not impose further. I will ensure the princess is delivered safely in due course. Wei Yi clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. At that moment, Feng Yang's aura had stabilized, appearing no different from an ordinary person, his complexion gradually regaining color. Although his eyes remained tightly shut, he resembled one merely in slumber. Depart now, the old steward waved his hand. Long Yinxian had long anticipated this, though he had not expected him to take Nian Lang along as well. The hilt of the sword was fashioned from a golden dragon, exuding an air of immense authority, while the blade glimmered with unparalleled sharpness, continuously radiating a powerful and fierce sword energy into the surrounding void. Rong Lao Sin utilized the remaining wood to craft a square basin, planting the ginseng seedlings within. Are you not concerned that the fourth elder will investigate you? Feng Lingxi inquired, putting away the vial and turning to look at the person beside her. In the outer forest of the Twilight Cliff, the atmosphere was somewhat unsettled today, occasionally revealing glimpses of birds and beasts taking flight in distress. I held her close, whispering that if she could wait for me just 2 weeks, we could be together forever as husband and wife. Bai Yu Luxi's brows lifted slightly as soon as she spoke. It instantly quieted the 2 lively treasures within her womb. In a few days, the baby will be 100 days old. We must take the baby out to play that day. So, I wish to gift you a car. Noti fuses. Zhu Longming placed his teacup down, both hands resting on his knees, speaking earnestly to me. With that, amidst the scene of Dee's eyes nearly popping out in anger, Zhang Xintong magnificently made his exit. Chapter 118. I will count to 3. Do you understand why the Ministry of Magic restricts portkeys? Do you understand why the Ministry of Magic restricts animagi? Do you understand why the Ministry of Magic restricts the killing curse? Hagrid gazed at David with a serious expression. Because these are all perilous. Should they fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, not only would it lead to devastation, but the magical world would also face exposure to danger. I know you aspire to study alchemy, but such alchemical equipment in the wrong hands. All right, I admit it. My culinary skills are limited to boiling instant noodles and making seaweed soup. However, even amidst such breathtaking scenery, not everyone found the inclination to appreciate nature's grandeur. The entire assembly was invigorated, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. The chosen ones were particularly unable to contain their excitement, eagerly gathering behind the high platform. One must maintain the psychological struggle of a man, ultimately resigned to accept another man as a partner. According to the information I have received, the number of wizards entering the United Kingdom has now surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Iris articulated the current situation, remarking that the sheer volume was overwhelming, rendering it impossible for her to keep track. Furthermore, should one wish to confront someone, considerable time would be required to deliberate on the appropriate approach. This would only serve to delay matters. As long as the response from Fei Yu was affirmative, she resolved to dismiss everything spoken by Yichengui and choose to trust him instead. After the trio finished their lunch, they felt it inappropriate to linger in the imperial city and intended to return directly to Xiqing. Notably, Situ Hui made a detour to bid farewell to Wang Junya, indicating a rather intimate relationship between them. This was not arrogance, but rather an unwavering confidence, as Scat Hack was acutely aware of her own allure. For reasons unknown, communication with the command center had been entirely severed. Upon re-establishing contact, the peculiar and exuberant Katsuragi Miri abruptly fell silent. Had it not been for the timing, Gong Yu would have undoubtedly conceded defeat. Fortunately, this time, the chief instructor of Huaqing was an exceptionally formidable expert. Although injured, the vice chief instructor was also a force to be reckoned with. Gong Yu sought to reclaim his honor, while simultaneously wishing to ascertain the extent of Lin Feng's prowess. Luo Ying's eyes widened as she recognized the newcomer. A fleeting array of complex emotions flashed across her gaze: shock, confusion, and even fear. That night, the darkness was so profound that one could not see their own fingers, making it an opportune moment to resolve matters that should or should not exist, and to bury everything, including an entire era. In other words, as this telegram reached his hands, he suspected that the enemy had also received a copy. Fearing the departure of her siblings, she dared not sleep after waking in the middle of the night to relieve herself, waiting until now. "Sister, let us go now." Yesterday, grandfather coughed the entire night. Bauer glanced longingly at the dessert, but resolutely resisted the temptation, pushing the plate aside and pulling Yunzi towards the exit. With a resounding clang, sparks erupted when the blades struck the arrowhead. "How splendid! Someone has spent money," Jess exclaimed, seizing Wu Chi's keys and hastening to the car. After hanging up the phone, Wu Chi commanded his subordinates to search for Jess with utmost urgency and instructed Dai La to maintain a firm presence in Mexico, before finally calling Tong Xinyuan. As for the elder Lady Yan Wei and the equally formidable yet somewhat rustic Jia Xioli, there was no basis for comparison with her. The trio turned towards the source of the voice, discovering it was Qi Siheng, a classmate of Huang Yi. They had previously encountered him when Qian Fei purchased a car, where he had been soundly bested by Qian Fei. After her bath, she noticed the facial masks on Li Wan's bathroom counter and casually tore one open to apply it to her face. After applying the mask, she closed the bathroom door and gently picked up the hairdryer, adjusting it to the lowest setting to avoid waking the slumbering Li Wan, and methodically dried her hair layer by layer from the inside out. Chapter 119. His talent is extraordinary. Draco? Goyle looked at Malfoy in bewilderment and asked, "Why would the Gryffindor Weasley write to you? What was it?" Just moments ago, after the first 1.5 hours of potions class on Friday, Ron suddenly handed a letter to Malfoy. Goyle and Crabbe were left dumbfounded. Their comrades were still fighting on the front lines, yet their leader had seemingly colluded with the enemy. Just look at how Ron Weasley walked away after delivering the letter. "I am Tu Ming from the Origin Realm. Spare me the pleasantries. Time is of the essence." Tu Ming did not wish to waste time with them, offering a brief introduction before bellowing angrily, "Mu Yuan, my apologies. I couldn't stop myself." Lin Yu stepped forward, concern etched on his face as he patted Mu Yuan's bent back. Although Jiang Han had a half-month break, having been awakened by the noise, he felt no inclination to return to bed. He rolled out of bed, feeling invigorated. However, it was rather vexing that he had been confined to this spot for days, unable to do anything, including washing up or relieving himself. Then he remarked, "You're right. It's quite cheap. Only a fool would claim it's expensive." By the end of his statement, he realized he had inadvertently condemned himself. Yet he stubbornly refrained from retracting his words. "Your dear son seems to have been done in by the CCG." The masked man sneered before turning to depart. He still wished to test whether he could breach the wall above him, so he struck out with all his might but failed to break through. Subsequently, he unleashed his pure, young, purple fire, which did not scorch the earthen wall, but nearly set Shang-Jun ablaze. He hastily retreated, feeling momentarily frustrated. In the outside world, all preparation for the ancestral worship ceremony in the Heavenly Demon Kingdom were complete, save for Huang Shima summoning the ancestral phoenix's avatar. However, there had been no sign of movement for quite some time, causing even the elder of the Phoenix clan to grow restless and contemplate entering the ancestral grounds personally. Lu Xiaomin turned to the Qinglong. "Are you quite angry?" He laughed lightly, "Of course. You have every reason to be," the esteemed and formidable Qinglong, who instills fear in both Donghai and Jiangzhou, certainly has grounds for indignation. Regrettably, Xiek Gongbao's sword was fierce. He had managed to trap it, but found it challenging to halt its downward momentum. Clenching his teeth, he exerted all his strength to slow the blade, yet left a gash on his head. After that strike, Chu Chi quickly leaped back, distancing himself by several feet. His face ashen as blood continued to trickle down his forehead. Indeed, Yi Jin was not one to engage in arguments. He typically preferred the silent treatment and was usually accommodating. Yu Yixuan remarked, "The flowers bloom in competition." Foal controlled the holy angel with a graceful flourish, drawing his longbow once more. This time, 8 green beams of light coalesced into arrows upon the crimson bow. Yifei listened to this and wore no expression of joy. Instead, his countenance darkened. After a moment's contemplation, he voiced his doubts. "Are you implying that Lin Yi would stop at nothing to achieve his ends?" Faced with such an irrational individual, he grew even more vigilant, and at that moment, Qin Hai finally made his move, seemingly slowly drawing his sword. In the dead of night, after the Li family concluded their day of procurement and sales, the 2 tour guides from the Shun family finally celebrated their victory. The Star Spirit Moon once sought to resurrect him, wishing to harness his power to obliterate the Star of Death, as such entities were most intolerant of ancient malevolent artifacts. Each of them bore the most advanced instruments, Even the actions of ordinary organizations utilized many high-end devices, and a prestigious organization like Genesis naturally employed equipment exceeding military-grade standards. Yu Jiaoer remained unaware of the unfolding situation, while the expression of the matchmaker grew increasingly peculiar. Unable to remain silent, Yu Jiaoer finally spoke up. According to Zhao Sun, if even Zhao Qinlu herself acknowledged the matter concerning her ex-husband, then there was truly no turning back. Chapter 120. To consume is to perish. Increase the dosage of the potion to highlight the point of contradiction in its mutation. Professor McGonagall glanced at the potion they were brewing, shaking her head slightly, non-committal. These brewed potions will not go to waste, David timely explained. We will donate the high-quality potions to Hagrid for the research and protection of magical creatures. Very innovative. I hope to see your research findings published in a magazine, Professor McGonagall remarked. Then, the concealed Iron Legion mobilized, boldly stepping onto the stage of another world. However, Sui paid no heed to the surrounding matters. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Nong Zhengping, charging towards him with fervor, seemingly intent on confronting both the Enforcer and Nong Zhengping simultaneously. As one adversary was sent flying, he aimed to strike at the other, who had only just regained their composure, ensuring that neither had the opportunity to flee. To alleviate Lu Jingyao's concerns, Sui settled himself to the side, closing his eyes to focus intently on expelling the peculiar energies from his wounds. Illuminated by Tai Yi's radiant courage, Poison Island Siko found herself momentarily mesmerized, her breath quickening. Huang Zhu dismissed his son's suggestion. He was well aware of the issues she had contemplated, yet he felt compelled to attend to Xiangyang. This further corroborated Zhou Yu's earlier assessment. The Jiangdong army had suffered 2 devastating defeats at Jiangxia and Yuzhong, resulting in tens of thousands of soldiers lost, nearly depleting the resources amassed during Sun Tzu's era, leaving them far from their former glory. In contrast, the Jingzhou army was robust and well-equipped, and a direct confrontation would surely not favor them. Their only chance lay in steadfastly defending their stronghold. Hong Xixue, propelled by the momentum of having felled 3 adversaries, burst forth from the inn, reaching the side of Peng Wuwang. Peng Wuwang shielded Lian Shan behind him, deftly deflecting the myriad flying projectiles. He carried himself with the nonchalance of a scion from a noble family, exuding an air of frivolity that could provoke ire. Even without your iron clumps, I can manage just fine. Agumon wore a resolute expression, embodying human-like determination. In his quest to surpass the infinite dragon beast and keep pace with Tai Yi, he had been training fervently. Now was the moment to unveil the fruits of his labor. The aura he exuded indeed instilled a sense of security. Yet her heart betrayed her, racing uncontrollably with conflicting emotions. Thus far, Wang Nua's analytical conclusions had been validated by the market. Yet the most significant variables had yet to emerge. Tao Corinne eagerly anticipated the market continuing to corroborate Wang Nua's findings, or perhaps only partially confirm them. The currents swirled with bubbles, clashing mid-air in a cacophony before surging skyward. Grand Commandant Mo clasped his hands behind his back, inhaling deeply, embodying the spirit of when soldiers come. Let them be met with force. When water flows, let it be contained before striding purposefully from the hall. Ah, esteemed Gepto, you are busy. We do not wish to intrude, Qing Bao said, attempting to avoid provoking the other, offering a foolish smile and sharing a quiet glance with Qing Wei, Qi Xian, and Tang Jian, each waiting silently to the side. Crack! Another bolt of violet lightning struck, its power evidently surpassing that of Shangguan Hongyan. The assassin on the right had no time to react. His body disintegrated into fine particles, vanishing into the air. 5 distinct streams of energy entwined and merged, gradually forming a vibrant conduit that connected the 5 primordial organs, establishing a cycle. Qin Yue and her companions exchanged resigned smiles upon hearing this. It turned out that Manager Li was moved, explaining the sudden tears streaming down his face. You, Nie Qian, your brows are raised in anger, she began, ready to unleash another tirade, when a sudden gust of cool wind swept past, rendering her unconscious. The Jade Seer, with verdant eyes now brimming with sincerity, leaned forward, prompting their foreheads to touch, warm breaths enveloping Ming Ruyu's moist cheeks. Chapter 121. You truly do not understand him. Oh my heavens! Harry exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the dragon, scarcely smaller than Yaya, sprawled upon the ground. Has it been fed? It has grown far too quickly. Observing Hagrid, tears in his eyes, force-feeding the diminutive creature a potion from a large barrel, he helplessly advised, it does not wish to drink this, Hagrid. It is time to let it go. No, it cannot be allowed to leave. Hagrid stubbornly shook his head. It can still drink, just. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. 30 lashes are hardly a burden for her. The Emperor's words dripped with disdain, contrasting sharply with the early days of their marriage, when he had been inclined to defend the concubine Hui. In the dead of night, the inky blue sky was sparsely dotted with stars, while the wind swept across the desolate grassland, evoking a profound loneliness. Chong Jimmy paused momentarily, her gaze falling upon the two white-robed physicians. One would scarcely believe that such tender gestures could emanate from Jean Tianxia had they not witnessed it firsthand. Carried on a stretcher to the sidelines, Tang Xinyuo maintained a commendable spirit. Upon hearing his call, Tang Xian approached but noticed Tang Xinyuo's unwavering stare fixed upon his ankle. Realizing that Tang Xinyuo had taken note of his kinetic ring, he deliberately raised his foot. Beside Yin Yu stood the ineffectual Xiao Jiamei. Failing to discipline her today would have repercussions in the future. Master, please turn around ahead, Xiao Chu instructed the taxi driver as she put away her phone. Li Ming's words struck a chord with everyone present. In truth, Li Xiande regretted immensely how readily he had been intimidated by that man's mere words. Had he not returned at that moment, he could have simply sat there, though such an act was beyond him. This was also one of Mu Suoli's punishments for Mu Sujin. By casting her aside, he conveyed that even without her, his plans would not be delayed. And over time, Mu Suojin would be entirely forsaken. Due to Xiao Qiqi's performance in this mission, and thanks to Chong Guanyan's connections with high-ranking military officials through Xiao Qiqi, he found himself better informed than the Chong family, especially regarding military affairs. Zhang Lang waved his hand, having surrendered the effort to correct the deputy city lord. He deemed it unnecessary to extend such courtesies when words would be in vain, opting for silence instead. He was not surprised by the outcome. The upheaval caused by the convergence of two worlds was far more complex than it appeared on the surface, and deeper changes had yet to fully manifest. As time progressed, those inhabiting this world would find their surroundings growing increasingly unfamiliar. Yet this time, Lun Yin could not help but remind himself of his optimism for infinite terror. Otherwise, he would not have signed a contract after just 5,000 words. The super cannon, after operating at overload for 10 seconds, experienced a backlash far greater than Shen Huixian had predicted, with much of the facility painstakingly constructed by the alien race obliterated. The lasers might diminish, no longer exhibiting the terrifying range it once had. Chun Xiu's expression soured, his aged visage drawn long, resembling an old steed that refuses to be harnessed. When did you overhear this? Chong Haoran coldly interrogated, disregarding Jiang Yiyuan's tears that fell uncontrollably. Wang Chu, having just risen from bed, was preparing to stretch when the door to his residence was abruptly flung open. Furthermore, even if Gu Gusang truly had a chance of survival, it would be impossible to locate him here. At the very least, one would need to return to the banks of the Wangchuan River to search. Yin Ting now had to rely on the players as his allies. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no pressure. At this juncture, all that remained was to give his utmost effort. The term divine destruction level implies that even the godly figures of the dark world must risk their lives to engage, with a survival rate that could be described as a near certainty of death. Chapter 122, Azkaban Hogwarts Sorting. Care for a bit of wine-soaked fruit pudding? Annie Beiji pushed a small dish of pudding toward David. She observed his pallid complexion and somewhat dulled expression with concern, remarking, "I hope this brings you a measure of joy." "Thank you, Annie." David cast a gentle smile across the table and remarked, "Your concern surpasses any confection that could bring me joy." He tenderly patted Annie's hand, offering words of comfort. Minister Wang, who had personally met Li Weidong, chuckled upon hearing this and replied amiably. Suddenly, the door of the inn swung open with a loud bang, and William barged in, hands on his hips, exuding an air of bravado. Having received permission from Shi Yuqing to reprimand Yu Sang in public, he felt emboldened by Shi's indifferent demeanor. The wine in the cup was now filled to the brim, shimmering with a faint silver glow, merging gracefully with the surrounding moonlight. Although Yu Sang had not appeared on screen as frequently as the actress Yu Yinyue, her follower count on Weibo exceeded Yu Yinyue's by several million. Given the close relationship between Zhang Qian and Bai Hanxi, even if Bai Hanxi did not divulge everything, she would certainly share some details if asked. Returning in such a manner would subject her to mockery from her classmates, all of whom were aware of her visit to the Xiao family. And now she had been unceremoniously expelled. Embracing the bashful Ahua, Li Weidong greedily inhaled her floral fragrance. Had they not been in a public setting, he would have seized the opportunity to take advantage of her. This was a brutal contest of the survival of the fittest, where camaraderie and trust, concepts revered in a civilized society, were cast aside. The only objective was to retain one's strength while obliterating the adversary, stepping upon the corpses of rivals to ascend to the pinnacle of power. This was the true path of kingship. Observing her arrogant demeanor, I chose to disregard her, stifling my breaths through the pain in my chest. Astonishingly, he had truly turned himself in, abandoning the enterprise he had painstakingly built, descending into a state of reckless despair. The water in the bathtub emitted a gentle steam. Chunange set down her phone, gathered her hair, disrobed, and reclined into the warm embrace of the water. The master felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, but meticulously committed to memory the details of Tang Min and the Zone, realizing that the Zone was a venomous creature, and vowing to remember this lesson for the future. Subsequently, Yu Jingyi informed Lu Wu of the path to the Sacred Heart Cave, wishing him well in his trials, stating that it was a shared aspiration between him and his sister. He exhibited no reaction, while the surrounding cheers became increasingly fervent and one-sided. Upon hearing the commotion, the fox finally grasped the situation. After a mournful howl, he joined the throng of dwarves indulging in hearty drinking. His eyes glistened with a hint of red, his features taut with excitement as he gazed down at her, the fairy lotus. Recognizing that neither of these individuals adhered to conventional norms, decided against remaining discreetly hidden, swiftly following in their wake. In the office, Rong Sijing regarded the abruptly disconnected phone, setting it aside, resting his forehead against his hand, and smirking slightly at her unhesitant dismissal. The sensation of being publicly humiliated was far from pleasant. Though this sorceress undoubtedly possessed greater abilities, defeat was defeat. After she hastily snapped her fingers and vanished, another sorceress emerged through the teleportation array. Are you certain you desire this body, which has already begun to decay? It would serve little purpose. The Siege disdainfully examined the form of Phantom Ziching, realizing that she had resorted to secret arts to enhance her cultivation, which had fundamentally deteriorated. Even if she were to retain this body, it would not remedy her underlying afflictions. Why do the Fui Ying people not establish their teachings with us in the Great Zhou? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Sansheng opted to reveal everything he knew, including the plans and suspicions concerning their collective arrangements, sharing it all with Zhang Jiui. Chapter 123. Foolishness. Foolishness. In May, the young wizards of Hogwarts seemed to be wound up like clockwork, bustling about with urgency. There was an abundance of tasks to complete this month. The second and fourth weekends each hosted a Quidditch match, and no one wished to miss out. Following the conclusion of this month, they would face their final examinations in early June, with everyone striving to avoid the bottom ranks. The young wizards, balancing Quidditch and exam preparations, felt as though the sky was about to fall upon them. Meanwhile, a well-dressed sales associate stood with hands crossed in front of her, exuding impeccable etiquette. So you mean to say they vanished without a trace? After listening, Jinxing stroked his beard thoughtfully. To think a lifetime could be spent like this when young. You supported me in my waste, and I provided you peace. In our old age, we would lean on each other to witness the setting sun and revisit the paths we once trod. Upon encountering the sight of Yao Jiejia, Yao Luo felt a wave of annoyance wash over her, furrowing her brows and attempting to speak, only to be interrupted by Yao Jiejia. Feng Ling handed the energy liquid to Roger, who glanced at it. Gold and fire energy liquids. You didn't actually discard it after saying so in the break room, did you? Truly ruthless and decisive, leaving no room for consideration. Many clans people had gathered in the cave. Upon seeing Daling escorting Tang Gua, the unfamiliar female evoked thoughts of the female healer brought back by Huya, and their gazes instantly filled with fervent respect. Soldiers harvested millet in clusters, while Qin Rong and Tang Xiao roamed about, astonished by the vastness of the millet fields. Nearby, Jianzhu witnessed the dark, robust man succumb to tears, his sorrow cascading down like a waterfall. Soon after, arrangements were made for the bodies, and the guards of the Wangfu organized the aftermath, including their funerary matters and the compensation for their families. As for the two in the palace, arrangements were made to return them, and new personnel were dispatched to secure the prison again. Liang Hao was taken aback, not expecting the Black Dragon to reveal a hidden talent, suddenly changing its method of attack without a sound. After some thought, I felt the situation was not so simple. That beam of light was indeed a laser. Was it him? Did he not intend to kill my previous incarnation? Why then target Bao Zheng? Was he aiming to disrupt history? Liu Yi, I do not wish for your demise, do not. Murong Qianqian cried out, throwing herself upon Liu Yi, her tears flowing freely. In that moment, she realized that all her talents and exceptional gifts were utterly useless. She could only watch helplessly as the person she cherished most gradually fell into silence, powerless to intervene. Meow Kadi scrutinized the Qingtian flute closely, a flute she had only recently discovered. Despite not knowing its origins, she refrained from showing it to anyone else. In truth, Inemo did not walk slowly. Yet today, Jin Quan appeared to struggle to move, as if every step was an arduous task. Why are there so many fissures here? Lu Yi inquired, perplexed. It defied all logic. The laws of this space exerted severe suppression, making it nearly impossible for them to create even a single crack with their strength. Yet the grassy terrain was riddled with spatial rifts. As if they were of no concern, she had not anticipated that the other party seemed unwilling to simply let the matter rest. Did they not realize that even if they were at the Void Realm level, they were merely one individual? My Linglong sect had numerous predecessors at the Void Realm level. Thus, despite the current fame of the Lin Tianwang, the Su family could not bask in his glory. After half a cup of tea's time had passed, Long Fei stared blankly at the chessboard, now dominated by Bai Zi, and slowly said, "Let us have another round. It is simply astonishing that I lost despite my earnest efforts." Mei Qingli furrowed her brows, not wishing to delve into the past to discern right from wrong. She merely sought to once again delineate boundaries with him. Chapter 124. How many children shall we have? The mountain path remains. Yet the snow and ice have vanished from the road to Hogsmeade. Naturally, the senior sister, who once stumbled with each step, requiring his assistance, is no longer present. With wildflowers blooming, birds chirping, and the lush greenery swaying gently in the breeze, the atmosphere is vibrant. Perhaps the pressure of preparing for final exams weighs heavily. Or perhaps the impending summer vacation has dulled the allure of visiting Hogsmeade. The figures of young witches and wizards along the road are sparse. Zhu, somewhat bewildered, turned to Zhou Xingxing, momentarily unable to comprehend who Lu Lin referred to as Xingyi. Meng Haiyong continued her exploration, clicking on the prominent start option. The sound of beeping ensued, prompting Meng Haiyong to check the novice rewards in her package. Upon selecting the package option, an ethereal visual effect erupted before her eyes, with a swirling image of a wand and a floating symbol manifesting above her chest. The chanting accompanied by the crisp ringing of bells and rhythmic clapping resonated around the altar, creating a melody that was truly divine. The position of the priest is reserved solely for the high caste of the Brahmins. Illuminated by flickering candlelight, the priests knelt in reverence to the Ganges, engaging in prayers before the ceremony officially commenced. After these events, she finally felt a twinge of fear. It seemed as though a powerful psychic force was at play, intent on elevating her family, while simultaneously bringing peril to the empire. The clandestine matters of our magical nation are laid bare to my companions, hoping they will earnestly collaborate with me. Otherwise, they may find themselves akin to that tree, as the cloaked figure added. What about the beastly rabbit? What are your plans? In response to Ijadona's suggestion, Lon posed her inquiry. However, due to the events that transpired yesterday, in Marlin Fando being broadcasted to numerous nearby islands, it is ultimately impossible for the world government to suppress the news entirely, nor can it prevent this information from circulating throughout the dark underworld. The decor at the Chunche Houghton Altstadt Hotel's restaurant clearly bears the marks of age. While the facade is modest, the interior reveals a hidden charm. During mealtimes, every seat is occupied, and the waitstaff bustle about tirelessly. Their service is neither overly warm nor as impatient as the old ants of state-run enterprises back in the homeland. Overall, the service is passable. Rest assured, this matter is now behind you and should not affect you. You remain a proud member of the Navy. Barry Good sought to lighten the mood. With a dull thud, Han Marin's right hand shattered, blood oozing forth in the midst of the crisis. She deflected a bullet with the blade of the Great Qin Shi Huang sword, yet the terrifying recoil injured her palm. Indeed, many remembered Nalan Luo's visage more vividly than they did Gu Shixing and the others. Sun Fengzhao only heard a light sound above him, followed by an inexplicable tightening of the air nearby, and then an invisible force suddenly pressed down upon him, forcing him to the ground. Yifan, in a moment of realization, understood why the members of the 6 prominent families were so eager to activate the ancestral shrine. It must be linked to the Liu family's dwindling numbers. The man's face flushed slightly, veins taut, as he fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Nanning Long, awaiting his response. Mu Manny hesitated, watching Jiang Chengtse slowly walk out of the restaurant, trembling with indignation. The city is in ruins, and it is likely that no one remains within. A gentle breeze flows in, and the soft whispers of the wind are amplified several times as they pass through the door, sounding particularly jarring. Sumu Bai remained unaware that as he murmured Namo Amitba, the fox in his arms was subtly curving its lips in a smirk. while I serve him dishes. I attempted to change the subject. I stood up to serve him a piece of potato, only to find that he was so troubled that even his favorite dish lost its appeal. Typically, he would take great care of himself, yet at this moment, blood flowed freely, and he remained oblivious, indicating that Deng Ao's heart was tumultuous, unable to find peace. Chapter 125, The Final Attempt. All. The stand of the Quidditch pitch erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. The applause was directed at Hufflepuff, celebrating their victory in the Quidditch match, while the cheers were for Slytherin, congratulating them on securing the Quidditch House Cup ahead of time. David, observing Hufflepuff's seeker Cedric Diggory, who was clutching the golden snitch, couldn't help but smile, saying congratulations. Wang Juanza, witnessing this, refrained from further persuasion. After all, growth is essential, and he could not remain by their side indefinitely. On the way to the airport, Do Wei drove, while admonishing, his nagging more reminiscent of my mother than my actual mother. These value-added services have allowed Penguin to amass considerable wealth. Otherwise, how could Penguin muster the audacity to engage in various endeavors? At this moment, Chen San and the others had arrived at the right ear room, which, like the left, was filled with an assortment of antiques. The game system announced, the leader of the Stock Alliance, by Chieji, is under attack from rogue players in the Cup MO stop. Not to mention the creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to a dragon. There were countless merfolk within Ming Lu that no one could contend with. After that day, since Angu and Pi Xiong needed to recuperate, we lingered on PJ Island for a few more days. Just as Chun San pondered what had dashed from the rooftop into the courtyard, the two had already approached the low wall of that building, perhaps due to his rebirth. If he made choices divergent from his past life, would a series of subsequent events also transform? This treasure of merit differs from ordinary ritual implements. It is a legendary artifact formed from the life's merit of a practitioner who achieved 4 or more merit golden wheels, capable of temporarily elevating the merit level of other practitioners. Task rewards are directly placed in the package, so he promptly retrieved the box and opened it on the spot. Upon seeing Zhang Gongjin leave, Luo Cheng bit his lip and murmured, "Wuan Fu, you have wronged me gravely. I shall not let you off easily." As he spoke, he smashed the copper mirror in his hand to the ground, shattering it instantly. Each shard reflected Luo Cheng's twisted visage, marred by anger and resentment. Nearby, Xian Yuan Hao Yin stood in stark contrast to her adaptability, his spine rigid, as if dissatisfied with the wedding. Parksis promptly retreated, having failed to subdue the enemy, and sought the next opportunity. Man Jia trembled all over, her mind a chaotic whirlwind, bewildered as to why fate had dealt her such a hand. Why, oh why, does the heavens treat her thus? Within 30 years, to reach the pinnacle of a star master, AO Fan's strength is undeniably extraordinary. Moreover, after rising to fame, he enjoyed exceptional fortune, passing the inheritance trial of Songlong Star and gaining the favor of the formidable dragon Xian, who took him as a disciple. Zhang Jianhao, noticing that the Queen Mother of the West did not even offer a greeting before hastening ahead, began to feel anxious. Gazing at the 7-colored cloud belt in the vortex, while casting his eyes towards the distant horizon. Who are you? How can you fear nothing, not even the devil? Are you perhaps a deity? The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Jianhao with hesitation, inquiring. Among the elixirs, the most common is the gathering qi pill, which serves as sustenance for those cultivating qi. However, there exist some miraculous elixirs, each possessing unique characteristics. For instance, the concentration golden pill, discovered by Wang Tian in the Eastern Independence of the golden-furred giant ape, belongs to this category of extraordinary potions. After witnessing the multitude of miracles created by Wang Tian, Wang Zhan, Wang Hua, Wang Chao, and Wang Shan expressed no skepticism about his assertion that he could suppress Yin Juetian, a pinnacle energy sect, even within the confines of the Diamond Realm. Instead, they regarded it as entirely reasonable. Lung Yu shot him a fierce glare, choosing to ignore him. In truth, she regretted her words the moment they escaped her lips, finding herself in a rather precarious situation. Chapter 126, Give You a Good Spanking. Harry stealthily circled around the small cottage, opening the back door, where David and Hermione stood at the front, simultaneously employing a whirlwind cleaning charm. A plume of black smoke surged from the rear of Hagrid's hut, racing towards the Forbidden Forest. Malfoy, stationed at the castle's entrance, widened his eyes in astonishment, almost shouting, "There's a monster." Hagrid had been unable to sleep due to Norbert's restlessness, vigilantly guarding through the night, thus leaving the Forbidden Forest vulnerable. Recently, David had refrained from hunting and training within the forest. The Array Fire, as its name implies, is a type of external flame formed through the use of formation techniques. In the cultivation world, lower-tier alchemists, particularly those who are apprentices, often lack the specialized techniques to condense true fire through spells, thus resorting to array fire as a substitute for alchemy. Consequently, communication and interaction between Zhao Yaji and Li Chun have not been particularly smooth. Often, she does not express herself as directly as Sophie or Guan Jiahui, and the pressure of being from Hong Kong's foremost aristocratic family weighs heavily upon her. Feeling the winter's cold wind slicing against her face like a knife, Xiao Song was overwhelmed by fatigue. However, given the various misdeeds of the Ouyang clan, it is evident they have long since lost their moral compass. They pursue their ambitions by any means necessary, even at the cost of the lives and well-being of countless innocents, thereby rendering themselves unworthy of humanity. Yuer, do you love the son of our enemy? Have you forgotten your vendetta against the Yi family? The relentless inquiries echoed in Yang Wei's ears, making him regret attending this tea appraisal. Since arriving at the tea house, he had felt increasingly vexed. Madame Xian, having regained her composure, recognized that she had acted impulsively without careful consideration. As I have stated on multiple occasions, Meng Yuan Man indeed came looking for you. There is no escaping this, as it is quite literal. She has been gradually influenced for over a decade. In an effortless manner, Wang Haoming discerned the intricacies of the rosewood root carving, the exquisite and detailed internal patterns of the purple groove vividly revealed before his eyes. Yet, this root carving had long since lost its spiritual energy, leaving him unable to attempt any absorption, and he lacked any antiquities nearby. Since the cataclysmic disaster erupted, several days had elapsed, and, considering the timeline, it was likely that second-tier mutated creatures had emerged outside. Thus, given the current cultivation level of the siblings, venturing out would be tantamount to courting death. Boss Tang bestowed upon me a frosty smile before heading elsewhere for breakfast, clearly looking down upon me. Young master, we consent to your remaining in the military, but while in the military, you are my subordinate. You must adhere to my directives, cannot leave without permission, nor venture into dangerous territories. Can you comply? The vice commander reiterated emphatically to Nagasawa before their departure. Shenyang recalled his earlier encounter with the Tongtian sect leader. Finding it amusing, this encapsulated the distinction between reality and legend. Ji Yunka's eyes sparkled like stars when she smiled, and even when not smiling, they exuded gentleness. Nagasawa, with such tender eyes, adopting a cold demeanor, was indescribably adorable, making one yearn to embrace him. The hem of her skirt was longer in the front and shorter on the sides, forming an irregular shape. The shorter parts revealed Tang Yihan's long, graceful legs, causing me Zishuan to feel warmth rising in his nose, his breathing quickening. I had thought Hanli would stand, but this shameless man stubbornly occupied that position. Dang Jinglin, I command you to release me. Su Li's voice rang out again, this time infused with an unexpected strength that enabled her to push the man holding her away. Chapter 127. You bring the fireworks, I bring the firecrackers. The Quidditch match, originally scheduled for Saturday amidst the rain, was postponed until the following weekend. David's guided initiation into the new semester had come to a definitive conclusion. This also heralded the impending final examinations and summer vacation. He planned to diligently study the foundational knowledge of alchemy under his grandfather, James. Through a year of studying ancient runes, practical experimentation, and self-education on various materials, David had gained a preliminary grasp of alchemy. The elder's words were blunt, yet they relieved Lin Xiao, as it assured him that this NPC was indeed relevant to the task at hand. Upon glimpsing the license plate number, Ke Xiongping's mind went blank in disbelief. He could never have imagined that the number presented before everyone would belong to his own vehicle. Within the cave lurked a creature resembling both a rabbit and a mouse, its fur a vibrant green, exuding an adorably daft charm. Indeed, while lightning-based energy could be fatal to many, for Yu Qiubai, who had mastered the lightning sword, it was merely a delectable treat, the more the merrier. Absolutely. The elders unanimously endorsed Tong Rentai's arrangement, deeming it the most prudent course of action. Observing Lin Chenmu's delighted smile, Lu Guomin exhaled softly, feeling a swell of pride as he mused. It seems that flattering leaders is always a safe bet. Yet beneath him, there was no hint of complacency, as he dutifully presented a hefty stack of documents. Not at all. Lu Qingyan and I are hardly on good terms. We have no interactions whatsoever, Zhuoran remarked, having only recently seen the post on the forum. Her eyes were bright and clear, devoid of any signs of depressive turmoil or distress. Her tears did not stem from despair, but from him. Indeed, She suffered from profound depression within the infinite city of the apocalypse. Yet when she contemplated suicide, she was as lucid as ever. She soared into the air, stepping upon clouds formed of dark energy, her presence as formidable as a tempest. Players behind her erupted in laughter, clearly mocking her, revealing a sense of arrogance. Is that so? Well, if that's your perspective, then all is well. Lingyan approached, smiling as she took Kay's hand, leading him forward into the villa. It was evident that the words belonged to Zhuge Mingjing. His upbringing had undoubtedly molded him into a combat fanatic, while Yi Fantian and Bai Chao Tian were, in stark contrast, the calmest among them. You are now in my grasp, and lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. Bai Zhuozi's voice was cold and unfeeling, reminiscent of Bai Mozi's former ruthlessness. The crimson eyes of the demon lord radiated boundless malevolent energy, its overwhelming aura surging with chaotic fervor. General Liu had long awaited outside the hall. Upon hearing his summons, he hastily adjusted his attire and rushed into the palace. This humble official greets the princess. Liu Pejuan bowed respectfully, kneeling on one knee as he spoke. Certainly, Tang Tang's intentions diverged significantly from Bai Xiaozi's. She was acutely aware that even if Yu Zhonghua persisted in his desire to wed her, she would unequivocally refuse him. Marrying him was utterly inconceivable. A fourth-tier family. Yin Feng remained candid, never once initiating a conversation with Liu Bo, having discerned that the latter held no fondness for him. Yet, he suddenly perceived that Liu Bo's inquiries were becoming rather excessive, bordering on irksome. Ultimately, they found themselves ensnared within a thunderous array set by the cultivators, with the Taoist adept having never learned any countermeasures against the lightning formation, thus plunging into a perilous predicament. With that said, it was settled. Yang Xiu felt that matters had reached a satisfactory conclusion and was eager to acquiesce immediately. The two shared the last remnants of their water and provisions, while Jianglan and Mao Ying long discarded all their burdens, armed only with a dagger and a compass as they prepared for their final dash. Chapter 128. See you this summer. Earlier, in early May, David experienced a peculiar phenomenon one morning after touching his chest with his wand and uttering a spell, feeling the emergence of a second heartbeat. Although faint, it was remarkably enchanting, akin to a small bird nestled within his being. Thump, thump. It was reminiscent of the exhilaration and curiosity one feels upon encountering a crush. As the days passed since the incantation, the second heartbeat intensified. Today, David hastily exited the castle, feeling slightly dizzy as Lin Yu suddenly recognized the effects of alcohol surging through him. Regardless of how his internal energy circulated, it remained unyielding. In a moment of desperation, Tang Feng opted to confront Shi Wei Han, using himself as bait to distract Shi, thereby creating an opportunity to strike. Shortly thereafter, Xue Mu, having grasped the situation, inhaled deeply and handed over what he held to Shi Rihan. Fight with confidence. Should anything arise, I shall provide support. Fear not. Chang Fei reassured them. The laughter of Wu Shuang, who had been scooped up, attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. After a while, Yang Tian set Wu Shuang down, and hand in hand, they strolled along the river, both smiling brightly. Apart from Si Feng Shui, another individual appeared on the brink of collapse, exhibiting signs of severe injury, seemingly on the verge of death. At last, a vehicle arrived. It was astonishing how scarce transportation was in such a desolate area. Feng he suddenly heard a voice, though it did not align with what the person attempting to hail the car had said. At that moment, Kaiki's visage was unrecognizable. His forehead had struck a steel beam, creating a gash from which blood flowed down his nose, splitting it in two and clouding his vision, leaving only his mouth intact, which now moved slightly, as if attempting to articulate something. For indeed, Zifeng Mountain Manor was situated on Windy Island, and the two families harbored long-standing grievances. The elder of Windy Island launched an assault on my Zifeng Mountain Manor in a bid for dominion over the isle. Xian he lamented with indignation. Such a formidable protective formation was not easily breached. Aside from forcefully dismantling it, no shortcuts could be taken. However, this matter must now come to a close. As Sears spoke, his staff radiated light, revealing the manifestation of energy within, which was swiftly absorbed, coalescing into a massive hammer. Since the conquest of the entirety of the Saxon kingdom, Yang he had begun to exude the gravitas of an elevated ruler, particularly in the eyes of the soldiers, who regarded him as the fated one capable of drawing the sword from the stone. This reverence had morphed into a tinge of awe. Yang he sensed this shift and, as an assertive king, began to indulge in a degree of ostentation. Hysteria, I have long owed you an apology, Rodrius said, his expression tinged with sorrow. before embracing hysteria. From the historical accounts of the Southern Song dynasty that Wang Shun had previously encountered, it was evident that Yang Zixing was among the foremost in martial prowess and military command, in both romanticized and official records. He was depicted as a fearless warrior at the forefront of battle. In terms of combat strength, he approached the might of illustrious figures like Yu Fei and Li Cheng. Lu Shui felt a sudden disruption in the flow of his internal energy, leading to chaos within, and he coughed up blood, his complexion paling instantly. Confronted with the formidable presence of Prince Mead, Yang Yi felt genuine concern and hastened preparations for war. Yet, no one anticipated that Prince Mead's advance would abruptly slow, veering towards the foothills of Mount Law, where he remained stagnant, impervious to the Queen's urgings. After all, they are merely individuals who do not operate according to my principles. What use is there in retaining them? Li Ling mused inwardly, contemplating that if she were the manager, her approach to dealing with such indiscriminate killers would likely surpass even that of the CCG. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yo Gao unexpectedly leapt forward, soaring high like a hawk diving towards its prey. Having ignored their debts, what else could they be but sycophants? Would they truly wait until they were pursued for debts to the very gates of their sect? The matter of the canonization had become shrouded in mystery, leaving the saints perplexed regarding its causality. Yet, at this moment, Hong Yun was reincarnated, indicating that the issue of canonization was intrinsically linked to him. Gazing down the mountainside, he noticed that, in stark contrast to the hilly terrain on this side, the opposite side revealed a vast expanse of flat land. However, once Lei Xing entered the city, he was taken aback to find it still desolate, devoid of any signs of prosperity or inhabited villages. "Hey, how can you say I'm not impressive?" Tang Yao retorted angrily upon hearing Fu Jun's words, as anyone would bristle at being so openly belittled. One who conversed with a horse, neglecting to examine its injuries, could ascertain ailments invisible to the naked eye. Originally intent on avoiding a massacre, Bai Qiu seized an opportune moment. Yet, he could not discern where things had gone awry, as the adversary executed a counter-surround. The white light in Bai Qiu's eyes reignited. If one were to employ an inappropriate metaphor, it resembled the blinding headlights of a truck piercing through the night. The three captains fixed their gaze on Bai Qiu, their deep-set eyes betraying an uncontrollable fervor that sent shivers down his spine. Despite the fact that even if Lu Qing had not infiltrated, Su Mo would have considered visiting Lu Yingshui. He would never rouse her from slumber. Their disparity in skills compared to the foreign riders instilled great confidence in Tang Yao. Thus, in the finals, she forewent warm-ups and commenced her jumps as soon as the head judge signaled. After organizing his belongings in the afternoon, Chen Song headed straight to the emergency center hospital with his training certificate in hand. The moniker 9 was originally a familial term of endearment for Jiang Wuran, as she was the 9th child, and her parents affectionately referred to her as Jiu, a title that gradually transformed into one reserved for those closest to her. Chapter 129, Malfoy Still Owes Me Money. The rain continued to fall outside, the clouds slowly dispersing, yet the library remained illuminated by candlelight. Harry, having dozed off at his desk, was roused by Hermione's piercing gaze. It was not entirely his fault. Rainy days were a perfect match for slumber, particularly within the confines of a library. Opposite them, Annie Baggins was indifferent to the commotion, her mind elsewhere. Her gaze flitted between the window and the doorway, growing increasingly anxious as David's absence stretched on. The others in the room, upon hearing the family girl laugh, exchanged glances, frowning in disapproval, thinking to themselves, "What is wrong with her? She's being rather careless with her image." The three individuals felt as though their most beloved person stood before them, smiling radiantly and beckoning them to approach. Star and Moon were momentarily perplexed, unsure of how to respond to such a fervent display. Her frenzied expression, coupled with her peculiar gestures, led them to believe she had lost her sanity. Xian Hong was elated. He had never truly intended to eliminate Wu Yu, realizing that Xian Yu would protect him. Even he felt powerless against her resolve. However, it seemed the tides of fortune had shifted, and exiling Wu Yu to the Ice Blue Star was akin to a death sentence. What did she remember? Though he was acutely aware of what she inquired, Yu Feng feigned ignorance. Staring at the genuine expression on Yu Sheng's face, he found himself momentarily dazed, his heart racing with the fear that his deepest hopes at this moment were mere illusions. The summit convened for 2 full days, during which each branch meticulously detailed their annual profits and losses, all the while trembling in fear of uttering a misstep that might invite harsh reprimands. On this day, The young Qing Wan witnessed the immense influence wielded by her elder sisters and silently vowed to become a paragon of excellence like them, drawing the eyes of countless admirers with every action. Yuxing naively believed that Yufeng would differ from the rest. She was unaware that they were all cut from the same cloth. Within the main hall of the Qing Yu Mountain's front palace, the vast chamber was sparsely furnished with only a few simple tables and chairs. The leaders of Tianlong Mountain and Dihu Mountain had come, accompanied by 4 disciples each, to pay their respects at Qing Yu Mountain. Upon learning that his elixirs were only half the amount of Lingbingshis, Yuan Feng Qi grew displeased. Yet, being astute in reading the room, he discerned Qing Ling's unwavering stance, pressing further would likely yield no rewards. Thus, he accepted the 5 elixirs, treating them as treasures and storing them carefully in his Qingquan pouch. In this era of peace, the incense offerings at the Xianghua temple flourished, and upon Zhao Huan's ascension, the temple was renovated, seizing the opportunity for extensive repairs. From a distance, the Zen courtyard appeared profound, and the palatial structures gleamed, a sight that rendered the clouds and mist pale in comparison. Below the rank of Earl, the Ming dynasty no longer established noble titles. So most of the meritorious generals received rewards in the form of wealth and official positions, serving as compensation for their service. To seize the capital, one must breach its walls, and for that, siege engines were essential, with wood being the only viable material. With 550,000 Tartar and Walla forces already posing a significant concern for Zhu Zhao, the situation grew increasingly precarious with the addition of the armies from Isi Ma and Morgan's tribes. Although the offensive commenced, the Ming forces, having learned from their initial encounter, found the subsequent engagements to be considerably more manageable. The Mongols could no longer match the fierce clashes that had marked their first assault atop the city walls. One clad in black and the other in white, both adorned with tall hats inscribed with ghosts and imminent death, approached. Celine, I have renamed the divine race to Finno. You should understand my intention. Gaia remarked upon returning to her chambers from the Cloud Palace. The distance from Sion Mountain to Yanqing was approximately 300 miles. A day later, Bada Monk had led his troops across Xining and arrived at the Man-Turer grassland, subsequently advancing southward along the Tang River, where the Mongolian army's stronghold lay ahead. The ancient ancestral legacy, inherited by the Shinta family, is said to have been left by a formidable ancestor known as the Purgatory Azura. Whether this Azura was indeed the progenitor of the Shinta clan, however, remains a mystery. Some people, having gone an entire day and night without food, could no longer bear their hunger and clamored for provisions from the soldiers. Upon entering the palace and seeing blood-soaked bandages strewn across the floor, Zhu Yanju furrowed his brow, not waiting for Qin Tian to pay his respects as he inquired. When exiting the city's Immortal Academy, Chun Jingji had assured Hua Jiao with a confident pat on his chest that he would find a suitable candidate. Even while being carried on a stretcher, he needed to draw talismans. Although this basic concealment talisman was not difficult to forge, it truly tested his talismanic skills. Cousin's expression was peculiar, breath coming in hurried gasps as he forced a smile, saying, I didn't come here to drink. With him and Ji Ling Sheng present, the 4 most renowned young lords of CEU had gathered in one place. What? Me? Why should I embrace it? It's not like it's Xiang. Am I foolish enough to hug that pipe? Huang Han exclaimed, pointing at his own face before casting a disdainful glance at the pipe, kicking it in frustration. Yi kvink. Sniffling, his complexion pale with lips tinged blue, trembled as he stepped through the gates of the Patrol Institute, discarding the heavily bound pangolin in the courtyard. He recalled that during his time on the deserted island, a significant portion of his memories was lost there, and it was where his split personality had first emerged. Ji Changfeng sat atop the high dais, the hall flanked by rows of tables and chairs, which now accommodated a solitary figure, clearly the guest referred to by Yu. The voice just heard was indeed hers. The number 50 appeared quite substantial. However, when one considers the multitude of individuals traversing the martial world, the countless souls striving for recognition, the actual number of those who achieve fame is minuscule. Zhao Ningtao and Zhou Zimiying, dining with Su Guoren, were taken aback upon hearing the proposal of dismemberment. The green-haired individual remained oblivious to the fact that his comrades had already met defeat. Steadying his firearm, the green-haired man's hand trembled with exhilaration. This kick sent the opposing team's crucial top hero soaring above the Great Dragon Canyon. Mr. Morchan Norway's face turned pale. His long-prepared final strike was nullified by Gute, rendering him utterly defeated. The recent blow was, for him, catastrophic. Congratulations. You have become the lord of the first city, Xianji City, and, as the first city lord, You have been rewarded with a chance for reincarnation. Upon rebirth, your attributes shall remain unchanged, while your level and experience will revert to their initial state. At that time, the Japanese puppet army was stationed in the bunkers and watchtowers outside Yonglu town. Having discovered someone crossing the roadway, Su Bansheng's cold iron soft sword emitted a faint glow as it infused into the young god, who, without a moment's hesitation, wielded the one-legged bronze man, unleashing a blinding green light towards his corporeal form. Chapter 130. David referred to him as Draco. During dinner, she cast a suspicious glance at her cousin and Annie, whose swollen eyes betrayed recent tears, yet she now wore a radiant smile. What were they doing in the library? Were they not supposed to be studying? How could they be both crying and laughing? Cousin? She gestured to the approaching Annie, inquiring what happened to you. Nothing at all. We are perfectly fine. What is the matter? David shrugged. That was a matter of years later. However, at that time, while I was on Haiju North Road, I had indeed bowed to Buddha and Mr. Yamashita on several occasions, not as a disciple or student, but to wish them longevity. Li Nan shifted to a more comfortable posture. Although pain still lingered in his back, he began to perceive it as a muscle-s aching itch. Just then, as Lucifer was on the verge of succumbing to his injuries, Beidou intervened, using his own body to shield Lucifer from the remaining blow. Have those crusaders lost their minds? To initiate another explosion of that magnitude, are they determined to obliterate us completely? Even a person of such cultivation as Mingren could only retreat helplessly after witnessing a succession of beastly and formidable techniques. Although the future city, encircled by mountains, would gain a significant advantage during the marine beast landings, it also bore a substantial drawback: its vulnerability to blockade. Should an adversary seal off its entrance, the sprawling mountains could render the city a desolate wasteland. Meanwhile, the dark clouds overhead were torn asunder by this force, swiftly forming a vast void above their heads, which only continued to expand. He approached the captives, parting them to reveal 2 large iron nails and some scraps of paper that appeared before Lu Xiuhua. Ultimately, Luo Qianhan instructed Yu Wuzhua to tend to his injuries and recuperate while the others awaited their return. He and Luo Qian would go to assist Qianji. He chuckled, for the pink dust and bloodlion were indeed of the same family. Elder Lanji's desire to utilize the Grand Formation was certainly permissible. However, at this juncture, he shifted his tone. Unwilling to be careless, Haidong Tian first conjured a multitude of water spikes, launching them frantically in all directions. The water-based assault possessed a broad area of effect, allowing for simultaneous waves of attack. Taking advantage of the interlude between the accompaniment and lyrics, Su Zimo urged urgently, "Take your time, do not rush, and be mindful of your own safety and that of others." After speaking, he moved closer and offered a reassuring handshake. This moment left Su Zimo momentarily taken aback, a fleeting expression of confusion crossing his face. He lifted his gaze from Su Sierra to the distance, observing the loudest and most fervent voices, only to be struck by a sense of astonishment as if caught in a daze. Contemplating this, the man in black let out a cold chuckle, then patted the auspicious pouch at his waist, unleashing a dazzling green beam that pierced through the circular shield formed by the red bracelet, suspended in the air. Su Zimo and his companions could only sit anxiously in their chairs, casting worried glances toward the operating room. The initial round merely aimed to eliminate those of lesser cultivation. If one were to closely observe the elders, it would become evident that no one paid attention to the first round of matches. Only in the later rounds did profound martial skills and thrilling battles begin to emerge. It seemed he discerned Yi Feng's disappointment and offered an explanation. "Old fox, why hasn't T-Bai Mian recovered yet? Could it be that he has sustained an injury?" An entity inquired. "I see it now," Su Zimo mused inwardly, but just then, a piercing pain shot through his mind, fortunately lasting only a few seconds. Although brief, it left his face as pale as death, sweat pouring from his forehead. It was indeed a chaotic era, with the 3 major races battling each other while also intermarrying. It was not until the ancient times that the divine and demon races of the primordial 3 races vanished. Suddenly, azure golden cores erupted around them, releasing a spirit energy far more potent than before, which swiftly merged into the azure light barrier. Cheng Long smiled gently, yet there was an air of authority about his youthful visage. He possessed a comprehensive database of the high-ranking members of a mercenary group, all boasting a strength of 5,000 across the entirety of Huaxia. Qinro, both shy and anxious, buried her pretty face low, too embarrassed to do anything but gaze at her own toes. Yet despite this, the remaining 60,000 troops of the Holy Seas Coalition still suffered nearly 20,000 casualties during the bombardment of this multi-warhead intercontinental ballistic missile. Moreover, this ferocious beast boasted 5 tails and a single horn atop its head, presenting an exceedingly menacing appearance. Although its head was somewhat translucent, the acrid stench invaded the nostrils of the crowd before the beast could even launch its attack. The leader's extensive combat experience allowed him to perceive the intent behind Feng Xian's actions. Coupled with the leader's unparalleled martial prowess, Feng Xian found herself utterly powerless to resist. Had she employed magical power or spiritual treasures in battle, rather than invoking a time-consuming sword aura, the leader would have certainly faced a more arduous task in subduing her. Such actions were befitting of a golden immortal cultivator. How could an ordinary cultivator dare to offend such a colossal entity as the demon race? Especially in front of the Chancellor? Ji Cao spoke softly, and Bai Ling nodded in agreement, though Lu Xiaoji appeared somewhat listless, yet mustered the energy to express his consent. Initially, Yi Qingling had little hope for this year's Sino-Korean exchange competition, having already participated for 3 consecutive years. Winning only in the first year before suffering defeats in the subsequent 2, he how understood that the gravity field could not possibly withstand the tide of corpses. Thus he supported Professor Chun as they continued to flee. Even the bold Shui Ringue was taken aback at this moment, touching his face, which stung from the fierce winds generated by Ba Jes Rake, momentarily at a loss for words. Xia Qingfeng must surely have regretted his earlier decision, his expression growing somber as he fell silent. Exiting the woodshed, she stealthily made her way toward the backyard, where the horses were kept. The night was eerily silent, and as she approached the stable, she was taken aback to discover that the bandits had not spared even the horses, having rendered them all unconscious. After uttering this statement, she regarded him with calm detachment, while he scrutinized her in turn, seemingly assessing the veracity of her words. The lantern's glow intertwined with the moonlight, casting a soft illumination upon her face. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she focused on him through the haze of worldly affairs. What? Azur felt a surge of fear. Even though he was the most powerful being present, he was still unnerved by that howl, his body freezing in place, causing him to tumble from the now limp wolf beneath him. Not only he, but Chen Fuxing and Zhang Haifeng also seemed to be taken aback by this revelation, their faces displaying shock. Yet amid their astonishment, there was a tinge of joy. She not only had matters to attend to, but also pressing business. Now, with Hinny pulling her back, she wondered if she would still be able to proceed. Chapter 131. We Are a Team. In the dead of night, the tower was deserted. After the storm had passed during the day, the night sky remained overcast. There were no upper-class couples gazing at the stars. Instead, David stood atop the tower with 2 stubborn donkeys, awaiting the arrival of the Romanian guests. You two, quiet down. Even if we cannot become friends, we are still teammates for now, David remarked helplessly. I prioritize unity and loyalty above all on my team. Together we are strong. Who was Zhang Rang? A formidable old trickster who had served beside the emperor for so long. What schemes had he not witnessed? Upon noticing Jia Su's expression, he quickly dismissed those around them, leaving only him and Jia Su in the hall. Hee. A string of melodious laughter pulled Lu Xia back to reality. The light had dimmed compared to before, and the surrounding fog thickened, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. However, Taisher Ci was not at peace. Mijin had ceased pursuing Lu Tianhao since that day, turning her attention instead to Taisher Ci. Song agent, please wait a moment, Su Qian murmured as she departed quietly with the spirit fox beast deity's essence. On Li Chen's side, after concluding discussions with General Wu, Wu departed to arrange matters, while Yin Kong lingered, stepping closer to Li Chen with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Just as Zhong Ling was about to speak again, the sound of a door opening resonated from downstairs. He bore no ire, gazing at Lu Xia, who appeared sheepish, and Yin Xiao, whose face bore a look of provocation. He set down his utensils, summoned a waiter, and ordered 2 more dishes. When the newly ordered dishes arrived, he resumed his leisurely meal. Song Xianfeng glanced at his sorrowful wife before turning to Song Xianting, letting out a sigh as he returned to his seat. However, there exists a faction within the Daoist community that asserts their methods closely resemble those of the nefarious black sorcerers. To eliminate any possibility of the atrocities committed by the black sorcerers reoccurring, they propose the eradication of the white sorcerers as well. Greetings, you must be Chen Lin. I am Yuan Shu. The video transmission reveals a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, adorned in a luxurious, glossy black ensemble, cradling a glass of red wine. The setting is opulently decorated, resembling a high-end club. Chen Lin silently noted the streaming nickname of Xiao Ruyao, planning to make his mark during her next live broadcast. Why does such a monster exist? Why have I never heard of it before? At that moment, the bird in the sky, upon hearing Yun Chen's exclamation, visibly startled, fluttered its wings and descended, curiously fixating on Yun Chen, chirping incessantly, clearly baffled by its newfound ability to comprehend human speech. Swish, swish. At this juncture, a robust white figure and a youthful silhouette shot forth one after the other, appearing side by side. Director, is there an error in the script? Qin Ming inquired as he settled beside the director. Adventure, sister, did you see that? That young hero possesses remarkable prowess. Yifei arrived, plopping down onto a large chair nearby. At that instant, the sound of clapping approached, drawing nearer to Chunlin. The figure in the black robe moved, or rather floated. Muzian accurately struck him 30 to 40 times within mere moments, yet none caused any harm. In the midst of the dance, the ropes entwining the black-robed figure subtly lengthened, inadvertently ensnaring his body. These were no ordinary ropes. Muzian found himself utterly unable to break free. The entire Rongqing base had transformed into a bustling construction site, with various ores being transported from afar to be processed in factories, while trucks of all kinds thundered across the ground. Early in the morning, Chu Jiqiu practiced martial arts in the courtyard, while the evil young master, having not seen her in quite some time, squatted beside her as she performed a handstand. Chapter 132. Who is Yulu? Hey, what's wrong with the hourglass? Have you noticed? The savior of Gryffindor has caused a ruckus. What has happened? What's going on? Don't ask, he's here. As Harry stepped into the dining hall, he immediately perceived the peculiar gazes of those around him. Whispers and pointed fingers, disdainful glances, as if he had suddenly become a pariah overnight. How does it feel to fall from grace? Suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed from a distant location. Yadong turned towards the source, where the commotion emanated from behind several buildings. It seemed as though a fierce clash was underway, with dazzling lights illuminating the void above. At that moment, who knows what that fool was thinking, but he was clearly too frightened to speak, subsequently being dragged away by Mo Song by the collar. In warfare, one fights for resources, intelligence, and ultimately the overall strength of the army. Zhao Xian had rarely suffered defeats on the battlefield over the years, primarily due to his immense emphasis on military intelligence. Except for the rather hasty Jiangning battle, in every other conflict, Zhao Xian had executed intelligence operations to perfection. Perhaps the suppression of his inner emotions in the past had been too severe, leading to an explosive resurgence now, compelling him to act on things he had previously refrained from due to pride or face-saving reasons. Though Zhang Tianlang once held immense military power as Lu Shan's successor, he had, in reality, seen much of his strength diluted by Lu De. Nonetheless, as a prominent general under Lu De, Zhang Tianlang still wielded considerable influence, commanding an army of 20,000, a force not to be disregarded. Lying on the bed, Ningyi lay on his side, locking eyes with Long Liushi, who was also turned on his side, a mere half-meter apart. The strategic encirclement rendered any maritime endeavors by the populace to expand into the Philippines utterly futile. The tiger demon scoffed. Were it not for the existence of formidable humans that instilled fear, such fragile lives would merely constitute sustenance. The man, wielding a massive sword with both hands, strode toward the dragon's head, raising the weapon high before plunging it into the creature's most vulnerable eye. The dragon, devoid of strength to evade, felt the sword pierce through its eyelid, directly embedding itself into its brain amidst a cacophony of agonizing roars. 3 teams of exiles had departed, leaving approximately 700 exiles on site, nearly equal in number to the White Wolf's forces. Chun Yang and his companion could be described as having not slept a wink, and as dawn broke, the two hurried off to inspect the state of the grenades and explosives. No way. I've been inside. There's no danger. It's just that the door mechanism takes immense effort to operate. Earlier, I had enough strength after a hearty meal, but having gone several days without food, compounded by serious illness, I currently possess no strength to push it. Zhao Si fabricated a lie with a remarkably sincere expression. Rue, how can you speak like that? Lu Aigua rarely chastised Zhou Rue so sternly. Was such language befitting a child? Though the reasoning behind this individual's peculiar name remained a mystery, the elder generation of powerful beings still approached with utmost reverence. The earthly sovereign dragon's eyes brimmed with confusion, uncertain of Zhou Jiu's intentions. The prolonged wait had merely allowed them to clear the surroundings as he anticipated a confrontation. How Yihua tugged at the corner of his mouth, anxious that Jiang Xinran might misconstrue something, especially given the misunderstanding surrounding his relationship with Lu Yuechuan. I am no longer impulsive. Moreover, I have spared your life, Zhang Baoyan declared through gritted teeth. The judge could instantly discern that trouble was at hand. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. Why had there been a continuous stream of visitors seeking Zhu Erden lately? What should he do? Chapter 133. Listen to me. Something has happened. The final Quidditch match has been confirmed as unfeasible for May. Wood appeared somewhat irritable, having loudly confronted Harry, who had come to request a withdrawal from the team, while everyone else kept their distance. Club activities were suspended, allowing for free time. As the end of term approached, everyone was engrossed in their studies, with no one willing to squander time on trivialities. Even those who had previously derided and mocked Harry had fallen silent, retreating into obscurity. Does the matron still remember me? When Yakian inquired as she strolled across the street with Ma Guodong. This place lacked the mystery and danger of the previous two locations. On the contrary, it was the most relaxing environment imaginable, where everything bathed in sunlight radiated a gentle glow, allowing one to forget the world's burdens. Upon reaching a decision, the Master of the Void promptly rose and departed from the area. The ice cavern was vast, with smooth, mirror-like ice walls reflecting a chilling luminosity. The depths of the cavern seemed unfathomable, concealing an unknown world within. Subsequently, he lingered no longer and proceeded directly to the hall, reasoning that everyone should have awakened by now. Sheng Tian's smile bore a hint of relief. Honor, fame, animosity, compared to the mere act of living. They all appeared so pale and powerless. If anything were to befall either of you, even if vengeance were to be exacted in the future, what significance would it hold? Over the span of 5 years, the overall strength of the White Bone Cave has surged dramatically. Under the influence of the sacred training ground at the Death Spirit Peak and the elixirs concocted by Yi Yang, 8 individuals have ascended to the Yuan Dan realm, including Bai Ling and Shan Shan. Bai Qing and another elder have also reached the advanced stage of Yuan Dan. They are acutely aware of the principle that one reaps rewards commensurate with their capabilities. Having contributed little previously, they understand that their share of benefits would be minimal. Now, Chun Xiao has allocated them a 10% share, which is quite generous and reasonable. Thus they accept it with a sense of peace. It would be laughable to suggest that a practitioner at the Transcendence realm could become exhausted. Thank you, Lord Blade Emperor, for sparing my life. The individuals exclaimed as they bowed repeatedly before awkwardly departing. After listening to the sequential addresses from several academicians, I finally grasped why this matter was of such paramount importance to the higher-ups. If it weren't for the excruciating pain coursing through my body, Yao Guang would have unleashed a torrent of curses. After all, if prior notice had been given, could it still be deemed a sneak attack? Driving the newly acquired vehicle, Chen Xiao sped through the bustling city of Haishur, directly merging onto the highway. In truth, the reason everyone foolishly rushed in, only to stubbornly cling to the end, was not due to an inability to foresee the outcome, but rather a desire to generate momentum and to find a legitimate rationale for the ensuing actions. At that moment, the room was left with only Yi Changrong and his spouse, along with the writhing and howling Jia Tai on the floor. Lily rummaged through her phone for Qin Lang's contact number. According to her later account, within half an hour, Qin Lang was whisked away to the hospital by a driver, entering the emergency room with a complexion 10 times worse than that of Yi Li, who had just regained consciousness after fainting. Hey, could this first-level defensive field possibly be the result of merging your dragon-scale defense trait with the red-level defensive field? Although, the effectiveness appears significantly diminished. Lei Jia couldn't help but muse. This time, it was I who instigated her. It has nothing to do with you, Yi Li remarked, refusing to accept his handkerchief. Her neck bore a shallow wound, merely a surface injury, and the blood had long ceased to flow, rendering any pressure unnecessary. She was at a loss for words with Lu Tianqing. Sometimes, it was better not to meet at all. Although Lei Jia could discern the displeasure of the male below, he was unsure how to persuade it to relent or what to use as inducement. Wealth? Ore? Or perhaps beautiful insects? Chapter 134. Harry Potter out. Regardless, the capabilities of the little wizard are exceedingly limited. The conclusion drawn by Harry and his companions was succinctly rendered in front of David, leading to its immediate collapse. Rather than concern themselves with a magical stone that bore no relevance to them, wouldn't it be wiser to focus on the impending final exams? David tapped his notebook and asserted, I'm certain that losing the magical stone won't pose any threat to you, but poor exam results will certainly lead to repercussions. Please, my mother would never lay a hand on me, Ron protested. Pardon our boldness, Mr. Qin Tianqi. Might you accompany me? Our master wishes to see you. A courteous bodyguard inquired. Ding Xiang, it's good to see you awake. He Chun has gone to recuperate. It is thanks to him that we were saved. Ding Lao remarked with a smile. Lei Li also managed an awkward smile, realizing that Lin Yi was right, outsiders could not enter this realm, and those within were free to act as they pleased, as long as the players felt no issue with it. Gao Shengyang exhaled in relief. Continuing this absurdity was untenable. With evidence in hand, that was the best course of action. Damn it! Why did you take so long to arrive? Weren't you supposed to be here before the new year? Wu Xie charged forward, delivering a punch. This discourse left Du Chu Mengxuan utterly in awe, dispelling any lingering doubts, leading him to swiftly release the captives. A sudden wind, seemingly arising from nowhere, transformed the traditional methods of gift-giving. The perfect myth contraceptive surprisingly emerged as a favored gift during the spring festival visits. Randolph did not respond, but charged forward, nearly striking calmly, only restrained by Gasol, who intervened just in time to prevent a mishap. Ridiculous. If she had physical needs, she could find countless men. Why would she travel thousands of kilometers just to seek you out? Gao Zhengshang frowned, throwing himself onto the bed. Wu Xie felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. Since the new year, he had scarcely devoted time to studying the Shennon classic, which left him in a state of agitation. After all, everything he possessed stemmed from the classic. Jiang Chuan's expression hardened, his fists clenched involuntarily. If he did not survive, would all his prior efforts have been in vain? Half a day later, the silhouette of a massive island came into view for Qin Yang. Upon first sight of the hidden island, he was profoundly struck. The remark may have been unflattering, but for the first time, Dan Tai Zijing did not find it offensive to her pride. Boss Wang, you're joking. Yang, he waved his hand dismissively, remaining seated in a Wang Wally armchair. He calmly lifted a cup of tea, sipping lightly while smiling, contrasting sharply with the slightly disheveled Wang Lo. Thus,